true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Folks, this is it. The Lakers have to get it in. James wants it. Oh, no! No, it's short! James, it'll count! It's over! It's over! Your Charlotte Hornets win here in L.A.
Nico cooking to start off the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, and the Hornets win the play-in tournament based upon that play-by-play call.
Yeah, don't give him any credit. Don't do that. Don't do that. Nobody wants to hear that. Nico sucks.
Well, you may not want to hear it, but as you wrote in the email last night, can't make up your mind yet. You did write that.
You can't make up your mind yet. In terms of
for the few Mavs fans left, I wonder what the mentality is.
Oh,
there's so many Mavs fans who are now rooting for Luka, exactly, Luka, and by proxy the Lakers. But we haven't asked, the Mavs fans who are still here, the MFFLs, if they're a little bit happy when Luka struggles, to have Nico be right as the general manager of your team and lose back-to-back games against the Jazz and the Hornets. It's probably not a root against Luka thing.
Yeah, they're not rooting against him.
But when you have stat lines and performances like last night and see the Lakers lose against scrubs, what are you thinking?
Some of the perspective I saw last night after the game was Luka's hurt. He's clearly just working back.
Took him off the minutes restriction, apparently.
Luka's got the Mavericks coming up. He's ramping up to them. And then one of the other common ones is Luka's still so depressed about the trade. Look what you've done to it. So they're still, Nico still is villainized in this, no matter what it is.
Well, also it's, rooting against. There's a lot of fans who are still here that are still rooting for the team that you don't have to necessarily root against Luka. They were just rooting for the Mavericks.
Right.
They don't care at this point what Luka does. What he does doesn't matter. Like the Lakers, as far as the Mavericks are still up in the air where it's not a failure or success of a trade. It's already a success for the Lakers. They traded old for young. It's over for them. They've won the trade from their perspective.
Yeah.
Because they got what they wanted, which was another window.
Yep.
The Mavericks, what they did was they took their long window, made it a short one, and they believe it's a better, more open window for a couple of years. So for them, it doesn't matter what Luka does.
But for some of the fans, and there's a handful who said, hey, we can't keep preaching and crying about culture, then they make a culture move, and then we criticize it. You maybe take some delight in Luka getting torched by LaMelo, or the 5 turnovers in the first 6 minutes, or, watching some of the struggles in terms of the shooting percentage. Those diehard Mavs fans and anti-Luka people are feeling pretty good a handful of games in.
Yeah, I saw there was, I think I saw 1 or 2 last night that had said something like tweeted a Brad Townsend or somebody else, and a fan just saying, oh, maybe Nico's not such an idiot. But I mean, it does feel very much like on the Luka trade, the lines were drawn on just what you were going to think about it. It's self-fulfilling prophecy. You're going to either just, these are all the reasons why I was ultimately right, or these are all the reasons why, Nico was ultimately right. And I just think it breaks on lines that are like 99.5 to 0.5 on the fan base.
Plus, it's an immediate loss for Nico right now because Anthony Davis got hurt in the first game.
Yes.
Like, all the worries, all the concern, all the anger got proven immediately. We didn't have to wait. Now, you ultimately do have to wait a year or two, or maybe you're just never going to care because you wanted Luka Doncic wearing Mavs blue and number 77 forever. And if that wasn't going to happen, you decided in your mind it was a loss. And as a fan, you have that right. But Nico takes the big fat L early on. He gets a lowercase W right now, but he's got the big fat L because Anthony Davis is not playing.
Yeah, and I haven't seen it yet, obviously, because I don't follow the Laker fan culture. I'm curious to see if they're complaining yet.
Right.
Like, okay, dude, this is 3 games now. You're not shooting very efficiently. You're turning the ball over a ton. Like, let's get it together a little bit. I do think there's got to be, as with anybody, a 3 or 4 game grace period after you've missed a month.
Yep.
But not just that. We talked about this. Luka and LeBron is not, to me, as talented as both of them are. That's not an easy just snap your fingers and, look, they play together so well.
Like, who's the leader?
They both play very ball dominant. So for them to be, especially Luka, to have to be off the ball and just kind of stand around the wing and moving around, that's an awkward fit for him.
I don't know that Luka will be his full self until LeBron retires. Like, I don't think they both can be sitting out there. Because whose team is it? Like, Luka has played his entire NBA career with it being basically his team.
Yep.
And now it's like, all right, is he deflected? This is just like LeBron when he got to Miami. When LeBron first got to Miami, he was, even in the finals, he was kind of deferring over to Dwayne Wade.
Yep.
Like, it's kind of your team here.
I remember
Steph.
those fourth quarters.
You what?
I remember those fourth quarters in the finals.
KD, Steph, like it's a difficult chemistry transition. It's easy for AD. AD plays off the ball. It's easy for him, or easier. The hard thing for him to stay on the floor. If for Luka going there, when you're going to somebody else's team and you're a ball dominant guy, how do you play?
Yeah, and he doesn't play well off the ball. We all know that.
No.
He had a catch and shoot. I'll never forget this. NBA Finals pregame, and Luka had a catch and shoot in warmups, and I stopped down and had to rewatch it 5 times because I was like, I've never seen this before. I've never seen him just catch the basketball and shoot it. It's always coming off a step back. It's always coming off his own dribble. It's always coming off his own creation. And this is what all the First Fake shows will be covering today. Whose team is it? Because the way this game ended up in this loss to the Hornets, LeBron took the final 2 threes. Now, you do need context. If you watched the game and paid attention, LeBron had a hot hand in the fourth quarter. He scored 16 in the fourth. Luka scored 5 on 2 of 5 shooting. So what they're going to say afterwards, and we'll see if it's right, is it's going to alternate. It's going to depend who's got the hot hand. I still believe deep down, for all the talking LeBron James does, And for all the right things that he wants to say, it's still probably his team.
Yeah.
All right. If it's Game 7, Western Conference Playoff Series, game tied, and both of them are 2 of 6 in the fourth quarter, and both have scored 26 points in the game, the ball's going to LeBron for the final possession and shot to see what he does. That's what I believe right now. He doesn't really want to give that up.
No, 100%. I think it's LeBron's shot right now. Should it be? I wouldn't think so. I would probably want Luka taking that shot if I was a Lakers fan. Now, they haven't seen... Obviously, everybody saw Luka as just a massive star, so everybody around the country is familiar with him. But they're probably not as familiar with just the game-to-game. Luka, 14 seconds left. You're down to isolating him is a pretty decent bet. Like you're usually going to get a pretty good look at a three or a shot to tie it and put it out. And he's got that level up anger intensity in those moments a lot of times where we saw it against Rudy Gobert in the West Finals last year when he knocked down that three after putting him on skates. So I would want Luka taking that shot, but I think you're right. I think it's right now it's going to be LeBron's. It will be LeBron's shot until LeBron doesn't want to play basketball anymore.
Or until he's, I mean, even if he's a little bit dinged up, it's still going to be his shot. It's his team. It's his team. It's his shot. So that's the way it is. It's the way it is in this league.
Luka, after a back-to-back loss, this time against the Hornets.
Obviously, it's going to take a little time. Today, a lot of rustiness from my part. So, start the game with like 4 or 5 turnovers. That can't happen. So, just got to, play the basketball the right way.
Just overall, how would you assess the offensive process and the 3 games you played? Just not just yourself, but the team as a whole.
I think it was good. Obviously, like I said, I'm getting a little time just to adjust to everything. But I think it was fine today. I think we had some good opportunities to make shots, but we didn't make any shots, especially me. So, just get a little time to get used to it.
Meanwhile, the Dallas Mavericks have finally found a big man that they've actually had before. 7'2" center Moses Brown has been signed to a 10-day contract, has been an NBA journeyman out of UCLA, debuted in 1920 with the Blazers, 159 games over his career. Portland, OKC, Mavericks, Cavs, Clippers, Nets, Pacers. Most recently, 9 games in Indiana, 3 points, 1 rebound, 5 minutes a game.
It's a long career.
Yeah, and you didn't even mention the Texas Legends, the Oklahoma City Blue, the Ontario Clippers, like all the G League teams underneath that he played for.
Yeah.
I mean, he's problem solved. 10-day contract for Moses Brown. That fixes a lot of it.
I don't think people name their kid Moses enough. You see Christian a lot. Muhammad. I don't think Moses. I think we need to see more Moseses out there.
Just trying to find a body until all of your bigs come back. AD, this is another sign of Nico's Nike Navy SEALs that they haven't come out with any type of added injury update on him. I didn't know you could get away with this in terms of the league reports. Kyle Shanahan would be proud. And then Lively, and you're still talking a lot more time for Daniel Gafford.
The All-Star week was a blessing for Nico Harrison.
Oh, it really was.
Because you just saying it right there, I forgot that they hadn't said anything officially on Anthony Davis yet.
Well, you also bought yourself a week. Bought yourself a week of having to wait without having to play a game. But some of the, like you said, some of the league got going last night. The Mavs don't play till tomorrow? So they get an extra 2 days for everybody else.
And they only played last night because that was a wildfire makeup game.
Yeah, and so I mean, look, this is when you're signing Moses Brown to just get you by and see you through to the other side. You've clearly got a ton of depth issues, and there are bigger problems than you're going to be able to easily fix within the season. You just need to get healthy. And right now, it doesn't look like there's an easy path to them getting healthy anytime soon.
They are in the number 8 spot, 1 game behind the Wolves, 2 games behind the Clippers, and a game and a half up on the Sacramento Kings and the Golden State Warriors, who Draymond said is winning the championship during the All-Star break.
I mean, they got Jimmy. You got playoff Jimmy.
Yes.
If you can get him to play on the floor. If you can get him on the floor, you got a chance.
All right, so Luka and the Lakers lose. What a perfect opportunity for them to just start off 3-0 with Utah, Charlotte, and they go win, loss, loss. So
that was and Charlotte only had 4 road wins coming into this game. You cannot lose to Charlotte at home.
Yeah, but that was LaMelo really playing hard for LeVar's foot. That's what that was.
He's home.
Yeah,
back home.
LeVar Ball getting the foot amputated. As Tolo sent me the message of, I guess now you cannot say never lost. 877-881-1053. Franco injury attorney text line. He's supposed to be doing well, so that's why we're sitting there and making the joke. Jason Whitlock, man, if you had the odds of LeVar Ball or Jason Whitlock losing a foot first, who would it have been? After LeVar called him a fat ass on Cowherd.
Oh, no.
All right, the jokes are being made about Stephen Jones. NFL spending is going through the roof. What will be the Cowboys' excuse now? And Lawrence Taylor going after Micah Parsons? That's next on Sean and RJ. Thanks for waking up with us. Thursday edition, just getting started on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady?
Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car insurance attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the stars on 105.3 The Fan.
Let the jokes pour in on the Frankel injury attorney text line about the Cowboys and Stephen Jones not spending with the salary cap increase yesterday. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Bobby with you here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, otherwise known as your official home of the Cowboys and the Rangers. The salary cap is going up, going to fall in the range of $277 and $281 million. That is an increase from last year's cap of $255 and the 2023 cap of $224. So about a $53 million spending increase for teams over the past two seasons.
Yep, and just year over year, about $26 million. And there were a number of teams, Cowboys were one of them, that this time last year believed the cap was only going to go up $10 million. So a lot of the...
But wait, Jerry Jones, with much arrogance and confidence, tells us, I'm basically plugged in. All right, nobody knows the salary cap like I do. There's no other M or F-er that can general manage like I can. And the one thing I have down pat, all right, and he came off with this arrogance during the Schottenheimer press conference. I know the cap increase, and you don't.
Yeah, and it's $16 million over what they thought. Potentially, I mean, it's going to be as little as 14 over what they thought, as much as 6 or 12, and as much as 16. Either way, it was off. And that's, in some ways, you can look at it as, look on the bright side. There's more money, more flexibility. But the other end of it goes, why were your projections so off? Who was responsible for the projections? How does it compare to the rest of the league and how prepared they were for the bump? And how did it impact financial decisions you made? If you knew you had $16 million extra, are you signing Derrick Henry last year?
Right.
That's the question that probably needs to be asked of Jerry next week in Indy.
So now let's spend.
But hang on, but what? So why does it matter what their projections were? You could change things. It's not like they found out the salary cap was going up after free agency.
What do you mean? Why does it matter? Like, why does it matter what their projections are for how much money they'll have to spend?
Well, yeah, because let's just say you find out. Let's just say you find out yesterday that you have $12 million extra to spend in 3 weeks. That doesn't change anything.
Yes, it does. Because Derrick Henry, his first year cap charge, that was the whole point. His first year cap charge was low, and they were saying you sign him to a 2-3 year deal, you're not going to be able to carry the weight of the.
Oh, you're talking about future year. Okay, I thought you were talking about this year's offseason. Like I don't. Yeah, okay. All right.
No, I mean, this year's offseason, yeah, they'll know the number and then they'll go. It's more about last year, how did you spend?
Yeah, how did the projection affect last year's offseason?
Well, they told us it affected them.
Well, I think they because, to me, I'm just looking at it from that individual year. The future years, there's no way to project the future years because you don't know what revenue is going to be like the future years.
But you have to. You do have to project it out. Like, the Cowboys and all other teams, they will generally, so for instance, it's 2025, they probably have projections out right now till 29 because they've just got to have a baseline of here's how we're going to operate. Even if I think most teams operate on a conservative end because they don't want to overestimate and then they're making big cuts. Green Bay had to do that a couple years ago. So I think generally what they're doing is slightly underestimating, but I think the Cowboys thought it was 10, so they may have been operating like 8 as a bump or something like that. And that does impact how do you choose to split somebody's cap charge? How do you choose to front end somebody's money? And that's something that projection probably impacted things.
It doesn't matter anyway. They're not going to spend the money.
Let's get down to it.
Let's be fair. They're just not going to spend the money either way. They don't have an extra $22 million. The NFL didn't inform the Cowboys in the league they have an extra $22 million to spend. They informed the Cowboys that they get an extra $22 million.
Or, I mean,
as the pocket or wherever they want to do.
The Cowboys The way the Cowboys probably view it, I would guess, is that's potentially $16 million worth of Dak's cap charge we don't have to restructure and can just eat on this season. That's how I would imagine they look at it.
Or as RJ maybe suggested, is this some wiggle room with Osa to play around with?
Maybe. Now here's the thing. I don't know. Like I said, as of last summer, I know their projections were around 10. So that impacted how things were. But they may have gone through this season and those projections may have shifted. It wasn't really a discussion, so we don't know how it shifted. But if they did have a better idea that they may have already been accounting for that with Osa. But I mean, this, as big a bump as this bump only just now took the Cowboys salary cap to break even, because they were like $14 million in the red before this projection yesterday. So they were going to have to move around $14 million just to get to even. So all this does right now, it gets them to even. Now they still got to make moves just to free up money. So, I mean, that's why they've talked about how tight things can be around here. And the main point from that, though, is still, yeah, but it's kind of your fault in the way it was managed, why it's tight.
Lawrence Taylor sitting down with the Outkick podcast. I believe this was in New Orleans, and Micah Parsons' name was brought up. LT said, quote, "He's a great player, but guys, let's do more. Let's play more football and less podcasts." To which a lot of Cowboy fans absolutely loved hearing. And then the other portion of the Cowboys fan base said, "Oh, you mean like hookers and blow?"
Yeah, like, now listen, I don't think what Lawrence, this is like the same thing with Kellen Moore. Like Kellen Moore or any quarterback or any coach that was a failed player, just because they're a failed player doesn't mean they can't be a good coach. Just because you're a failed person doesn't mean that you can't be a good advisor. I don't care. You know what I mean?
Look at it a little different. I agree with the first part, but I don't know that Lawrence Taylor can be talking about what to do off the field when he was committing crimes off the field. You can't lecture me on like focus and off-season this and that when you're Lawrence Taylor. I can listen to Kellen Moore talk about X's and O's and the way he sees it. You know what I mean? One is like conducting yourself, and the other is seeing something. Because I agree with your first part. I always have.
Can a parent who's gotten a DUI lecture their kids about drunk driving?
Well, yes. So do you look at that as the same thing?
Yeah, like I don't want a drug therapist who's never done drugs.
But
no, you see what I mean? Like, I don't want a marriage counselor who's never been married or divorced. You know what I mean?
Haven't you said before though that like
a fat trainer?
But with your own like with your own kids, haven't you said before that you're not going to tell I can't tell them not to do something if I did it?
Right. I mean, that's the approach I take.
So then Lawrence Taylor couldn't, if he had problems on the field, can he tell Micah?
Don't use my own logic against me. Okay, all right?
Look, this is the hooker and blow stuff. That was meant to be a joke. What's the most important thing is, what does this actually do when Micah does these podcasts? Does it take away from his game? Or any of us, I've never sat here and there's been a lot of Micah Parsons questioning and criticism, but I haven't necessarily ever said out of my mouth, I don't think Micah Parsons is working hard. I don't think Micah Parsons is ready. We're never sitting there at training camp saying Micah's huffing and puffing. He may not be in shape. We've never questioned that. So, this is going to be a new generation all-time sports discussion of, does doing a podcast affect your game? Is it a distraction? Does it take away? And does any of it even matter? Because as we talked about with Aaron Rodgers, when the Jets apparently told him, if you want to come back, no more McAfee, do you even have the right to tell a player that these days, or are you just wasting your breath?
Yeah, I mean, it's a brave new world on that front. You're going to get all sorts of different questions that haven't ever existed for players before, but
Micah's podcast, to me, doesn't affect preparation. It maybe affects distraction. And not from him, just headlines that are created.
Right, it's headlines.
And again, I don't know. I would imagine if Mike Bassick, especially the way he's been acting lately, decides to do a podcast while he's doing his Rangers TV job, it would probably create some issues for us within this building of Mike just spouting off and, creating creating radio headlines.
But it wouldn't take away from his broadcasting of a game, right? In the game.
Right.
In the game. And look, this is Micah's, he does the podcast.
But if Mike did the podcast while in this building, it could affect him because of things said about Corey right now in the moment.
He has to come back on the show.
Come back within his teammates.
Yeah, right. Because, Micah does this on his off day, the podcast, right? It's off day.
No
right?
problem.
Like, who works on their off day?
Yeah, but I mean, he does the podcast on his off day, but he does it in his function as the title that he likes to tell people of head of football content at Bleacher Report or whatever. I mean, that is a natural conflict that I think has come up for the Cowboys before, of just like, you're a football player and you're in season and you're supposed to be focusing on this. And then when you're the head of football content at Bleacher Report, a lot of your stuff that you're going to do there is driving engagement for your content and different things like that. And that's probably going to put you in a position to where you're going to feel like you need to say things or talk about things that the Cowboys view like are counter to being focused on the season.
Right.
And potentially if you're weighing in on, boy, the Giants are the dumbest team in the world for letting Saquon Barkley go, and you're saying that on your podcast, and then you're playing the Giants in a couple weeks, some guys may be like, why are you saying that? Don't even talk about it. I think that is
or
reasonable.
Loving Jordan Love, right? Or having him right on, like, dude, this guy just kicked our ass. What are you doing? Why are you doing that? It's impossible to define on paper.
Yeah.
You have to guess and have an opinion based on it affecting you. It's something in the air that you try to quantify.
Oh, I bet there are plenty of teammates and coaches and other people in the organization who don't even have an awareness of, I know Micah does a podcast. It doesn't bug me. It doesn't even. And then I'm sure there are other people.
What did Malik say about him? What was that thing between him and Hooker?
I don't remember what the statement was, but let me look it up.
Like, Diggs is totally fine with it. And Malik Hooker or Tank Lawrence may not be, to your point of being split in the building. But what did Malik say?
My advice for Micah would be just make sure we're all right and being where your feet are, because if we're at work and the run game's terrible, but you're doing a podcast every week and you know the run game's terrible, then what are you really caring about? And that was something that I think that was a tense point for those two past training camp.
So there's Lawrence Taylor saying, Micah Parsons, he's going to be a Hollywood actor one day. He's got the personality. I do want to add that for the context because I listened to the end of the clip, but saying, how about a little less podcast, a little more football?
And I mean, to be fair, not the podcast specifically, we were all saying the same things last offseason about his content trips to Japan and different things like that, about like, dude, why are you not in there learning a new defense and being around your new defensive coordinator and different things like that? Why are you off here doing these things and prioritizing that? And I'm sure, again, some teammates probably felt that way too.
877-881-1053 in order to give us your take and hit us up on the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorney text line here on DFW Sports Station. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt on 105.3 The Fan. Later on today, we have a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway to hook you up with, but it is Thursday already, trying to get you to the weekend as quickly as possible, and that means it's the payload. Why is a Texas Ranger trolling Luka Doncic? What is sticky eyes, and how you can already retire from your job before the age of 30. Peyton Russell has it all in the payload next on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
24.
Okay, am I hearing this right? The morning show is letting Peyton Russell have his own segment?
I just don't get it. We've known Peyton for years. He's horrible on the mic. I mean, gathering the foreigners, this is going to be a train wreck.
Daddy does work, and Peyton just does board hopping.
That is right. It's Thursday, 6:40. That means it's the payload time right here on 105.3 The Fan. And guys, Valentine's Day was last Friday, but we're going to make you fall in love today during this segment. We have a new trend for you, Sean.
Which one of you guys, by the way, when you recap your Valentine's Day, won out? I know who lost, but who won?
Well, Peyton was solo man. He was all by himself.
Why?
Because I just want a weekend away from Mackenzie. No, she had to babysit all weekend, so she was out.
She had said, "Can I babysit and leave you alone on Valentine's Day like 3 months in advance?" And he said yes, and then he was all bitter about it.
So no dinner beforehand, no gifts, no flowers?
No, I got her flowers when she came home Sunday, which they were half off when I got them Sunday, so thank goodness. We'll go to dinner tomorrow, I think, to kind of late celebrate.
We didn't get our usual flower delivery?
Nope, because you weren't here. Yeah, they're usually, you're the big, you were the one who got them up here initially. I was the one who won because I was the only one who went out and did anything.
What'd you do?
We went to Whiskey and Smoke, which was one of her favorite spots, and I didn't know how to eat French onion soup, and I had to Google, do I use utensils on a charcuterie board, and it was embarrassing. It was bad.
And what did you do besides the funeral bouquet?
Well, we did our Valentine's the week before because I had the kids last weekend. So we went out the weekend before.
Okay.
But yeah, last week I had the boys. What did we do on Friday? I don't even know what we did. We had dinner at my mom's. So she had the whole family over. It was
What'd she make?
Ham. She made a ham. Ham and some fixins.
Fixins.
Yep.
So guys, we have a trend for you, for all you people that just like to stare down your prey while you're at the bar in public. You know, a lot of people are like stairs. They find someone pretty attractive and then they look at them and they just can't keep their eyes off them. So we got a new trend for y'all.
Phrase in these times.
You see cute girl, this trend's perfect for you. So it's a life hack. It's called sticky eyes. It's all those people that, you have the awkward eye contact. You look at someone, they quickly look at you and you're like, oh crap, what do I do? I got to look away. It's now a trend that can actually benefit you. So you know what? Let's try it out here. I want Bobby and RJ to try this out.
Okay.
All right. So Bobby, you look at RJ like you're in love with him. But RJ, you look away. Don't look at him in the eyes. You look off to Sean. Like, you're looking at him. You're looking him up and down, checking out his beard. But Bobby, you keep looking at RJ. Now, RJ, you look right at Bobby in his eyes. And then Bobby, you look away immediately. You're caught. You look away immediately. And RJ keeps looking at him like, okay, what are you looking at here? Now, RJ, you look away. Oh, this is perfect. Now, Bobby, slowly look back at RJ. Like, you're like, okay, I'm going back for a double look here. And then when RJ looks back at you, don't look away. You just stare him down until he stops making eye contact with you. And then when RJ looks away, if this trend works, you guys will be in love by the end of the night. So there you go. It's the eye contact way. Because who's going to look away first when you look back at him?
Okay.
I think it's fine.
You know what? I can see this.
And you know what? If it doesn't work out, then you're probably gonna not go home with the girl anyway that night. So you know what? You just go by your business.
That's the key. The people who have the ability to do the most difficult move in all the world, which is the walk across the room.
Yeah,
it's the most difficult move in the world. The people who have the ability to do that, they take the approach. I'm already not with her.
Yep.
So what do I have to lose? I don't know. Humility.
Yeah.
Ego.
I always have to dart my eyes away from Sean in the middle of the segment because if I make too long of eye contact while he's talking, he thinks I have hey, I've got something. And so then I'm like, oh, but I want him to think to toss it over. I don't have a point I need to make.
So sticky eyes.
Sticky eyes. You're looking at them. You kind of do a double take. You look away if you get caught, and then you're supposed to look back at them and now you're serious. Now you're telling them, hey, I'm serious about you. I'm not looking away till you look away.
Yeah, I feel like if she gives you the second look, there's the accidental eye contact, and then if she gives you the second look, that can be your green light to try.
Mm-hmm.
That's my theory.
Now, this is a girl on TikTok. It has millions of views on this whole thing. She has a whole bunch of life hacks, but this one, she says it'll work out for you in the bar most of the time, she says. So you know what? If you're at the bar, you're single, it's something you can try out. But yeah, sticky eyes there. So even if you're alone here, go to the bar, look at some girl in the eye. If you're part of the eye contact game there, do
try
just
it at the gym. See how fast you get kicked out.
Oh, does it work at the gym?
No, I'm saying you could probably get kicked out. They could complain about you. You'd be caught in a video. I don't look at anybody in the gym. There's always if there's a camera, if some girl has a camera set up in the gym, I'm leaving.
There's a lot of tripods out there.
You are not getting me caught. You're not getting me caught looking.
What percentage of people are filming themselves?
You'd be stunned. You'd be stunned. Fortunately, the time I go, it's all older people, so like not many. But every time there's like a college age girl there or whatever, or a college age guy, they have a tripod out
because it's all about form. They're trying to check or whatever.
They're trying to post on.
They're trying to post their ass.
Yeah,
show off their rear end.
Jeez. All right.
Tolo Caesar, I got to unfollow him because it's just thirst trapping everywhere with all his clients every day. I'm like, are you working at a gym or are you a baby dolls? Like, what's going on over here?
All right. It is Thursday. It is the payload. Our next topic, Nathaniel Lowe. Former Ranger. He's in D.C. now. Good luck out there, Nate Lowe.
Peyton's been waiting for something like this.
Nathaniel Lowe, he's about to have a billboard in Dallas, just like the Fire Nico ones, for what he tried to pull the other day. Now, sure, it is an overreaction, maybe, but, you be the judge here on the audio clip. It's a very sensitive subject here. Nathaniel Lowe was on the Chris Rose podcast, and he was showing off his World Series ring. And he took some unnecessary shots at Luka, and you be the judge here.
Let me go out of frame for like 10 seconds. Because I'm sure your guests come back with surprises because Luka is not sporting one of those. Luka's not sporting one of those. No knock. He had a fabulous Dallas sports career, but yeah.
Just a little. It's too soon, Nate. Too soon.
Now, I don't know what the setup before that was, but they had to be talking about Luka, but he went and then he showed off the ring. It was freaking sick. I forgot all the features that this thing had. You can flip like the little circle.
It's a blue to a white one.
Blue to a white. It's got part of a World Series baseball inside of it. It's got all the road stats when you take off one of the screws. It just reminded me how amazing the ring was. But yeah, why did he bring up Luka Doncic?
Yeah, that was a low blow, man. He didn't need to do that. I like Nate Lowe. I usually support Nate Lowe, but this is
Nate Lowe blow.
Yeah, thanks for your what was your contribution? That wonderful 657 OPS along the World Series run. You black hole. Shut the hell up about Luka Doncic.
He was not a black hole. He had big hits. He had big hits during the year.
But you don't remember he was absolutely considered a black hole during that run because he got the one home run. Remember, he like pumps his fist like, yes, I made contact with the baseball.
Yep. I think Joy Washington. You can make your jokes about, well, not Kyle Kuzma now. Didn't Kuzma get dealt?
Yeah.
Kristaps, no, not Porzingis.
Not Porzingis.
Who's on the Wizards? Give me someone. Can anyone name a Washington Wizard?
Yeah, it's Sarr. Alex Sarr.
Okay.
Juwan Howard. That's it.
Man, have we talked about any of these top draft picks this year? One time.
I don't think
Give me the top. Give me two of the top three picks.
Ricochet was number one.
And who's he played for?
I have no idea.
The Raptors. I don't know.
I don't think it's the Raptors.
No.
And then
I think it's
Sarr.
the Hawks.
Yeah, I think it's Atlanta. And then Sarr was number two.
So Nathaniel Lowe, he's the guy.
I couldn't tell you who number three was.
Nate Lowe's the guy in the group project that doesn't do anything but still gets an A on the assignment and then's like, I did it, guys, I did it. Here he is on, a podcast showing off his World Series ring.
Dillingham was third, I think.
Sure.
It was either Dillingham or the other guy from Kentucky.
And at first with this Nate Lowe stuff, I didn't take a whole lot from it, but like a lot of Mavs fans in the comment section were going after him. Screw you, guy. You were nothing a part of this World Series team. You were carried by your teammates. So enjoy last place in Washington, D.C. Nate. All right, guys, it's Thursday, the payload. Let's talk a little Gen Z. Now, RJ, I know this is your favorite generation here, but I actually kind of agree with what they're going with here. It's called a mini retirement. If you want to have a little mini retirement, because all of us, we want to retire early. It's all, what's the age? Is 65, 70? Is that usually right around there? So, it's like, hey, if you can retire at 60 or a little earlier, like I'm all for it. You start looking at the 401k and all that stuff earlier in life. Mm-hmm. But Gen Z might be onto something with this. We've heard about their quiet quitting. They try to change the work week, make 9 to 5s a little shorter. But now they're quietly going into retirement a little early. They call it mini retirement. This is where you work for a few years and then take a year or so off to just relax. So it's like, let's say you graduate college, you're 22, 23, you work for 3 or 4 years, and you're like, you know what? I've worked enough. Let me take a year off. I've saved up some money and just relax. And it's like you can get to, it's a little easier, I guess, to get to retirement if you're taking a year off. It makes it, I guess, a little less stressful. Because if you look at the big picture.
Yeah, you get to retirement with a year off, but there's no income being generated. Are we assuming you're staying employed at this place and they're just letting you take a year off?
No.
That's a big question.
Yeah, you work for 3 or 4 years. You're living at home with your parents, where you're saving up some cash, and then you quit.
Okay.
All right, and then you take 6 months, a year. You have that nest egg that you're able to spend, and then you find another job, and then you work for the other 3 or 4 years, and then you do the same thing. You quit, and you just retire for however long you want. It doesn't have to be a year. It could be till the money runs out, then you get another job.
The links that generation goes to just not do the standard amount of work that everyone else has done throughout the entirety of history blows me away every time.
They probably will have less stress-related heart attacks.
But it's stressful to not have a job, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We've all thought many times about leaving and going somewhere else possibly, but that's terrifying. Like when you're in that moment and it's time to maybe pull the trigger, are you actually going to do it? That's the stressful part for me.
Yeah,
is thinking about not having the next move. Now, when I was 17, 18, 19, I didn't care. 2021, I'm like, yeah, I'll go to Rockford, Illinois. I'll go to, Baltimore. I'll go here. I'll go there. I was willing to move anywhere, but like having the job is kind of the important piece.
It's an important piece, especially when you have kids. The funny thing that on the fan text are saying, Gen Z, this is another thing that they think they invented. This is also called a sabbatical.
Oh.
Yeah,
Right.
college kids invented this. I need a Euro trip, mommy. I need to travel.
Well, I should have done that. I should have done the gap year.
How many people have done that? And what are you going to do when your kids say, I need a backpack? I need a backpack through Europe.
Like I feel like this was considered 20 years ago. If you would have said this would have been considered you're spoiled. Like that's what people even around the same age would have said. Like, oh, spoiled. Like you just gonna go spend a year off. Now they treat it like people from that generation go like, good for you. Like just really prioritizing how you.
It's
feel.
the mental health thing. Like I went to Cabo with a couple teachers, and they're like, yeah, we're sick. And I was like, well, what happens if you get caught? Like you're posting pictures and everything. And they're like, you know what? If it comes down to it and they grill us, I'll say, I needed to work on my mental health. And I'm like, it's the same thing as like, I need a break. I'm stressed. I need a getaway. I need a little relaxation. We just renamed a lot of that. Now there are serious mental health issues, but as usual, people abuse it and go overboard and over the line. They're like, no, I need a mental health break. It's like, I need to chill for a second. It's just the way you rename it seriously.
You're just renaming it. That's all you're doing. You're renaming things, which, I mean, look, I'm sure we renamed things that...
DEI was EEO.
Yeah.
Period. It was equal opportunity employer.
Yeah.
When someone leaves here, we have to post it, equal opportunity employment, then DEI, and the world explodes. And planes.
Planes. There you go. That's key.
But yeah, look, there's a lot of pros and cons of this, but this one, it's like I'm kind of behind because whenever I first graduated college, I'm like, all right, I'm 22. I'm going to be doing this work stuff for 43, 44 years, and I'm already behind apparently on my 401k. I was looking up something the other day. It's like, it gives you the age range and what your 401k should be like. It's like, I'm like $70,000 short on my 401k apparently. You're supposed to have almost $100,000 at 28, 29.
Ooh.
No way.
I mean,
very few at 28, 29 have that.
It makes sense what they want to do because like I know some companies, won't name them. Every 5 years that you work there, they make you take a month off. They force you to take a 30-day sabbatical. They're like financial institutions, like super like you're intense. Every 5 years, you got to take a month off.
Well, CC Gavin spit on that one then.
All right, there you go. I don't think it's an Odyssey plan.
Oh, it's not.
Or it's like us when you're studying for the SAT and you're like, I need a little break. And the parents would always be like, hey, you're being lazy. No, you don't need a break. You keep studying, and then you say that today that there's no burnout factor, and oh my gosh, that would cause unemployment rates to skyrocket. You need to factor in my burnout for the breaks and the timeouts, which people do need some breaks or mental health relaxation. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Nice job, Peyton Russell, with the payload on DFW Sports Station. No matter whether you like or love the sport, tonight we're all watching hockey. Has the NHL even figured it out over the NBA? The mega event that everyone's going to be talking about tonight and tomorrow after this. And this is Frankel and Frankel.
Uber Eats has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studio, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Happy 40th birthday to my brother listening on the Odyssey app in Maryland. It's the Thursday edition of Sean and RJ, along with our Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Belt on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. We got Peyton running the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube, and we have Luka and the Lakers losing again. They start off beating the Utah Jazz, then they lose to sorry Utah before the All-Star break, and then last night losing at home against LaMelo Ball and the Charlotte Hornets. Luka with an awful start. He had 5 turnovers in the first 6 minutes of the game, only turned it over once after that, but the shooting is off, just like the start of his Mavericks season, basically. 5 of 18 from the field, and he scored 5 points in the fourth quarter while LeBron was hot. LeBron gets the 2 threes to try to draw them closer. Lakers lose.
Does he look rusty to you, or does he just look distracted, or does he look like he's having trouble fitting in? To me, like when I'm watching
all of them.
it looks like it's some level of all. But while it feels like a lot of people are pointing to, well, he's coming off an injury or whatever, I think the biggest thing I'm seeing so far is just like, I don't know if he's comfortable fitting in there yet.
I think that's it. I mean, he doesn't look like he knows his role.
I'm happy here.
Well, you're going from an offense and a team in which it's here, the highest usage rate in the NBA. Here, do everything.
Do everything to do nothing.
Or
do everything to do everything to watch LeBron have the ball half the time, and then you have the other half.
When was the last time Luka Doncic on a last-second shot was just standing underneath the rim waiting for an offensive rebound? That's all. That's what he was just standing in the paint. That was his assignment on that play, and it's got to be.
But this has been a criticism, by the way, of the TNT guys. They always talk about Luka playing off the ball. You're gonna have to learn to play off the ball. You know, like if you just say to someone, if you say it out loud, all right, what we need to do with this guy is have the ball in his hands every single second, every minute of every possession. Yes, more times than not, that's going to be good. But what are you going to do when the ball's in somebody else's hands? And we know that has been an Achilles heel or weakness of Luka.
So I've always felt like that would have felt like a more legitimate criticism to me in the NBA 20 years ago. Like, to me, the way that the NBA is now, and it's so many like get up your threes and get, perimeter shots up and different things like that. I think the way that Luka just handling the ball and collapsing the defense and kicking out and distributing the ball, that's an effect. You can operate that way. It's not a ding to me to say, well, you can't operate an offense with Luka not knowing how to play off the ball. It's just a problem when the other guy you're paired with now is also very ball dominant. That's where, okay, well, somebody's got to figure out a way to adjust and play it a little differently. That's where Kyrie got a ton of good marks when he came here. He was playing off the ball better and had to embrace more of that and was doing really well with it.
I'd have to go back and look at some of those games when Kyrie first got here, because he was,
Look at that stat.
Oh my gosh.
Sorry, Choppy. Read that before it goes off.
LeBron since joining the Lakers, 1 for 29 in game time or go-ahead field goal attempts in the final 5 seconds of the fourth quarter or overtime.
What?
That better be Luka's shot.
1 of 29 for LeBron since joining the Lakers?
Man.
That was a stop down.
Because I remember there was a stat that, like, it was Dirk versus Kobe in the final 5 seconds of a tie game where Dirk, like, blew him away. And, Kobe was just, and obviously, look, Kobe had, it was more towards the end of his career anyway. But, Dirk was so efficient at the end of games. He's such a great shooter. And when Jason Kidd especially was able to get him the ball in a good spot.
I got to look and see now what Luka's numbers are in the last 5 seconds. I'm going to look this up.
Well,
now.
I know one that he hit.
Go to ESPN Live for a sec, Windhorse.
Much of a decision for J.J. Redick. Luka Doncic just doesn't have his legs under him right now. He was 1 of 9 shooting threes in this game. He's 5 of 24 on 3 since he came to the Lakers. LeBron, as we just saw, had hit a couple of threes down the stretch. It generated a very good open look. In fact, Charlotte defense on the play was terrible. They haven't even been in this situation that many times this year. I don't even know. They probably should have fouled, but I understand why the question is there. The bigger thing is how Luka is going to get better integrated. His conditioning is still an issue. He was in foul trouble. They were targeting him defensively down the stretch to the point where J.J. Redick actually had to take Luka off the court defensively in some possessions down at the end of the game. That's the bigger challenge. The overall about this game was that the Lakers only scored 97 points. Yeah. Their offense is really not functioning. They're playing my turn, you turn with LeBron and Austin Reeves and Luka, which is not a surprise, but a very bad loss, arguably the worst loss of the season for the Lakers. Yeah. Forgetting about who took the last shot.
Lakers just
wow.
Won.
So targeting, LaMelo going right at him, and Nico Harrison sipping his tea this morning.
Well, his defense is, part of the reason, basketball about this, why they tried to trade Connect. You can't have them both on the floor at the same time.
Yeah.
I mean, you have 2 massive holes on the wing for perimeter defense.
And then LeBron at 40.
Right. You want to limit his minutes where he has to guard
and no big
dog.
Last night was supposed to be the Mark Williams revenge game as he was active for the Hornets after the failed physical.
For his career, Luka Doncic, final 5 seconds of fourth quarter overtime shot to tie or take the lead. He is 8 for 28. 2 for 3 on twos, but otherwise it's been 3-pointers. He's 6 for 25.
I'm surprised the field goal attempts are that low.
I am too.
And LeBron in LA already has 29 attempts.
I guess if you just look at it as...
Although, how many years has LeBron been in LA now?
It
only feels like it's been like 4 to me.
It's I think it's 2020, right? That was his first year there.
Was COVID the first year there? Was it the year before that? I mean, either way, he's been there for 5-6 years now. But I mean, that, because when you think about that, 29 shots to tie or take the lead in the final 5 seconds of a game does seem like that's a ton over the course of 5 years.
2018-19, he started. Okay, tonight, big time news. 105.3 The Fan is going to be airing the game that everyone is talking about and probably going to be watching. John Isner, amazing in studio, tennis player at the Dallas Open. I saw him traveling to Boston with his kid for the hockey game tonight.
12 hours from now. Got puck dropped 12 hours from now. Going to be Liddy. USA versus the 51st state. That's what's going to wind up being. And we are going to see an intensity level. And Gary Bettman talked about this. He did some press stuff yesterday saying that what their plan is in, like, they're going to do it kind of like they do the Euro and the Copa and stuff during off years of the World Cup. So, like, say 2025 is or 2024. Let's say 2024 is the 4 nations. 2026 is the Olympics. They're going to do every other year with an all-star game or something in the middle. So they're just going to have to plan this out moving forward, because next year is the Olympics. Then 2 years from then it'll be the 4 nations. But this is going to be super exciting hockey tonight.
So how have they gotten this so right? Yesterday in our meeting, I compared it to the WBC, and then you have the sorry NBA festivities, right? They're only playing for pride tonight. Now, it's playing for your country. They're not doing that with the NBA All-Star game, but it's an exhibition. It's an exhibition, and look at the popularity and look at the craze over this. Was it the 3 fights in 5 seconds?
That helped.
That really would set it off.
That helped. I mean, look, you throw Team USA on anything, and it will draw eyeballs. If this was, I mean, this could be Pop-A-Shot, and you put Team USA on it, people will tune in.
Kevin
just for USA.
Kevin Durant was responding to someone criticizing the NBA, and KD said, for the betterment of your mental health and just overall well-being, don't watch the NBA. Hockey is right there, and they play with that aggression that you may like. They also rarely get traded or go to new teams in free agency, so the loyalty aspect is there. Hope that helps. So that's KD with his NHL versus NBA comparison.
In terms of the intensity of this, like, is it just that the NHL is, and I don't know if this is an accurate description, but it feels like this way to me anyway. Is it that it's more regionalized in terms of like that there's more pride tied to being a Canadian hockey player and like we're the best here in Canada, and then the United States feeling like a little like chippy, like disrespect. I think that's got to be the only thing.
And it's growing in the NBA. Like if they were to do a U.S. versus world, not even world. You would have to break it down into individual countries, but like there's a chippiness of NBA players, American-born NBA players, to European-born. There's just a chippiness that some of the guys have.
I started watching the 2024 Olympic Netflix yesterday.
Well,
and you can feel the tension between us, Canada, and France, with SGA and them being like, yeah, I know we're supposed to be little friendly South Park characters, but no. We have that venom, and then Boris Diaw and Wemby and all of them, and KD. You could feel. I wonder if we just broke it down into countries.
Yeah.
Well, although you'd have to, have 4, which would probably limit them. But bottom line is, this has been an absolute hit, ratings wise.
Yeah, I mean, they had 5 million watch on Saturday night, which is and I think the NBA All-Star game had like 4.5 the other night.
We read that story the other day about the NHL ratings for a primetime game. Those numbers right there, that's 50 times the audience that they were getting for that primetime game on whatever channel that was last week.
So 4.72 million viewers for the All-Star game this Sunday for the NBA, down 13%. And that hockey game got, about 5 million. I like MLB All-Star game last year got 7 million and change. So the NBA All-Star game is clearly like falling behind. Again, this is not an All-Star game that the NHL is playing. You're putting countries on it. That's a cheat code.
And Bobby, from a perception standpoint, you took the words out of my mouth yesterday because I was talking to Spittle and I said, because we're the underdog, right? No. Even though the United States is not the underdog, that was in my mind because Canada bleeds hockey.
Yeah.
So it's like we're kind of facing the Soviets from when I was growing up. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like other teams facing us in basketball.
Yeah.
And then you could not have probably a better environment than Boston for this to take
Great.
place.
It's been in Boston and
They're
Montreal.
They're going to be throwing tea on the ice.
Yeah, it's been this whole thing has been in either Boston or Montreal, and it's been fantastic. The crowds have been into it. The booing for the anthems that's gone back and forth. That's been tremendous. The U.S. is really, really good, and they got the best goalie in the world, and that's maybe the difference in this game. Like Canada, PK was talking about this, about how like they're trying to mix and match their lineups, and whether or not Cale Makar was really sick when they didn't play him on Saturday night or not. Maybe he was kind of intimated that it was just not a great fit because they wanted physical. I don't know. But it's I can't wait for tonight.
According to Game Time, the leading app and site for last-minute tickets, the ticket prices are soaring. The lowest cost get-in prices for tonight's game, airing on the Fan, 7 p.m., available for $1,000 per ticket, including the taxes and the fees. The top seats are selling for $69.43 a ticket. Four Nations final tonight, 7 o'clock. I'm really looking forward to it.
Those are like NHL Stanley Cup final prices.
Yeah.
That's NBA final prices, World Series prices right there. Those are insane numbers.
I mean, with this being the success, you mentioned like the comparison with World Baseball Classic. That was such a big success. It took a little bit, but it was a big success the last time they did it. I got to imagine that other leagues are just going to try to figure out, like, how do we tap into something more regional like this and get people intense like this?
Now, will Puck-O-Meter be measuring this evening?
Let's see if Money Puck has measured these. Yeah, they have. They will be measuring it. They're saying USA Hockey has a 53%.
Exactly. Well done, Pepe. Well done, my boy.
Yeah, it was.
877-881-1053. Let us know if you're going to be watching the Four Nations final or listening 7 o'clock on DFW Sports Station. The Cowboys' new defensive coordinator knows the problem. Hear it for yourself during the commercial-free expressway on the home of the boys after this.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Is it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
What's it, Sapphire Squad?
Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
And that means we go commercial free. Oh, the Dallas Mavericks, they did it again. Oh, God. Who's making some of the calls over there? And did they just roll out the blue carpet for Kyrie to walk right out the door? That's coming up at 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock hour, we'll have a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway. Hopefully, you just keep the station right there. That is what Turn It On, Leave It On stands for, with Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. What's wrong?
Oh, my son's an idiot.
Which one?
Luca.
Why?
What's the weather like outside?
It's cold.
It's cold.
Judging by Bobby's ashy legs, it's warm with his shorts on.
That's what he's going to
I'm
school
wearing
in.
jeans, thank you.
He's got really high shorts showing off some really white legs.
He's got shorts on and Birkenstocks. It's 12 degrees outside.
He in the passenger seat? Isn't he driving?
No, Janice is probably bringing him to school. So he doesn't. I don't think he doesn't drive her car much, especially during rush hour.
So is that an attention thing? Like, look at me, I'm walking around school in shorts.
No, he wore a T-shirt yesterday with sweatpants, no hoodie.
Same premise.
I don't think it's. Oh, I don't think so. No, I think he goes. Well, I'm inside. It's warm inside.
It's my thought, but I am wearing jeans today because it is very, very cold. So I did change it up.
Did you go home and ask Kristen to go sweatpants shopping?
Yeah, I did. I did bring it up to her, and she was saying she thinks that the whole little like clasping on your ankle thing. She's like, the stuff that doesn't clasp on your ankle though, those aren't like traditional sweats. She's like, those are like joggers or whatever else. So when I was claiming I want sweats that don't clasp on there, she's like, those don't exist. You will either get joggers or sweats.
There are. Oh my God.
There's in the
you know
middle.
what? I'm gonna have my wife get you sweatpants right now. There are sweatpants that exist that don't zip tie to your ankles. There just has to be. There has to be.
Well, somebody gave the hack on your Facebook page yesterday. They said buy the ones at Walmart, and they said you just cut the little elastic out of them.
There you go.
And they said that's what they do with them.
You can absolutely do that.
Because it's a sensory thing. I don't like the feeling. I don't like it.
It doesn't attach. Like, these are not attaching to my leg. Mine don't attach. Like, they don't like.
I don't know. I need to look for myself. I guess I got to do everything.
Does your boy not like sweatpants?
No, he loves them. He just he wears. He probably has.
Tell him not to be walking around school with them legs that white. Casper.
Yeah, I used to wear shorts all the time, but I always tell my mom. She goes, "It's 49 degrees out." I'm like, "Yeah, but it's a high 49." So he probably said, "Oh, it's a warm 12."
It's like how we say how Oxnard is like a really hot 75.
Yeah.
All right, Matt Eberflus. We got a chance to talk to the Cowboys assistant coaches. There was so much that was said from different assistant coaches out there. This is, a bunch of audio that we didn't get a chance to go all the way through yesterday. We didn't even get to any of the Matt Eberflus stuff.
Do they listen to us in the car right now, by the way, your ex-wife?
No, I would think not.
Okay.
I think my wife's listening because my phone just lit up. Okay. Yep, it did. We'll have to look at that later. All right. Gonna lead off here. Matt Eberflus obviously coming off of the Chicago job as a head coach, ended fairly poorly. But being brought in here now as the defensive coordinator and potentially assisting Brian Schottenheimer as he goes through this transition to his first head coaching job, Eberflus was asked how he's able to help Schotty with that experience.
First couple meetings I had with him, I said, I'm here for you. I want to really just do a good job of bouncing ideas off of me, experiences that I had, and just working together, to be able to utilize me because I do have the experience of being a head coach for him and to make his job easier.
You don't like that?
Just, don't go to him for game management issues.
Right. That's right.
Or game-saving Hail Mary situations. No, but in all seriousness, organization and setting things up and advice here and there, yes, as you've been saying, necessary. You would think.
I'm sure it's happened where you've had a rookie head coach on a staff that has never had a head coach on the staff at any level. I'm sure it's happened. I'm also sure that it's probably better that you do have one of those people on your staff.
Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think, it's 5 straight defensive coordinators the Cowboys have hired that were former NFL head coaches. Like
Good.
Their structure has generally been, because they've had offensive head coaches that whole time. Their structure's generally been head coach is an offensive guy, and then the guy running the defense also needs to be a sort of head coach. And so Eberflus coming in here, a guy who, a lot of guys on this staff right now, Ken Dorsey, Eberflus, like we just mentioned, some of the assistants he had, they had the shine come off of them a little bit. They were kind of ascending coaches at one point, have had them come off because of the way jobs have failed or experiences have gone. Eberflus was asked about this, how he's grown from last year's failures in Chicago.
You always do that. I do that every single year, reflecting of what you could do better on everything, and it's important that you do that. You look at what we did well and what you could improve, and not only from last year, but even from the beginning. How you hired your initial staff, from A to Z, really from that. So it's always growing and improving every single year.
What do you think you learned in that couple months between jobs?
I just really relish the opportunity, that we had, and also what's in the future. Looking at what really can happen in the future, and what this team can be now that I'm with the Dallas Cowboys, and the vision we have for them, and really what they can be, and that's what excites me the most.
How do you compare Eberflus's attitude to last year's Zimmer? Who's more gruff?
So probably that's a good question. Back in the day, definitely would have been Zimmer. But with the adjustment last year and just kind of how he was getting near the end and a little bit fatigued, it sounded like Eberflus might be a little more gruff. I do think it's fascinating that in that clip, he's talking about how some of the stuff he learns from is like how you built your initial staff. And it's like, but you brought like 3 or 4 guys with you to this staff from that one. So did you just learn I was right? I was right to hire the staff that I did, because there weren't really changes from that. I think this is going to be a good hire, because I think we consistently see, as we've talked about over the last couple weeks, when you have a guy who is ascending and gets to a certain peak, and then it's like you failed here, and then they got to drop back down. I think there's usually humility that comes with that, and a chance to kind of go back to their roots. And a lot of times the coaching rehab angle for a guy who was once an ascending star, it's a really good reset for them, and it has a lot of success.
It is, and I hate what happens with all these. It happens to all of them. Like we just take their peak, and if they're not great at the peak, the number one job, they're just trash. Like Wade Phillips is an elite defensive coach, elite, one of the best ever, maybe the best, whatever. Just because he wasn't a great head coach has nothing to do with his ability to run a defense. Yeah. And all these coaches that the Peter principle, that they get to a point where they're not good for that job. It doesn't mean they're not valuable.
Yeah. And I think that's what the Cowboys have tried to tap into. That's something Washington reaped the benefits from last year with Kingsbury, where it was like Kingsbury lost that job and everybody's just kind of standing away from him. Well, then it's like, all right, throw him here in the rehab program. Let him, do his thing here. They did that with their quarterbacks coach, Brian Johnson, who had failed to a great extent as the offensive coordinator in Philadelphia, got let go. All right, let's bump him back down to quarterbacks coach, where he was once one of the top guys and considered a rising star, and then had a lot of success working with Jaden Daniels. So I always think it's a good idea to bring these type of guys in there. And so Eberflus, I think, is going to be more in his comfort zone here. This is probably the most interesting quote we got from him in terms of philosophy or scheme. This is cut 17, Peyton. Matt Eberflus, how would you summarize your philosophy?
Yeah, pretty simple. We take the ball away. That's what we do. We stop the run, and we want to make exciting plays for our football team, and that's really what we do.
You brought up stopping the run. It's been a bugaboo around here for a long time. How do you
definition of bugaboo?
It's been a problem. How do you get this team to finally stop the run?
Yeah, it's really about fundamentals. It's about fundamentals, playing your technique, and obviously the better players you have, the better they are. So it's important to have that too. But it's about guys being in the right spot and being where they're supposed to be, with the demeanor, that they need to have. So, we've had some good run defenses in the past here. When I was back with Marinelli, I know we had a few years where we were really good. So we're excited about getting that back.
Here's a stat. Last year, they were the 5th worst run-stop win rate in the league, 28%. And then they allowed the 3rd most yards per carry at 4.8. Now, they were overall really, really low in terms of rush yards allowed. That's because they were losing a lot of games.
Yeah, they were getting gashed early, and I feel like that got better the second half of the season, but they were definitely getting gashed early in the year.
What was the follow-up in there to Bugaboo?
He was Clarence Hill asked him, said, the run defense here has been a bugaboo, and Matt Eberflus cuts him off before he can even finish it. He said, definition of bugaboo. And
okay, so he wasn't asking Clarence, what's your definition?
No.
He goes, no, it's the definition of bugaboo.
Yeah, he's saying that is exactly what that run defense has been.
I love that.
Which is
Love that.
Because he contrasts it again a little bit later into the quote where he says, I know when I was here with Marinelli, we had some good run defenses. So he's like literally comparing it to what have you done since I've been gone? It's been a definition of bugaboo, which is it's a little interesting to see him. That can be considered a shot. Generally, coaches, even when somebody else got you, it's a bad look when Sean Payton talks trash about Nathaniel Hackett. And that was not this. I don't want to mix that up at all. But generally, coaches avoid those kind of comparisons when they come in and take a new job. So I thought that was kind of interesting that as a guy who's very intense and very big on the fundamentals, coached Sean Lee, who was very big and intense on the fundamentals and just having that right and making sure the run game was right through that. That's clearly something that's going to stick with him and something that's going to be an issue for him. Cut 19 here. Actually, let's go to cut 18. Because of we talk about coaches who grow and change and do different things. Since he left Dallas over the course of the last several years, what is his biggest philosophical change?
Just really changing, molding the scheme based on the players' skill sets, based on what you have. I really believe we have two really good corners here. I'm excited about working with those guys. Our safeties are really good players. So we have some cool pieces in the back end. So I'm excited to work with those guys.
That is not a nothing quote from Matt Eberflus. It sounds like it, I think, a lot of times if you were to hear a coach say, I've learned really mold the scheme around the players. But you got to remember, Matt Eberflus was here during the era where they go, we're not signing Honey Badger because he doesn't fit our scheme. We're not doing this and that. So that was a rigid standard for him for a long time, to where now it seems like in his time away from Dallas, he at least feels like now since his time in Dallas ended over the course of the last 7-8 years, he looks at it as I've got to be more flexible to the guys that I have. Next one here, big question. Mazi Smith. How productive he can be, how much salvaging has already been done, how much can still be done. Matt Eberflus's thoughts on building a deep defensive line and the potential of Mazi Smith.
Yeah, to have pieces along the line, I think is very important. And the more you have, the better. And you can see that with a couple people in our division. It's important that you have that. The more dominant players, you can't just look and see, and pick on a certain guy in terms of in the run or the pass protection. So it's good to have at least two guys, maybe three guys opposite each other.
Stephen Jones last month said Mazi Smith was someone that came up in your assessment of the defense. What are your plans for him to unlock his full potential?
Yeah, I'm excited about Mazi. I liked him coming out. Real explosive athlete, big body type that can move really well. So we're excited about bringing his games to the next level, and he can certainly do that.
So there are little clues here and there of Eberflus's philosophy that you can hear coming through. It's not a lot of super in-depth. You mentioned yesterday you really liked Clayton Adams because he went in those cuts. He went kind of specific into some of the things that he thinks about. Oh, well, when you have a mobile quarterback, it really helps in these scenarios and do that. Eberflus isn't giving you that, but when you listen to things he's saying, you hear little nuance that goes, okay, there's a clue there. So you remember when Rod Marinelli was here? Heavy defensive line rotation. Nobody ever played more than 60% of the snaps. It was 9-guy rotation. Eberflus is going to, for as much as he's potentially had some philosophical growth, it sounds like, nope, we're still going to be rotating guys heavy there. I need a bunch of bodies. And you could make an argument last year. That was one of the thinner positions they had. They did not have a lot of depth on the defensive line. When they're talking about defensive tackles that get upfield, I think when you start looking at the draft and you start looking at free agency, where they're going to look for their bargain bins and where they very well may take their first pick is Matt Eberflus may get a defensive lineman for himself here. I think right now, I would probably say I think a defensive lineman is going to be their first pick. Just because that is so critical to what Eberflus wants to do.
Pierce, baby.
And how he wants to execute
Who's
it.
that, G-Bag? Explain it.
It's the Tennessee edge.
Yeah, come on. You knew if he was calling out a play, that was a tennis. That was Rocky Top. James Pierce, who is a very good player. I think it's more like a guy like Walter Nolan, who was the defensive tackle at Ole Miss and is a super athletic, freakish defensive tackle who There's some questions about how refined is he. Wolchuk, Broadus, they've all been arguing about does he have enough of a motor? Like is he taking plays off from time to time? So that'll be part of the investigation you do. You're going to get a flawed player around 12 naturally, but I think Eberflus is a big focus here, and we'll find out more. We'll find out more about this, I'm sure, when we're in Indianapolis. I think a big focus for them this offseason is going to be getting Eberflus those pieces and making sure that they're prepared to go to war with the standards that he has.
One of the losses, it feels like, with Zimmer leaving was a little Mozzie uprising, and I'm like playing out the odds in my mind. Like, what are the odds of another new coach getting the same or more out of Mozzie? And I'm a little bit pessimistic on that.
Yeah. So, and Zimmer was part of that. When you talk to people, a lot of people who give credit for Mozzie's growth was Jeff Skinnia, who's also gone though. Jeff Skinnia was the defensive line coach who he was the one when we were out at training camp was always barking at him and just like in his ear and like, dude, come on, get this. He got a lot of credit for when Mozzie started hanging his head and getting down on things. It's a dangerous place for NFL teams. They're like, when you start hanging your head, it's hard to pick it back up. And Jeff Skinnia was given a lot of credit for helping him build back his confidence and have him pick himself back up and really be able to focus on just doing the things that he needed to do instead of wallowing in potential self-pity. So I think you're right, though. That's a concern now because this is 3 defensive line coaches that he's had in 3 years. And what are they asking him to do? And how different is it? There will be technique changes. It's not going to be the same thing you ran last year. So you're asking him to do different things, and it may cause an issue for him in terms of regression potentially. Or he could explode with growth, as a lot of defensive tackles have in the Eberflus system.
Well done. Bobby Belt, Cowboys insider, the only full-time sports talk show host in the city, doing 4 hours, and then heading on over to the Ford Center at the Star in Frisco to talk with all the Cowboys coaches. And next week, at this time, we'll have day 1 in Indianapolis at the NFL Combine.
Yeah, look at that.
And
7 o'clock start time.
And that morning will also be right after Luka versus the Mavs. That is a day.
It's setting up nice, too, because I think we're getting to get Schottenheimer talking on Thursday. So if he was going to talk on Wednesday, then we might have had to weigh some things a little bit. But it'll set up nice. We'll get everything just flowing naturally with the news cycle.
What's going on with former Cowboy coaches with Nussmeier and Tolzien? Following Kellen?
So, yeah, Kellen Moore has put the finishing touches on his staff. He may have a hire or 2 left, but Doug Nussmeier is going to be the offensive coordinator with the New Orleans Saints, not calling plays. It'll be Kellen calling plays, similar setup to what you have here. Yeah, Ellen Moore there. That's who it is. And then Scott Tolzien, which is fascinating to me that Scott Tolzien is going to be the quarterback's coach for the Saints, because Scott Tolzien was 100% a Mike McCarthy guy. And there was McCarthy and Kellen Moore tension that existed. Obviously, you don't have to just say, well, if I'm, friends with this guy or that's a guy that I like, I can't like the guy that they have issues with. They're their own individual relationships and things like that. But it's unusual, I think, a lot of times when that is your mentor who brought you into the league to then just be like, all right, well, I'm going to go be the quarterback coach for the guy that you guys had so much friction you had to split. But guys also need jobs. And I know Kellen and others thought really highly of Tolzien while he was here. But it's going to create an exact juxtaposition of if you would have hired Kellen Moore, that's likely your group next year for the Cowboys. Would have been Kellen Moore as the head coach, Nussmeier's the offensive coordinator, Tolzien is the quarterback's coach. And I think Dak had influence that said, let's go with Shoddy. And I don't think it was any sort of slight to Kellen. I think it was just, I like both of them, but culture needs, we need culture repair more, and I think Shoddy can do that. And so you are going to get an opportunity to see, all right, the exact same staff is put together now in New Orleans. We'll have a direct comparison of how did things succeed over there versus how did things go over here. And Dak may be potentially judged based off of that, I think. Just the idea of, did your recommendation click the way it needed to?
There it is, inside the Star, in the home of the Cowboys and around the rest of the NFL on 105.3 The Fan. Let's get local.
We need to take people out of their bubbles and their safe place and make them think about the world we live in.
You are fake news.
So what do you guys hear? What's the scuttlebutt?
Oh, man, the airline industry is crashing and burning, both literally and figuratively. Once the gold standard for financial stability in the airline industry, DFW-based Southwest Airlines is taking a hatchet to their workforce. So that means a lot of jobs directly related to people who live here in DFW. In fact, Southwest Airlines at one point, they've been in existence now for 53 years. This is the first round of major layoffs in the history of the company. They had actually had every year had been profitable for them through their first 49 years of existence, or 48.
Yeah, so 1974 through 2019, they turned a profit every year.
And
no airline came close to that.
No. And I mean, there were so many others throughout that time that were having massive financial problems. I remember I was on an American flight one time. It landed. And when it landed, or when we were getting close to landing, the captain came on and was like, well, we landed soon, blah, blah, blah. He said, we know you have your choice of bankrupt airlines. We appreciate you for picking ours.
Wow, well done.
And so it was funny. But Southwest had always been, that's the standard. They run really efficiently. Sure, there was the Johnson Amendment where you had to have the connecting flights and different things that the Wright Amendment. Johnson Amendment, something completely different. The Wright Amendment where you had all those different things where you had to land here and then change planes and have the layover. Free. And that used to drive people nuts. But they were always really efficient. And they were something where that company had been overall considered one of the better ones to work for. And now they are cutting over 1,700 jobs. It's 15% of its corporate workforce, which I feel like that's, maybe I don't know the ins and outs of most big layoffs that happen at companies. I feel like laying off 15% of your corporate workforce is a massive number.
Seems high. It seems high. They've really struggled. Boy, I could go into a deep dive on this. They have really struggled. Boeing has
13 minutes.
Boeing has destroyed them with their slow rollout of the MAX 7 and the delays because they're forced to fly like 20-year-old, 30-year-old planes in the 700, and they're flying like an insane amount of. So we're flying. I think we have a MAX going to Indy. They have an insane amount of empty seats on their planes because they're flying too big of planes to these smaller routes because they don't have, because they're only flying the 737. They don't have any kind of diversification with their fleet. They don't have smaller planes. Like American has those regional jets, the smaller ones that have
those American Eagle, those Embraers.
Yeah. So they've got those. Southwest doesn't have those, so they have to fly these bigger jets, and they're giving up money. They allow you to fly without bag fees. America makes over $1 billion a year in bag fees.
Billion?
$1 billion. All the carriers, United, Delta, American, all make each about $1 billion in bag fees. That's just free money. Southwest doesn't do that. Premium seating, like they're just starting this. They don't have business class. Like there's a lot of things they're just leaving on the table, and the Boeing rollouts have killed them.
You see, Sean, you've always said I don't know how to admit when I'm wrong. This will be another time. I'm just going to be lately. I'm turning over a new leaf and admitting all the dumb things about myself. I just last year, here's what a dumbass I am. I just last year realized that the whole bags fly free pitch from Southwest that's been their
killed them.
MO for forever. I just realized last year that meant checked bags.
That what?
That meant checked bags.
Oh God, Bobby.
Yeah. I don't fly enough. So I just thought that was the one. Oh yeah, they let you for free put the one in the overhead and then throw it under your seat. And so I was never checking bags for free because I'm an idiot.
Well, you do fly enough. You're just a spoiled little brat flying the Cowboys charter.
Yeah, that's right.
That's where I learned it,
with your
though.
Shrimp cocktail.
That's where I learned it, though, was by even checking the bag on the charter. And I realized, like, oh, no, this is what they meant. I'm a moron. So, yeah, that was my bad. Southwest estimated that the job cuts are going to save the company about $210 million this year and roughly $300 million in 2026. Back in November, they had offered buyouts and extended leaves of absences to people. But this is something where their shares this year are down 10% so far, and their stock has just fallen super sharp ever since, like, really post-COVID era.
Just charge for bags. You don't have to lay off 15% of your workforce. Now you have unemployed people. Just charge for bags.
Well, while those jobs potentially are going away, and that's a hit to the economy, Kentucky Fried Chicken...
Oh, baby.
Is about to become Texas Fried Chicken, or more specifically, Plano Fried Chicken. KFC announced this week that they are uprooting from their ancestral home state, and they are moving to Texas. This is from the AP. The food chain, now known as KFC, launched by Colonel Harlan Sanders, and his secret blend of 11 herbs and spices will be based in Plano, Texas, and about 100 KFC corporate employees will be relocated in the next 6 months, said Yum Brands, which owns KFC, Taco Bell, and Pizza Hut. The relocation of KFC's corporate office from Louisville brought a quick response from political leaders in Kentucky, like their governor, Andy Beshear, who said, "I'm disappointed by this decision and believe the company's founder would be too." Isn't it a little weird to move Kentucky Fried Chicken to Texas?
Yeah.
Like, it just seems odd.
Can't remember the last time I ate Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It's been a while. I think it wasn't even a bucket of chicken. I got the bowl, like the mashed potato bowl. Oh, so good.
Those were like $5 at one point.
Yeah, they were great value, but like, you got a lot of food. It was like 4 pounds of mashed potatoes.
Really?
It felt like it. I mean, you hold that thing in your hand, all the gravy and the stuff, it's like 4 pounds.
Half as big or as heavy as a Chipotle bowl?
It felt as heavy. It was just dense. Just felt like just dense mashed potatoes.
By the way, we can't go to KFC because Laura is terrified of Colonel Sanders' giant ass head on the side of the building.
What?
Dead serious. She doesn't even call it KFC. She calls it Big Head. And she goes, I don't want to go to Big Head. I don't like Big Head. It's like it creeps her out for some reason. I just realized
because she's a belt.
Exactly. I just realized what the long play might be here, guys. So when we were saying it's a little weird to move Kentucky Fried Chicken out of Kentucky, I was about to say that would be like not having Texas Roadhouse in Texas. And I was like, wait, I don't even know where Texas Roadhouse is. So I looked it up. Texas Roadhouse's corporate headquarters are in Louisville, Kentucky. So you got ours. We're taking yours.
Change the names.
I think this is just a petty regional thing. They're leaning into like all the regional stuff we're talking about, like with hockey and World Baseball Classic.
Well, it's smart. If there was like, if you're going somewhere else throughout the country and they go Texas barbecue, I'm going to probably stop in there versus another name. Or if there's New York pizza here, I'm gonna go in and be like, okay, have you copied the New York style and slice? So Kentucky Fried Chicken, moving on over. But my father-in-law is a fried chicken connoisseur, so he's like, go to Church's, go to this. I usually rely on Popeyes. Of course, Whataburger has your different options there as well. But I have nothing against KFC, but I'm just like, I have others higher on the list.
Yeah, it doesn't even register for me to go there. You know what I wish I went to more is a place that's very long and it's not Gold.
Okay.
Right? And it's not Jack's. You know what I mean?
We got it.
You got it? I love.
Why don't you go there more?
I know
it's all fried.
I just feel like it's a heart attack waiting to happen. The chicken and more combo. I don't even get the fish. I get the chicken.
Oh.
The chicken and more. I lived off that in college. Really? I would stop by the way at least 3 times a week. Get that, the hush puppies.
Were they strips or bone-in chicken? The chicken.
It looks just like the fish fillet. It's a flat, there's 3 flat pieces of chicken. So good.
Okay.
So fried, so battered. The fries, if you put battered fries out in front of me, sucker. I'm a sucker for battered fries.
Ooh, see, I don't like battered fries at all.
Oh, they're so crispy. And you get the leave-ins, those little fish leave-ins, whatever those things are.
Crispies.
God, I'm getting some today.
No, see, now I got to get your take on this, Sean. So to me, battered fry, a fry needs to just stand on its own as like the potato and the salt. Like if you're starting to throw in battered fries, I usually feel like that means you're hiding something about the quality of your fries.
hiding the potato.
Yeah, you're trying to hide, just like people say with the barbecue sauce. You're trying to mask something you didn't accomplish just by smoking the meat.
Must have got your potatoes from Eastern Oregon and not from Idaho.
People said that now potatoes, the price is going to go up because people are painting potatoes for Easter because we can't afford eggs. Amanda showed me all these TikTok painted potatoes.
We're in the grapes of wrath. We're doing the neighborhood watch here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, so we obviously just mentioned COVID, how that impacted Southwest Airlines. Last month the Chic illness that was going around was bird flu.
I meant the Iron Sheik.
No, not that one. The Chic illness was the bird flu. Well, this week it is Texas that is the focus. It is the outbreak of measles that is now stealing headlines.
Yep.
There is a West Texas measles outbreak that has now grown to 58 cases, and they're saying it includes some people who said, I like the headline here, it includes some people who said they were vaccinated. So this is always I'd always thought of measles as the MMR vaccine where it was measles, mumps, rubella. I was just like, oh yeah, that's the thing that like those three don't even exist anymore. I guess basically, why do we even?
They exist.
They do.
I assume I've been vaccinated for it. I mean, that's what happens when you're a kid. You don't know.
My mother-in-law put this fear into us yesterday. Why are your kids in school? It's cold outside. Why are they in school? The measles outbreak. And we're like, well, she just got her shots like last week, whatever that means. But yeah, there's always going to be something.
Oh yeah, you're not going to eradicate. I mean, you can eradicate it, but it's like these things mutate. They can mutate, I'm sure. And if you get kids in a daycare before they've had all their shots,
this is most of these cases are children aged 5 to 17, but there are some older ones in here, and people said, well, I got the vaccine back in the day. But there can also be vaccine mix-up, like we just ran into with Addison. The school just reached out to us the other day. We thought she was all up to date. They're like, she has 3 vaccines that are missing, and if she doesn't get them done before the end of the school year, then she can't come back to school next year. It's like, oh crap, okay, didn't realize we had them. So Kristen immediately threw that on the schedule, and we're gonna have to deal with that. All right, Frisco police are
2 jobs. Vaccinations is 1. Sweatpants is the other. She's 0 for 2.
She's in the car right now. She's gonna start texting you soon.
I'm saying that so she gets you some sweatpants. This boy better have sweatpants by Indy. He better have sweatpants by Indy, even though he's not going to wear them because he's going to have to dress up for his contacts.
Yeah, he's going to roll around in shorts to the to Radio Row.
No, to Radio Row, I might. Although I don't know. I think I typically do wear. I typically wear jeans when I'm out there like the entire time. All right. Frisco police are just like Notorious B.I.G. They are kicking in the door, waving the 4-4 because they were getting under some hot water and they're in a lot of trouble because they went into a Frisco home. There was a call of a domestic disturbance that occurred in this like 3-story apartment building. So they approach what they believe is the home that called, and they start knocking on the door. And the guy inside is a man named Elvin Turner, who is in there with his elderly mother and is like, we didn't call for anything. So they're knocking. They say, open up. And he says, I'm not opening up. Dude, you got the wrong house. I'm telling you guys, if you got a call, you need to go somewhere else and look for him because it's not here. We didn't call anybody. We're good. They didn't take that as good enough. And I guess they didn't spend enough time to verify, do we actually have the right place or not? And after he said, you can't come in, it's just me and my mom in here. I'm not going to let you in. This isn't the call. They said, well, to hell with that. And they broke down his door and come in with like tasers drawn at everybody and just terrifying his elderly mother. And then pretty quickly they realized, I guess we need to go downstairs wherever that's been occurring for another 5 minutes or whatever it was. But this is something where this is a couple different stories now that have happened, not just with Frisco police, but have happened in general. You remember there was obviously the awful story with Amber Geiger and Botham Jean in 2018 where it was walking into the wrong house. I mean, that wasn't a police job, but it was just walking in the wrong place and thinking you were there. And then there have been a couple other stories recently. I think there was one in Weatherford. There was another one in Denton of just instances of they've got the wrong house and they're just barging on in.
Do they have to, not to be, movie stereotype, or do they have to have the warrant at that point? They can't just
it's been
knock
a stress
the door
call,
in,
maybe
right?
not. I don't know. I don't know.
Well, and
officers, let us know in the fan text.
Yeah, and see, that's the thing is that it's I don't think it's an instance of where it's necessarily you didn't get a warrant, you broke down. I mean, at that point, if somebody says that, you might need to. But the bigger thing I think for them is just like, why are you not verifying when somebody is insistent? Why aren't you taking? Hey, while we talk to this guy, can you just check, make sure you have the right one? Because this was.
I would also view that kind of like the Tyreek Hill situation with the car. Like, I'm opening the door if I have nothing bad going on. Mm-hmm. Beating, banging, screaming, yelling. What's going on? What's the problem? I would open the door in that situation. I just wanted to know legally what I was entitled to do.
There's a lot of stories about like people like impersonating officers to get you to open the door, and they bang, and then they come and they rob you, kidnap you, whatever.
Yeah.
So I understand not opening it if you've been watching those videos on TikTok.
972 wants a slight clarification. They said they did not break down his door. They shoved their way in because he had his door cracked open and said, I'm not letting you in, and they pushed their way in. Somebody else says 972, was there probable cause? Did they hear screams? They did hear screams on the 911 call. They heard a woman saying, stop hitting me. And that's what they were going after. And they said he was acting suspicious. And so because he was acting suspicious, they thought that gave them probable cause. But now they're in some hot water, and this family is not asking for any legal trouble, but they're just saying Frisco police has to slow down and be a little more careful.
Nobody goes more local than Bobby Roberto Belt. Every Thursday during the Neighborhood Watch, you can always send your stories to us via all the socials or our Odyssey email during the commercial-free Expressway. Is Kyrie the next to roll out? And how the Mavericks messed up again with Bucky's and Des Bryant. Next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But don't mess up your lunch.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Good morning, Metroplex. 8 o'clock hour here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. And the sports event that we all have to react to from last night is another Laker loss.
Folks, this is it. The Lakers have to get it in. James wants it. Oh, no! No, it's short! James, it'll count! It's over! It's over! Your Charlotte Hornets win here in L.A.
And you know you are the lowly Hornets when you are reacting to a regular season game like that to get your 14th win on the season. Awful, hideous loss for the Lakers. Charlotte is now 5-19 away from their home arena, and the Lakers have lost 2 in a row to Utah and the Hornets. Luka tying a season high in turnovers with 6. He was awful shooting it from the field and from 3. 5 of 18 from the field, 1 of 9 from 3. 14 points. He's averaging right now in Los Angeles 14 and 6 since joining. 1 of 9, as I said, from distance, and you have a lot of Tolos saying he just doesn't look happy. I'm telling you, he's not going to re-sign there. He doesn't have the same joy. He doesn't have the same happiness. Of course, he does not have the same chemistry, except with a guy like Dwight Powell, but the Lakers lose as LeBron throws up the threes at the very end. Now, Kyrie Irving, is he going to be the next to leave? Kyrie was sitting down with Malika Andrews during the All-Star break. A very good question from Malika. What do you think about the rhetoric and the noise coming from the Mavs front office about your hermano?
You know, part of our jobs every day to deal with the public space, but there were real relationships that were built behind the scenes that will transcend just the basketball court and, you know, coaching and then upper management. And I know that for my own peace of mind, just because we not only had 2 years together, but we got a chance to know each other as men. And hopefully we can tailor back on some of the public criticism aspects of it and really just maintain, you know, the kindness and the compassion that we have for each other that's real every day, not just one moment or a soundbite that ends up being described as something that could be taken out of context. You know, that's what I feel like is going on right now. People are highly emotional. I'm not the one to shun anybody, whether it be in a public forum or behind the scenes, and trying not to have that honesty.
Hopefully we can tailor back on some of the public criticism aspects of it. Who is that directed towards?
It's very unclear to me if he's talking about the front office, that he's saying dial back your shots at Luka, or if he was addressing them in the first half and then he's saying, but some of the public criticism towards that, let's pull that back. I think it's the second one.
By the way, if intentional, pretty brilliant for it to be this vague and generic and just peaceful, like all Kyrie statements are.
Yeah, I mean, because Kyrie has talked about, why do you talk about certain things? Why do you talk about contracts? Why do you talk about money? It's like, well, that's what the media does. He said that back when he was at the Nets, the Celtics, he was talking like that. This is the reality of it, though. And if you're the Mavericks, you're at this point, you can't win the trade in the regular season. Can't. You have to try to win the PR battle. That's the only thing they can even attempt to do right now.
Well, they have
they're failing.
Gotten blown out in that category.
But their only chance to even win the PR battle is to tear down Luka.
They have a better chance of winning. They're winning more on the floor than in PR.
Right.
And that's with Anthony Davis hurt because Luka's not playing well and they're 1-2 against scrubs.
Yeah, they have to tear down the front office. They've got to tear Luka down to even remotely save face. It's not working. That's just their attempt.
I don't know. I think it's, if they would have just
let it speak for itself. Let Luka go there, not play defense. Let them struggle. Let them lose. Let them get eliminated early. Be quiet. Shut your mouth, and let Anthony Davis hopefully be on the floor and have you advance farther than the Lakers. Not the aggressive Patrick Dumont statements or Nico laughing.
Look, I think it's. Yeah,
and throwing people out of the arena.
You've got to have some level. If they, I don't think they have to win the PR battle just by going let's go political attack ad on Luka. I don't think that necessarily helps them as much as if they would have just been empathetic to the fan base, and approached it with a more serious tone. You can't, in the very first public comments from them, essentially laugh and go like, I kind of brought this up as a joke over coffee. And then the owner even laughed at it. And they were like, well, but let's just actually do it. Go ahead, go do it. Trade him. That'll be great. Like, if they would have had such a bad word for a trade, but if they would have had more reverence for that and been more solemn about it, and then just tried more to emphasize what AD brings and what Max Christie brings, I think it would have blown over more quickly.
I'm trying to come at this from Nico's point of view. I'm prefacing this.
Let's have a handshake.
I saw Luka, like, during the All-Star break, post an IG story of him watching a game on his computer at poolside. What do you think Luka did during the All-Star break? We know Paul George was in Cabo. I know Chauncey Billups was in Cabo because I landed and saw a driver holding up a Chauncey Billups sign, and I was like, where is he? Where is he? At least I assume there's really one Chauncey Billups. I could be wrong. What do you think Luka was doing? Because Nico Harrison, you have a guess? You have an answer?
I mean, I assume he was, I don't know, trying to find an apartment to live in.
Yeah.
You know, try to take care of a lot of, like, he got traded like a week and a half before.
Yeah.
There's a lot of probably there's some housekeeping stuff he's probably doing. He may have to come back here and try to get more clothes.
My guess and theory is Nico Harrison was thinking about that fake time away they gave Luka when they caught it an injury, and they said those 5 games need to be for conditioning. In Nico Harrison's mind, he is probably thinking, during that All-Star break, Luka Doncic better be doing nothing but running sprints. And Luka was sitting poolside. Again, I'm just giving you a Nico theory. Instead, he's sitting at poolside, probably enjoying a vacation and chilling. And he's gonna come back gassed, and he's gonna have 5 fouls in consecutive games, and he's gonna look sloppy. And there's no way that's Nico's mentality. During that All-Star break, you better be doing nothing but running sprints and try to drop another 3 or 4 pounds and have your cardio and your conditioning in peak form. And if Luka was chilling at the pool, and if he was just relaxing, taking out a few beers and FaceTiming with Joker, with hookahs, Nico is thinking, that's why I got rid of him.
Yeah.
That's just something that popped in my mind when I saw the Instagram story. And then, look, you can do all the sprinting and conditioning you want. You're still going to be gassed in an NBA game. We all know this, right? Game condition versus that.
Yeah.
But I just thought about that. Like, what was Luka doing during the All-Star break, and what would Nico think or say if it was relaxing and taking some me time?
And there's,
when he's had plenty of it while out.
And he can he can hold that as an ideal and a standard, and he clearly did. And he felt like Luka wasn't meeting it. The problem is that you can talk about all the wind sprints Anthony Davis does in a week. If Luka is there with his pool time that he spent at the All-Star game, and he's putting up 50 on them and blowing them out while Anthony Davis is in street clothes.
Yep.
It's like, well, your standard doesn't seem to matter then. It doesn't matter as much as you think it does.
Is Kyrie, have the Mavs just set this up for both superstars who liked each other? That's the other part of this.
Yeah.
The impossible thing about Kyrie coming here is, like, he's not going to get along with Luka. They seem to be boys.
Yeah.
They seem to be tight. You got everything with Luka and Kyrie that you did not have with what was supposed to be your big two with Luka and Porzingis. And Bobby Marks, ESPN money guy, was asked yesterday who this offseason holds the biggest and best keys in the NBA.
It's Kyrie Irving. He's got the most leverage out of any potential free agent, including LeBron James and potentially James Harden here. Now, Irving's got a $43 million player option here. Certainly could opt into that contract. But I think when you look at the circumstances here, based on how he is playing, he's playing like an all-star, certainly all-NBA type candidate. The Luka trade, they cannot afford to lose Kyrie Irving this offseason here. And I think when you look at it, what's the best option for him and the Mavericks? That the best option is aligning him with that Anthony Davis contract. That's 3 for $175 million after this season. So Irving, a ton of leverage going into this offseason.
Now, how freaking frightening is that? You better hope that Kyrie Irving absolutely, A, that he was down with Luka leaving, which I don't believe for a second. You better hope that he absolutely loves Anthony Davis, that he absolutely loves Dallas-Fort Worth, because explain to me, sell me, be Jason Kidd and Nico Harrison, and sell me on freaking staying here after this just went down. Sell me on that.
Oh, sell you on
Kyrie. I got a $43 million opt-in.
Your window is the same as our window. We got a couple years, and your small window here. We did this for your shrinking window, just like we have.
Okay.
And we're trying to maximize your time.
Well, I
Works
can
here,
go.
You work here. They love you here.
I can go and find any other team that has a 2-year window. The Lakers have a window.
Yeah, but I mean, this is the guy that you wanted to play with. We're going to go out. We're going to try and get you Kevin Durant this offseason. You wanted Anthony Davis and Kevin Durant together.
Wait, who did I want to play with?
Kyrie wanted to get Kevin Durant and Anthony Davis together with him in Brooklyn.
Okay, so you're promising me Durant then?
We're
at least you have half of it. You have Anthony Davis.
We're going to put in the time and the effort. And look, you've had enough experience across the NBA where you have not felt comfortable until you got here. Do you want to risk finding somewhere again that there's no comfort for you?
You want to go to L.A. where there's 50 media members at every game?
Yeah.
And they will ask you questions that are intrusive, and the Dallas media just won't?
So the media and KD sell. I think that's good. That's a good approach, but it's still frightening.
It is nuts, though. And like ESPN wrote about it yesterday, how it would have been unthinkable 3 years ago to say that the player with the most leverage in the NBA is Kyrie Irving.
Yep.
This would be similar to... this coming up off season here in the NFL, the guy with the most leverage is Antonio Brown.
Yep.
Like he's got so much. How can you not just have Antonio Brown just everywhere for you? And he's the best leader in your locker room. I mean, how would you walk away from him?
All right, Bobby found this. I totally agree. Another total screw up and mishap from the Mavs PR department. They decided to, normally this would be good, fun, sit down your new players. Sit down Anthony Davis. Sit down Max Christie. Who's the other one?
Caleb Martin.
Sit down Caleb Martin. And let's give him a Texas quiz.
Let's do it.
How well do you know your new city and state? Anything else I should say about this?
No, that's set up. They're going to quiz all of them, and you're going to hear each player answer.
Texas. Uh-oh. What a burger.
Buc-ee's is a company here.
Mm-hmm. Buc-ee's?
Yeah, Buc-ee's.
Okay.
What is it? Is it a sports pro shop, a gas station, or a restaurant?
Sounds like a restaurant. Sports pro shop.
Probably a restaurant. Sounds like a restaurant.
It's a gas station.
Oh, I was going to say gas station.
Yeah, I've never heard of Buc-ee's before.
The sports team is known as America's team. Kansas City Chiefs, Dallas Cowboys, Texas Rangers.
Dallas Cowboys, Green Bay Packers.
The Cowboys.
What is a Texas Twinkie? A fried Twinkie, a corn dog, or stuffed jalapeno?
Corn dog.
Probably corn dog. Stuffed jalapeno. Stuffed jalapeno. Y'all got that? I got to try that.
This is a bad look.
Now, look, listening to that, you may chuckle and think it's fun and funny, or like Bobby and I initially, why are you setting these guys up to call the Green Bay Packers America's team? They're already catching the backlash. We already have a 5-alarm fire. Why would you set them up to get Texas Staples incorrect? Now, we could be looking at it too seriously.
No, I don't think so.
Look, here, my issue is the Buc-ee's one is the crazy one.
The Buc-ee's one.
Buc-ee's is in like a dozen states. Buc-ee's is not a solely, it's just here.
The Packer one is the most offensive. I'm hoping that Anthony Davis is a Green Bay fan.
Well, maybe he's a Green Bay fan.
He is a Green Bay fan, and that's why we couldn't play the audio because it's a visual thing. But they asked Anthony Davis at the end, they said, did Dez catch it? And he went and shook his head and got up and walked off. It's like, all right, like guys, we gotta soften the blow for them a little bit.
Yeah,
here.
yes.
You don't have to be like, hey, you know how we just all blew in as outsiders and traded your star? Here's some other guys who are outsiders that they don't even know what Buc-ee's is. And now look, he played it right at the beginning. When Anthony Davis said, when they said, we're giving you a Texas quiz, he said, oh, Texas, Whataburger. That's good. He does know, as soon as he hears Texas, I have to identify Whataburger. I have to pay homage to Whataburger. That's what you do as a Texan now. But, man, he had no time for the Dallas Cowboys, no time for Dez or Buc-ee's or anything else. It's just a bad look. I didn't pull the clip there. One of them, Caleb Martin, they said, who's the all-time leading scorer for the Mavericks? And Caleb Martin said, Rolando Blackman. He said, I thought you were trying to trick me because there were multiple answers.
That's good knowledge of the history of the team, though.
It was multiple choice.
There it is. Maybe that's why Mavs PR has not answered our interview requests with our dissection of their approaches after the deal. Below the Belt is coming up at 8:40. When is Micah getting his deal, especially after Stephen Jones was given more money to spend? But we are your home of the Rangers, and spring training is starting. Do the Rangers finally have someone in the top 10? RJ Choppy has the answers in his Rangers Diamond Cavs next.
You've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Roger that, Sally.
Bobby Belt coming up at 8:40. What are we going to do with all this new spending money that the NFL gave teams yesterday? That's coming up with Sean Treef, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt. Brian Ray, Victory Plus pre- and post-hosts on the Four Nations mega event tonight, airing 7 o'clock on this radio station, the United States against Canada, and we'll preview the rest of the Star season as well with Brian Ray, 9 a.m., along with a Dierks Bentley ticket giveaway.
Going to ask him about a good little conspiracy theory that's going on within this game. Okay. I love it. I think there might be something to it.
Oh, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
All right. I haven't heard it.
Okay.
I haven't seen it. I haven't heard about it.
Aren't you the one who always says you're tired of everything being a conspiracy, though?
Yeah, I am. I am tired of everything at least having a... But this one actually is... It's not really a conspiracy theory. It's just like, you know what? I could buy this. I could buy that this is the ulterior motive. How about that? An ulterior motive.
We will be the first station ever with dual event coverage next week at spring training. And much to Brian Broaddus and Zach Wilczuk's chagrin, the NFL Combine in Indianapolis. The bitterness coming from those two is through the roof, but it was Bobby's idea. He got us in Indy. We'll have double coverage next week on The Fan. Us at the Combine, the rest of the shows in Arizona for the Rangers.
It'll be great. You guys are going to love it. It's going to be your new favorite trip, I'm telling you. Yours specifically, I know. It'll be your new favorite trip just when you're like, oh, I get to walk next to, here's just an NFL GM sitting here drunk wanting to tell stories to everybody.
Nah, I'm already setting myself up for disappointment because of the timing. Is we have our early bird dinner reservations, and then now you're starting to tell me, no, they're really going to start flowing in there at 9:30, 10, 10:30. Todd Archer's like, no, I don't know if I'll be able to join you 7 to 11 Eastern Standard. So I feel like we're going to walk out while all the cool kids are coming in.
No. See, that's the thing. You got to remember that them rolling in at 9:30 is them rolling in at 8:30 Central Time, because that's we don't have to be there till 7, and we get to you're going to be waking up at 6:30 and then getting ready to roll into the show. I'm telling you, you're gonna love the timing of it all, and then just the bumping into random big NFL players. You're like, oh my gosh, that's a huge power player just sitting here.
All right, looking forward to it. Jared Sandler is in Surprise. The rest of the shows are heading out there. That sets up today's Diamond Cast.
All right, I've been dying to get to this story. Now we'll get to some Ranger stuff here in a second. I've been dying to get to this story, and this is a trend around Major League Baseball. What's up?
Nothing. Go ahead.
This is a trend around Major League Baseball of players refusing to switch positions. They just won't stop it, Bobby. They just won't do it.
Say anything.
This is Rafael Devers of the Red Sox. The Red Sox signed Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman plays third. They signed him They signed him a couple of weeks ago. So Bregman plays third. So does Devers. Devers was promised by the previous general manager and president, Chaim Bloom, that he is the third baseman. He is going to play third. They signed him to the extension. He's going to play third. Alex Cora, the manager, is like, we got a new guy at the top. That ain't the case anymore. We'll see what happens. So Devers was asked about moving off of third, and this was his response.
So are you saying if they ask you to DH, you won't do it?
No.
Can you expand on that?
I play third.
I play third. Very simple. I play third. That's what he said. I play third. Well, this has caused quite the rift within the Red Sox. Marcus Stroman refused to go to the bullpen recently. He's about to get traded. We had heard that last year, Gleyber Torres refused to move off second base when the Yankees got Jazz Chisholm. He refused to move to third. He wouldn't do it. But so these teams just acquiesced. Okay, well, you're not going to move, then we're just going to keep playing here. And now the thought is that Alex Bregman is actually going to move to second base, despite Rafael Devers not being as good of a defensive third baseman. Tristan Cassis, who plays for the Red Sox, says that Devers continues to get better and better every year. And this is another situation here. I give you Exhibit A on why you should never listen to a player about their own league. Tristan's the first baseman. Rafael plays third. He knows Rafael sucks. He should know at least, because he's a professional baseball player. These are Rafael Devers' defensive runs saved since 2020.
What does that mean, though?
What?
Like, I always like the defensive metrics. Defensive metrics are still where analytics are behind in baseball. Like, whenever I hear defensive runs saved or D-WAR, it's like, that is still a really almost impossible, difficult thing to put a number on. And so whenever I hear these numbers, I'm always a little leery.
There's still a baseline to it.
There's a baseline to it, but also you got to remember, how do you know, like with other things, like there are the true outcomes on the offensive side. I do think defense still has some level to it of where like there's got to be interpretation more than hardline numbers because it's really difficult to measure with those metrics.
I'm sure there's truth in that, but when you're -4, -13, -6, -9 in 5 straight years,
It's not good.
like I think that sooner or later if it was flawed, it would have a pop every now and then. I don't know,
Sure.
right? So I mean, you just told the world you have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, and I suppose there's a chance that he's just either A, doesn't buy the stat, or B, is just sticking up for his teammate. But his general manager believes in the stat, and his manager does. So this is just a problem around the sport right now.
Well, let's talk about, because I feel like 15, 20, 25 years ago, we call you a loser. We call you selfish. You're not doing what's best for the team. I don't feel as strongly about that refusing to move. How do y'all feel about it? I remember Bordick and Cal Ripken in Baltimore, and then Jeter and A-Rod. Who's going to play that position?
Right.
Looking out for yourself, your value as a big-time third baseman or shortstop versus a second baseman. Or Mike Trout now is a right fielder, but he already has his money. Do you look at that person as Zach Martin, not wanting to play tackle? Do we understand the comfort in that? Or are we calling that person selfish?
Oh, I understand the comfort in it.
Or are you understanding it enough to where you don't blame them and you agree with them?
I don't blame Devers for not wanting to move, and I don't blame him for refusing to move. I blame the manager and the general manager for not just saying, no, this is the lineup. You go to second base, or you go to DH. That's the lineup. Like, what are you going to do? That's the lineup. That's
in the NBA, you get traded. You get yourself,
you get traded.
You force yourself out.
That's right.
How
that's what I'm saying. A different sports world.
How compelling?
Yes, true.
Although
It
baseball may not. Baseball.
No, I mean,
isn't
baseball still has you can force yourself out. I mean, it's not quite like the NBA.
How compelling is your case, given the context of whoever's behind you, is how I decide if you're being a bad teammate or not. I thought it was, and I know this is blasphemy. This is not super popular with a lot of people because it was always thought of as, wow, what an unselfish guy. Look at how he moved. But people do forget, Michael Young asked to be traded twice when he got moved both times because he didn't want to make room for Elvis Andrus, and then he didn't want to make room for Adrian Beltre. In those instances, it's like, Michael, I don't think you have Elvis Andrus is a better defensive player. I know you want a Gold Glove. You are not that kind of a defensive player at shortstop anymore. We need Elvis Andrus there. All right, move to third. Michael, we need you to move off there because we got Adrian Beltre. Context matters. Just move. And he ultimately did, and so he gets credit for that. But at the time, I remember thinking on both of those, when he had resistance, it was like, well, then just trade me. I was like, all right, fine then, because if you're not going to move, we're going to pick him because he's at a better spot right now.
So, now what they wind up doing, we'll see. But that is where it sits with Devers and the Red Sox. Speaking of Alex Bregman and second baseman, Buster Olney has gone through this every single week, top 10 at each position. And I found this interesting. First off, Marcus Semien is the first Ranger to be named in a top 10 of these position rankings.
That's stunning after last year.
They went through catcher. They did not have one.
Stunning that he made top 10?
I would just be stunned that he would be the first one just because there's a lot of questions of his bats just done.
Well, he is the second best second baseman, according to Buster Olney. Ketel Marte, number 1, and then Semien. And here's the write-up. If the Rangers' offense is going to bounce back, they're going to need more from Semien, whose OBP dipped to 308 last year.
Yeah, you know me.
But even in a down year, he still hit 23 homers and scored 101 runs. He also continues to be elite defender. Only Bryce Terang and Andres Jimenez had more defensive runs saved, there's your stat, than Semien did last year. I found the next thing to be incredibly intriguing. So they already have Bregman listed as a second baseman here. He's the third overall second baseman in the league, ahead of Altuve. So did he just come from a team where he was the best second baseman on the team, and they played him at third? That's what Buster Olney would have you believe.
Probably because Altuve wouldn't move.
Unselfish Bregman. Selfish Jose.
That's exactly what it is.
I mean, that's what he would have you believe. There it is. I mean, Altuve is number 4 in that. How good and how much better did the Rangers get this offseason? Win projections for all these teams. They came out before the season started, and now they have come out after all free agency is over. Rangers have the 7th most win projections in all of Major League Baseball. Almost 88 wins. They have increased by about 4 wins this offseason based off their projections. They started the offseason with a 45% chance of making the playoffs. That is all the way up to 64%. So
with no one listed in the top 10. What a rise.
What a rise.
What am I missing? That why is everybody, it seems like in all these projections right now, so comfortable with Texas's ability to stay healthy?
They have to bet against last year being a fluke.
But is it more about the Rangers' improvement or other teams regressing?
It's also
in
the American
AL?
League stinks. The American League is bad. Like if you are
like Houston got worse.
Houston got worse. I mean
the Yankees lost.
They lost
Soto.
They got other guys. You know, they got Bellinger and Max Fried and Goldschmidt. Cleveland is Cleveland. Cleveland's going to win their fair share. They'll win their fair share of games. I think Kansas City is the team that could, like, they could come up and bite you. But like if you like the Yankees are pretty clearly the favorites of the American League. Like if they don't make it to like the ALCS, like I think heads might roll there. Like that's how easy the American League is this year.
You mentioned, Sean, like obviously tongue in cheek, where you're like, without a top 10 player, like they're having all this. So Fangraphs the other day put out their Fangraph WAR projection for each spot. Texas is 7th in Major League Baseball in infield and catcher projected WAR. They are 8th in outfield plus DH. They are 10th in starting pitching, 10th in bullpen, and overall 6th. So Fangraphs thinks they are top 10 like across the board.
Someone said something like that. Them and the Dodgers had something like that in common. It was like being up there in terms of those categories. I'll find the specific thing.
Speaking of the Dodgers, good friend Dustin May. He's in my golf gang group chat.
Okay.
Go home, Dodgers.
What a flex.
What a flex. What a flex. They never show up to play golf when I go play. Cole Hamels is on it. He never shows
You're
his
on
face.
a group text with Cole Hamels?
And Dustin May. Yeah.
The three of you?
Yeah, well, and about 20 other people. Cole's sending photos of, golfing at exotic locations. But Dustin May, who went to Northwest High.
Yep.
And
like Chiafalo.
Yep. And he's from the Justin, Texas area. He said a salad nearly killed him. That's why he missed so much.
This is amazing.
It left him with a huge scar. I have not seen this, but he had season-ending surgery to address a problem with his esophagus. That's all that was announced. And he told the LA Times that he had a salad for dinner while rehabbing, and he washed down a leaf of lettuce that got stuck in his throat with some water, and somehow that leaf of lettuce had an esophageal rupture.
Dude.
That's the sharpest shard of romaine I've ever heard of.
The thing is, when you're supposed to eat kale, it's awful. Kale, Caesar salad, maybe. And then you get the spinach lettuce, but sometimes it gets like wet and nasty.
That's when it's old, right? When it gets wet, starts to get wet.
Yeah, it just smells funny in there. What about you? I know you're iceberg.
I dead serious don't think I could tell you the difference between any of it. It's all grass to me. I douse it in a bunch of ranch.
877-881-1053, Franco injury attorney text line. Those are the Diamond Calves from Ralph James on the home of the Rangers. And by the way, we have our first Rangers spring training games this Saturday and Sunday. Did the National Football League just give the Cowboys more room to sign Micah Parsons early? That's next in Below the Belt 105.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have.
It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Waves.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
World, more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take out my belt.
we're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
We're only 1 month in, and the economy has still turned around enough that the Cowboys have an extra $16 million. That's the word. Yeah. Quotes, yeah. Air quotes, just like that. The NFL salary cap, a memo from the league was sent out yesterday to teams. The NFL salary cap will be somewhere between $277.5 and $281 million. And that is just based on...
Which Jerry calculated to the T, right?
Not exactly. So they sent out a memo to teams and let them know. Basically, there's just some final hurdle of the NFLPA has to make a decision based on if they want to take an entire sum and apply it to this year, or if they want to take a portion of it and roll some of it into next year. So that's why the figure will fall somewhere in there. They don't know yet. But it'll be somewhere in that range. And ultimately, if they say, nope, we want it all now, then that means that you will get a $281.5 million salary cap, which is $26 million leap, and is way over where some teams, and the Cowboys definitely, had the salary cap projected at this time last year. They thought it was going to go up by about $10 million. And so now I don't know if their projections changed when they got into the fall. Did they realize, oh, nope, this is going up? But last year, they felt like they were not going to see the same explosion of growth. And so at least for this year, it looks like their projections were off, and they've got to figure out why that was the case.
Well, you can play around maybe with Oso Odigizua. Could you talk about a free agent signing, or can that be more money for number 11? As Micah Parsons said, there's definitely a plan in place for his second contract. What does that actually mean? Well, Joel Corey, friend of the show, former agent, CBS Sports, he did a little breakdown of how to do this and do it early.
He said, call his bluff. Call Micah's bluff. He's scheduled to make a fully guaranteed $24 million this year on the fifth-year option. And he has said, I don't think there's any difference between 30 and 40 million. So what he is saying is call his bluff. Other players have taken cuts, taken reduced contracts, like Tom Brady. But Brady had already made a ton of money at that point when he started taking a lot of these cuts. He won a lot of his he won 3 titles on his rookie deal, and then he got paid, and then he took cuts, and then he started winning a bunch of titles again. Like, it was like, hey, this is kind of the way you got to do it. Well, he's saying call the bluff, but obviously that's not something that his agent wants to hear.
Now, before we get into the numbers, I want to say something that is not going to go over well. I'm just putting it out there because I think the Cowboys have tried to hint at this multiple times. They did it in the shoddy opening presser. No one talked about it. And we did talk about it during the CeeDee Lamb negotiations. Everyone keeps saying, don't wait. Why you guys wait? I think the Cowboys are trying to tell us, but not blast the player fully. Guys, we're not the only ones responsible for the hold up.
Yep.
He referenced Dak. He goes, Dak, would you agree? Smile for me back there. Smile for me. What he's trying to tell us is, and I do think we have to let them off the hook to a degree if it's true, the player asking for something way out of left field or right field causes a delay, right? CeeDee Lamb maybe wanted to wait for Justin Jefferson. So that's just not like Jerry and Steven kicking up their feet on the yacht, waiting and costing themselves more money with more people signing. Same thing for Dak, and maybe the same thing for Micah. Micah may want to wait for Trey Hendrickson. Micah may want to wait for other non-defensive players because now the title is highest non-paid quarterback. So his agent, David Mulligetta, he may want to wait. And that's not the Cowboys waiting. I'm just putting that. He may want to wait for Jamar. We're looking at Jamar Chase possibly getting 40 a year. He may want to wait for Crosby. He may want to wait. He may want to wait for Myles Garrett. I just wanted to put that out there because Jerry did it again during the Schottenheimer press conference. I think he's trying to tell us, y'all, it's just not us being lazy and behind the times.
Yeah, I understand that, but like, why do other teams get these things done though? A lot of times.
Well, give me the player. Like, if you are Lamb and Micah, I want to wait on everyone else because I'm that good. I can command top of market. If I'm Trey Hendrickson, I'm good. But I don't know if Trey Hendrickson has that same timeline of, I'm going to wait for... There's no point for Trey Hendrickson, I don't think, to wait on Myles Garrett because I don't think Trey Hendrickson matches or tops Myles Garrett.
He's over 30.
Or matches or tops Micah Parsons. So if I'm Lamb, it makes more sense to wait than if I'm just trying to think of a lesser... If I'm T. Higgins.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Someone like that. That's just my theory.
Yeah, my thing is you don't have to wait until, we're a couple of weeks into camp. Like Justin
Well, it depends. When does Myles Garrett and Max Crosby get their money?
Well, Justin Jefferson signed in June. He was like, I'm going to sign in June.
Yeah.
He didn't wait. He didn't wait on what CD got. He's like, I'm going to sign. I'm going to get into camp.
True. I have no answer for that.
So
when did Lamb get done after that?
It was around the same time Zach Martin got done the previous year, right? It was like
no, because Lamb didn't get done until we got back to Dallas. Lamb wasn't in Oxnard with his contract.
What month was it?
That was middle of August or something,
Okay,
or late
so
August,
couple
something like
months
that.
after. Yeah.
But no, by the way, yesterday Micah Parsons quote tweeting Dan Graziano's report about the salary cap, types LFG with an exclamation point, which is weird because I thought he didn't need to collect all the money. He was going to just give it back to them so that they could spend all of it.
Has he tweeted back to Lawrence Taylor yet, who said more playing, less podcasts?
I have not seen him do
on
that
his
yet.
podcast.
What?
He's going to address it on his podcast.
That's right. So what do you have to say to what I just brought up about the player delay?
I think, players definitely will want to wait sometimes. And even if they want to wait, like, for instance, I think what the Cowboys are more guilty of is I don't think Dak, at the end of his first 4-year contract, was wanting to get tagged and wait around. Like, that was not something he wanted to do. He wanted to get it done then. Even if he was waiting for other contracts to fall, there reaches a point where you're like, but I want to get it done before this date, even if those deals aren't done. So that definitely is on the player for maybe delaying negotiations through a summer or something like that. The Cowboys have pushed things as far as possible, though, pretty frequently. I'm going to be interested to see if they can do that with Micah, if they want to try that tactic. And Micah may want to wait. David Mulugeta, who's his agent, has a history of when players are in the final year of their deal, if they are a big-time player, do a big-time contract, he is not having them go out there and risk injury. So it's like, you do not show up till we get a deal. But like, Micah is definitely, I think...
So he won't be at OTAs or minicamp?
I don't think so. I think Micah is definitely a potential holdout candidate. That's not me saying Micah's going to hold out. I'm just saying if you follow the history of how Mulugeta has advised his clients through different things, then I would imagine that Micah is similar. Now, Micah could just say, I'm going to show up anyway because I want to, or I want to be involved there, or they could get the deal done earlier. But if this drags on a little bit, you might be looking at something similar to what you had with CD, where maybe he's missing some time until things get straightened out. But yeah, I don't think you're wrong that in a lot of ways, like I think Dak absolutely was just, there's no reason for me to sign until you meet my number. Like, this is my number. You either sign it or we drag this all the way out to the end. And the Cowboys ultimately went, okay, I guess we're signing him, because he had all the leverage there. And so there's some instances where it's completely on a player. I think in a lot of ways, the Cowboys definitely have had a hand, though. Probably just not as much as they've been held responsible for, is what I would say.
Did you take anything else from Joe Corey's suggestions on how to do this and the numbers to throw out there?
No, so Joel is always really interesting to me in terms of the way that he approaches things.
Where's the interesting bell?
It's over here.
Bing. Okay.
It's with me now, because you guys say it all the time, and I'm just nice enough not to hit it on you guys. Yeah, that's what it is. The thing is that Joel is generally, I feel like Joel's stuff a lot of times is not just hey, here's a suggestion. Joel's still pretty well connected in the league, and Joel knows how agents are talking, knows how teams are talking. So a lot of times when he lays things out like this and he's talking like this, it's more like he's trying to hint at something he may know. That's not always the case, but I feel like a lot of times when Joel says that, so when you read stuff like this, I think that it's a good indication of like, hey, these are real factors that are going on in these potential negotiations that everybody needs to be aware of. But I mean, ESPN was writing about Micah's extension the other day, and they said look, there's other guys coming up who are going to try and demand that they are the highest paid defensive player in the NFL. That one, you might have more of an urgency on the Cowboys side to say, don't play that one out because that's a legitimate chance to get pushed up, because Mike is not the clear-cut number one defensive player in the NFL. He's right near the top, but it's not like in the past where, oh, here's Mahomes, or like, oh, here's, Justin Jefferson or whatever. He's not the clear-cut. He's right at the top with a bunch of other players. Over at the Star the other day, we were talking about the assistant coaches. This is good audio of Sean's favorite player on the Dallas Cowboys. Our training camp buddy, Jake Ferguson.
He's number 2 now.
He's number 2. Who's
After
number 1?
this year, I had to bump him.
Is it Overshown?
Yeah, it's Overshown.
Okay.
I'll take an injured Overshown over Ferg right now after that season.
Ferg, I've heard whispers, though. He is a somewhat frequent listener, too. So he's a fan of our show, so we got to be a fan of his,
Ferg,
too.
you are tied for first.
There we go. All right, so, and this will maybe bump him back to just number 1 overall. The other day when we were talking to the assistant coaches, Todd Archer is writing an article on how pre-draft visits work, and I imagine he's going to have that out next week, but just about the combine process. And Todd had asked Lunda Wells if he remembered anything specific about Jake Ferguson's combine interview with the Cowboys. This is cut 13, Peyton, and this is a pretty funny retelling of how Jake Ferguson pitched himself to the Cowboys.
The biggest thing I remember from his interview, at the end of the formal interviews, I always ask the guy, say, turn to us and tell us why we should draft you. And he just said, man, I'm going to go out there and play hard and work hard, and I'm just going to him up. And Coach was like, okay, give me a little bit more. He's like, just going to him up. I'm like, okay, all right, got you, champ.
But sitting there with it, like, I could definitely say this, be like, I don't know, I'm just going to go out there, I'm going to kick his ass. What do you want me to do? The Cowboys a couple of years ago had interviewed a player, I don't want to say who it was, but they interviewed a player at the Combine and had asked him, there was a late penalty, like a Sam Williams type penalty that you see. And they were,
when the penalty is just known as a Sam Williams type of penalty.
I forgot about him.
It was just a late hit. It was an offensive line with a late hit, and they had apparently asked him, they're like, "What? So what's the deal here?" He's like, "I don't know. We were their rival. We were losing. I was mad." And they're like, "Okay, so?" He goes, "So I just thought, F him." And I hit him.
And they're like, yeah.
They kind of liked it. They're like, you know what? We need to control a little bit, but we like the edge of just you don't like losing. You're just like, all right, screw this guy in front of me. Like, they want that tenacity.
Below
D-Belt.
Every single day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station. Let's talk about the event the entire world is focused on tonight. It's airing on this radio station at 7 o'clock. We will preview the United States versus Canada and the rest of the Star season with Brian Ray, pre and post host from Victory Plus, to kick off the 9 o'clock hour, and a Dirks Bentley ticket giveaway next.
But first, I want to talk to you guys about our trusted friend.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking out.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And judging by the bio of our next guest, he would know what fist pumping is. This is Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Cowboys insider Bobby Belt. We got Pepe in the back, firing up the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And tonight at 7 o'clock, this radio station is going to be airing the must-see and hear event. It is the Four Nations final between the United States and Canada. And joining us now to preview and talk stars is Brian Ray, pre- and post-game host from Victory Plus on the D&M Leasing Hotline. Good morning, Brian. How are you?
I'm doing good, boys. How we doing today?
We're doing pretty well. We have to start off with your bio as the first thing RJ Choppy noticed. Your top 3 90s cartoons.
Wow. I feel like Gavin Spill might have set me up here. So that's a great question. I think you have to go, number 3 is a bit of a wild card, but I think you have to go Animaniacs.
Love it.
And then I think for classic theme songs alone, number 1 in my book is Chippendale Rescue Rangers. DuckTales is number 2, but I completely respect if you want to flip-flop those.
Okay.
Based on the theme songs alone.
Yeah. DuckTales, woo. Dun, 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 dun.
Most overrated,
It's a serious conversation.
Yeah, it says 90s cartoon fans, so we had to go ahead and start with that. Brian, how did this get so big? Like, this thing was the craze. I was on vacation. My phone's lighting up with all the fights. We're comparing this to exhibitions with the NBA, even though it's not country versus country. How did this Four Nations explode?
I think first of all, because we haven't had international or Olympic hockey for a decade, there's a bit of a shiny new toy element. You know, it's not necessarily a shiny new toy, but it's been gone for 10 years. I mean, it's gone for a generation or half a generation. So I think there's a little bit of intrigue to see, well, what does it look like? You know, the fact that it's U.S. versus Canada, it's international style hockey. The fact that it was on ABC and not on streaming or pure cable, I think also made it more accessible. But then when you have 3 fights in 9 seconds, that's a pretty incredible WTF factor. Yeah. Whether you're a hardcore hockey fan or a casual hockey fan, or you really you don't watch hockey at all, but you know, like, oh yeah, I remember they fight in hockey. I'll turn it on and see what it looks like. And you're like, okay, what is going on?
Yeah.
That's and nobody could have predicted that. Nobody could have expected that, especially with the culture of hockey today, where you don't have 3 fights in 9 seconds of a game. It just does not happen. So in terms of shock and awe or shock value, and you mixed in that with everybody being on their phone, checking social media and getting notifications. I mean, how many people got texts from their friends or on Twitter, and they just kept seeing what is going on in the Canada-U.S. game? Then there's I have to turn this on. What is going on? And then, of course, it's Highlight City. And it's like, well, 3 fights in 9 seconds. I should probably watch this for a little bit to see if anything else crazy happens. And it turned into a real hockey game, and it was a great hockey game. But it's tough. As an NHL fan and as a hardcore hockey fan, there's so much more to the game than 3 fights in 9 seconds. But we live in a UFC football-generated culture where a moment like that certainly does catch the eye of sports fans and even just casual fans. So it was kind of the perfect cocktail of everything. I'll be shocked if we have 3 fights in 9 seconds tonight because there's a championship on the line. But I do think for the game, a few more people are going to tune in for this one than probably normal, or some people that were not going to tune in for this one that saw that game might say, let's turn it on for a while and see what happens.
Are Canada fans, would they be like, if the U.S. loses, we'll wake up the next day and we'll be sad, but like this is their national sport. Like, is this like the end of times for them if they were to lose this?
It's not the end of times, but they ain't going to be happy. And I'm trying to think of a cross reference. Like what happens if the Cowboys beat the Eagles in both regular season games? Regardless of the regular season they just had. What happens if they beat the Eagles in both regular season games, but they lose the one in the playoffs? Philly fans sleep just fine and they're laughing, or vice versa. If the Cowboys lose to the Eagles in both regular season games, but they win the playoff game, you get the bragging rights.
Yeah.
So I think it's the same thing for this one. Yes, it was a great game. The U.S. beat Canada, but it was a round-robin game. Now there's a championship on the line, and you have to do it again. That's the hard part. The first time's great, but can you do it again? That's how you really establish some supremacy or some authority over the conversation, is when you do it again. So it's going to be a really interesting game tonight. That's all I know. I think the U.S. absolutely is good enough to beat Canada again, but now I think there's a little more motivation on the Canadian side after what just happened in that first meeting.
Brian Ray, Victory Plus, joining us here, 105 through the Fan. U.S. got some injuries. What is going on with Quinn Hughes? And like, would it surprise you if Vancouver's like, no, we're Canadian, you're not playing in this game, we're not going to let you play. We're Canadian.
Don't ask me what's going on with Quinn Hughes. I don't think anybody knows what's going on with Quinn Hughes. It's the way that I've sort of figured out this situation, or at least what I've read about it. There are some roster stipulations first and foremost to try and keep a competitive balance. Why, I don't totally know. I just think, look, if you're going to go country on country, every player in that country is available, and it's up to the country to choose who they want to play. But the thing with Quinn Hughes is he had an injury before the break and clearly made a decision with the Canucks that said, we've got a longer-term goal, and that's winning a Stanley Cup. I'm not going to play in the tournament. I'm not going to risk this injury further. I'm going to get healthy. And then all of a sudden, the U.S. had injuries. They've got one game to play for the championship, and they called Quinn Hughes, and I'm sure he was like, I'm ready. Let's go. I wouldn't be surprised if Vancouver said, no, you're not going. We already had an agreement. You're our best player by far. We're not putting this risk. And so it kind of becomes this tug and pull. And I don't even know if a final decision's been made yet. I wouldn't be surprised if WWF style, Quinn Hughes just pops up in warm-ups tonight, which would be awesome. Just the ultimate heel move from the U.S. side. I don't think he's playing. Even if he did go out there, I think the U.S. needs one more illness or one more injury in order for Hughes to be eligible. But to connect it to the Dallas Stars, when Thomas Harley went up for Canada, he flew to Montreal, but he couldn't practice with the team. He couldn't be around the team unless they were down one more player. So it was almost like he would go skate on his own and then have to get off the ice before Canada got on the ice because he technically couldn't be a part of team activities. There was some cloak and dagger shenanigans going on with some of the Thomas Harley stuff. He ultimately got in, and he's been a part of things now. But I think for the NHL, because this is their first year getting back into international competition, there's a little bit of an experimental or guinea pig element going on with how this tournament goes as different scenarios pop up. And this may affect some of the Olympic decisions coming up next year.
McAvoy out. Tkachuk, is he in?
Sounds like it. I mean, all the insiders and the reporters, it sounds like McAvoy's the only guy who's out. Everybody else, Austin Matthews has said he's playing. Head coach Mike Sullivan said he expects both Tkachuk brothers to be in there, which they're both characters, and we saw what they did at the start of the first game, plus they're phenomenal players. I think you need them in there. So it seems like the U.S. is going to float out that exact same roster minus Charlie McAvoy, and it's a pretty darn good roster anyway.
Talking with Brian Ray here on 105.3 The Fan. Okay, Brian, I saw Jim Nill heading into the All-Star break had said that, look, with the schedule, the trip to Finland, all the injuries they've had, the number of young players they've had to play, he's pretty happy overall with where things have been given the expectations. How would you grade the Stars at the break, and then what is your outlook for them in the second half?
I'd probably give them a B+ in terms of a grade. And yes, the schedule, the injuries, the circumstances, the fact that they're top three in the Central, I think they're going to be neck and neck with Minnesota. I think they're going to finish somewhere in that 2-3 hole. I think they're going to finish second. I think Winnipeg has opened up enough runway that they're going to take the division, and I'm fine with Dallas in that 2-3 hole. I'd give them a B+ because I thought that first month of the season they were winning games, but something was off. Robertson wasn't quite there. He was coming off foot surgery. Wyatt Johnston was a little slow. Hintz was a little slow. Matt Duchene seemed to be like the only one. He and Sagan seemed to be like the only ones that could really pump in some goals for this team. So the start was not what they wanted it to be, but you've turned it into essentially a top 10 record in the league overall and top 3 in your division with a pretty good chance to take the number 2 spot. So I think B+ is a fair grade for what they've done so far. Moving forward, I mean, I think they're going to be pretty good. This is a weird season, especially for the Stars, because it was like, all right, season starts, we just got to get to the Finland trip. Okay, Finland trip is done. We just got to get to the Christmas break. Okay, Christmas break is done. We just got to get to Four Nations. All right, Four Nations is done. Now we got to get to the playoffs. Now there's going to be a sprint. I think now there's going to be a renewed focus because it's more of a veteran team with Stanley Cup aspirations, legit Stanley Cup aspirations. I think you're going to see the focus settle in on the word coaches uses details of your game, to where they want to start building towards a position where they're ready to go into a 7-game playoff series and win that series. So I think you're going to see in ascent. And then since you mentioned Jim Nill, I still think he's poking around for something by the trade deadline in 2 weeks. So I think we have one more roster move of some kind. I don't know how lofty or how big it may be, but I still think he's going to do some type of tweak, if he can, to the roster. So there's still some Stars news roster-wise coming in the future, I think.
The Stars have to what in order to have a successful year?
Final Four. I think that this has been a Final Four team the last 2 years. They entered this season with the full expectations of winning the Stanley Cup or playing for the Stanley Cup, and I think they do have a roster that can do it. I just, from a big picture hockey fan standpoint, I've always thought once you get down to the Final Four teams, all 4 teams have a legitimate case that they can win the Stanley Cup. And it really does come down to one detail or one break or one slight defining circumstance. If you go back to last year, I think everybody's going to look at the series loss to Edmonton. It was the power play. The Stars' power play dried up, and that was a difference in the game, or a difference in the series. And so it's something like that can really be the lone effect on whether you do go from Final Four to Final Two to Final One. So I think Final Four, to have that expectation on this team is more than fair. And then once they get there, let's see what happens, and let's see what you've learned from the last 2 Final Four appearances.
Brian, first year here of Victory Plus, have you noticed or how important has it been for just the growth of what the Stars are trying to do and the following here in DFW? How important has it been to have just the free, easy access to every game there with Victory Plus here locally?
I think it's been huge. The biggest thing from the Stars side and even from my side hosting these shows is distribution. Number one, we're all sports fans. We all know what's going on with the regional sports network situation. We all know what was happening with Bally. To finally get I'll call it unlimited distribution. It's based on whoever just wants to download the app for free. But now anybody can access this within the geographic region, the 4-state region for the Stars. And you don't have to worry about cable providers or streaming providers or satellite or rabbit ears, all of that's been removed off the table. So distribution number one has been huge for the Stars and seen number increase. To my knowledge and from everything I've heard and been told, there have not been a lot of technical glitches. There's not a lot of buffering complaints that I see online. I have not heard a great deal of technical glitches. Everybody seems to have been able to access it just fine. So I think if you're checking the distribution box and technologically everything seems to be working fine, that's a heck of a first year. And the fact that the Rangers have now jumped onto it, the St. Louis Blues in the NHL, they dabbled with Victory Plus in their preseason, and they're going to run a couple of their games on Victory Plus. Clearly, other teams have been watching what the Stars began with Victory Plus, and they've taken notice. Some have jumped in both feet. Some are kind of, tasting it as an hors d'oeuvre. But there's clearly intrigue to see if this is a model and a route to go. The revenue side, that's different for every team. That's different for every organization and every arrangement. But the bottom line is multiple teams, it appears, are interested to learn more about the way this is going. That's got to be a huge success for the Dallas Stars when you look at it in those three components.
You do a really nice job, man. Keep up the great work. Thank you for the time this morning, and enjoy this evening. Appreciate it.
Yeah, you too as well. Enjoy the game, everybody. I appreciate it, boys.
Brian Ray from Victory Plus, pre and post on DFW Sports Station. Did Bill Belichick kill UNC basketball? RJ Choppy with a college kegger next.
After we get you over.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Out-of-pocket costs, they only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Did Bill Belichick kill North Carolina basketball? The most blue-blooded program of all time? Arguably? It's one of four.
Yeah.
You got a choice of 4 or 5. With them, Kansas, Duke, Kentucky, and UCLA. And UCLA only won when they had 3 teams. So don't even count them. But
and the O'Bannons.
Yeah, that's right. They had the O'Bannons. But there is talk that Bill Belichick is building such an NIL base at UNC that it's taking away from the basketball. And the basketball has had the biggest NIL budget, or one of the biggest NIL budgets for a couple of years now, since they basically started NIL. And the basketball team they're kind of buns, man. They're kind of booty cheeks, and they stink. And Bill is like, hey, look, they got this money, and they ain't winning. Let's give it to me, and let's try to win. And this brings up an interesting situation.
So you're trying to tell me that the athletic director has taken some of the basketball money and given it to Bill?
That is what the basketball department is fearful that is happening.
Okay.
That the NIL budget, there's only so much to go around. These schools only have X amount. Let's say the University of Texas has $100 million to spend on NIL, and they give $50 million to football and $20 million to men's basketball, and trickle down from there. Well, if men's basketball gets the ghost of John Wooden to come in and coach the team, they're like, well, hey, now we need more money. Let's say they increase by $10 million. Well, the football team's got to come down by $10 million. And the fear is that this is what's happening because football drives revenue. But certain schools are basketball schools. Are you really going to sit there and tell me that a Kentucky athletics fan would prefer, the normal fan would prefer the football team win the NCAA title as opposed to the basketball team? Not a chance. Same thing at Duke, same at Carolina, Kansas, UCLA. And the reverse is at Texas. There's not a Texas football fan. There's not a Texas athletics fan that would rather their basketball team win the title than the football team. Maybe a few.
Well, at Kentucky,
haven't you said you would prefer a Vols?
But I like college basketball better than college football anyway. I love college football, but I grew up on college basketball. That was
I
my number
don't
one.
know if I'm thinking that a UNC student
cares.
Definitely likes basketball over football, right? I'm just ingrained to think football over basketball normally. But if UNC goes on a national championship football run,
they'd love it.
I mean, I would be in the stands for
Yeah.
both.
Oh yeah, you'd be in the stands for both. It's just like, you get your choice. You have, because you go to these football factories. It's just ingrained in you. This is what everybody does.
Yeah.
And then some of the kids go to the basketball games. My assumption is at Carolina, everyone goes to the basketball game.
Yeah.
And that's just the way it is. So, Bill Belichick potentially killing North Carolina basketball. And the SEC and Big Ten.
By the way, early returns on Bill's recruitment. What are you hearing? That he's doing a really good job, nice job, putting together what type of roster?
It's a transfer portal roster. He did fairly well in the portal.
Yeah, it was solid. He was like, I think they were 15th in the portal rankings, which is a pretty decent jump because I think UNC was like 28 last year.
His issue is high school kids because he doesn't have a relationship with the high school coaches.
Other than his girlfriend.
Right. There were 3 top 100 players in the state of North Carolina. None of them went to North Carolina. That's a problem. If you're a school like Carolina, any state, if you're not in Texas or Florida or California, you have to win your state. You just have to. Georgia didn't become Georgia until they put a wall around Atlanta. And they became Georgia.
It's a beautiful wall.
It's just the way it is. And if you're Carolina, you've got maybe 8 Division I players a year, 10 Division I players, 20, whatever it is. Whatever that number is, you've got to keep a majority of the top ones in your state.
For what it's worth, by the way, the high school rankings according to 24/7 for North Carolina this year is 32nd. Last year they were 32nd. So they're recruiting the same. And the biggest transfer portal recruit came from the University of Washington, which is where Bill's son was coaching last year. So
Thaddeus, right?
Yeah, yep. You might be getting like just a 1-year boost there. So it still remains to be seen.
We'll see. SEC Commissioner Greg Sankey, Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti, they met in New Orleans, and they are in favor of changing the seeding this year for the college football playoff. Now, that doesn't mean they're going to guarantee spots. That's not happening yet. But this is what we talked about. There was no guarantee that just because you win a conference, you get a bye. What they would say is, you're ranked where you're ranked. That's the list of the byes. I think that's the fair way to go.
Please tell me, because you were out for this, and Chop was like, what's the matter? Because they're probably going to fall in there anyway. I had a massive problem with the suggestion from the Big Ten and the SEC that we want the playoff to be 16 teams and our conferences get 4 automatic bids.
Well, you can ask for it.
Well, no, they're running it. They're running the CFP.
They're control of the
show. They have the controlling interest in like setting the CFP. So I mean, if they want to give themselves 4 automatic bids, they probably can.
And your problem is them just not leaving it open to everyone with open competition and earn it.
Yeah, you're mad that SMU got in. Well, we don't want an SMU getting in. We want Alabama to get in. It doesn't matter that SMU is ranked higher. Like, it just strikes me as so you're trying to stack the deck.
Yeah.
If you're as superior as you've claimed your conference is for so long, you should be able to just get in there on the merit of how great your teams are. You shouldn't need all the 4 automatic bids to game it so you can beat SMU.
Yeah. SMU was in either way. They were an at-large bid, right? They weren't the automatic bid, so they would have gotten in either way.
What do you mean?
SMU was not an automatic bid. They were an at-large bid. They would have gotten in regardless of what
Right, but if you extend the number of automatic bids, they would have gotten squeezed. If all of a sudden the Big Ten has 4 and the SEC has 4,
okay. With still being 12 teams, yeah.
Yes.
But if it's at 16, it would. The reality is that every year there's 4 teams in the top 16 in the SEC. There just always is. Big Ten usually.
But I don't like putting it.
I don't like
writing it in stone.
I don't like the writing it in stone.
It goes against like the essence of competition.
It's a merit. It's a merit-based thing. The reality is it's going to happen every year anyway. My issue is the seeding. Get rid of the seeding. You didn't need Arizona State to be the 3 seed. That screwed everything
up. The seeding is messed up. That screwed things up. By the way, I was stunned yesterday. Friend of the show, Stuart Mandel, he trashed the SEC and the Big Ten for this suggestion. He's like, you don't, as you may have all the power, but you don't alienate 75% of the fan base of college football just in the name of flexing your power and wanting to get things your way. That's bad business.
Speaking of flexing their power and trying to get things their way, another thing they talked about was expansion of the NCAA tournament. The NCAA tournament is currently at 68 teams.
It's not enough.
Not enough. And you know that the SEC and the Big Ten want to expand this thing, and they are talking about this. This is Pete Thamel on College Game Day basketball version from this past weekend. Even the SEC fans, they were at Alabama. Even they don't want expansion for the college tournament.
Well, Reese, obviously we have Selection Sunday a month away, and there's development behind the scenes about what this tournament could look like in 2026. NCAA President Charlie Baker is on the record saying there's been discussions about growing the tournament to either 72 or 76 teams. I had multiple high-ranking sources tell me this week that the more likely option, if the tournament were to expand, would be to 76. The NCAA has been in discussions with its media partners for a while on this now, and a decision on whether it does go to 76 would come in the next few months. The move to 76 would be historic. By adding 8 teams, it would be the biggest jump in what the tournament looks like since 1985. The logistics of what that could look like have not been set yet.
So there's boos. The fans don't even want it. This is where the programs will be helped by it. The fans don't even want it.
I'm in.
You want the 76?
Really? I'm in. Oh. The initial reaction is to say, what's the point? Where do we draw the line? Look, for me, I don't care about the college basketball regular season. It's like the NFL. This is the way I look at it. Give me more playoff. I love the NCAA tournament, even though I don't watch the regular season. I love it. So if you give me a few more games to live and die with and flip when True TV runs out of their game to TBS and TNT, what's the downside? What's the problem?
I think the issue is
more tournament.
These added games would be on Tuesday and Wednesday before they're playing games.
Okay.
You're essentially had to play. Now, what is the perception of the NCAA tournament?
I mean, there's a lot of perceptions.
Awesome. I mean,
that like the games are all close. There's barn burners, right?
Yeah.
Upsets galore.
Yeah, you're gonna get an upset or two that's just like awesome.
But the greatness. I'm just speaking selfishly. I can be fine with a blow. I don't need a close buzzer beater as long as my team wins for my bracket.
Oh, that's fair.
So I'm going to pay attention because I'm just going to be peer pressured and continue my morning show dominance of winning or not losing, more importantly. And, okay, my team, they're winning by 14. Even the way I watch it again, my team's up 8 in the second half. That's still nerve-wracking for me because an 8-point, a 7-point lead can go away. So even if I don't have the close game, I have the reason to watch for my bracket advancement. The only time I'm really out of a game is if it's 20 points in the second half. And I'm like, all right, over to the next one. So give me more tournament since I don't care about the regular season anyway. Now, I'm not watching any of the play-ins. But
that's where the expansion is,
well, fine. But I still don't have a reason to vote against this. Tell me the reasons against.
It just feels like you run the risk potentially of oversaturation is all. Yeah. Like you are testing the limits of how people may go it's too much, and then you start downgrading other games. It feels like it goes on too long.
The average margin of victory this past year was 14.
Mm-hmm.
40 of the 63 games in the tournament were decided by double digits. I get what you're saying. Like the brackets, NCAA loves their brackets. That's what it's about.
Yeah. Let me ask you a question. Which of the two sports do you feel like today has the greater chance of the upsets with college football tournament or basketball?
Oh, basketball.
I agree.
Oh, but it's not even close.
It's not even close.
It's not even in the same ballpark.
Now, if we go to 16, 18 in college football, I'll vote more against that.
Yeah, you get blowouts.
But college basketball, I feel like, and maybe you can throw the stats in my face to disprove this, hey, man, I got more chances for upsets here.
No.
And if it's a blowout, the greatness of staggering it, I just go on to the next game.
Yeah, no, look, I think didn't every favored team cover?
I mean, in the
NCAA tournament, in the college playoff?
We talked about it. The first round of games, we were like, oh, home field, it feels like it's going to guarantee you a win in this new setup because it was just such an advantage to have on-campus games. So, yeah, there was not a whole lot of upsets.
I get what you're saying. Oh, my God, you're devaluing the regular season. You're letting everyone in. But for me, I don't care.
Yeah, no, I don't care
because
about
I don't need importance of the college basketball regular season because I don't care about it anyway. Give me more of the good stuff.
I can't argue that. The NCAA tournament is it's the best postseason in sports.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's amazing.
I don't know if I can tell you more than 2 teams in the top 10 in the country right now.
So what do we care?
I only know that
Scrub U gets in.
I only know that because Alabama and Auburn played each other, and I saw it was on TV. That's the only reason why I even know that.
You can probably guess a couple of them.
I get the initial reaction. It's like, oh my God, here we go, monetizing. You're selfish. just let everyone help. But if you really think about it, at least if you digest it like me, give me a few more games of what you are really, really into and you're gambling on or you're bailing out of work for. Bam. All right, we got a special guest, a much-needed replacement for Crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. Someone joining us from the G-Bag Nation next.
Uber Eats has lower fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay,
it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. More new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
I got some rust on my Chevy, but it's
all right, Tolos, that's right. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Dierks Bentley at the Dos Equis Pavilion on May 30th. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Folks, this is it. The Lakers have to get it in. James wants it. Oh, no! No, it's short! James, it'll count! It's over! It's over! Your Charlotte Hornets win here in L.A.
Nico 2-2. 2-2 after the big trade. Let's crosstalk with the KMC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan with special guest Zach Wolchuk.
Woo!
What's up, Kevin Hagelin?
And Luka's now 3 for 3 and sucking in games since the trade.
Well, so you want to say that Nico's 3-2 then? I was just judging the Lakers' losses, but yeah, if you want to judge the performances,
he's shooting 21% from 3 and still jacking up as many 3-pointers as he wants.
What do you think Luka was doing during the All-Star break? You think he was doing wind sprints to get ready?
Probably not.
Okay.
But
there's Nico's point.
Just for the point.
I'm trolling. I always
say this. 2 things can be true. I can still think the trade was dumb and still point out that Luka's been playing like butt with the Lakers.
Yes. 2 things can be true.
He's been really bad. Really bad. 16 for 45 from the field. I was surprised because he's owned the Hornets. At least he did in a Maverick uniform. So I was hitting the more on the prize picks. I think he was at 25 points. I went with the more. But Luka, it's just been rough. And when you look at the problem is, if you had Anthony Davis, you'd feel better about it.
But he got hurt.
So it doesn't really matter. Like, Luka's available and he's playing right now. Even if he's struggling, you don't have your guy playing via the trade. So, but that 3 quarters was magical.
Who on G-Bag has tried, if at all, to play devil's advocate or defend the deal the most?
Oh, Brian. Yeah, absolutely.
Of course, yeah.
Broadus honestly has sounded like he's been a fan of the deal.
Really?
He's like, get that bum out of here. Fupa Doncic. We don't want him here in Dallas.
What do you call him?
Fupa Doncic. Well, Eric loves to call him Fupa Doncic. But Brian was really rallying around it. Because, Brian's got his sources over there with the Mavs.
Yeah.
So he got the Mavs side of it. And I think from his GM cap, like, he could kind of understand their way of thinking.
And what's the fan text look like when he does that?
Oh, they hate him. They absolutely hate him. But they kind of hate him in general sometimes.
Oh. And that's why Chiafalo caught ricochets. I heard Chiafalo got hurt. He got hurt in his feels hosting on the morning show the other day. Did you know this?
No. Well, he was leaking his confidence after day one. So here's the thing. He was doing, as you know, this is very much more a G-Bag segment that he was doing when he was here with us. He was talking about like renaming food items at the ballpark. Like, what can I come up with that's like the boomstick? And then he did the are the 2 best letters in sports, because pitchers and catchers, he said, are P's and C's, the 2 best letters in sports. So people were texting in there TD and like OT and stuff like that. And then there were other people who typed, like, they texted in like NO to this segment. I'm changing the radio. And I think that one, man, I think that hurt his feelings.
See you later. And then someone tweeted the other day, like, all of us, like, serious question. Why are you on Love of the Star when, in fact, you do not love the star?
I saw
And I was like, oh, that's going to get Eric.
Hell of a question.
It's going to get him. It is going to get him.
That's going to get him a little bit. What's coming up on the program?
So at 10:40, we bring back the moral compass and ask about wedding rules and regulations and people who don't follow them.
Whose segment is 10:40 usually?
Man.
That is usually Baseball Nuggets with
so
Mike
it's just
Bassett.
a coincidence that him being out, you said we bring back the moral compass.
No, yes, that is just a
Because
coincidence.
Mike has no moral compass.
No, that is just a coincidence the way it fell. We're going to have Kyle Yeomans on at 1 o'clock and Top 10 with Zach Wolchuk at 12:41.
I love the. I'm a wedding etiquette guy. I have the Emily Post book.
Yeah.
Do you?
Yeah.
He told
Have
me
you
a lot
read
of good
it?
things.
I read most of it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew we had. When we sent out, we got all our gifts.
Mm-hmm.
We had to have the invitations out, the thank you cards out by like 30 days. Within 30
if you
days.
love the etiquette and everything so much, why don't you do another big
Good
to-do
question.
for the second one?
Oh, I could do another wedding?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know my answer, but you love them. I think
love
more
weddings.
Than,
I love weddings.
So why don't you just do one?
She doesn't really want one. She doesn't really want one. She would rather spend the money on the honeymoon. So we are.
That makes sense.
Well, her mom is supposed to pay for it anyway.
Yeah, that's
so you can
that
still.
doesn't.
Her
it's,
parents.
It's 2025. That doesn't really.
Oh,
I mean, Jana's parents did pay. Like my parents and her parents split it basically.
Yeah. Who started that, by the way? Who started balancing that? Because
question.
that person should rot in hell.
Oh my God.
Who started saying no? We'll split it.
Now that you have a daughter,
you have a daughter.
You're looking ahead because I agree.
Oh, that's death. That's ridiculous.
What?
But whoever decided to be like, no, you know what? Your side shouldn't have to pay for it. That person, we need to find that individual.
Whose quinceañera do you have to pay for?
My daughter's.
Well, how many years away is that?
So what's
We'll
that
blink and it's going to be.
How do you know societal
Time's
norms
flying.
won't have changed?
Yeah,
by
who's
then?
to say that those won't be?
Yeah.
Well, I hope they change. I do, but they probably won't.
And the kid has to pay for it.
Have you ever crashed a wedding?
Yeah, I'm sure I have. Crashed a
What do
funeral.
you? I'm sure.
No, yeah.
That's a lie.
Crashed
You
a funeral.
would. That's an outright chopping
Crashing
lie.
the funeral. That's a pro move right there.
So I went to the wrong place. So I went to somebody else's wedding.
Okay.
I went to the wrong place.
And how long did you stay? And what did you do?
It took me like 30 minutes to figure out I was at the wrong one.
I
But
was
did you
going to
eat-
ask that.
Did you eat and drink anything?
No, it was at the ceremony.
Okay, well then you didn't really crash it.
Yeah,
You
I
didn't knowingly go and partake in their food, drink, and dance.
No, absolutely not.
Can I tell you
it
one
was
of
a
my
ceremony?
One of my dreams in life is to be at a wedding where someone interrupts the wedding, hopefully with their undying love for one of the people up at the altar.
The objection?
Yeah. Now, what happens from there? It's fine either way, but I just want to see someone go, wait, I still love you, and like make their passionate plea. Yeah, I think that would be amazing.
Do you want but like you don't care about what the result is? Because what if they just like take the guy out? Then it's like, all right, that was boring. Don't you want her to stop and just like be in silence and like look back and forth and like really make it like a dramatic decision?
I think that would be amazing, but also if I got to be like part of the security team because they were worried that might happen, and you get to tackle that fella.
Take you back to your Blockbuster days.
That's right. I think it would be super fun. And you'd always remember that wedding. Like Choppy didn't even know if he was going to the right wedding. You would always remember the wedding where the person showed up to profess their undying love.
That's true. I'll tell you, I've been to so many. I love a good wedding, but I also don't think I could hate anything more than a bad wedding.
What constitutes a bad wedding?
No open bar.
Bad buffet, and no open bar. Or where they tell you, we got beer.
Yeah, just the beer
not
and wine.
liquor.
Beer, just the
Yeah.
beer
Or
and
the
wine.
ceremony's too long.
Yeah.
I need a no more than what ceremony? No more than
20 minutes. Those Catholic weddings, man, I'm Catholic. Those Catholic weddings are the worst. They're a
Tell you
good hour.
what, our Jewish wedding is not much better.
Yeah, but at
Where you
least
stomp on the
You
glass.
guys just stop. Dang it.
At least there's a chance that somebody gets a shard of glass. in their
That's
eye.
true, and that was fun. That was like the only thing that I really wanted to do because we did the court deal, which ended up saving a ton of money. It was awesome, but we didn't have a rabbi actually marry us. I just kept with that tradition.
Zach, while at UNT, did you ever have a celebrity speaker as big and famous as Bobby Belt is now? Because yesterday, Bobby spoke at your alma mater.
Did you? You went to Hank Dickinson's class?
No, I went to UNT Frisco. It was like it's the satellite campus. I went to Joe Trahan's class.
Wait, Peyton, explain to me what that is.
That doesn't count.
Is that a stepchild?
Basically, yeah.
No, it's
if you're
just
not in Denton, you're not at UNT.
Oh,
It's the other campus
God,
side.
Bobby, you oversold that.
I didn't oversell anything.
I thought you were going to the UNT broadcasting school.
So
the UNT.
Said it was the Central.
So here's the
Sounds
thing.
pretty weak.
I did not know I was
It's
going.
like you went to the freak of.
I didn't know. I didn't know I was going to Frisco.
Don't exist.
I didn't know I was going to Frisco until I was getting in the car because I was like, "Oh, UNT," and I didn't even like know that I was. So I was ready to like drive up to Denton. I was like, "Oh, I got to drive to Frisco. It's going to be about 10 minutes longer, and I got to hustle a little bit." But yeah, I spoke to Joe Trahan's sports media relations class
That's
yesterday.
awesome.
What'd you wear?
A black polo and jeans.
And
A hat and a.
Is that the dressiest outfit you have? Is a black polo and jeans?
No, I have
oh no, he's got his church outfit. We'll see that in Indy.
Yeah,
he got it
no.
all button tucked in.
Yeah, I mean, I don't. So I've never been to St. Elmo's. I've done Prime, but I've never been to St. Elmo's, so I don't know how dressed up I have to be there. If I have to be dressed
They're
up, then
all
I'll be there.
steakhouses.
I know, but I don't know if
It
it's
has to be the same dress.
Well, no, because Prime
I
turns
haven't
it.
seen differing, unless it's a Texas Roadhouse. It's pretty standard.
Prime, but like Prime is like a hybrid bar this time of year, so people walk in there wearing all sorts of stuff, and so it's not. That's why I don't totally know.
Is St. Elmo's better than the movie St. Elmo's Fire?
Yes, but it's not better than the song.
Would you like us to work on a potential trade? It's not going to happen this year, and he gets final say, but would you like us to work a potential trade for yourself and RJ Choppy to swap Arizona and Indy?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
I think we need Diamond Cavs.
Because
in
RJ said he
surprise.
doesn't care.
We need boots on the ground.
Oh.
We need our best Rangers aficionado there covering spring training. Let's go.
We will have our best Rangers aficionado there covering for a week.
For a week.
But then we got Choppy.
But I think you'd love it.
And then he gets to do the latest. You get to do the latest wake.
That doesn't bother me. That doesn't do it. What I would be more worried about, and more, I don't know how you guys do it in the afternoon. Nothing. Because when I had to do my 1 hour Bet MGM show at the Super Bowl, I had such FOMO that everybody was off work at the hotel bar, and nobody was in the building anymore. Nobody was at Radio Row. I don't know how you guys do that when you're still working and all your friends are at home. In the morning, everyone's asleep. I'm not missing anything.
Right.
What am I missing? Breakfast? Woo.
He's trying to play cool. He really wants to go.
Oh, I would love to go.
Arizona?
No, he really wants to go to Indy really bad.
He's always liked Indy as well. Who's more bitter about it, you think? You or Broadus?
Brian's gone, so he knows what he's missing. I don't know what I'm missing.
Yeah.
So I'd probably say Brian probably is more bitter, but that's always been a dream to go check out the Combine.
All right, I got some Four Nations prop bets real quick.
Let's do it.
Will there be a fight in the first minute of the game, yes or no?
Yes.
No is minus 5,000.
Wow, there's good money to be made on the yes.
Yes is plus 1,000.
Let's go.
Throw $10.
That's the first minute. How many fights will there be?
2.
Is it over under is a half?
No, it's just a number.
2.
I like the 2. You going 3?
I'll say 1.
All right, well, 2 fights is plus 800. 0 fights is minus 200, the favorite. When will the first fight occur?
First minute.
Overtime is the favorite.
Really?
Wow.
You can bet on whether a player will be bleeding after the first fight. No is minus 1,500. Which team's players will bleed after the first fight?
Canada's
minus 130. USA minus 110. Choppy, what does that mean? Who's the favorite?
Minus 130.
110 is USA?
Yeah, minus 130 is the favorite.
Minus 130. So Canada will bleed. Will a player's helmet come off during the first fight? Which team's helmet will come off during the first fight? Will the goalies fight each other?
Oh,
No.
No is
But
minus.
that'd be awesome.
No is minus 10,000.
I could see that.
Will there be 3 fights and 3 unanswered goals in the game? That's plus 10,000. Which players will fight? 2 Kachucks and Sam Bennett. What will happen?
That's Sam Bennett, the golfer.
What will happen on game day? You can bet on the following: USA chants during the Canadian anthem, plus 300. Player bleed. Trump slips on ice after game. Is Trump going to be there?
What are the odds on that one?
He has to be there to put him in,
I
right?
assume he's going to be there. That makes sense.
Player
Last I saw it was plus 150 that he would be there. So underdog, but close.
What will be said first during the broadcast? Tariffs or 51st state?
Oh, man. That's.
Will Donald Trump be said on the broadcast during the first period? What will happen after the game? Canada wins. Trump removes increased tariffs. USA wins. Canada becomes the 51st state.
Man,
that should be a bet.
It is a bet.
That should be the actual stakes of the game.
Like if the U.S. wins,
like when they do the governors are trading barbecue and chicken.
And then finally, which celebrities will attend this evening? In order: Drake. Good job. Plus 150. Eli, Bieber, Vince Vaughn, Steve Aoki, Bill Burr, Steve Carell, Christy Brinkley, Connor McDavid, Evander Holyfield, Shaq, Tim Robbins, Billy Joel, Gordon Ramsay, Will Ferrell, Zac Efron, Snoop, Neil Young, Mike Myers, Stephen King, Ariana Grande, and Hulk Hogan. The KMC masterpiece is next.
Thanks to Comerica. PNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
PNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got Zach Wolchuk in today.
Woo!
And, of course, Alec Medford here to keep all of our heads on straight. Mike Bassick is off for the rest of the week. He will be back next week in surprise for our spring training coverage. And it seems as though perhaps Corey Majors will be back tomorrow.
He's done taking a load off?
Perhaps he will be back tomorrow, are the rumblings that I'm hearing.
What do those rumblings sound like?
Probably
rumble. Show on 105.3 The Fan.
That is one of my absolute favorite drops. All right, gentlemen, we were just talking about it off air. We'll get to it a little bit later into the show. But what is your hype level for the Four Nations?
I'm so pumped for this. I am. I've been seeing the clips of Miracle on Ice, the movie, Herb Brooks' speech going viral today. And it's one of my favorite speeches. In fact, at the University of North Texas, I told you this. I had to do for a communications course. I had to weave in like 3 different pieces of art by also having like one tie-in. So I did inspiration. I did the Miracle on Ice, Herb Brooks speech. I used Lose Yourself by Eminem. And then I went with the one-time Little Giant speech at the end where he talks about, you beat Kevin down Cherry Hill one time. And they go out there, and it was the only time I was hoping for the Little Giants to beat the Cowboys, but they did it. And I will say, I'd love our Dallas Cowboys to wear those Cowboys jerseys with the star on the shoulder pad.
Yeah.
Those things are freaking sick, but I'm pumped for tonight. I am a little bit nervous because Team USA is very banged up, and not having McAvoy, who I thought really set the tone with that McDavid hit. I'm worried. Defensively, they played so damn well on Saturday night. Can they carry that over? And especially Cale Makar now coming back for Team Canada.
One of the best damn players in the world.
I think the Canadians, I wouldn't be stunned if the Canadians are able to outlast us tonight, but I am really hoping Team USA can win the championship. And it seems like these guys, I know it's an exhibition, but just listen to PK Subban. We were listening to him before the show.
Yeah.
Like, bigger than a Stanley Cup final game for a lot of these players.
So, Alec, outside of Wolchuk's treasonous prediction, how excited are you?
Screw you, Kevin.
For the game tonight?
I'm extremely excited because we've talked about it a lot this week that there's just not a whole lot else going on right now. So it's nice that my undivided attention will be going to this, not trying to split screen everything and watch a million different things because the NBA has lost most of my interest. I still watch, but I'm going to be fully invested in this and listening to Brian Ray with the morning show boys. I think my confidence was boosted a little bit just hearing how confident he is, hearing how confident it sounds like the team is. The team is a little bit healthier than I anticipated them being. So, I'm intrigued because I feel like we do have a great chance, even though really Canada's team is just a lineup full of boogeymen, and I hate it because their power play unit is strong. Everything offensively, obviously, it's chippy. They're really tough, but it's going to be fun, win, lose, or draw. I'm really excited because I'm just going to sit down and watch the whole thing uninterrupted.
I like it. All right. We're going to talk about that more later as the show goes along. In the meantime, give me cut number 1 because I want to talk about the Texas Rangers.
Woo! The 1-0 pitch is hit high and deep down the right field line. Robles turns to look, and it is gone! A dozen rows up in right field. A booming home run for Leody Taveras. He has tied this game at 5.
Leody.
Love it. Just real quick, though. Are you impressed at how quickly Matt Hicks can count the rows, or do you think he's guesstimating about how many rows deep that home run went?
It's a phenomenal question because Hicksy is a man with, at times, poor eyesight. I don't know how far he can really see into the stands, but the monitor is there to help him. And if there's anybody who I don't think would make up how many rows, because he is very specific, meticulous, and he is an encyclopedia for the MLB rulebook, I think he did count the rows.
Okay, very nice. So our question to start this off is just how much better, or maybe you think worse, you can tell you're in a negative mood today.
Yeah, really bad. I mean, are you kidding me? This is a terrible question, Hagee.
Or maybe you think worse did the Rangers get this season? Because we've talked a lot about expectations, right? And if you go to, I believe it was yesterday, MLB Stock Watch had win projections, in terms of how many wins, your playoff hopes, your divisional hopes, winning the championship. And let's just look at the Rangers. They're predicted by ESPN to jump from 84 wins to 88 wins. Their odds to make the playoffs jump from 45% to 64%. And their odds to win the championship jump from 2.3% to 5.1%. So essentially, you probably figured this out because you get numbers. Expectation, big bounce back. So I want to get the feel from our listeners, from you guys. Do you get why people feel that way?
Absolutely. Personally, I think that last year was a snake-bitten team. That's what it felt like. And I understand that Josh Young has struggled to stay healthy throughout his career, but I don't think there's any way the Rangers are going to have as many injuries as they did last year. Doley wasn't healthy all year. Evaldi's on the IL. You didn't have DeGrom until late in the season. Rocker you didn't have till late in the season. Bradford gets hurt, right? Evan Carter has the back. Hopefully he's able to come back and play the majority of the season. Corey Seager getting hurt. There's just no way to me that is going to replicate itself this season. And I think they're much better. Right? Anytime CY was on with us, he talked about the offense and how there was regression, but he wanted to make sure he could get that offense back to 2023, and he added a ton of pop in the lineup.
How focused is he on the Rangers season right now, though, since he's more focused on high school playoffs?
I think there is...
Actually, I'm just kidding. I think this story is really neat.
It is pretty cool. He's flying back and forth anytime his daughter... She's in the playoffs now for Highland Park. And I think this is the deepest Highland Park girls basketball has made a run since like 97, 98.
Really?
So he is going back and forth whenever his daughter plays from Surprise back to Dallas or wherever they might be playing, and then going back to Surprise, which is amazing. Family first. I love that. But adding Berger, adding Kyle Higashioka, that to me might be the most under-the-radar important move that the Rangers made all offseason. Because the reason to me Jonah Heim faded last year is because of the previous 2 to 3 years not having anybody that could really platoon with him. The wear and tear, the grind, essentially playing every single game in that postseason run. He needs someone to kind of carry that toll and split the deal with him. And Higashioka also adds more power in the lineup.
Alec, as long as we're talking about for better or worse, do you also understand why ESPN would bump up the Rangers' fortunes so much?
I do, because it's really hard to regress whenever you had a bunch of career worsts. You know, in one season offensively, I just feel like it can only go up from here. It's a very low-level way of thinking, but, I mean, it's true. When you think about the talent that you had, if they're just available, if they consistently play, if some of your X-Factor players do play, you know, in that 120-game region, then you expect more consistency than, you know, when they were in and out of the lineup with various injuries or whatnot, or just typical regression. You know, I pulled a Leote highlight because I think he's a guy that, you know, if the situations present themselves in the right ways, he's shown us that he can give you a spark in the bottom of the lineup.
Which is interesting, just real quick, because if there's a player that most people think is not necessarily needed on this team anymore, feels like he's at the top of the list.
Yeah, and I would totally be in favor of moving him to try to get bullpen help, but the reason I'm okay with him staying on the team is because we don't know if Evan Carter is going to be able to play a majority of the games this season. I'm not doubting him, it's just we don't know. We don't know until we see it happen. So I'd rather play it safe than sorry whenever you look at your bench if he goes down with another back issue and you're like, we really have nobody athletic to play out there in center field and the outfield at all, and try to, you know, juggle that lineup in that formation defensively. But like Wolchuk was saying, you added a ton of offense this offseason, and you know, offense is winning games here nowadays as the starting pitcher is starting to go shorter and shorter into games. It's just how many times can you attack guys in the back end of the bullpen? And I think the Rangers have done a great job of adding power, which is something that you didn't see a lot of last season.
And the most offense that they're going to add is clearly going to come from within. Because let's go to cut number 2. Somebody who has the highest expectations for themselves this season is this man.
Who swings at the first pitch and lifts it high and deep out into right. Suzuki going back on this. He's at the wall, and it's gone. Opposite field home run for Adolis Garcia. He hit one on Thursday. He's got one tonight, and the Rangers have their first lead, 4-2.
So I saw this tweet via Jared Sandler, and by the way, if you love baseball, the season's about to start, and you're not following Jared Sandler, you're making a mistake. You really should. He said Adolis said his goal is to hit 50 home runs this season. He said his knees feel healthy and strong, and he's worked on improving his bat speed. The reason why that came up, when they won the World Series, bat speed, 73.5 miles per hour. Last year, 72 miles per hour. Now, that might not make a whole lot of difference if a cop is following you, but when it comes, depending on where you are, of course.
Sure.
But when it comes to bat speed, a drop of a mile and a half, that's a really big drop. What do you think about his ability to not only feel better on the knees, feel healthy, pick the bat speed back up?
If he's saying that, to me, it means he's confident in where his body is right now and where he is physically. So 39, I believe, is his career home run total, which he hit during the World Series run. If Doley gets to 50 home runs.
His career high.
Career high. If he gets to 50, is that not an MVP season for him?
Yes.
I mean, he's going to, because you know what he can do in terms of playing the outfield, cannon arm, being able to just hose people out at home plate.
Can we stop on that for just 1 second? Because I'm not disputing what you're saying. That needs to go back to 2023 level as well, because his defense regressed last year.
I wonder how much, because he was struggling at the plate, did that then bleed into the outfield struggles as well? And some of that also might go hand in hand with the health.
Okay, so if we can go back to or elevate offensive numbers to go along with elevated defense back to 2023, potential for an MVP season.
Yeah.
And if Adolis is in the mix for MVP, that probably means your team is badass, right?
It does. And the reason why I think Doley really could do this is how damn streaky is he?
Yes.
Like, he will carry your offense for a month, and then it's okay, you have 3 weeks of stink ball, right, where you're getting golden sombreros every other night. And then it's, oh my gosh, he's got 12 home runs in another month. And then, let's go. It's just kind of, you're riding that roller coaster of highs and lows. If he can actually stay consistent throughout the majority of a season, 50 home runs is absolutely doable for how talented he is.
That being said, would we all be thrilled if, I'll just give you this predictive stat line, 40 home runs, 100 RBIs, 250 batting average. You're going to be pretty stoked about that.
Absolutely.
Stat line, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you, Ed Too Tall Jones. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, you talked about how streaky he is. Adolis Garcia kind of feels like a little Tim Hardaway Jr.-esque at times in terms of the numbers get to a place where you're like, I'm okay with that, but how you get there is so wild. Do you think we can see a fairly consistent Adolis to get to that point? Or do you think the deal is you're going to get the 12 home run month, and then next month he's going to hit 185, and you're going to be like, I don't know.
We haven't seen it throughout his entire career, so it's hard for me to, with confidence, like if I had to make a decision, is he going to actually show the consistency? I would lean no. I think you're still going to get predominantly the same highs and lows.
Yeah.
But maybe you can just eliminate like one of the lows. Like, can you have one bad stretch instead of 3?
We got rid of one of the lows.
So there we go. I mean, like if you can
I
just...
meant Nalo. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Nathaniel, and did you see Nathaniel was taking shots at Luka?
Yes, I did.
What the hell?
Because he's won a championship and Luka hasn't.
And he did showcase that ring, and anytime you want to go ahead and show off that bling, gosh, that is a phenomenal ring. Did you see Breast FC's actually on right now?
What?
You like watching Breast?
That's a soccer. There's Breast Football Club.
Yeah, I like the shape of them.
Huh.
Yeah, it's PSG's actually up 6-0 right now on Breast FC. We had that for a G-Bag of the Day clip with Lucius. Shout out to LA Live every day at 5:40. But I am
7-0 now.
I'm hopeful in Doley, but I can't say with certainty that he's not going to have any of those downward trends like we've seen. I think that's probably the body of work's too high to say that he's going to not go throughout 162 games if he even plays, let's say 150 without a slump.
Perhaps you can speak with more certainty on this. In the 214, are you joining 10-2 and not on G-Bag anymore? So, is it possible that you're just filling in today because Corey is still sick? Or have you decided to leave G-Bag behind you for good and you're just going to join this show?
Big station announcement. I will be leaving.
Goodness.
No, nothing of that has been decided. I'm still on the G-Bag Nation. Eric Chiafalo is my ride or die. I have undeniable loyalty there. Just like we said, we're not leaving nosebleed seats unless you take both of us to G-Bag. I don't think I could just leave him behind on G-Bag, even though that is something I know my wife would love to flirt with. She thinks this 10-2 time slot ideal for family life. So I don't know. We'll see what happens in the future, but I have no plans of leaving G-Bag as of now. I love those boys. Those are my guys. But
Alec,
I love you too.
What I just heard was We're adding Zach Wolchuk and Eric Chiafalo to the KNC Masterpiece. Is that also how you interpreted that statement?
Sounds like a lot of babysitting for me to do.
Let's go, Little Red. Little Red Medford, we're back, baby.
Yeah, and the one person here that doesn't have a family and the most family-friendly time slot. Look at that. I'm taking wins.
Hey, enjoy.
Taking wins, baby.
Kind of in your face, Zach.
A lot of gym time. You're crushing it, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, crushing my back on Sunday. That's what happened.
Hey, how is your back feeling after you almost broke yourself in half? Oh,
not good. Probably going to go get it looked at.
You probably should.
Yeah.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Osa to the Chargers, Zach Martin to the Chiefs, and which free agents fit well in Dallas. Next right here in the
Gotta forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens? No.
Nothing, mate.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
680.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
3rd and 4, and they're going to throw it, it looks like. Locke is back in the gun. Pressured up the middle and sacked. That's Odigizua getting in on the party. 6 for the Cowboys today.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan from the 817. Don't get jealous, Hagee, but Zach and Eric are my favorite because they always respond to my text. Does it help that I just read your text on air and responded? Because I absolutely am jealous.
Should be.
And need to be the favorite.
Well, you're our favorite. But don't worry, somebody else said, who's that guy that sounds like he has a bad case of indigestion? Bring back
Is that
Corey
you?
and Mike. And honestly, I was fighting several burps in that opening segment, so that's a hell of an ear from the 903. I love you
Are you
dearly.
embarrassed?
But
oh, my gosh.
it has
are
been
you?
a rough morning for indigestion. I'm so sorry.
Hold on. You have indigestion? Do you have heartburn or an upset stomach?
And diarrhea?
You know what it could be. We don't run that commercial anymore, do we? That commercial was great.
I don't care.
Okay, 877-881-1053. Do you remember the diarrhea chorus commercial? And if you think that's a weird way to describe it, just remember, they're like, diarrhea.
I hear it in my sleep, man. I can't get away from it.
All right. Well, let's talk football then. I didn't really know how to professionally segue to that, so let's just jump right to it. All right. So ESPN had an article out about the best team fits for the top 50 players. Now, this, of course, does not mean this would be where any of these players would go, but I would love for you guys to fantasize about how you think these fits would work. So the Cowboys have 2 free agents in the top 20, Osa and Zach Martin. Now, I realize with Zach Martin, there's a whole lot other stuff at play in terms of potential retirement and everything like that. How do you think Zach Martin would look with the Kansas City Chiefs?
Gosh, I wouldn't be mad at him. Go get yourself a championship. It's like DeMarcus Ware going to Denver. Now, at the time, Denver was not a juggernaut like Kansas City is, where you're going to a conference championship every year and most likely the Super Bowl. But it's like that's not going to upset me. If he went to Philadelphia, be like traitor, right?
Yes.
But you go out of conference, you go to a team that I do think is relatively likable because I do like Patrick Mahomes. Wife did go to Texas Tech. Grew up in a Red Raider household, so
we've already had this discussion.
I know.
Zach. I have nothing to add.
And they've got, hey, you don't have to love the organization,
That's fine.
but I think
I
there's
agree with
players.
you.
There's players on the team that are still pretty likable for the most part.
I agree with you,
and I wouldn't mind that because that is probably your best case. Like if you're any free agent right now, you look across the board. The Chiefs are probably top of your list. Like, where can I go and win a championship?
Sure.
So I wouldn't be upset if Martin decided to do that.
Now, I know you said, like, obviously if he went to Philadelphia, that would be a different deal. But do you think most kind of long-term-ish Cowboys, if they're going to leave, you root for them once they're gone to potentially win, as long as it doesn't, like, infringe on your ability to
100%.
win?
Especially, like I mentioned, out of the conference to where, like, it's not ever going to be a situation where if the Cowboys even make the playoffs, you might be playing against them.
Interesting.
Because they're not getting to the Super Bowl.
Hey, that's a fair point, and I can't really disagree with that. From the 817, yes to letting Zach Martin go, get a ring, because it ain't going to happen here. Also, there's an astonishing amount of people that remember the Pepto-Bismol commercial. Bismol. I didn't ever know there was an L on the end of it. I thought it was Pepto-Bismol.
Pepto-Bismol?
Yeah. I didn't know there was an L on the
I
end.
always thought it was an all, not an O.
Okay, well,
So
I mean,
this could
I didn't
be like
even know
a
the right letters.
Bernstein Bears thing.
Yes.
Which got me as a kid. I still think it's Berenstein Bears.
Okay, you're going to be a bad influence on me because
That's perfect.
Now I want to tell you about a headline I wrote at the newspaper that I was really proud of.
Oh, no.
So there was a wrestler for Allen, Ophir Berenstein, or Bernstein if you prefer, and he won a state championship. And my headline was something like Berenstein bears the load in state title win, and I was really proud of that. All right, Oso Digizua. Shut up, Alec.
I didn't say anything.
I know what you were thinking. Oso Digizua.
Let's keep taking a load off, Alec.
Number 11. Damn it, Corey, get back. Number 11 on the list. Best fit, the Chargers. Now, the Chargers are a really interesting team because for the first 2/3 of the season, their defense was kind of the talk of the NFL until all of a sudden it wasn't. And and I wish I could say it more eloquently, but it was like, wow, look at that, look at that, look at that. Oh, never mind. And so what would you think, putting aside, we'd love to have him back and all that, put that aside. What would you think about the fit of Osa on the Chargers?
I don't know about that fit, right? Because I don't know that a 3-tech, super quick pass rush, get up the field. I think they like bigger bodies on that Harbaugh defense.
Okay.
Think about the guys that were coming out of Michigan, Mozzie, for instance.
Yep.
I think that is kind of more of their mold. And then you had Chris Jenkins Jr., who was drafted 2 years ago. I don't know if Sebastian Joseph Day is a guy that was there that I think would be comparable to Osa. Osa a little bit bigger, but I don't know that I like that fit with the Chargers.
Okay.
Based on what Jesse Minter's running.
Okay, what is your price for Osa to come back? I know that the Morning Show boys are going to be headed to the Combine next week, and I believe they'll have all kinds of great behind-the-scenes information, maybe including some Osa updates. What's the price? Because I'll admit, I also want the Cowboys to be active in free agency, but when I hear numbers that even get close to $20 million, I'm like, I'm out.
Basically anything 15 to 18 range, I would absolutely love if you could do that. But I do think he's going to get 20 plus on the open market. And I'm more of an Osa guy than I know anybody on G-Bag is. If you looked at who were some of your best defensive players, specifically against San Francisco in those games, Osa, the notion of he only plays well against poor competition is not true to me. He played well in those playoff games against San Francisco. Even in the regular season blowout losses, Osa was kind of one of the one shining stars, in my opinion. The question is, much like we just talked about the Adolis Garcia, the consistency.
Yep.
Osa has a tendency to get worn down. This year was kind of the opposite. I think he played his best towards the end of the season. Now, could that correlate with Mozzie also playing better towards the end of the season? Because Osa's really been your only consistent interior defensive lineman over the last 3 years. You've had nobody else to help him out. If you could draft somebody, or if Mozzie is able to continue to develop and do a average NFL starter, because quite frankly, in fairness, he's been below average for the majority of the time, I think that can help out Osa. But this is one of those years to me, Hagee, when I look at the draft class, this is so deep at defensive tackle. Defensive tackle might be the deepest position in the entirety of the draft. You can go into the third round and I think get a guy that can plug and play and start for you right now.
Which is exciting because
it is.
Aren't you guys feeling kind of the same vibe for running back?
Running back
really
too.
Deep?
Running back and D tackle are the two deepest positions. So to me, it's as much as I like Osa, I'd let Osa walk. I'd go ahead and draft a defensive tackle to replace him. Maybe I even double dip at that position, and I'd rather spend that money elsewhere, like I've mentioned with you and we've talked about on the afternoon. Go spend that money on a linebacker.
Yeah.
Whether that's Nick Bolton, whether that's another player.
Now, Jordan Lewis. The reason why I want to talk about Jordan Lewis, he's not in the top 50, but one of the replacements is Mike Hilton, the cornerback, and the ideal fit per ESPN would be the Dallas Cowboys. Now, this would be the idea that Jordan Lewis walks out the door and in walks Mike Hilton. The thing I kind of struggle with that, and I don't think this is accurate. I really like Spotrac, but Spotrac has Jordan Lewis as a potential 2-year, $4.5 million player. Total, not $4.5 million per year total. My God, if that contract is on the table and he is willing to sign it, we better make it happen. But how important do you think it is to keep Jordan Lewis, or if you have any fiery thoughts about Mike Hilton?
Look, Mike Hilton was really good with Pittsburgh when he spent some time there, and he is a guy that can play the slot and get some interceptions, but I think you've seen him regress a little bit. Now he's 30 years old. Jordan Lewis is coming off his best season.
I agree.
So if I even have to pay a little bit more to keep Jordan Lewis, I would much rather do that, and that's somebody who I will admit, I'll eat crow. I was trying to get rid of J. Lou even 2 years ago. I was like, he flashes, he'll have a big game here, and then like Adam Thielen 2 years ago when they played Carolina, Thielen ate his lunch, right? But last year, you can make an argument he was your defensive MVP with how consistent he was. I'd love to try and bring J. Lou back.
How high are we willing to go on that? Because I think we both agree, and not to be Jordan Lewis's agent or anything like that, I think 2.25 per year is a preposterous number.
Yeah, I think you're looking at 4 or 5 a year.
And you good with, let's say, 2 for $10. Depending on guaranteed money, 6.
Love me 2 for 8, but 2 for 10. Hey,
Sure.
with the salary cap going up and up and up, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let's talk about that because I want to set some people's expectations for that. We talked about the salary cap yesterday, the projection of 277.5 to 281.5. A couple of weeks ago, my guess was 273 to 275. So this is even higher than I thought, and I thought it was going to take a big bump. But there do seem to be some people who just believe that because the salary cap is going to go up, give or take, like $22 million, that all of a sudden the Cowboys have $22 million worth of space. And I've been trying to tell them, not really, because those projections are worked out. And while the Cowboys do have some cap space right now, not a lot. I know they could do a lot to make it happen. But I just want to temper people's expectations about all of the money that they might magically think is now available to
Right.
the
They were expecting to be under or over the salary cap. With this new projection, I think they're actually now a little over $2 million over or under the cap. Now, to your point, and I know Dan Graziano wrote about this on ESPN, if they go ahead and they get Micah's deal done, which right now you're looking at $25 million. All of a sudden, if you get that extension done, he's going to get a signing bonus. You can basically free up essentially all of that money for the salary cap, depending on how you want to go ahead.
Or at the very least, $15 million is what I've said.
Absolutely, $15 million, 100%. And then you also flip some switches like the Eagles did right with the void years. You go ahead and push money into 2030, 2031 for Dak, for CD. There's a lot of ways they could actually go ahead and open up some cap space if they want to play ball, which is why their whole thing about we're going to blame Dak for taking all of this money and now there's only so many pieces of the pie. There's not if you want to work with it. And I understand moving forward, eventually the theory is you'll have to pay that off. Sure. Not necessarily when the cap keeps booming year over year over year and you're getting more than you thought. Because I kept hearing, cap hell for the Eagles. They're not sitting in cap hell, and they also moved on from paying a quarterback and paid another one.
Do you get nervous at all about pushing any more of Dak's money off since that's kind of how you got into this situation?
Yes, because I don't want to be a hypocrite, because we would all look at if Dak's not on this team and they're still paying Dak, which is what happened with Romo, and say, what the hell, they screwed this up.
And see, because with Hurts, I get it. He'll be like 30 by the time you get to all of that dead money. Surely you think, hopefully not. But they think hopefully he's still playing and you can just tag that money in there. I don't know how many people think Dak is still going to be playing, at least playing for the Cowboys, like in 4 years. So there's nowhere for that money to go. With CeeDee Lamb, totally get it. You'll be able to structure Micah's contract where if you want to do the exact same thing with him in 26, 27, 28, you can do that. Dak makes me nervous. If the Cowboys said this time we're really all in and not like in an ironic fashion, but they were actually going to do something about it, then I would be in on that. I'd be like, flip the switch, save me $30 million right there. If they're not, leave it where it is.
Yeah.
That's how I feel.
And I can understand that way of thinking. For me, it's kind of, you paid him, so you think he's the dude, and you are now conducting yourself like a win now team. Go out and put the best team around him as possible, or else you'll look back and say, what if? So I'm with you, because in the future years, just projecting how I'm going to feel then, I would agree, like, why the hell did they do this? But I think the one big one you want to watch and make sure that they don't flip any switches on is Trayvon Diggs.
Yes.
You have an out on that deal after this year.
You do.
And I really do believe if it comes down to Diggs or Bland, they would like to pay Bland and have traded Diggs. But now you cannot trade Diggs because what is his value worth after two big injuries?
And by the way, if you're curious how much kind of money that we're talking about, I've kind of done some of these projections. I think about 25 on Dak. I still think you can pull out like another 14 on CD. And then you just talked about the potential savings for Micah. Let's even go like more conservatively and say $15 million. All right, so that's more than $50 million like that. And so there are other things, whether it's Terrence Steele, whether it's you want to reconsider some things at safety. There are other opportunities for money to be saved. But think about how long that took us. One segment. And so if you're waking up at 3 a.m. to look at the free agent board, surely you've had this conversation too, right?
Absolutely.
You believe that?
You'd
right?
hope so. I believe it.
Yeah. Do you?
No.
Okay. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the moral compass. Did these wedding rules and this fake mayoral announcement go too far? Next on The Fan.
has Lola Fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Zach Wolchuk rocking with us today. Mike's off for the rest of the week, and buzz on the street is that Corey Majors will return tomorrow.
What?
As someone pointed out, smart. Don't come back today to reinforce Mike's theory.
Yes.
Wait a day. Come back on Friday as to not raise any suspicion until we brought it up just then.
Now, the A17 is alleging they just saw Corey, and he said he and Mike are going to take a load off at the bar and get Brass Monkeys together. Also said, on your face, Kevin.
I mean, maybe. Or one of them could karate chop the other one in the throat. Can't say.
On your face.
Can't say. All right. But since they're not here right now, we're going to do the moral compass.
You are my counsel. The one I turn to when I need my moral compass checked. We have forged this relationship for years, and I depend on it.
So I'm going to give you an option, Wolchuk. You're a guest. Took my seat in the prep room. That's okay.
I know. I'm sorry. I felt like as soon as you walked in, the way you looked at me, like, oh, is this your seat? He goes, oh, yeah, you're a guest. Walks over to the other side of the table. I'd have moved.
Just pissed the next hour. I'm just kidding.
We've had bad blood ever since. I can feel the tension.
Would you like to talk about wedding rules or mayoral faux pas to begin?
Say mayoral?
Mayoral faux pas.
Mayoral faux pas.
Yes.
Let's start with the mayoral faux pas, and then we'll slide into the weddings.
I take you to cut number 8, and man, this feels not okay. So this is the mayor of Seattle, Bruce Harrell. He's doing a State of the City address, and he decides, I'm gonna do a bit in the middle of this. Remember, it's in Seattle. There's been rumblings about NBA expansion, perhaps bringing back the Supersonics. And the key thing I need to tell you is when you hear the thing that you'll know it when you hear it, he brought out a basketball. So give it away to the mayor, Bruce Harrell.
Right now, at this moment, I have an announcement to make. I'm just kidding. I got
By the way, we edited about 10 seconds off the end of that where he just continues to laugh because so if in your mind you just loop that laugh back together. Okay. Alec, you heard the gasps of excitement when because you all thought he was going to announce Seattle Supersonics are back.
We're back, baby. We are back.
And he said, ha ha, just kidding, chumps. And do you hear the undercurrent? I know he's laughing loudly, but you hear the undercurrent of, oh.
It's just a cruel joke. That is a city that had their team taken away from them, brought to Oklahoma City, and they got to watch them get Kevin Durant and go on a massive run to the NBA Finals. And then, yes, they blew up the team, but now they're right back there.
Yes.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the second best team to a healthy Dallas Mavericks in the Western Conference.
Oh.
But my goodness gracious, he's holding the basketball. He's moving it around in his hands. I mean, he's got the visual, the tease. Everyone's erupting in joy. Yes. We've been waiting, 20 years?
Yes.
Just kidding. Not a funny joke, dude. Not funny.
Does it make it worse that you still have to sit through the rest of that stupid address? So, not only do you have to be in a glorified HR meeting where only one person talks, then you have to listen to this bit, and then you have to sit through the rest of it. That sounds like the worst.
I think this is where you pull out the tomatoes, and it's like a bad comedy show, and we just start throwing stuff on the stage and booing.
I'm not against it. From the 214, that is Kawhi Leonard's laugh. I can confirm, because I watched this video multiple times. Because as somebody who's not invested in Seattle basketball, I thought it was a funny bit. I can see how if you lived in Seattle or anywhere near Seattle, you just thought that this was really cruel. But nobody thought it was funny except for him.
That's a hilarious joke. What is wrong with you, Wooly? And that's fair. I just feel for those people. I feel bad. Like if I were them, just putting myself in their shoes, that is not a funny joke. But I guess you're right. For us who don't have a dog in the fight,
I think it's a funny bit.
It is a good bit.
Do you think he's going to lose his next mayoral election?
Oof, I don't know. I have no idea who's running against him. I mean, maybe they just don't care.
They'll say, hey, I won't jerk you around about the Seattle Supersonics.
That has just ruined his entire political career. Bad joke.
Yes. And from the 469, must be related to Nico. Oh, that is a shame.
And you're right, 214. Katie did play for the Supersonics, but he was part of the move.
For one whole year.
So a hell of a season, though.
That is true. All right. Now, wedding rules.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about wedding rules? Have you ever not gone to a wedding because of a specific rule that the married couple told you ahead of time and you're like, I'm a pass?
Okay, can I bring one up that is actually going on now?
Oh. That might be the inspiration for this segment.
Is it zero?
Yes.
Okay. This is amazing.
I knew this is where it was going.
So I think that you might be in the same thing here. So I get the wedding invitation for zero, right? And it says on there, like, just for me. And so naturally, what do I do now that I'm a married man? Like, my wife kind of handles the RSVPing. So when she does this, she goes online and it just says my name and there's no +1. And then on the invitation, it does say, due to like capacity, there's no +1s. So she's now upset. She's like, what? You got invited to a wedding, but like I can't go? I'm like, no, this is just going to, and I'm not missing Zero's wedding. I love him. He's a brother to me. So I'm like, honey, I'm sorry. I'm going to go. And no kids. So I'm going to go to the wedding, and it's a bummer. You know, at least I'll have Eric with me, and hopefully the rest of us are all going to be there partying. But that is the first time that I've ever seen this kind of situation play out. And it was one where I know the wife was kind of bummed about it. She's like, I should be able to go to the wedding with you. What the hell's going on? But these things are so damn expensive. Like when we were first looking at maybe doing an actual legit wedding, because I wanted to do that. I'm one of the only Jewish people that my friends are friends with, right? They wouldn't be able to experience a Jewish wedding.
Are you
if
Jewish?
I didn't have one. I am.
What?
So I wanted to do one.
Now learned?
I knew that.
And then when we ended up going through the process of like looking at possibly looking at venues, and my wife showed really no need to want to do this. She wasn't putting forth much effort. Like, I'm certainly not going to plan this. So if you're not going to plan this, let's save the money. We did the court wedding. It was awesome. I still did the breaking of the glass deal just in honor of tradition, which was fun. And it was great, and I loved it. And I wouldn't go back and redo that at all. But this zero thing was definitely a unique position to be put into.
So, see, I don't think my wife cares as much, but with zero is only part of why I brought this up. There's been this clip circulating on TikTok, which I know Reggie would be against because he does not support TikTok.
He's on it now.
But, yeah, corporate man in Houston. Mm-hmm. But essentially, the couple said no kids invited to the wedding. And this one couple, or at least the mom, brought her little kiddo, and they drove 10 hours to the wedding. And then in the TikTok, you can hear the kid crying and making a ruckus when they're doing like the, do you take so-and-so?
No.
And like, I might be interpreting a lot from the video, but that wife, or about to be wife, she looks pissed about it. And in that moment, I'm like, well, I kind of see your point, lady, about why you didn't want that, because, and they just stay in the church. You can hear that kid like, go walk down the hall. They stay in the church. And that lady, if you could be killed by a side eye, that,
if looks could kill.
Yeah, that lady would have murdered them just then, because that side eye was intense.
So I've now been invited to several weddings where it didn't matter to me because I was like Alec and a bachelor at the time, and there were no kids, and I was like, who cares, right? Probably better off. Let's not have kids. Now, since having Eliza, there's a couple of weddings we have coming up in the spring for family, and they've also stressed we'd prefer no kids. So we've had to look for like, okay, do we have, like, my sister wasn't invited to one of them, so she's going to babysit Eliza, so it works out well. But to me, the biggest thing, and I know for you this wouldn't matter, Kevin, because you don't drink.
That's true.
But I did go to a wedding, yes, in December. It was actually the day before Thanksgiving. I'm sorry, it was Peace-a-thon. It was the day of Peace-a-thon. I came in, did the segment with you guys.
Skipped it out of principle.
Then that night I was supposed to go to the wedding, and they had no alcohol.
Can I attempt to be that person that tries to one-up a story?
Please do.
Okay.
Because it's probably better than what I just told.
Because I admit I didn't really care, but even I was offended for the other people. I went to a wedding with Brandon's mom. One of her friends was getting married, and it was on New Year's Eve, and the wedding was at like 7 o'clock. In the reception, alcohol not allowed.
Gosh.
On New Year, again.
It was on New Year's Eve?
Yes. I don't even drink. And
Yeah,
I
come
was
on.
offended for the other people, and I was like, the hell are you even talking about? That is freaking ridiculous.
So the mission now is, I'm always just going to bring, and this probably sounds super alcoholic of me, but I'm going to bring a flask. Just in case.
Brandon's
I will
mom
have
did
something
smuggling some
prepared. Yes.
I
There
get
it
it.
is.
Have
That's
you-
the workaround.
Okay, have you ever been
Or
on
the
the
reach
other
around.
side? Whoa. By the way, man, some people are really concerned that I don't listen to you ever talk or on the show.
You do. You were
I
leaning
was-
into radio.
I was kidding when I said I didn't know that Zach was Jewish. I've heard him speak before. I pay attention.
I sound Jewish.
No, that's not what I... That backfired on
What do you
me
mean by
really
that, Kevin?
quickly.
Yeah, come on.
That backfired on me really quickly.
I've heard him speak.
We got to... I listened to you. Never mind. Never mind.
You're okay.
I got to go to a wedding where we were allowed to circumvent the rules. So our friends Sharon and Aaron got married, and it was a no-kids wedding, but my wife was one of the bridesmaids. So they were like, oh, well, you can bring Noah. And I was like, hell yeah. And so there was like maybe him and one other kid at that entire wedding. And I couldn't help but wonder if other people were like, the hell do those people get to bring their
This
kid?
isn't fair.
Yeah, that kid's running around.
Shut that baby up.
Yeah, exactly. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, the NBA All-Star Player Poll, including thoughts on how to fix the game, the future best player in the league, and Luka. Next on The Fan.
has a lower fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Leasing Studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Alec Medford with us as always, but special guest today. It is Zach Wolchuk, and I want to disavow all of the things that were sent in the last segment to the fan text.
You are great.
Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. I also like the salary cap, okay? I don't know if that helps my case or not.
I did miss that, Gene, though. I am not good when it comes to math and numbers.
But I just wanted to
throw
that
I
out
didn't
there.
fit the stereotype for that mold.
I
But
don't
3-2-1. So is Kevin calling Zach cheap? What the hell?
No.
The morning show does like to do that bit, though.
I'm not.
Like, hey, who's the one person that didn't pay you for dinner, Sean? Was it Zach? No, I'm usually one of the first people to pay.
Oh, dip. I need to reach out to Sean. I did not reimburse him for dinner in New Orleans.
Oh, yeah, you should. You should. I think you might be pissed about that.
Okay, I'm really sorry.
Yeah.
I'm making note right now.
Just,
Thank you
I'm
very
glad
much.
that actually came up. Then.
Thank you very much
That's
for
freaking rude of
telling
you.
me that. You're right.
How Jewish of you.
Okay, I don't think that feels wrong.
I can make the joke. Just dump that, Alec, please. Let's not do that. Actually, I don't want to set the standard.
All right. So the Athletic does a really good job with this at, the Pro Bowl, the All-Star game for MLB, the NBA All-Star game. They kind of like ask some of the players, some of the pressing questions of the day. So I'm going to ask you guys and then see if you agree with the players, and hopefully we'll stay out of any other rocky issues along the way.
Yeah.
Should an NBA regulation game be reduced to 40 minutes?
No, I don't see why that is really necessary. Would I be upset if they did it? No, not really. I kind of understood where Adam Silver was coming from, where every other sport is 40 minutes, right? Like you've got the two halves in college basketball, Olympic play. So do you want to kind of just keep this all on the same even playing field? But there are, and I don't know if basketball has this, like baseball is always the sport that I think about anytime there's potential change. You've got like, well, what about the records? What about the history and the sanctity of the sport? So that would end up factoring in here if you're going to have, 8 less minutes in a basketball game to be able to get scores and threes and break records.
And that's true, but Cam Johnson actually went at it. He agrees with you, but he went at it from a totally different tactic, which I hadn't really thought about. He said, I think what it would do is kind of eliminate bench minutes. He said, I still think players would play 30 to 35 minutes, and all that means is your bench is playing 5 or 10 minutes, which would drastically change roster building, which is interesting because I think the whole idea was like, we'd scale everybody down. And he's like, I don't think so. So they asked 14 players. All 14 of them said, no, do not reduce the time in an NBA game. Should the NBA make a rule change to impact three-pointers, like moving the line or perhaps introducing a 4-point shot?
No. The 4-point shot sounds a little gimmicky, although maybe for like an all-star format or something like that. That could be fun. Like maybe you just try it out that way, and then maybe my mind could be swayed. But I think no. I think that there's always going to be an overreaction in the moment. We're having a ratings issue. Is it because of all the threes? No. You had the 3-point line 20 years ago, right? And people weren't complaining about it. So I get it. Like you've had analytics kind of taking over, but I think eventually this will correct itself, much like the running back renaissance. Everyone was anti-running back. Now, just be ready. I think you're going to see more than one running back go in the first round of this upcoming draft.
Oh. So only 4 said yes, 7 said no. So, The idea right there is, no, probably not. And they kind of said too gimmicky. So they're with you. Which city anywhere in the world would you pick for NBA expansion? Now, I don't want to make
Dallas?
the people of Seattle. No. Well, I hear enough of that.
I know you do. Shout out to Mike.
So Seattle is second on this list. I just wanted to let you know. Okay. But I don't want to trick the people of Seattle like the mayor of Seattle did when he brought out the basketball. And then, okay, I know you think it's hilarious, Mayor. All right, which city?
He's still laughing. He still hasn't stopped laughing.
He thought it was hilarious.
What a jerk.
Which city anywhere in the world would you pick for NBA expansion?
Anywhere in the world?
Anywhere in the world.
I think Vegas does make a lot of sense. But to me, it's Seattle. Like, let's get a team back in Seattle. Why the hell not? You've got the new arena there with the Kraken. It makes too much sense. You get the Seattle Supersonics back, and the Supersonic, the jerseys, the logo, that should all return. And I think that we're missing that in the NBA.
Do you also think that Kevin Durant, for no compensation, should automatically go back to Seattle?
Well, he's going to be a Maverick, so I'd say no.
Oh, I could see that, actually. So Las Vegas was number one. Interestingly enough, Seattle and Paris were tied for second.
Oh, Paris?
Yes.
Okay.
People say Seattle is the Paris of America.
Do they?
No, I don't think
the Space Needle is the Eiffel Tower.
Look, I don't think I've ever heard that in my life, but I will tell you this. From doing a lot of signing days, because we just passed that as well, I can't tell you how many people told me who are going to Vanderbilt that Vanderbilt is the Harvard of the South. Now, I don't know if that is an accepted phrase in regular life. I've never heard anyone in like a regular conversation say that, but every single person, I swear I'm not kidding, that was going to Vanderbilt, you talk to them or talk to their parents and be like, oh, Vanderbilt is the Harvard of the South. The first time I heard it, I was like, what's that now? And then I heard it like 8 times.
What's that now?
Yeah.
Say that again.
Yeah, so I don't know. If you went to Vanderbilt and that is an accepted saying, please let me know. So I want to just read you some of these. What was your one sentence that describes your reaction to the Luka to the Lakers trade?
Goodness.
Jaren Jackson, I was double checking to make sure it was real, checking the accounts, stuff like that. Nikola Jokic, who he seems largely disinterested in all things basketball except for actually playing.
Or can I hang out with my friend at All-Star Weekend?
He said, I think a trade is not such a big thing, but if you trade somebody like that, I think it becomes a little bit of a big thing. And maybe players become a little bit serious about it. So even then, little bit of a big thing, which is that more or less than a lot of a little thing? So this is a serious question. Is a little bit of a big thing more or less than a lot of a little thing?
That's so confusing.
I know. Nobody can answer.
I don't really know where to go with that.
Fair. Victor Wembanyama said, what I remember from it, what really strikes me is how the Mavs fans are hurting, how they feel. I appreciate that. I really, really do. Darius Garland, is this fake? And Chris Dunn, ridiculous, insane. Was the new All-Star tournament a good idea?
No.
Only 2 people said no. 12 players.
They liked it.
Said yes.
Okay.
But they also probably didn't have to track TV ratings or anything like that.
I just didn't like the pauses and they did it too much stretching out. There was a lot of fluff. Like, let's just, if we're gonna do this, like, let's go, let's play. And then if you want to have a little bit of a buffer before the championship game, then okay, fine. But there was just too much pausing in between all the games.
Did you like that they did a tribute to the Inside the NBA that's actually not going anywhere?
It's leaving TNT, though, and I guess it was like the last time it was going to be on TNT. I kind of understood it. But again, can we do that in the pregame? Like, there was just too much pageantry. We didn't need this to linger about throughout the entire show.
What is the easiest way to convince players to care about competing in the All-Star game?
I am interested if you did. I mean, we see the success hockey's had with the 4 nations.
Yes.
If you find a way to do like an international versus USA, I know that Giannis, I think Wemby were both talking about, hey, that could be fun. Now you're playing for your country. Like, would a Luka, if he's wearing Slovenia, playing for the world versus the U.S., is there a little bit more because I'm representing my country in this game? Or Broadus has talked about maybe you end up doing something for charity. You don't want to let your charity down. But overall, I think that these games have all gone pretty poorly.
Yes.
I think we just do the contest, do the skills contest, do the dunk contest, the 3-point. And that's what the NFL is basically turned into now. I know they play the flag football game, but the game itself, I don't think anybody is really caring about anymore.
Now, Trae Young said, quote, "I probably shouldn't be picked to be in this game anymore since I shoot like a brick house." Oh, I'm sorry, I
He's a brick.
misread that quote. My apologies.
House.
What he actually said was, "I feel like the way to make it better is to go back to East and West." I'm sorry, this is a misread on my part.
I don't know. Maybe once you get the wave of LeBron and his generation out, can you get the youngsters like Anthony Edwards and company, Wemby, for instance, to go ahead and get the competitive nature back for the game? Because I do agree with what Chuck and others were saying. Like, you guys are the reason we're having to change these formats every damn year.
Well,
because you decided you didn't want to put in any effort into this thing. We never had that issue back in the glory days.
So
back in my day,
I hate to tell you, but here are the results that made me feel like it's not going to go in that direction. 1, rule changes. 2, play for the fans. 2, probably Giannis and Wemby. U.S. World Game. 7, more incentives. Let's specifically go to Darius Garland. $1 million per player. Then Ryan Dunn. Maybe you get home court advantage in game 1 of the playoffs if your team wins. Or a cash prize. Something that makes all-stars like, all right, I want to play for that. So it sounds like incentives is going to be the way to go.
Money?
Yes.
Money.
In 5 years, who will be the bestest NBA player in the world?
Cole Hamels.
No, that is in 3 years. Will he be an ace? Do you ever see him at spring training and you're like, man, his eyes are dreamy?
Cole Hamels?
Yeah.
No, I've actually never seen him in person.
They are.
He's got dreamy eyes.
He does.
Okay.
Fact.
I'll try to find him next week when we're out there.
Okay, good. Stay focused.
I'm going to go
on this
stare into
question,
those
though.
eyes.
You don't make it weird.
I won't make it
And
weird.
definitely don't say Kevin told me that you have dreamy eyes.
Just like I asked Paige Sporanic if she had, can I say the N-word? The
What?
N-I-P nipples.
Oh. Okay, but that made me super nervous for just a minute.
I'm trying to entertain the 254. They said this show is going to suck without Mike. I'm struggling to be entertained, so I'm trying to go as off the rails as possible.
Okay, well.
I feel like that would be something Mike would say.
Thanks for listening anyway. All right, in 5 years, who will be the best player in the NBA?
Wemby.
6 votes for Wemby, 2 votes for Evan Mobley. Nobody else got
Evan
more.
Mobley?
Yeah, because he can shoot the 3 now. Nobody else got more than 2 votes. Other people getting votes: Shea, Cade Cunningham, Jason Tatum. No votes for Luka Doncic.
Does that make you feel better about the trade?
Not really.
Maybe Nico is onto something here.
Yeah, not really. I mean, look, I understand their concerns, but like, it was still our guy. And so I don't think anything that's going to happen is going to make me feel better, because even if he like continues to really, really struggle with the Lakers because he's been playing terrible right there, aren't you just going to be like, it wouldn't have been that way here? Like, we would have known how to use him right, or we would have gotten our bigs back and that would have helped him out. And like, you just, there is no scenario in which I think I'm going to be like, see, we were right all along. I just don't.
Look, they win a championship. I don't care what everybody's saying. We're going to feel differently about this. We act like we're just a city of champions. We're winning championships and hanging banners every single year. The Mavericks have one championship. I remember how glorious and the tears that just swelled up watching Dirk go to the locker room and have that moment by himself in 2011. They win another damn championship here. I do think that this thing's worth it.
Okay. Ooh, I like that. I also think that a whole lot of people who are like, I don't care, I think they will care.
I think absolutely. It's the initial anger and bleep you mentality, and I get it. But I'm still rooting for the Dallas Mavericks. We cannot root for the front office. We might have a theme brewing when it comes to DFW sports when it comes to that. But I'm still rooting for the team themselves, and the players and the coaches.
But you root for CY and Jim Nill, right?
They're the best.
Okay.
The GOATs.
Just making sure.
Mm-hmm.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Jimmy.
Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus my favorite sport, pocket watching, next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Razor Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-Curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Zach Wolchuk in with us today. It looks like Corey will be back tomorrow, and then me, Corey, and Mike, as well as the G-Bag Nation, will all be in surprise for Texas Rangers spring training on Monday. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. Yes, for the 4th time this week, it is time, 4 a.m. on the FM, 877-881-1053. Oh, man. That would be crazy. 5 straight days. Man, some people in the YouTube chat are gonna hate that. I don't know.
Oh, no.
I've got some like Bassic-like enemies in there for whatever reason.
YouTube chat, really?
Yeah. There was one person, I think 2 days ago, that said I have a 7 head, and it's like, correction, it's actually 8. You know, that's why I tie the hair back, just so you can see. Look at that. I'll even move the mic so you can see the forehead in all of its glory, YouTube and Twitch. That's why you turn it on and leave it on. You get the great views, the face for radio that is Alec Medford. But we'll get the question of the day here in just a second. We're gonna pocket watch Tom Brady as well, because that's fun. The question of the day today, though, is going to be a little bit more sports-centric based on something I was reading up on this morning, and it's one of my favorite topics whenever you have big free agent moves. What is the most you would do to get your jersey number from another player? If you were the big marquee free agent signing, and you went to a new team and you're like, yes, let's get the locker room set up, get that stall all pretty, and you realize the dude next to me has my jersey number. What is the most you would be willing to do to get that jersey number back?
I would get in a fight with them.
Okay.
Now, hold on.
Physically.
Yes, because they'll say that men will sometimes become closer because of fighting.
Yeah.
And so I would say, hey, let's fight. If I win, I get my jersey number. If I lose, and then I don't know if you think it should be $25,000, where we would figure out a monetary compensation to them or to their charity or whatever the case might be. And then we'll both be able to test each other out, and I might be able to get my jersey back for free.
What would be your opening fight move? Would you just go straight with the high kicks?
I think I would go for the takedown, honestly, because I'm not afraid to absorb a little bit of punishment. And then, obviously, ground and pound.
Did you say you actually enjoy a little bit of punishment?
That's what I heard.
Every now and again. Is it really that much fun if it doesn't hurt?
I don't know. Tell me, 50 Shades of Grey.
I've actually never seen that movie.
Oh, BS. Now I know you're lying.
I haven't.
Yeah.
There's
because he read
them.
the book. That's why.
Oh, man.
Yeah, he's a book purist.
You know for a fact I did not read that book. I do not read very many books.
At least you're honest about it.
If it's not about Star Wars or a wrestler's biography, I am
fair.
probably not interested.
That's fair. My whole bookcase in my room is literally like either wrestling autobiographies, Star Wars lore, or like broadcaster autobiographies, or even like books about like how to do certain stuff in the world of broadcast. That is it. And I've read maybe 4 of them.
Look, I get it. And maybe some relationship books now that I get gifted.
Oh, okay.
And I'm like, you don't know me at all.
I really don't
Give me
read
a
anymore.
book as a gift.
It's bad. I used to love reading. I read the Harry Potter series as a kid growing up, got big into Harry Potter. But since then, nothing. Playing for Pizza, that was a great book.
So did you stop supporting Harry Potter and J.K. Rowling? Or
No, I mean, I still like Harry Potter, but I don't know that I'm super excited about this new show they're going to have on Max. Now, you're talking about for other reasons.
What?
Which I understand. I'm not going to be driven off sides for this, Kevin. God,
it is kind of fun to be on the other
You've
side.
been on one today, dude. Why don't you just take a load off? Calm down over there.
Please, man.
Just relax. Right? You're trying to start fights and stuff with people.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea.
Do I need to bring back the ghost of Tom Landry?
No, please.
Please
God,
do.
no.
Does he need to tell you to take a
No.
load off?
Hey, I'll be good. I promise.
Sure. Well, Chuck, what is the most you would do to get your jersey number back if you were the new big free agent signing in a new city?
I don't have a number that I'm that attached to. I've always liked the number 24. I was born on the 24th. But otherwise, like, I don't care. Like, when I was playing football, I wore 73 for Larry Allen. But my first game ever, they didn't have 73 available for whatever reason. It was getting washed or they didn't bring it with us, so I had to wear number 69. Maybe
nice.
that was a sign of things to come. I don't know.
Yeah. I think it was. I think it was just telegraphing that you had a new career path coming.
Mm-hmm.
And
I realized it right after that game because I went up against Jackson Jeffcoat. You know him, Kevin.
Yes, he was the best damn high school football player I ever saw.
It was not fair. It was like, this dude should be in the NFL right now, and here's little me. I mean, it was awful. Picked up, thrown backwards. And I realized right then and there, as much as I love football, I'm not athletic enough. I don't have a future in this.
Yeah.
You just gave me a great idea. Maybe tomorrow for AM on the FM, the moment you realized your athletic career was over.
Yeah.
Because I just thought of mine, a humbling experience where I ran against an Olympian and I realized, yeah, I'm not made for this.
I think I know said Olympian, too. I've heard this story.
I had a buddy, Quentin, which he's a Tolo, so he'll probably text me here in a few minutes, but he was friends with a ton of like really promising athletes growing up. So we would train with them. And I realized within maybe like 3 training sessions, I can't hang with these people. Yeah. I'm not good at this. We'll talk about that tomorrow. Thanks for the idea. But my number growing up was always number 11.
Okay.
And I think that got assigned as early as kindergarten. Remember when you had mailboxes where your graded papers would get put and stuff? And then you had the little lockers too. Ours were assigned, they were like synonymous with your locker number. And it was just alphabetical order. I got assigned number 11. My mailbox was 11. And pretty much every year after that, I ended up getting number 11 or 12. It was always one of the two. And it was usually 11. So 11 stuck with me. And lo and behold, my first year, I think it was my first year doing track in high school, you just got the random backpacks just based on what size the warm-ups and the uniforms fit you. It was number 11. So it always just stuck with me. So if I did go pro in anything, I would put up a fight for number 11.
So that you are attached to it. Like, if you have an attachment, I get it. But, I mean, I don't get these people. Like, if you have a bunch of money in the NFL,
then what do you care?
Then fine, whatever. Yeah. But otherwise, like, I'm not doing anything crazy. Like, I'll buy you dinner, bro. Can I have your number?
From the 817, by the way, I did just text Sean that I forgot to pay him for dinner, and he just gave me a kind of the, like, the emoji where your face is just like...
He loves his one emoji responses.
He likes the emojis. Usually for me, it's the middle finger.
Yeah.
From the 817, sophomore year, I tried to tackle Jonathan Gray. That was my last year I played football. I get it.
Dude, trying to tackle Jonathan Gray.
Unbelievable. I thought when Jonathan Gray went to the University of Texas, I was like, he's going to win a Heisman Trophy.
Yes.
He was incredible.
Were you covering Plano my senior year? We played Lake Seastrunk at Temple.
Yes.
And then he went to Baylor.
That kid
the fastest kid I'd ever seen.
Yeah, that kid was amazing as well. That is one really cool thing about covering high school football. And I know obviously you've done it as well, Alec, is you've gotten to see some incredible talents come through the Metroplex.
We're spoiled, man. We really are.
Yeah, I called a couple of North Crowley games during the playoff run.
Quentin Gibson.
Yes.
Savage.
Getting to watch him in person, you see the videos and everything, but then you actually are watching from the press box and you see the whole field, and you can almost predict it before it happens. You're like, the ball is going to him, and he's going at least 50 yards. And lo and behold, it happens right in front of your face. It's amazing to see some of these people. Texas has just so much talent, and it's not just in football, too. I've seen some great basketball players come through, like the Mansfield area where I grew up. Obviously, we had Noah Syndergaard years ago at Mansfield Legacy. Like, we've had tons of great athletes that I've actually gotten to see live and in living color, and then you see them go to the league. You know, like I told this story before, I think it was in kindergarten, we had book buddies, which was just a fourth grader that would come in and read a book to you every Friday. Miles Adams, he plays for the Detroit Lions now. He's a defensive tackle, went to Rice. Like, I get to see these guys play on Sundays. It's like, it's the coolest thing ever.
What the hell happened to Kennedy Brooks? Mansfield High running
That's
back.
a great question because
He was a stud. Didn't he go to Oklahoma?
He did.
Yeah.
And he destroyed Summit every single year.
was so
loved
good.
watching it, but I hated playing against him.
Okay, and this is actually amazing. So I'm really glad that you brought this up. From the 254, I played football with C. Strunk at Baylor. We're good friends to this day.
Nice.
Please tell him that we all still remember how freaking awesome he was.
He was awesome.
He really was.
He got the corner. It was game over.
Yes.
Let's see, from the 469, Jalen Rager, another guy that was really good at the high school level at Waxahachie. Again, ran against him, played against him. He was a freak of nature athletically, just didn't work out beyond that. But, you know, some of these stories, we're going to have to really dive into this tomorrow. I'm excited about that
Jalen
now.
Catalon, were you around?
Yes.
Wasn't he a Legacy?
He was one of my first ever radio interviews.
Nice.
Yeah, at Nate Wood's station out there in Mansfield ISD 99.9 The
Stud.
Wild. We had him in studio, and we talked to him for like half an hour about, you know, committing to Arkansas at the time and, you know, what because he played both ways, but he was a smaller guy. So it was like, you know, what have people told you? Like, it was really cool to get that experience, but one of the greatest guys ever, too. So he answered everything. Honestly, it was like, okay, if every athlete on the planet was like this, I'm going to enjoy my career. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. But he was awesome. Absolutely awesome.
This gets the people going, dude. The texts are just going crazy now.
We have a lot of listeners that got mowed down by elite high school athletes, which I get.
It happened a lot, unfortunately, against me a lot. We got to talk about that tomorrow. I'm excited about this now. There's a long tease for you. But I did see someone, I think it was from the 214, I believe, that said I would buy them a car. That segues perfectly into what I'm about to tell you.
Yeah, that could be not so bad for an athlete. For a regular human, that feels
Especially if you're like
crazy.
Brock Purdy, you've got a Toyota deal.
Yeah.
That is true.
Literally just loop it into an endorsement, and then you can make that happen a lot easier and probably get paid for it, too.
Oh, okay. So I
That
would
makes
be like,
sense.
hey, I would love to get you a brand new car from Platinum Chevrolet.
Yes.
On the east side of the Metroplex.
Boom.
It's the place to be.
And I just pull up my app and my...
Hell yeah.
The remaining-
PlatinumChevyTexas.com.
That would be amazing if I just pull up my app and the remaining balance on my Blazer was just gone now. That
Oh,
would be
man.
cool.
You know what? I have an idea real quick, and I'm sorry this is going to cut into your time.
No, please. I like ideas.
But I could see how you could have so much fun and make so many winning plays on Underdog that you would have the ability to go buy perhaps a brand new car from Platinum Chevrolet. Or if you really wanted to fix up the front of your house, you could probably use some of that money and go with Rhino Shield. But back to the car, if for some reason, unfortunately, you got in an accident, you know who could take care of you? Franklin Frankel.
Boom.
And you know what, Kevin? Since we're talking about money, you could get $20,000 extra if you listen to us right here on the Fan on the Odyssey app for
That's
1
right.
hour today.
This
All you have to do is listen for 1 hour, and you can go to the college basketball championships out in Vegas.
And this is the last week of the contest. Now, we continue to say $5,000 apiece for you and 3 friends. I say if you're letting those 3 friends go with you and they get airfare and hotel to Las Vegas, that money all funnels into you. So
you pocket that
it could be
$5K.
$20,000. But yeah, listen at least an hour on the app. This is the last week that you can be entered into the contest.
And then go ahead and reach out to Trajan Wealth, TRAJAN, and figure out exactly how to invest that money.
Amazing.
I'm such a team player. Don't you love me?
This is amazing.
Speaking of team players, Juan Soto had to pay up to get his jersey number on the Mets because he signed that 15-year, $765 million deal. That still is wild to read.
Do you play hardball with that? Because you know he just got $765 million, and you're like, yeah, I want $1 million.
Absolutely.
I know that's an insane thing to say, but he's probably like, fine.
Yeah.
Get it from
Like,
the
we
guy.
all know
Yeah.
how much money you just
Yeah.
made, bro. Give me a little bit of that. You can afford it.
Get it from the guy.
That feels fair. I've done that before when I've gone out at like sports bars and stuff with buddies, and I know that they have some like 6-man slips going on Underdog or whatnot, and they're like, I just hit a $600 6-man parlay, and I'm like, cool, you want to pay for my next drink? And they're like, no, and I'm like, you just got $600, and
Okay.
I think a $15 drink wouldn't hurt.
You know who I do want to give a big thumbs up to then is RJ Choppy. Because when he was winning, playing some blackjack in New Orleans, he was like, I got the Uber. Like, let's
there
go.
we go.
I got it. I'm taking care of it. So
what a guy.
Chop is good about that. Usually he'll either just drive or he will hook you up with the Uber.
True. Because if you walk there and follow him, he doesn't know where he's going.
Oh, directionally challenged? I'm very much so as well.
Or maybe alcoholically challenged.
Again, it happens to the best of
Don't
us.
know.
So Juan Soto is going to have his number 22 jersey. And he's been wearing that since he made his MLB debut back in 2018. Brett Beatty was the man who had 22 before him. So he did say, I'll give it up. I'll give up that jersey number for a price. So what did Juan Soto do? He got Brett Beatty an $80,000 SUV and pulled up to it at spring training and said, this isn't my car, this is yours.
That's awesome.
So that was the
I think
exchange.
he could have got more.
Yeah.
I think he could have got more.
I think it could have been a $100,000 SUV. You know, SUVs, some of those makes and models, they're going crazy nowadays. It seems like you can't get a pickup truck for, with all the new technology and everything for fair deals anymore. So I'd say, with exchange rate and stuff that Mike likes to talk about, maybe tariffs coming into play and whatnot. But I would say that you need to get me at least a $100,000 SUV.
Okay, you know what would seal the deal for me, even if it doesn't make as much financial sense, is if they were like, here's a $60,000 car, and I have $10,000 in a briefcase in the back seat. Even though that's less than the $80,000 car, I think that would sell it for me because I'd be like, oh my God, I got a briefcase full of money.
And you can do whatever you want with that money.
Exactly.
And just to wrap things up, pocket watching Tom Brady is fun ever since he got that almost $400 million deal from Fox. Well, on the day of the Super Bowl, he gifted his 15-year-old son a $3 million watch.
$3 million?
A $3 million watch.
Is it the son he made out with?
Oh my
That's a
God.
great question. I'll have to look into that.
Do
But
you think he's going to get mad when his kid dives in the pool with that watch on?
yes,
He's like, oh,
because I'm like, that's the last thing I would do is give my teenage son something worth that much money. I'd be like, once you turn 18, maybe a nice watch comes into play if I have that kind of money. I'm not giving a 15-year-old a $3 million watch.
No.
Even if it's my son,
That's
especially if it's my son, I'm like, I don't trust you to take care of that. I can barely take care of my Apple Watch, and it costs like $300. I already scratched this thing up 2 years in. So there you go. Don't give your 15-year-old son $3 million objects.
I agree.
No.
Is that the son he's trying to make up for? Because he's like, hey, sorry I ditched your pregnant mom.
That's another good point. Y'all are giving me some good research.
Perfect.
I like this. Thanks for that.
You're welcome. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. How does it normally turn out when the Cowboys use the franchise tag? Next, right here on The Fan.
has low V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen.
My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
3rd and 11, Cleveland. Watson back to throw. Parsons is chasing him out. And down he goes. Lawrence got there first. And Lawrence has had a phenomenal game.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, what say we go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy? We're going to do a bit of a deep dive on this, and I want to thank Todd Brock from the Cowboys Wire for helping out with this. The Cowboys have used the franchise tag 11 times in history. Now, only 7 times did that player actually play on the tag. So 4 times, got the deal done, figured it out. Franchise tag was started in 1993, but the Cowboys were like, hey, we're the Cowboys, don't worry about it. So they didn't use it until 2002. So we're going to go through the 7 where they actually used the franchise tag. And we'll see if you think it paid off or no. Flozell Adams was the first to get the franchise tag in 2002. He played on a $4.9 million tender, and he made the Pro Bowl and got a long-term deal. Made the Pro Bowl in 5 of his next 6 seasons. So that feels like a win.
I think that one was a win because I think they did sign him to a long-term deal.
Yes, they did. Now, let's go to Anthony Spencer. Anthony Spencer got tagged twice. I would argue split decision. So in 2012, had his breakout season, went to the Pro Bowl. Hey, so they tagged him again. And then his season ended after 1 game. And he played 1 year of football after that. So I feel like that first one, win.
Mm-hmm.
Next one,
not so much.
Exactly, not so much. Let's go to DeMarcus Lawrence in 2018 and 2019. He was tagged. The year in 2018 where he was tagged, he made the Pro Bowl. Feels like a win.
Mm-hmm.
And then before the second tag actually went into effect, they signed him to a long-term deal. So I won't count that one against him.
Okay.
Even though that doesn't feel
you
like
don't
it's
think that the
great.
contract has gone well?
No, I don't. Now, this is where you might disagree with me as well. 2020, 2021, Dak Prescott. Now, again, only one of those tags actually went through, and it was 2020. And I hate that franchise tag just because I thought you were to the point where you were like, hey, he's either a quarterback or he's not.
Agreed. Yeah.
And I mean, hell, we got 4 years down the road and we went through the exact same scenario again. Either he's your quarterback or he's not. And they were like, well, I don't know. So I think that this was a miss. Now, that's not necessarily just about Dak, although that year that he got franchise tagged, he did get hurt. But I might think it's a miss either way, just because I fundamentally don't agree with the way they did that. And then the last two, Dalton Schultz, 2022, Tony Pollard in 2023. If I told you I think both of those were failures,
damn,
do you agree, disagree?
Pollard, I would agree with you. I don't think that one worked out. Schultz, I think, had himself a good year for the most part, but I disagreed with both of those at the time.
Yeah.
So I'm with you. I will fight for DeMarcus Lawrence. I feel like I always have. I think he goes underrated. He doesn't have the sack totals.
I got a quick note for you. NBA.
Yeah, this is big.
Wemby is out for the rest of the season. Whoa.
What is deep vein thrombosis?
Oh, man. I feel like I've heard that before, and I'm so sorry to follow up with I don't know, but I definitely feel like I've heard that before. And we just saw him on All-Star Weekend trying to circumvent the rules, amongst other things, with Chris Paul. And now he's out for the season. The heavy favorite for Defensive Player of the Year. And that's a Spurs team with him, with Castle, with Paul, that the fact that they were even mediocre, I feel like they were looking pretty good going up into the world. But
is this a team tank decision, maybe? We're shutting him down.
Are they too good?
Can we get another lottery
tank?
pick? Well, maybe now they just stink the second or the last, 24 games they've got left. I don't know how many it is. But
yeah, and I guess they struggled going into the All-Star break. So I guess
they're 23 and 29.
Yeah. I forgot how woeful they were going into the break. So they have the 8th-ish worst record in the league, give or take?
Yeah. I mean, they're better than all of the teams outside of the play-in in the East still.
Okay.
But they've got the 4th worst record in the West.
Okay. So you know what? Maybe you're right, because now if you move up to even, I believe it's top 4, your lottery odds pretty much even out. So, man, okay.
This could be
Seriously,
cheating here. Because they've had luck with the lottery.
I don't think this is going to happen. But then again, got Wemby, got Tim Duncan, got David Robinson. If they get Cooper Flag, then you know what? I'm all the way on Team Mike. F the NBA and their rigged content.
Yeah, it's rigged.
Like, that would be crazy. Wemby and Flag and Stephon Castle. Holy moly. But he's out for the rest of the year, eh? That's tough. I like watching him play.
I do too. That's a bummer for the NBA. I mean, he's certainly one of your bright stars. We're getting text blood clot is what deep vein thrombosis is in his right shoulder. It sounds sexual and violent.
Do people wear the copper socks or whatever to like help with?
Excuse me, what kind of socks?
The copper socks.
Yeah, that's what the Mayo Clinic says on their website.
Okay.
It usually happens in the leg, which is weird for what they're saying.
And so this is probably not fair, but what makes me nervous is that this is the beginning of like kind of Yao Ming style plethora of giant man health problems. And I realize this is totally different than like the foot issues that Yao Ming had and everything like that. But I do have concern about like the giant human being and all of the medical complications that come along with that. I hope this is just a one-off. He's back to next year, rocking and rolling. And I mean, he looked awesome.
He did. He looked fantastic. But you never know, these blood clot stuff.
It's scary.
Chris Bosh?
Yeah.
I mean, and this is totally just going.
Man, that's scary.
Really far. Like, all right, this is a worst case scenario, but you really hope that that's something that's not like a career issue here.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. Wemby out for the rest of the season. I am going to be curious what happens with the Spurs now. Now, I know we're looping all the way back, and hopefully you've been listening this entire time.
Yeah, let's get back to the franchise tags.
So they used it 11 times. Only 7 times did they actually end up needing it. My argument is 3 times it was good, 4 times it was bad. And that's split decisioning on DeMarcus Lawrence. I think first time was good, and then I guess they didn't use it the second time. So I said the first time.
You know when I like the franchise tag is it's a player that you don't plan on keeping, but you want him for just one more year.
Yep.
Right? So, like, for Cincinnati, I don't know that they can really afford to pay T. Higgins if they're also going to get Trey Hendrickson and Jamar Chase done.
Right.
But they're at their best, obviously. You want to keep him for at least another year. You've got a Super Bowl window that's right now.
And I think back to 2015 as the most obvious example of this is they franchised Dez Bryant. Now, I know they got the deal done, and it didn't end up mattering, but you had a crushingly awesome rush attack with DeMarco Murray, and you didn't want to give him a long-term deal. That was always the thing. And I'm not normally an advocate for franchise tagging the running back, but that was a year where I was like, if you're going to use it, that dude was freaking awesome. That way you can avoid giving him the long-term deal. You can keep your team intact. And I know Romo ended up getting hurt, and it didn't really matter. But, like, in theory, I was like, you want Dez Bryant to be here for a really long time. And it feels like the Cowboys operate, whether they did that with DeMarcus Lawrence, Dez Bryant, Dak Prescott, under a totally different assumption of what the franchise tag is for.
Right. They're like using it as a placeholder for a long-term deal.
And I hate that. And it's another thing that you brought up earlier, talking about, like, giving Micah the contract extension. Because right now he's on the rookie option year that clearly the Cowboys picked up. That's a static number that you can't change.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same thing with the franchise tag. You cannot change that. If you have somebody under contract because of the ridiculousness of the NFL salary cap, you can move those numbers however you want. So whenever they're like, oh, I don't know if we can afford to pay Micah Parsons and Deron Bland, well, guess what? You sign Micah Parsons right now, that saves you like $14 million, which I know is counterintuitive, but that's the way it is, because then you can fudge the numbers. Whereas if you keep him on that $24 million option, you can't change that.
Yeah, it's like why the rest of the league's looking over, and it's like you're paying in filthy A.J. Brown $32 million, Devontae Smith $25 million. Like, how are you? Well, because look at all those void years they're putting at the back end of the contract.
Exactly. The KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. By the way, in case you missed it, the breaking news, Victor Wembanyama expected to miss the rest of the season. Shoulder issues with potentially the deep vein thrombosis. And I know a lot of people have said, and you brought it up, that for a lot of folks, that's like a more of a leg condition. But one of the brightest stars in the NBA, we just went through the NBA star poll. Of the 14 people that voted, 6 voted for Wemby to be the best player in the league in 5 years. Nobody else got more than 2 votes. So this is obviously a very big player, even on the collectible scene, that's going to be out for the rest of the season. Coming up next, could the Rangers Super Soft be their best player this season? Let's talk about it right here on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about the Rangers and Wyatt Langford in just a second, but some programming reminders. I'm looking at you, Zach. I know you don't need to be reminded because you already know this. Rangers games starting Saturday and Sunday from spring training right here on 105.3 The Fan. And I know what you're thinking. It's too damn far away.
It's too far.
You know what? First of all, language. Second of all, fair.
Fine.
Tonight, the Four Nations Final is right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're going to talk about it again in about an hour. We talked about it this morning. We talked about it in the cross. We've been talking about it all week long. The final tonight right here on The Fan.
USA, USA, USA. Let's go.
Is there any part of you This could sound like a treasonous question.
Don't even start.
Is there any part of you that thinks that their national anthem might be better?
What? Is this a serious question?
Yeah.
No.
No part of you?
Not a single part. In fact, should we, do you think that...
Should we dump all that?
We're booing the national anthem tonight? I think in Boston they're doing
I
it?
don't think we will, but is it not equally disrespectful? Okay, let's say you fired up a USA chant during O Canada. Is that not just as bad, if not maybe even worse, than just booing the national anthem?
Maybe. I'd rather do that than the booing, though.
Hell yeah!
Yeah. I'd rather do that. I will say, if you don't mind, Kevin, just to get everybody fired up, Alec, if we can hit cut number 10, shout out to Team USA. Let's go kick the Canadians' ass.
Come on, Craig, blow the whistle. Again.
Michael Ruzioni! We're through Massachusetts!
Who do you play for?
We play for the United States of America!
Let's go.
Hell yeah. You know what? This game's bigger because that was only a semifinal game.
Damn right.
This is for the championship of all four of these nations.
You want to play on one leg? I'll play on one leg.
For people who are texting in, no, there's no truth to the rumor that we get Canada as the 51st state if we win tonight, as far as I know. And there's also no truth to the rumor that if we lose, we'll drop all the tariffs, as far as I know. We'll see.
You're lying.
I don't know that, Roman Reigns. We got 7 hours till the game. Things could still happen.
Very developing.
Yeah, but I don't. It's a developing story in that probably nothing is going to happen on that front. But you can listen to it tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. In the meantime, give me cut number 5, please.
There's a swing by Langford. There's a long drive to left. Back goes Nimmo. That ball is history. Wyatt Langford with his first out-of-the-park home run makes it 6-2 Texas.
Okay, I know why he said that, and Eric Nadell's the best. But it is kind of funny to go back and listen to him say first out-of-the-park home run. Like, again, I totally understand why with the inside-the-park home run, but it's kind of funny to hear that. So here's the baseball hypothesis I'm going to put forth. You might not like it. You did not like my last hypothesis about how good of a song "O Canada" is.
I mean, shout out to them, man. Great anthem, but it's better than the United States. I can't say that.
Okay. I just was.
Now, the Greek anthem, that's beautiful.
Oh, my gosh. I don't know if I remember how that goes.
Neither do I.
Oh, okay. I really thought there was a chance we were going to get you to sing. All right. Wyatt Langford.
You never know.
My contention, just for your consideration, is that everybody assumes it's going to be Corey Seager offensively. I get that. Could Wyatt Langford be the Rangers' best player this year? Consider this. He was named the AL Player of the Month in September. Now, I know this is unreasonable to expect, but if you took just that September and you extrapolated it out for the entire year, he would have a season that included 46 home runs, 116 RBIs with a 300 batting average and a 996 OPS. Consider this also, Zach. I don't know why that was adversarial.
Consider this, Kevin.
Okay, that's fair. So Langford said, I wouldn't say I felt pressure last year in training camp, or spring training, but I definitely was coming in with the goal of making the team and performing well enough to make the team. That was kind of what I was going after. It's a different feeling versus now getting prepared for the season. Like, all right, this is my season. Could you see a scenario, and that's not to diminish the awesomeness of Corey Seager, that is just to encourage the awesomeness of Wyatt Langford, in which Wyatt Langford becomes your best offensive player?
If everyone is healthy, no, I still think Corey Seager would be.
Just real quick, and I'm sorry to jump in there. What does healthy Corey Seager look like to you? Is that 130 games, 100 and like how many games are we talking?
Question. I mean, I would probably go with like 140 games.
Okay. Okay.
I think that's fair, right?
Okay,
It's like
yeah.
you're averaging maybe 2 10-day IL stints in there.
Okay.
And I think it's unrealistic to think he's probably going a full season without one. But, I mean, I'm trying to see, like, what's the average kind of games played per year for him. Usually it looks like 150 in 2022 is the most he's played as a Ranger. So even 2023, we know he had that IL stint, played 119. Most he ever played in his career is 157 games. So I think, yeah, if we can get to 140, 145,
Okay.
I'll consider that a healthy season.
Okay.
But I just think when he's hot, he's arguably the best hitter in baseball. He
I'm
really
with you
is.
on that.
So assuming you have him healthy, I can't say that I think Wyatt would be a better offensive player. But here's the difference. Wyatt's a better base runner.
Yep.
The speed.
Yep.
So you look at what Bobby Witt Jr. did last year. What was that, 30-30 type of dude?
Yep.
I think Wyatt could be a 30-30 type of dude.
And how quickly has Bobby Witt become one of the,
3
top
years.
6 players in the game-ish?
Top 5, in my opinion.
Okay, yeah. So, not surprisingly, MLB.com, every team's projected top player for 2025. Corey Seager is their top projected player. And, I don't want to make it sound like that's a fringy opinion. That is, wouldn't you say, probably the majority opinion is that it could be Corey Seager. I look back at Wyatt Langford, and I wanted to go to something that Bruce Bochy said, because he was kind of asked about avoiding the sophomore slump. And he gave an amazing answer, because Bruce Bochy always gives amazing answers. You just go about your business like you normally do. It's not like I know the stats on the sophomore slump. How many really have had a slump like that, So first of all, he's even questioning the concept of the sophomore slump. He goes, sure, you got a few big names that don't quite have the same year, so a lot of attention gets called on that. But I'm not even sure that he's thinking about that. And then you go directly to Wyatt Langford, where we said last year he was focused on making the team. This year, he's focused on how to be prepared for the regular season. And he said, all right, this is my season. And then you hear teammates, you hear other people across the league saying they feel like this guy is a future MVP. You saw flashes last year of peak Wyatt Langford. And peak Wyatt Langford looks to be every bit as good as we all could have hoped and dreamed. So now my question is, you got peak Wyatt 20% of the time last year.
Mm-hmm.
Can you get peak Wyatt 60% of the time this year? And if so, that's going to be a monster season.
It would be. And I am very excited. I do think you're going to get the carryover from September for Wyatt. I do. Now, Fangraphs has an article that came out last year, sophomore slumps aren't a thing in Major League Baseball. So I think there is something to that. But there have been a few, like Danny Santana in recent memory, 2014, your rookie of the year for the Minnesota Twins, and then you absolutely stink, and he ended up being a Texas Ranger. But there are, I think that's the most recent example of the biggest sophomore slump. I think Wyatt is set to, he's just an overall better player than what you had with Danny Santana. It's not to fire any shots there at Danny, but Wyatt, I think, is set up for success. And I think that he learned a lot when he had to go on the IL early in the season last year. I think that really reset things, calmed him down. I think he's just going to continue to get better and better. So I'm with you on this.
Okay, I have alienated some of our audience. From the 806 breaking, Kevin thinks that Corey Seager stinks and Wyatt will hit 46 bombs.
That's what I heard.
No.
Yep, you're out on Corey Seager.
No.
You said he's not going to play a game this year.
Then we're screwed.
Mm-hmm.
If
He's
he
hurt.
plays
You're
no games this year,
calling him hurt guy.
We're screwed. I would love for Wyatt Langford to hit that many home runs. And from the 254, I wish the Canadian Kevin was leaving instead of Mike. I want to make this very clear.
Kevin.
I will absolutely be rooting for the United States tonight. I just happen to think that is a nice song.
You do love poutine.
I don't think I've ever had that.
Lies.
I really don't.
Yeah.
I get it. It looks like I've eaten a lot of poutine.
It sure
but
does.
I don't think I ever have.
Okay, fries with what, gravy and cheese curds?
Oh, that does sound good.
That's basically what poutine is.
Okay, because fries by themselves are overrated.
Oh, you got to have cheese on them?
Well,
or some
not
kind of fancy,
cheese,
delicious toppings?
How many French fries out there would you just eat?
All of them.
With no sauce?
You kidding me? Fries are not safe. I go through a drive-thru and they're gone by the time I get home.
Wow.
Absolutely.
Well, I think the majority of them, especially Chick-fil-A fries, I will say this having worked there for a decade, you've got to eat them immediately. You have to. Those waffle fries, the holes,
That the arrow, the holes make something happen.
Pulls them down.
Okay.
You don't keep the heat in. Very holy.
Because I think
they're holy fries.
Wingstop fries and like Jack in the Box curly fries are some of the few fries that I would just eat without any kind of dip.
But they
kind of
have seasoning already.
Exactly. So because the fries have to be tricked up.
Like even fries that I don't think are that good. I don't want to call out any places, but I'll still just eat the normal fry. Fries are fries. Delicious. I thought I said that too, 940.
From the 817, we're going 162-0, Kevin. You're not.
I think the season opener is the most important game.
It's not.
It is. If you don't win, it's the Stars. Winning that first game this year was the most important. If they didn't, I don't know if they'd be really in great position like they are right now.
I feel validated.
So
Thank you,
Odger resurgence, none of that would have happened.
Yeah, the Otter thing wouldn't. I mean, if they drop the opener, you think Otter's not going to struggle the rest of the way? The confidence is shaking.
No, I don't.
Well, I think you should recalibrate that process.
Okay, and I know that people are having some fun with me. At least I hope they are. You're not going to go 162-0. You're not going to go anywhere near 162-0.
Says you.
Says me. That's right. But also,
real big jerk McJerk.
Would you really want to go 162-0?
The pressure in the playoffs?
The pressure would be one of the most insane atmospheres you've ever seen in any playoff sport. Because they're like, the Patriots went 17-0. That's great. 162-0, you would have like People Magazine and Life and Time, I don't even know if those exist anymore, would be following this team and being like, this is the most amazing thing we've ever seen in the history of sports. That would be too much pressure.
It would be. And I guess the 972 makes a good comment. The Rangers won the opener last year against the Cubs. So...
From the 561, borderline blasphemous comment from Kevin about our national anthem. I didn't say I didn't like our national anthem. I just said, I think the Canadian
I want to check the tape. I think you said it was a bad anthem, Kevin.
Maybe it's better. And by the way, better. This is why you got a Tolo 3 minutes ago from the 903. Spurs shutting down Wemby for the season. Yes. We hit that about 25 minutes ago. This is why you got to turn it on, leave it on, be caught up to date with all of the latest news in the world of sports. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we move into the Expressway. We'll do some NFL overreaction or reality. Plus, we got Zach Wolchuk. So, of course, we're going to give you a top 10.
Top 10.
Next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is presented by the On Time Experts.
Darnold, straight drop off play action to the end zone and touchdown! Justin Jefferson with a 7-yard touchdown from Sam Darnold.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Zach Wolchuk in studio with us today. Well, the word on the street is that Corey will be back tomorrow. Also, people are buzzing for Nations Final, going to be tonight right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Victor Wembanyama has a blood clot issue in his right shoulder. He will be out, or is expected to be out, for the rest of the season. So, Wooly Bully, since we got you here, we're going to get to the top 10 in just a little bit. But first, I want to go back to some NFL overreaction or reality. Are you fine gentlemen ready?
We're supposed to answer that?
Yes, you're supposed
I guess.
Yeah, you know what? Mike warned me to stop asking that
Yeah,
question.
just, I mean,
That's
like,
on
obviously
me.
we're ready.
That's
I mean,
on
is
me.
your mind ready? Is your body and soul ready? That's another question.
Okay.
But, I mean, we're ready, in a sense, to answer whatever the hell you're going to throw at us, yeah.
NFL overreaction or reality? We'll find out. Sam Darnold is the top NFL free agent in this market.
That's a fart. That is not accurate at all. There's no chance that he's the best free agent on the market right now. I think T. Higgins would be better to me than Sam Darnold. And I know it's a quarterback, right?
Pete Prisco said he's number one, but T. Higgins was number two.
Pete's also a questionable source of information. No, Pete's a good guy, but he's a friend of the show. I know he's a friend of Brian's, but I do love to debate with him on his top 100 players and then the top free agents. I just wouldn't have Darnold. If he goes to the Rams, let's say they move from Stafford, I could see a Sean McVay doing well. I mean, Kevin O'Connell is from the Sean McVay coaching tree, so I think maybe that's a place where he can succeed. But I think we saw the last 2 games of the season, right? Everything's on the line. How are you going to do, Sam Darnold? And Aaron Glenn and that Lions defense had a great game plan. They made him look like he was seeing ghosts again. And then in the playoff game, they also really bleeped the bed there as well. So I think what you got this year from Sam Darnold, very similar to me of like a Case Keenum type year in Minnesota.
Okay.
Where it's kind of just a blip on the radar. I don't know, and I could just be a hater right now. Maybe he goes on and has some success, but I can't say that he's the top free agent. Hell, Ronnie Stanley, arguably the best left tackle in football, or one of the best as a free agent. He, to me, would be better than Sam Darnold.
Okay, Alec, I'm asking you the same question, and I'm going to add some more players. If you don't think Sam Darnold is number one, is it T. Higgins, Ronnie Stanley, Josh Sweat, Trey Smith, Milton Williams? Like, how many people go in front of him?
He's not. It's an overreaction. I'd say Darnold comes in around like 5 or 6 for me. You could put T. Higgins there. You could put Trey Smith. I think Chris Godwin I would prioritize over a Sam Darnold as well. He's a free agent. Ronnie Stanley, as you mentioned, Wolchuk, one of the best left tackles in the game. I would throw him out there. Outside of that,
Josh Sweat?
Josh Sweat. Just because of the postseason heroics, you could even throw the recency bias in there to say that, but he is a damn good football player. So I'd say there are about 5 or 6 other people. I am with Wolchuk where I think it is kind of like a Case Keenum type of year where, yes, he will be a serviceable quarterback for whoever signs him, but there are some other guys that I think can be game changers. I think Sam Darnold is still just very good at doing the job he is told to do. These other guys can slide in and they can change the game in multiple ways.
NFL overreaction or reality, the Rams will move on from Matthew Stafford.
Oh, man. I don't see why that makes sense for them unless they've got a bigger plan in place here.
Okay, by the way, fun fact, you talked about like if Sam Darnold ended up with the Rams.
Right.
This is interesting to me. The top betting favorite, if Matthew Stafford moves on, is to go to the Vikings.
Really?
Which kind of makes my brain hurt a little bit.
I guess there's familiarity, as I just mentioned, like with the head coaches. Can they go ahead and say, hey, well, they got J.J. McCarthy. Like, if you're the Vikings, I think if you're not bringing back Darnold, even if it's a franchise tag, it's because I'm seeing what I got in my first round pick at quarterback here. I'm not messing with Matthew Stafford. Stafford in Pittsburgh makes a lot of sense to me. I think that's a guy legitimately now you've got Super Bowl aspirations. Now you've got a quarterback that I do think can compete with the big boys. They've got a really good roster. Defensively, they're going to be one of the better defenses in football. Mike Tomlin wins 10 games every year. That's just what he does. He shows up, boom, here's 10 wins for you. So I think that makes sense. I think I'm going to lean reality here. There seems to be a lot of smoke. Where there's smoke, there's fire. It doesn't make sense to me, but they're moving on from Cup. Maybe they are finally done with Matthew Stafford here. I'm going to lean reality.
Alec?
It's really confusing. It's a really confusing situation because we know the Rams are not afraid to make those big moves.
For sure.
Whether it's incoming players or outgoing players. They're not afraid to make a change, like Wolchuk said, whenever they have a plan. And that is a really well-run organization to where if they do make the move, I'm going to say, look, they probably know what they're doing. I'm going to say overreaction. I feel like they're close enough to where if they do supplement in the draft on offense, they think that they have a chance to go make one more run. I think that's their mindset. What the hell do I know? I have no idea. But that front office is so complicated in the way that they think to where I really have no clue. But since you're making me answer the question, I'm going to say overreaction because I think they do have a chance because the NFC is so wide open that you get one more receiver in the draft, you probably got a shot.
Agreed. Speaking of the draft, NFL overreaction or reality, this is a weak quarterback draft.
That is a reality. I like Cam Ward. I didn't think I'd love Cam Ward as much as I have going through this process now and actually studying him. The dude's a winner. He's got that it factor about him. I've said that before, whether it was on G-Bag or during crosstalk. Shador's got tremendous touch. He's got a feel. He's able to create plays on the run, extend plays with his legs. I think he's more of a second-round quarterback. The outlier, and this is where maybe the Rams are thinking, do they like Jackson Dart from Ole Miss? He's kind of the sleeper in this class, so I think some teams might like and take a flyer in the first round. I've seen Seattle even linked to him. Like, do they take Dart and then he can sit behind Geno? If things don't go well, then they start him. But I do think overall, this is not even comparable to last year when I loved Jaden Daniels. I thought Drake May could be a really good starter. I was a big fan of Michael Penix Jr. All of them were good. And I didn't even like Bo Nix, but he's turned out to be a good-looking quarterback with Sean Payton. So it's not comparable to last year's draft. It is a weak quarterback class.
It's really weak. And we've been in this weird cycle with some of these draft classes where it's really off then really on every few years. This is one of those years where I'm just not excited about the top of the draft, really, outside of the defensive players. There's some guys that are really fun to watch and some guys that I'm intrigued to see how far they fall, how far they rise, but none of them happen to be the quarterbacks. It's a really weak class for a year that a lot of teams need it to be stronger.
Yeah.
So I am intrigued to see, do we have that Bo Nix type pick where everyone's like, what in the world? Like middle of the first round, we thought he would be available early, day 2. What is happening? I think that might happen in some cases, and we might end up being totally wrong like I was about Bo Nix. So I think it is just on paper, it's really weak. I'm more excited about the running backs. I'm more excited about some of those wide receivers that are going to be within the top 10. There's a lot more value in other places, but teams are going to reach as they always do. So you'll see a few taken in the first round, and I won't be thrilled about it.
And, part of the reason for this is it looked like going in that Quinn Ewers and Carson Beck were going to be the dudes. Like, they were going to be at the top of the class. Now Carson Beck is transferring to Miami and just got 2 fancy sports cars stolen.
Yeah, he just had
him.
a Lamborghini stolen, and the other one, I can't remember what type of car, but hey, I mean, that's what happens. You now got your big NIL money. I'm driving around in fancy cars. You're joining the list of those who've been robbed that are athletes.
I like the way you said cars.
Guys.
NFL overreaction or reality. Justin Tucker will not play in the NFL again.
I'm going to go forward on that because Watson played in the NFL again. Now, granted, I mean, that's far-fetched. It's probably an eye roll. Dude, you're comparing a quarterback and a kicker. I get it.
Who's like 10 years older
but
at the time.
I don't think that this is going to mean like Justin Tucker's career is over, which maybe it should, right? I mean, more and more people are now coming out and accusing him. It should. Like, to me, he's already looked like he's no longer the same player. If I were him, I would just retire. I think that's probably the best thing for you to do. But I'm going to go that's a fart. I'm not buying that one.
Okay, bonus question to add on to this, Alec. Do you think this will affect people's takes on him in the Hall of Fame? Sorry, that's a lot to throw at you.
So to answer the first part, I'll go reality just because I do think he will retire, just to avoid the PR nightmare while being an active player, and he can get away from the team. If he's going to do the team a solid, that's going to be it right there. Make this not a team-involved thing where the coach isn't getting asked about it every day, and the GM, whenever he does his media availabilities, isn't getting asked about it. Like, at least help the team out in that respect, and we saw him regressing this year. So it might just be all signs pointing towards, in the worst ways possible, hey, buddy, hang him up. It's done. As Mike would say, it's over.
Yeah.
Just move on.
Yeah.
And yeah, that's tough because we were just talking about for weeks, a man that murdered his wife up for, Hall of Fame eligibility.
That's true.
And
he did not get in.
And he didn't get in, but they tried to tell their voters the game of football.
Yeah.
The game of football.
Yeah.
That's what we're talking about. But human nature always kicks in, and people, they're going to deny that any of this had to do with their voting or their thinking processes, but it's gonna affect it. I think that's a reality. It absolutely will, and people won't admit it, but that's what happens in these situations. You do things that are unfavorable in the eyes of the public, and in the eyes of the law, people are going to have a bias about you, and, it might just turn into, well, the end of his career wasn't as good as we had hoped. It's like, really? Is that really what you're going with?
I totally get your point, because I do feel like that's why people in these situations get picked off, not because of what they did, but because they're not good enough to justify that anymore. Because, like, if he was the best kicker in the league, maybe I'm wrong, but I do wonder if they would be like, hey, let's figure this out.
Yeah, I think that he now he has no chance getting in the Hall of Fame anymore. I think this absolutely has tarnished his reputation. The voters will hold that against him. They're petty, and they do. I mean, T.O. had to wait how many years to get into the Hall of Fame? Why? Because the media didn't like him. Michael Irvin had to wait to get into the Hall of Fame. Like, if you rub the media the wrong way, especially the Hall of Fame crusty voters who still won't have Darren Woodson in there for whatever reason.
And especially special teams players.
And Adam Vinatieri was just a finalist and didn't get in. What's the big kick that Justin Tucker's made? Like, we know he's been a great kicker, and I mean, it's probably college when he kicked Texas to a win over your Texas A&M Aggies. But in the NFL, like, what's
After
the big playoff
pass interference call.
What's the big playoff game winner that he's made? So if Vinatieri, who is the best big game clutch kicker, still isn't in the Hall, I don't think Justin Tucker's ever getting into the Hall of Fame.
Fascinating, because otherwise he has a resume that obviously very much justifies being in the Hall of Fame. NFL overreaction or reality? Myles Garrett will get traded. Now, I will tell you, at one point, this version of the question was Myles Garrett will get traded to the Commanders. That feels like too narrow, perhaps, of a window, and especially since Cleveland's like, hey, we're not going to trade him and all of that. But overreaction or reality, Myles Garrett will, in fact, get traded this offseason.
That's reality. I think that Myles Garrett will move. I think that he needs to continue this push because he deserves it. He's too good of a player to be wasting away in Cleveland. I do understand they've made the playoffs twice within the last, 4 years? And I think Kevin Stefanski is an underrated coach. It takes a special type of coach to be able to even have this type of success that he's had in Cleveland. But Myles Garrett needs to get the hell out of there. So whether that's Dallas, whether that's Washington, whether that's New England, and that's a team that I do think we don't view it as like they're up and coming, but the rest of the league does. The rest of the league loves Drake May, and there are a lot of players that seem to want to attach themselves to Drake May and think that with the Vrabel hiring, the Patriots are going to be back much quicker than we probably think they will be. So I'm all for Myles Garrett. Continue the push, man. Player empowerment. Get yourself out of Cleveland.
Now, Alec, hold on 1 second, because I gave you a bonus question. Zach, now you get a bonus question. Do you think there's any chance the Cowboys would actually make that move?
I think there's a chance, but I don't think it's a high chance.
What percentage? 2%?
I'd put it at 5%.
Hell yeah. That's about how likely that asteroid is to hit us.
Because I think they'd love to add a Myles Garrett. It's just ultimately, like, if it's just for a first rounder, if it's just for 12 this year, there's no player that's having the impact that Myles Garrett's having. So sign me up. I'll give you the 12th pick for Myles Garrett. But if you want 2 1s, we're not doing that.
All right, Alec, Myles Garrett. gets traded this offseason.
I got to give you flowers for the analogy you just made. It's almost more likely that an asteroid would hit the city of Dallas before Myles Garrett gets traded here. That's a banger tweet right there.
Yeah.
I'm going to say reality because a lot of people try to default to, well, the team has the leverage. He's under contract and blah, blah, blah. Not really. Not in this day and age with social media and everything. Heck, you saw it with Zach Martin when he held out here with the Cowboys. What did he do? He went on social media.
Yeah.
Do you think of Zach Martin as a social media guy? The first thing he does is go flex that he's in the 99 overall club in Madden the day that he starts holding out. Like, there are so many different avenues for players to get what they want nowadays, and I think Myles Garrett is entitled to that because of the body of work that he's put together and everything. So I think that it's going to happen. It's just a matter of when in the offseason, and it's a matter of who. And I think that they should try to get it done before the draft because of the Deshaun Watson situation. Do they want to go quarterback? Well, get some assets. You can make that happen a lot easier with some extra picks.
And just, we got the text from the 817. I would say yell or high if you think the Cowboys are going to make that change. Look, I also don't think it's going to happen, but we threw out the salary cap implications of how they could make it happen immediately if they saw fit. Now, the draft compensation, that's a different deal. NFL overreaction or reality, you would rather have Russell Wilson as your starting quarterback next year than Aaron Rodgers. Now, this can be for any team. This is not a Cowboys question. This is just a general football question. I know it makes you sad, but you have to pick.
I'm going to say
Mr. Unlimited.
You got Alec, go first. And you got a hot take on, you want Russ over A-Rod?
Russell Wilson is at the very least less problematic. Like, you know he's going to show up to OTAs. You know he's going to be there for practice every day. The injury history is not as extensive or at least as recent as Aaron Rodgers at the very minimum. Like, if you want less baggage and less of a headache, go with Russell Wilson. If you're going for upside, I guess Aaron Rodgers, but yeah, I'd take Russell Wilson. Like, if I am forced to be in that situation, then fire me. Like, if my quarterback situation is that bad where it says you have two options, Aaron Rodgers or Russell Wilson, I screwed up something bigger, so I need to get out of that job. So go ahead and fire me. But if I'm having to pick, I'd pick Russell Wilson.
I'm going to go fart overreaction on this, Aggie. And the reason is I would look at the Steelers as a little bit better with Rodgers versus Russell Wilson.
Okay.
So I hear exactly what you're saying, Alec. I think both are really a pain in the butt to deal with. So I'll lean Rodgers, another year removed from the injury. I think both are done. I don't think either are really going to do anything in the rest of their career that swings the needle either way. But I'll take a gamble with Rodgers over a guy in Russell Wilson, who I think a lot of people on that coaching staff in Pittsburgh would have liked to have benched in favor of Justin Fields down the stretch.
Bonus question that will tip which one of you I agree with. Aaron Rodgers should just retire.
Well, that's reality.
Sorry, Zach. I'm going Team Alec on that one.
That's fine.
You think he should just retire? He should just retire.
I'd like both to retire.
Yeah, that is the point. They're both of them sure. They're both done.
Yeah,
they're both cooked. Like, they wanted to let Russ cook, but now he is cooked. I don't see anything. I don't see value in either of them unless, like, we know Aaron Rodgers isn't going to help anybody. He's not going to coach anybody. He's not going to mentor anybody. I feel like at the least Russell Wilson would say, hey, I'll teach you everything I've learned. I'll teach you how to read coverages and stuff, and I'll teach you about cadences and all that fun stuff. So if you want to have him around to teach a young guy, sure, but other than that, you're not playing any meaningful football anymore if you're either of them, so go ahead and retire.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Excellent edition of Truth or Overreaction. I'm just kidding, but obviously, yes.
I do love that I triggered the 2-4. It's not Thort. It's Truth or Overreaction. Come on.
And even that, it's overreaction or reality.
Thank you.
I think
he farts a lot.
I think they were just having some fun with you.
I think it's reality.
Now, it's time for Zach Wolchuk Presents the Top 10. Are you ready?
I am so ready. Are you boys ready? Boo, 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 bully, bully. All right. right, it is National Leadership Day, gentlemen.
You're welcome.
I've got the top 10 leaders in movie and TV history. Who are your favorite leaders that were inspiring in movies and in television? This can be they played a real person. It could be a fictional person. 877-881-1053. And as we gear up for the United States of America to kick the 51st state right in the rear and beat Canada to win the Four Nations tonight, let's give it away to one of my favorite leaders in movie history, who's also a real person, but the great Herb Brooks.
Great moments are born from great opportunity. And that's what you have here tonight, boys. That's what you've earned here tonight. One game. If we played them 10 times, they might win 9. But not this game. Not tonight. Tonight, we skate with them. Tonight, we stay with them. And we shut them down because we can. Tonight, we are the greatest hockey team in the world. You were born to be hockey players. Every one of you. And you were meant to be here tonight. This is your time. Their time is done.
It's over.
It's over. I'm sick and tired of hearing about what a great hockey team the Soviets have.
Do you think they were late to the game?
Screw them.
Because of how long this
This
Screw 'em.
is your time.
Go out there and take
Now
it.
go out there and take it.
Let's go, boys. Screw you, Canada. This is our time. Our time. Go out there and take it. 214, kind of a weak speech. Are you kidding me? Oh, my gosh. And I love you, 214. You text in a lot. But that's a crap take. That's a weak speech. All right, the Miracle on Ice. We go ahead. 2025 edition of 1980. Let's make it happen. Little Giants. One time, I'm with you, 254. That's a hell of a speech right there. Eric Taylor's getting texted a lot. That's their favorite leader. We got some goosebumps from the 469.
That is one of my 3 right there.
Okay, Eric Taylor.
Coach Taylor from Friday Night Lights. Clear eyes, full heart, can't lose. I will tell you what I really liked about that Kurt Russell speech Herb Brooks speech, is it felt realistic.
Played by Kurt Russell.
Because he didn't say, hey, we're always going to win this game. He goes, hey, we could play 10 times and lose 9 of them. But this is the one that we're going to win. And I'm like, you know what? I like that. That's a realistic take from you. I'm ready to go, Coach. But Coach Taylor from Friday Night Lights, for damn sure. Can I give you 2 more that I think need to be on this list? President Jed Bartlett from The West Wing, played by Martin Sheen.
Ooh, very nice.
Amazing leader. I know Corey surely has watched 2 seasons of West Wing while he's been out thus far this week. But the number one, he didn't just save our country. He saved our world. That was President Thomas Whitmore from Independence Day.
Yes, and that is a phenomenal speech.
It really is.
Phenomenal. That one will probably get you going a little bit more than Herb.
I mean, and like it appeals to everyone.
It does.
He's like, the 4th of July will no longer be known as an American holiday. And I'm just like, okay, great. Then if you watch the sequel, they're like the aliens.
Oh, the sequel was so bad.
This giant orb.
Wasn't it Liam Hemsworth?
Helped us save it. Yeah.
God, it was god awful. It's really, really rough.
And Will Smith's like, I don't need to do that anymore.
We got a lot of Any Given Sunday. Coach D'Amato He was that you got to claw with your fingernails for that inch.
How long has it been since you watched that movie?
Honestly, I think it's been like 5 years. I did watch it semi-recently.
Okay, I need to watch it again because I remember enjoying it, but thinking it was so ridiculous.
Oh, it is.
And then that guy's eyeball popped out, and
Was it Lawrence Taylor's?
Was it?
It might have been Lawrence Taylor's eyeball.
And then they play a Moby song at the very end to score that touchdown.
It's a heck of a movie. I loved it. Coach Yost, remember the Titans? You make them remember the night they played the Titans. Coach Boone as well. Denzel Washington. That cemetery speech is fantastic. And Remember the Titans. That's certainly one that I got a lot. I got a lot of Ted Lasso on the Twitters.
Okay.
Not so much of an inspirational leader. Believe.
Just hear me out. Hear me out. Hear me out. I know people are going to get mad. Let's take a look at the list here. Jed Bartlett, what did he win? The presidency twice. Thomas Whitmore, what did he win? He saved the world. Coach Taylor, what did he win? 2 state championships. I saw Gordon Bombay on there. What did he win? State championship and a world championship. What did Ted Lasso win? Nothing. Because he finished in second place. So, if you think this is all won by inspirational victories and whatnot, that's great. I'm going with people who tangibly won a championship or saved the world.
I just had one of my high school buddies, Matt Motter, texted in the Swamp Man from Waterboy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby was saving the mud dogs.
Is he more inspirational than Rob Schneider in that movie?
You can do it.
You can do it.
Yeah. That's I love that. That's great. A lot of Remember the Titans love is pouring in though on the text line. We've got some Tony Soprano.
Hey, this work. Oh man, this worked for somebody from the 469. I'm ready to go knock down all the maple syrup at Target.
Let's go.
Now that could be problematic for you.
This
I
is
don't
your time.
necessarily know. Yeah, the only thing that threw me off in that speech is when he said, "This is your time." I started thinking about the Goonies when they're
our
down
time
there.
down
and
here.
there's like, it's our time down here.
Yeah.
Down here, it's
Yeah.
our time, which is clearly repetitive. But I kind of thought about that during the speech a little bit. Just a little bit.
No, I did too. It popped into my brain as well, especially since we got the Goonies 2 sequel 40 years later, finally going to happen.
Is that a good idea?
I don't know.
Too much time. I think the same thing about Happy Gilmore.
Well, here's why I have hope. It's because not Training Day, but the airplane movie, Tom Cruise. Why am I blanking on in this? Don't do this to me. You know exactly what movie I'm talking about. Just crushed it. Had an amazing sequel. Was very, very good.
You can do this.
No,
You're the top.
I can't do this right now. I'm freaking
What if
out.
you had a gun to your head?
Top Gun.
Okay.
Top Gun.
There you
Thank
go.
God. That's all I needed. Top Gun. Yeah. The sequel to Top Gun, I also was nervous. Like, do we need a sequel to Top
True.
Gun? And it's been so long in between, but they crushed it.
See, but Tom Cruise, I don't know if you ever heard that speech from the set where he was like, the whole movie industry is depending on this, so put your damn mask on. Like, he was so invested in that. I don't know if the Happy Gilmore sequel and the Goonies sequel will be like, hey,
Yeah.
this doesn't work out. We're closing all the movie theaters.
This is live or die. You
Yeah.
don't think Sean Astin's going to be like, hey, guys, come on.
Yeah.
I'll never star in another movie like this. Lord of the Rings was 20 years ago.
Exactly.
Please.
Lou Brown from Major League. Lot of votes for William Wallace.
Oh, I am William Wallace.
Braveheart.
You bled with Wallace. Now bleed with me. Jon Snow getting texted in.
Okay. Once again.
What battle did Jon Snow win?
I mean, he did win Battle of Bastards.
He sure did.
That's a fact.
Now, he got bailed out a little bit, but he was ready to give up his life.
And maybe he should have, because
What? He did once.
I know, he did. And then they brought him back from the dead so he could have sex with his aunt and go right back to the place that he spent most of the show. So they brought that guy back from the dead, not to get the throne,
Hard to argue that.
but
Well, he should have gotten the throne.
that's not what I'm saying.
They screwed it up.
That's what I'm saying. And instead, they're like, all right, you're back in charge of the wall that we got to, I don't know, like rebuild.
And in the moment, he didn't know that was his aunt, and she's a babe.
Yeah, but when you say it like that, you say, and she's a babe, it makes me wonder about your judgment in that moment.
If you know, it's obviously, no, this is gross. If you don't know in the moment, he's thinking like, this is just a beautiful woman who's also the queen. Let's get down.
What if that happened?
And dirty.
Okay, what if that happened? And then you found out she was your aunt.
Well, then I'd throw up.
But you've already done it. So.
Well, you can't undo it. And the Targaryens were kind of into that, the incest stuff. Have you watched House of Dragon?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like that second season where nothing happened?
It really ticked me off. There were some really good episodes, but ultimately the finale was horrible.
It really was.
It was so bad because the episode before was so badass. I'm like, this is going to lead into an epic finale, and it wasn't. It wasn't good at all. Coach Ballsack getting texted in.
Oh, yeah. It hurts his throat too much to do that. I don't think he's going to do it anymore.
Is he going to go full Dustin May, and now he's going to have like an esophagus surgery because he's too much ball sack?
Oh, man.
No comprende.
I don't like the way you said that at all. All right. Is there a specific top 10 list you want to go through, or do you just like the feedback from the people?
No, I've got the list.
Okay.
By the way, I do have to know, Alec, you sent this to me, but the Mavs today announced that Anthony Davis, who has that left adductor strain, is making good progress. He's going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks with further updates to follow.
Hey, that's great. The last time we got told somebody was going to get reevaluated in 2 weeks was Daniel Gafford. And then they said, never mind, it's going to be 6 more weeks.
Yeah, that's true.
So I don't know how much trust I have in the information we're getting right now.
Why'd you remind me?
Stop it.
Sorry.
Okay, here is the top
right.
10 leaders in movies and TV. King George and the King's Speech, played by Colin Firth.
I guess you don't, because you played the Kurt Russell bit. Did you take any points off for it was a real person? And you're like, you just did what that other person did.
No, because he still was, he won an Oscar, and he had to stutter his way through the entire movie,
That's
which is
true.
extremely difficult to do.
And I knew it was a good movie because I was nervous about what was going to happen.
So good.
And I
Jeffrey
was like,
Rush was also brilliant in that movie.
It's the same thing like I watched Apollo 13. I was like, oh man, I hope they make it. And like, they do.
Right.
It's going to be okay, but you know that's a good movie.
Never watched The Crown, but Queen Elizabeth II is listed on here. We've got Catherine Goebel in Hidden Figures.
Oh, yeah.
Hidden Figures is awesome.
She's excellent. She helped us get to the moon.
Badass. An
At a time
underrated
where
movie.
she had to overcome racism and sexism. What have you ever had to overcome, Alec?
Back pain.
Okay.
How about, back pain's a good one. How about Ragnar Lothbrok from Vikings?
I don't think I've ever seen that.
Oh, you should.
The TV show? Yeah, I've definitely never seen that.
Ragnar's a badass. It's incredible. 254. Don't let Kevin fool you. He advocates for sex with first cousins, and I do know that about you. You like to get weird.
I
with
don't
that.
know how that message has gotten misconstrued. I want to make this very clear. Don't have sex with your cousin.
It's probably because your cousin said that she had sex with you, or he did.
No.
William Wallace.
No to you.
William Wallace, Braveheart.
What number is that on the list?
That is number 4.
Ooh, low.
Robert Kearns, Flash of Genius, 2008. Did not see this. I was hoping you did.
Oh my God, what is it called?
In a famous scene, Robert Kearns asked Gregory Lawson, whatever happened to this little thing called justice we talked about? Lawson replies, this is justice, Bob. This is how justice is dispensed in this country with checkbooks.
Yeah. And that was played by Greg Kinnear?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a pass on that.
All right.
I can't envision a scenario. It's probably unfair.
It's Greg Kinnear, isn't it?
Where Greg Kinnear is more inspiring than William Wallace was.
No,
I realize
me either.
the problems that come along with Mel Gibson. I'm just saying.
Sure, 100%. We've got Principal Joe Cleary in Lean on Me. Morgan Freeman.
That's a great one.
Incredible. How about Oscar Schindler, Schindler's List?
I mean, that is tough to argue against.
Yeah, he ended up doing really good things, saved lives. And the breakdown at the end, like, just one more. Could we have helped one more? Christopher Gardner, The Pursuit of Happiness. What? Okay. Are you going to have something mean to say about Pursuit of Happiness? I loved that movie.
I need to make sure.
Will Smith?
Yeah, that movie's stupid.
Stupid?
Yeah, it's stupid.
He's trying to do the most he can for him and his son who are homeless.
Let's talk about that.
Let's do it.
That's why that movie is stupid.
Because they're sleeping in trains?
So, Will Smith stars in a movie where he's trying. I know we got to go.
No, you're good. You're
where
good.
He's
I do this all the
trying
time.
to do everything he can for him and his son. But when casting the movie, Does he go cast a little boy actor whose entire life and his family's life and their generations of family's life could be changed? No. He casts his son, who is always going to be fine because his dad was a Chris Rock punching millionaire.
Okay, overreaction to reality.
Chris
That
Rock's-
was the best role his son's ever had.
I don't know how much stuff I've seen. I never saw that. I didn't see.
Not good.
Was it After Earth or something like
Not
that?
good.
Yeah. I'm saying you could have changed somebody's life.
But he was so good in
a
that.
movie where he talked about changing people's lives. Like, I'm a pass.
If his son stunk, then I'm with you. But his son was really good in that movie. Coach Ken Carter from Coach Carter comes in at number 1 on the list. The top leader in movies or TVs on National Leadership Day. And shout out to Optimus Prime. He did get
man.
He did get a vote as well.
I didn't even think about Optimus Prime.
So did Captain America.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now,
let's give something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 now will win tickets because college baseball is back at Globe Life Field. You get an opportunity to get a 4-pack of tickets to the entire final weekend of games at Globe Life Field. Friday the 28th through Sunday, March the 2nd, caller number 10, right now, 877-881-1053. And coming up next, let's talk some NFL draft with DallasCowboys.com writer, Emmy winner, host, it's Kyle Yeomans, next on The Fan.
Laser babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maiden?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking out.
By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you DallasCowboys.com host, writer, Emmy winner. It is Kyle Yeomans.
Kyle Yeomans.
I feel like I pretty much nailed that intro. What do you say, Kyle?
No, that was probably the best intro I've ever received on this station, I would have to say.
Well, that's a bit rude, Kyle, but thank you very much for joining us today.
In your face, Zach.
You're not hosting today, Wolchuk. You didn't give the opportunity. You didn't get the chance. What would you intro me as?
The great Kyle Yeomans, North Texas Mean Green alumni, the proud,
Okay, that's a good one.
proud of Waco, Texas. I don't know, never mind. Kevin, you've got this.
See, Kevin got you beat there. He was a little more emphatic with it when he rolled
There had to be
into
some other intros that I crushed, Kyle, okay? Today's just not my day. I'm playing in the 2 seat over
No,
here.
they were all other great intros, just not as great.
You're right.
Yeah, I'm not taking away. It's like all these draft prospects that you and I are watching. Just because we like one guy more when we're watching the film doesn't mean we hate everybody else that's a part of the draft process. I'm just saying Kevin knocked it out of the park today.
Kevin, you were better.
I mean, that's for damn sure. I'm just kidding. Kyle, while you answer some of these questions, if you could think of a compliment for Zach, too, because he really looks down on his luck at this moment. Now, I know words don't make a difference, especially in February, but I'm not going to lie. When I hear Eberflus say, we're going to take the ball away, and Clayton Adams say, we're going to create violence, it does get me kind of hyped up for the new coordinators.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. And right now, like you said, it's easy for everybody in February to say the right thing, whether it's the coaching staff or the front office. Of course, I mean, I know you guys have broken down what Stephen Jones has said over the last couple of weeks when it comes to free agency and now the inflated salary cap and some of the things there. But it's going to boil down to, can you do what you want to do? Can you go out and make changes and stop the run? Can you go and take the football away like this defense has shown they can do at times, show what they were able to do consistently under Dan Quinn. All of that sounds nice, but then you've got 31 other teams that are also saying the same thing and the right thing right now. We're going to not turn the football over against the Cowboys, and we're going to run the ball effectively against the Cowboys. So, yeah, I like it. It gets me pumped up, but it's still February for a reason, and there's a long way to go until we're even putting pads on, helmets on, and trying to actually get out there and execute.
And when you say it's February for a reason, do you mean because of the natural flow of time and the calendar?
Yeah, usually. I mean, solar stuff that's way above my pay grade. You know, I think it categorizes this time of the year as February, and the NFL has chosen not to play football now.
Kyle, this might be a difficult question, but based on what you've kind of heard from the assistant coaches, and we know the Cowboys do an excellent job of kind of taking in what do they want with their scouting department, and then looking at the draft, how can they go ahead and complement the coaching vision for the players they select? What do you think some of the biggest differences might be? It could be a position group. It could be wherever you want to go with it, but the new coaches based off the previous regime.
Ooh, that's tough. Because I think part of why you like this coaching staff is they do bring some of the similar things that worked, right, for Mike McCarthy, because he won a lot of games in the regular season. You can't fault him for not doing that. When he had a healthy team, they were winning 12 games a year over the 3-year stretch. But the thing that I think is different is the way that they look at the depth of this roster. And we've talked about it on the draft show, Zach, a couple times, is when you line up the Cowboys 1 through 10, you take their 10 best players across the board and you put them up against all the rest of the 31 NFL teams, and you put them you put your top 10 up against their top 10, you're probably just as good, if not better, than most of the teams when it comes to your top 10 players. But how are you going to build 11 through 53 on the roster? How are you going to fill out the rest of your team to have those players in the right moments and in the right situations? And I think this coaching staff is focused on doing that. And when it pertains to the draft, and what that tells me about the draft is best player available is very much so in play, not only at 12, but also at pick number 44 in the second round and pick number 76 in the third round, because they only get 3 shots at this thing before they've got to wait through all of round 4 at the moment. Remember, they traded that pick for Jonathan Mingo midseason.
Sweet trade.
So they don't have that 4th round pick. You got to get it right. And there are so many spots on this team. You could say offensive line, defensive line, wide receiver, running back, corner, linebacker, where you can address all of those things. And this coaching staff has been very adamant that, yeah, they like some of the guys that are here, but you got to build 11 through 53 at this point. So I don't think you're going to see some of the same type of picks that we've had over the last few years, like a Mozzie Smith, where you needed a defensive tackle in the first round and you went and got one. Luke Schoonmaker, you needed a tight end in the second round, you went and got one. Instead, I think it's going to be more so the Will McClay and the scouts mindset of let the board fall to you, see what kind of football players you're going to grab there, and then take the best player available, because chances are they're going to fit into your system already, because you need guys at a bunch of different spots.
Okay, and I totally hear what you're saying, and I really like the last part, because when I hear about how deep the draft is at defensive tackle and running back, I start to have wild dreams that those top 3 picks are 2 defensive tackles and a running back. Now, I know you don't want to reach, but could you see a scenario in which this draft is loaded up on there and you wouldn't have to reach for those positions?
I can see a scenario there. Yeah. I think we get a lot of questions on the show too, when we're talking with Broadus and we're talking with Wolchuk and Bobby Belt and some of the guys that, of course, that are at your station. And a lot of the questions are, what positions would you double dip at? Would you take 2 guys at? Taking them both in the first 3 rounds is tough, because, like you said, it is deep in certain spots, but you also don't want to reach on a guy too early, because you do have to wait so long before you pick again in the 5th round. But if there was a position to see that in, I could see it at running back. One, because you don't have any bodies. Two, if you get Ashton Ginty in the first round, that doesn't mean that this exceptionally deep running back class wouldn't have one of the better players available in the third round, or even when you pick again in the fifth, where you would say, you know what, yeah, we've grabbed Ginty, but right now it's Ashton Ginty and Deuce Vaughn on the roster running the football. We might as well grab another running back. I think defensive tackle might be a little more hard-pressed if you're going to do so early. Go ahead and take the guy that you feel like is going to be the best complement to what you already have on the defensive line. If he can bring maybe an element of size or an element of run-stuffing ability, then sure, go get that guy in the top 3 rounds. I don't think you'll see 2 of which in the first 3 rounds, though, whereas running back, I think everything's on the table.
Kyle Yeomans with us here on 105.3 The Fan, the pride of Waco Midway High School, North Texas University.
Have you been working on the intro?
I've been working on this. Proud father.
That's great.
Husband, an Emmy Award-winning Dallas Cowboys host with us here in the G-Bag Nation on the K&Z Masterpiece.
Oh. Hey, Kyle, just remember who gave you the genius book idea about the triplets and the triplets.
Ooh. I like it. I'm still working on it. It's an off-season project, right?
That's a great idea.
It's chapter at a time. So, like, it all began when Michael Irvin got drafted from Miami. Chapter 2.
That's really
all
good.
Began at the doctor's office when we first saw the
You know what's funny about that, Kevin? My wife is, of course, she loves social media, as most people do. And she had one of her, like, memories, I guess, on Snapchat or Instagram, one of the two, the last couple of days. Just a couple of weeks before a year out from our baby's birthday. So February of 23, where they were born in February of 24 last year. A couple weeks out, she had a pedicure or something, and Michael Irvin was sitting in the
Shut up. That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. So and she found that memory on Snapchat or Instagram or whatever, and she shared it. She was like, little did I know that this was manifesting, because, of course, within the next year, we ended up having the triplets, and she had already talked to Michael, and she's held Emmitt Smith's Hall of Fame jacket when she was an intern with the Cowboys at one point. Awesome. So there's the triplets connection there too, no doubt about it.
That's amazing.
I'm sorry I derailed your question.
No, you're good. You're good. I was just re-racking the brain where I wanted to go with this, but I found it. Okay, Kyle, so let's say I'm the Cowboys front office. I come up to you. I'm like, look, we can spend big money on one position in free agency. What is the position you'd like to spend that money on?
Ooh, goodness. It's got to be in the trenches, right? Like, it's got to be either a high-end caliber starting interior offensive lineman. If you wanted to talk me into a tackle, I could get talked into a tackle, but you would just have to move some guys around.
Or release your right tackle.
Yep, I'm cool with that. If you want to talk about anywhere outside of that, I would probably say wide receiver. They've shown that they can go spend money at wide receiver. Maybe not big money, so that would be fun to go get a bona fide number one to go along with CD's number one. So then you have the 1A, 1B tandem. That would be a lot of fun. But I think if you're going to go spend big money in free agency, if that's a possibility, then I would start on the offensive line. I would look at the defensive line. If there are a couple guys there that you can either entice to come to Dallas with the big contract and make it work, then I think that's where you got to start. If not, go get me an awesome wide receiver. That way you don't have to spend one of those first 3 picks on one come April.
Talk with Kyle Yeomans right here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, I definitely understand why you said spend big money if that was a possibility. I'm curious. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I've ever asked you your general salary cap philosophy, where I understand exactly what the Cowboys are doing, but I also think it's disingenuous when they try to pretend like there's no way they could free up a whole bunch of money to legitimately go all in. How do you feel about maybe just throwing your salary cap the next couple of years out the window for an opportunity?
Yeah, if you feel like you're close enough, then I think it's worth it. I think it's worth kicking the can down the road, restructuring all these contracts. And I think the number, now that the cap has been ballooned up to the new number of $255 million, it helps a little bit, but you also got to think, just because the cap goes up for you doesn't mean you just have that money to spend.
Yep.
It just means the players' contracts are going to increase by a certain percentage. Because let's say Osa Igizua, right? He's hitting the free agent market. He's probably going to get a solid payday. If he's going to say, just to make numbers simple, I don't think this is the case, he gets 10% of the cap under the old salary cap. He's still going to get 10% of the cap in the new salary cap, but that contract, instead of being $23 million, is going to be $25 million, right? If we're just playing numbers games here. So yeah, it helps a little. It really doesn't help a lot because everybody's playing underneath the same rules. My thought process when it comes to this offseason is you're going to have to clear space regardless, just to get your money, get your roster, and put pen to paper come training camp with the amount of guys that you need to make it happen. And in order to do that, you got to have about $13 million, $14 million for your draft class, and you don't have that yet. You're going to need probably $30 to $40 million for the rest of your free agents just to try and fill the team. You don't have that yet. So even if you do go and you restructure guys, which will happen, and they will clear cap space, I think realistically, yes, you can go and get the $110 million, I think is what the number is to try and clear that cap space. But it's more so going to be more like 70 or 80. And then you're going to fill it up with the $50 million that I just outlined for your draft class and the rest of the free agents. So for big name free agents, even if you get there, you can clear enough space, you can clear enough money to go get 2 or 3 names. But that's really about it. I think it's more realistic we're going to see 1 or 2. I would love for them to go all in because I do think they are close enough. I think, yes, you've got holes to fill across the board, but you have an elite wide receiver, you have an elite pass rusher, you have a young yet fixable offensive line with 1 or 2 moves, especially if they fix some things in the draft. You can maybe end up with an elite running back if you draft right or you go sign somebody. There's ways to fix this roster right now to go from 24 into 25 to new coaching staff that can immediately make them contenders again. So I would love for that, but I just don't see that as a realistic option, and I don't think that the front office is ready to do that quite yet, especially when there are some holes to fill first. They're going to have to try and see what the early dominoes look like before they knock the rest of them down.
Real quick, who's winning tonight, U.S. or Canada?
USA, baby, all day. And it's going to be worse than 3-1 in that first game, too. I thought the Kachuk brothers set the tone early. You're going to see something similar tonight. I wish Ottinger would play, but that's okay. He'll probably end up being the reserve goalie tonight, but we'll make it happen. USA wins it. I'll say 4-0. They blank Canada in the championship game.
4-0.
I love it. Now, that's an
4-0.
opinion.
Hell yes.
Thank you very much, good sir.
Yeah, appreciate you guys having me, as always.
There you go, Kyle Yeomans. You can see why he won an Emmy right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we just got his prediction. The game's going to be on 105.3 The Fan tonight. Are you hyped for the Four Nations final? Plus, we got some prop bets for you next on The Fan.
forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Across the line, played it down low, and they score! Jake Gensel ties it for the United States on a weak goal given up by Bennington.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. NFL Four Nations Final tonight. And by the way, you can hear it right here on 105.3 The Fan. So I want to ask you guys, I want to ask the people listening, are you excited for the game? Because we've talked about some of the prices. They're nearing like late Stanley Cup prices. There are some speculations that the rating tonight will be as high as Game 7 of the Stanley Cup Final last year, if not potentially higher. It feels like there is palpable excitement for this game.
I think that it's absolutely going to be bigger, right? Because for the Stanley Cup Final Game 7, I think that when it comes to hockey, like the Super Bowl, everyone's going to watch, right? But I think when your team's out of it in the Stanley Cup, especially from a Stars perspective, when you lose the round right before the last 2 years.
That's fair.
It makes it a little bit more painful. Now, Game 7, I was invested, right? It's all the marbles. You've got a crazy comeback here for Edmonton against Florida. It was a great game, but Florida ended up, it wasn't as close as I thought it would be as the Panthers dominated. This game tonight, the entire country can go ahead and get galvanized together with it, right? It's not like, oh, I'm not a Panthers fan or an Oilers fan. It's
right.
We're all Team USA. We're Americans. We're a fan of our country. Let's go ahead and support the red, white, and blue. So, hell yeah, we're all about shutting up the Canadians there, the 51st state.
Woo! Do you really think that's eventually going to happen?
No.
Okay, me neither. Just checking.
I mean, and can they give us free health care?
Ooh, I don't know if it would work that way.
Probably not.
All right. So in addition to the obvious stakes for tonight's game, I have some wagers potentially for you. Want to see if any of these interest y'all. Now, this one is fascinating because there's some long shots here. But
that's a terrible one.
If you want to make some money, you could. What happens today? Is there going to be a USA, USA, USA chant during the Canadian national anthem? 3-1 on your money.
Yes.
Oh. Alec, do you believe that will happen?
I was really hoping you were going to say Joe Hendry.
But yes, I do believe in Joe Hendry.
You know what? I do think it's going to happen.
Okay.
We need some good old-fashioned pettiness. We can't let this be one-sided during the national anthems. Come on, man.
Now, this one's going to be a longer shot, but I want you to consider for just a second. Will a player lose a tooth during a fight? Feels unlikely? 50-1 on your money.
I don't think so.
Okay.
But I like the odds there. If you get it, holy crap, you're cha-ching, cashing in.
And this is where I think there's an odd discrepancy on here. Will a player be bleeding after the first fight? Only 6-1. Well, think about it. That's in the first fight.
Yeah.
This is all of the fights, and I'm giving you way better odds. So
all of the fights, yeah, somebody's going to be bleeding. Why not? Let's actually go with that one.
Okay, but for that one, you have to have them bleeding after the
but
first fight.
But it has to be the first one for the good odds. For the good odds.
Exactly.
See, I don't know. Like, I don't think that there was bleeding after the first fight that we had on Saturday night. I think the second fight might have had some blood. Okay, so this one's going to be, the punches will be a little bit harder.
Look, I love wrestling, and the non-title match is always less exciting than the title match.
Mm-hmm. But that one's also like a predetermined outcome.
That is a fair point. That is a really fair point. All right.
Just being honest, I didn't say the F word.
That's true.
Fake.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
My God.
I'm going home.
All right.
Just got one more
Alec,
segment.
I can
Alec.
tell
One
you're
more
upset.
segment. I love you,
Some
Alec.
of the things that Zach has said.
Rub those piercings for me.
I'm going to try to change your mind.
Only got two.
No, the chest.
Will the goalies fight each other? Again, feels unlikely. 25-1 on your money.
If you're giving me 25-1, then I'm saying it's happening. Just for the fun of it, put $10 on it and just hope that they aren't paying enough attention to let this happen. Because as soon as the goalies start skating towards each other, there's a little bit more emphasis on, we kind of need to make sure this doesn't happen. Anybody else on the ice, it's like, go ahead, whatever. We'll stop when somebody hits the ice. But no, as soon as the big fellas get going at it, they're like, nope. So I hate that they're so protective in that manner because this would be a fun way to make money.
Gimme Bennington versus Hellebuck. I'd love to see it, but there's no chance it happens. The goalies aren't fighting.
Better chance to see a goalie fight or a hat trick tonight?
A hat trick.
Okay.
Because I think it's like -% chance that a goalie fight happens.
Well, then you're going to like these numbers. Odds of a hat trick, 33-1 tonight.
Wow.
Who do you think would be the best? Like, I don't think Team Canada, even though they've got more skill potentially with some of their forwards, I think I'd go with the USA representative to get the Hattie. Gensel had 2 goals.
You don't think Sid the not-so-kid will step it up in this?
I feel like McDavid would steal one. McKinnon would steal one,
Because they're not unified.
No, that's why they don't have a group text. Canadians don't even like each other.
That is a good point. All right.
ABC 7 o'clock, but you should listen on 105.3 The Fan.
Yes.
214. That's where the game's going to be on tonight, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Absolutely. How many fights do you think there will be?
2.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. There's 2 fights, 8-1 on your money. You think there's going to be 3 or more fights, which, remember, took 9 seconds in the first game for that to cash. 5-1 on your money. The overwhelming favorite, though, 0 fights.
Boo.
Yeah.
Championship game, they're just thinking, we're not going to get any fights going.
Yeah, and the weird thing is, if there were a fight, when would it occur? The least likely, 3rd period. The most likely, overtime. All right. So
overtime?
Wouldn't you think it would be the first period again straight away? No, that's second. And then the second period, then the 3rd period. The favorite is overtime. So they're like, I don't think there's going to be a fight. But if there is a fight, It'll happen.
Why would it happen in overtime?
When the game is on the line.
Like, if anything, it would be the third period because the outcome's kind of already decided.
Exactly, yeah.
And you get one team wanting to rough it up. Or I think the odds are probably early in the game, much like on Saturday.
That's so weird because you could cost yourself the game just by getting too amped up. Like, I'm totally with Volchuk. If it's going to happen, if I were to put money on that, I would say third period because the game's already out of hand and they're like, may as well give someone a black eye before I go home sad, you know?
And somebody asked this. Help me understand from the 940. Why are these top hockey players willing to risk career-ending injuries for this international series? So there was actually a couple of different players from the United States, Canada, and I think even Sweden that said when you are playing for your country or you have that on your body, it just changes things. And like you've heard so many players are like, I can't really explain it. But when I see Team USA is on my jersey, it's like a whole different deal. So I understand that question because obviously there's not a lot of money to be made here. But I kind of think in a way there is because don't you think the Kachuk brothers are way bigger names now than they were like a week and a half ago? And they were really good players. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying in terms of public knowledge of them.
Yeah, they're probably household names now.
Yes.
Where before you were like, Keith Kachuk?
Yeah.
Their dad?
Yeah.
You know, there's two Kachuk. Yeah, absolutely. I think, and Matthew certainly with the Panthers, what he's been able to do, and they just win a cup and they go to the cup final. But you're right.
Players.
You're right. You're absolutely correct. I agree with you. And hockey players are just built different, dude. You've got these guys that'll play an entire postseason run with a broken foot.
Yes.
Like they do things that no other sport is going to do. The toughness is just, it's on a different level.
Now, we're going to do this a little different. These are celebrities that could be there tonight. We're going to go bracket style. I want you to pick. I'll give you pods of 4. Who you would most want to see at the game.
Tate McRae.
Oh, I don't have that as one of the options.
But she would be going for Canada.
Oh, that's a good point.
All
right.
Got to throw away
But I knew
all
she
my
was a hockey
LPs.
gal.
So your first pod of candidates, Drake, Eli Manning, Justin Bieber, and Vince Vaughn.
I don't really care about any of them. Wow. But I like Vince Vaughn.
Okay.
And I feel bad for Biebs.
Yeah. I'd say Bieber because I really don't care out of any of those.
Oh, man.
It's like, why not? He would get the most social media impressions, and I just want people to see hockey, and I want it to be visible. So there you go.
And I don't know, Drake, you think he's going to go out in public?
Yeah, throwing his DeMar DeRozan jersey around again.
Yeah.
All right.
That's true.
Hopefully you'll care more about this next grouping. Bill Burr, Steve Carell, Christy Brinkley, or Conor McGregor.
There's no way Conor McGregor's there.
Yeah.
Better not be.
But I would think Bill Burr. That'd be awesome, especially in Boston. Let's
Okay.
go, Bill.
Alec?
It's got to be Bill Burr.
All right.
He's a fan favorite right there.
Next grouping. Shaq, Billy Joel, Will Ferrell, and Zac Efron.
Do we see Zac Efron at sporting events?
You remember
Good
if
question.
you saw him.
Yeah.
Yeah, no way. Shaq, though, would be an interesting one.
That's
You think
true.
Shaq shows up?
I think I could see Will Ferrell.
I could see Will Ferrell
He
being
likes
there.
to show up at stuff.
Yeah, Will does. But Shaq would be. I'd be fascinated to
You
see
going
Shaq.
Shaq?
I'd like. Yeah, I'll go Shaq.
Okay.
Let's go Shaq.
Alec?
I think that one makes the most sense because of the NHL's, partnership with TNT and everything. Like that, they could easily make that happen. But give me Will Ferrell. I feel like that would just give me the most hype.
Okay.
Coming back from commercial, they pan over to him and he's doing something goofy.
It's provocative.
I'm like, yes, USA.
Now, this is a giant grouping to finish things out. Snoop Dogg, Mike Myers, Stephen King, Ariana Grande, or Hulk Hogan.
Okay, Mike Myers would be rooting for Canada too, but
That's
I do
true.
think that there's a likelihood he could be there for this.
Okay. Are you going with Mike Myers?
I'll go with Mike Myers.
Okay.
Just because I don't want Hulk Hogan there, I'll go Mike Myers too.
Okay.
Is that because you forgot the other two names?
No,
Brother.
No, because I don't think Ariana Grande is going to show
don't
up to
either.
this.
That would be.
I would be
pretty
shocked.
wild.
I would be stunned if she was at this event.
Oh, do you think she's rooting for Canada? Just remember that one time at the donut shop, she said she hates America. All right.
Oh, no.
Your final 4 contenders.
Forgot about that.
Zach,
She hadn't had a cronut.
you have got it down
Looks like
to Vince Vaughn, Bill Burr, Shaq, or Mike Myers. Who do you want to see at this game?
Out of those 4, who are the ones that I most would
You
like
get
to see?
one pick.
Shaq.
Shaquille O'Neal.
Give me the diesel.
8-1 on your money if he's at this game. All right, Alec, you've got it down to Justin Bieber, Bill Burr, Will Ferrell, or Mike Myers. Who do you most want to see at this game?
Will Ferrell.
Will Ferrell, also 8-1 on your money. So you could be enjoying the game, see Will Ferrell or Shaq, cash it in right there, and then just get back to watching the game.
Let's go.
Which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan tonight. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Feel like I said that repetitively. Coming up next.
We both did.
Let's chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. You know the station.
Lola Fee product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 and 2024.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan right now, courtesy of D&M Leasing. It's time for our chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is he today?
Amazing, man. We are living in a content-rich environment. Hagee, how the heck are you?
We are. I'm doing great. Speaking of content tonight, 4 Nations. You can hear it right here on The Fan, but I have to admit, I am genuinely excited about this hockey game. What's y'all's excitement level?
As high as it can be. You know, I think this has been an absolute home run. I'm not sure what they did to capture the attention of the imagination. I guess you just get that USA-Canada thing going, and the fights ignited it. But we have World Baseball Classic. We have the in-season tournament. All these are like so. This is a home run.
Do you think, and I'm sorry, I know people hate this, do you think there's any part of like the geopolitical scene that has like created a little bit more interest in this, what with the tariffs and its 51st state and all that stuff?
From a fan standpoint?
Yeah,
I would think so. Just the patriotism on both sides, feeling like, no, we're number one. Yeah. Both sides.
And, you know, specifically, I think Trump's base is so passionate that anything he's showing interest in wanting to poke or go around with, they're like, yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, interesting. I caught some heat earlier because I really like our national anthem, but
yeah,
I think "Oh Canada" is an amazingly delightful song. How would you stack those two anthems up against one another?
Terrible thing to say.
That's an interesting conversation.
Like, do you have anthem envy every time you hear?
Do you wish I would have directed that?
Actually, my favorite anthem is "God Save the King."
Yeah.
You know, and I think what you do is there's some really entertaining anthems if you watch World Cup play. You don't know the words, but the melodies to the way they're played. I think France has got a very exciting anthem to their country. But I tell you what, I do enjoy going to a hockey game when both are played.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And and I kind of know the words. I knew in school I learned the Mexican national anthem.
Oh, really?
Mexicanos grito de guerra. I learned that one.
Keep going.
Yeah, seriously.
That was really good.
Rattle it off like that second grade class.
No,
play that through.
No, but there's some really very well thought out national anthems, and I think that Canada, the United States, of course, there's nothing better. That's one of those kind when you stand there.
There you go. He finally said it. It took him a long time, but there you go. Hey,
there's nothing better.
There's nothing better than ours.
No, but I stood there at Wembley and listened to, God Save. At the time, I was working for NFL Europe, and it was before the first World Bowl, and they played God Save the Queen. And that one, that's a very emotional, because I love anthems where the country will sing it.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Give me the countries that will sing their national anthem. And that's kind of what I...
Turns out Brian was your guy for that question.
I know. I thought that you might be.
Yeah.
Do you think there will be any sort of shenanigans during the anthem?
Yeah, I think so.
Yes, they
absolutely.
But you've got to remember this, and this is another experience I had working in NFL Europe, was when we played games in Montreal, the French will boo the English version of the Canadian national anthem, and then the English will boo the French version of it.
Yeah.
And it's very much a divided thing, and they boo their own national anthem.
So that's the tradition up there.
It's not surprising.
We're just booing national anthems.
That's what I'm saying.
Let's be better than that.
Yeah, they're not.
Let's be better than that, Boston.
Yeah, it's not surprising.
It's like it's chanting USA. You think like
I think
worse or on the same thing as booing?
I think we can go back.
USA is good. That's positive.
Like during their anthem.
Oh,
during their anthem?
Yeah.
I think
booing.
I think
you have to be respectful.
Booing is more disrespectful.
Stand there.
But I don't think either one of them are so heinous, and we should freak out about it.
I don't know if I agree with that.
I just think it's like a This is sports. It's passion. This is just we boo a lot of things. We boo a lot of people.
I think I'm right about this up in Boston. I saw one time where they finished one of the national anthems, like the singer got confused.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden the crowd picked it up.
That's so
cool. And finished it for that particular person singing. So
yeah,
there's a lot of you will hear those Boston fans sing tonight.
Is this day 4 in joggers?
I have multiple. Yeah. I have multiple. Yeah, it's just
Brian's got full sweatpants.
He's
got full jogger.
I have just because I know in Arizona it's gonna be like 85 degrees. So I'm breaking out the shorts for that. Yeah.
I was just gonna say I don't know that Canada has a lot of melody or harmony. I'm not sure which one, but it doesn't rock at all.
Oh,
interesting. Is what I would say.
How do you guys feel about
it? Kind of
respectfully.
It kind of goes well with the mounted police. When they show them, like when they show those guys, it's kind
the
of
guys on the moose.
Yeah, it's the hat and the red outfit with the Canadian ash. It kind of goes together, though. You're right; it doesn't rock, but the mounted when they show the Mounties, it's kind of
regal.
It's very elegant.
That's true.
It's a very elegant one.
Dudley Do Right.
Yeah.
That's impossible not to think of for
right?
me. In terms of the game itself, Brady Tkachuk took part in morning skate. He's good to go. I know, obviously, that was
You'd have to carry those dudes off. They're not missing this one.
I could see that. And McAvoy is just going to miss it because he was in the hospital.
Yeah.
And so, but how are you feeling about the actual?
He's pulling the IVs out right now, trying to get there. Yeah.
The game matchup itself. Obviously, USA was able to implement their style and really wear them out in that first game. What do you think about the rematch tonight?
I think objectively you would say you would not like to be the inferior team trying to beat the better team 2 in a row. You can really only catch them once before they really lock in. But I don't know. I think we're close enough. I know, Chief.
I agree with that.
I don't think it would be that big of an upset. Like you need them to take you lightly in order to win. You need another great game from your goaltender. But I think Chief has a report coming up at 4:00 about how the USA has been playing catch up against Canada for 2 decades now, and this might be the final culmination and celebration of that
since '96.
Yeah, I think you're in a situation tonight. I don't think there will be fights.
Okay,
but this is where I think the United States. I think they're in the head a little bit of Canada, and Canada's probably expecting a very physical game. I think that you kind of, maybe some of those passes are not going to be as maybe Canada's thinking, okay, every time that we pass, we're going to get hit. Maybe you play a little bit, you play into their head a little bit and maybe they're quick to make passes, quick to make mistakes because they think they're going to get hit.
Yeah.
I think the United States is going to play with a little bit different style tonight.
And if you can quickly turn potentially those mistakes into puck control and even an early goal, you're going to have them on their heels.
I could see the Canadians giving up the puck early thinking that they're going to get tagged.
Okay.
And so maybe that might lead to some turnovers in their end, maybe leads to some goals.
And the penalty kill, man. Team USA was great in their first match.
That power play unit for Canada
lethal.
Is amazing.
That can tilt things in a hurry.
Now, Chio, I know you said, or they said you're going to get to it at 4:00, but does this segment coming up at 4:00 lead me to believe that you think the United States is going to take it home tonight?
Yes, absolutely. I'm not going to be picking against my country tonight. Now, I'm not going to go full Cal Yeomans and go 4-0.
That was impressive.
I thought that was pretty
ballsy.
Put it out there, dude.
I
In honor
loved
of
it.
4 nations, we're going to beat you by 4 goals. But yeah, I do. It's interesting, the idea of these guys haven't gotten to show themselves against Canada in a high-stakes situation because of the NHL not allowing it in the Olympics. So for the last 10 years, while the junior leagues in USA have started to really rise, this is now the first time in a big moment that USA gets to say, no, it's our time now.
Man,
Herb Brooks.
That is Herb Brooks
that's
right
very
there.
Herb Brooks of you right there.
Or maybe it's our time again.
Oh, there you go.
Hey, you know overtime rules. I know Finland played in an overtime game. Is it like NHL 20? Is it 20 minute?
I believe that is correct.
We resurface and get back out for 20 minutes?
Yeah,
they're not going 3-on-3 hockey.
Okay.
No.
All right.
What do you guys got coming up on the program?
Pure Gold, as always, thanks for asking. We'll be talking quite a bit about this game, and we'll hand it right off to the play-by-play at 7 o'clock. But Dane Brugler, draft expert, joins us at 3 o'clock.
Good get, boys.
Nice.
Yeah, hell of a job by the Woolly Bully there.
Let's go.
Roll home with the G-Bag Nation. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, where I do believe Corey Majors will return. 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
I miss you, Corey.
D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour number one of the G-Bag Nation. 2 breaking NBA stories since lunchtime. We'll talk about those as we're out of the gates here with everything that's been breaking in the world of sports since we last talked to you. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboys scout, Super Bowl champion, NFL executive. Lucius Alexander was in the Pimp Cup at Master Control here, 75 and Fitzhugh. Fixed to go 5 hours flawless. Radio producing, engineering, and hosting. Eric Chiafalo is in the house. Salute to Zach Wolchuk. He's done for the day. I think done for the week. He's off tomorrow, but today he filled in for the KMC Masterpiece. He was down 2 guys. Bassick taking a day off, and Corey's still under the weather, although Majors get well soon. I did hear he'll be back tomorrow. That's pretty cool. Okay, the 2 stories. Anthony Davis going to be reevaluated in 2 weeks with further updates to follow. Apparently making good progress there with the strained adductor. You know, I guess I had just been holding my breath in the absence of information, thinking they're dragging this out and it's about to get worse, right? They just didn't want to tell us because it would be too traumatic considering everything that we went through that week. But I guess this means he's coming back for sure.
He's trying.
When you say reevaluated in 2 weeks, I think he'll probably be back within a month at the very latest. Brian, what do you think?
Yeah, no, in talking to some folks over with the Mavs, I mean, it's one of those things where he is really trying to get back, working with the trainers, the staff, everybody over there to try and make sure that, that he is as healthy as he can when that time comes. But it's not one of these things where they're just kind of hoping and wishing and all those things. It's legitimate work going into it, and the rest, and the ability to work on the areas as much as they can and get him healthy. So both sides are really motivated to get that thing done.
Yeah, I feel like, when and if you get him back, him and PJ and maybe, I don't know, are going to play Dwight Powell and Kessler Edwards still as some bigs for minutes. I don't know. But at that point, I think they'd have enough size to win a play-in. But after that, you would go OKC or Minnesota, and your best opportunity there would be to exploit their front court by overwhelming them. I think you'd need Lively, Gafford, and Davis all back to start talking about a run. I mean, Anthony Davis was very impressive, and he is no doubt a one-man wrecking crew. He's a one-man double team on defense, dude. He can shut it down. Mm-hmm. It's amazing. And the rebounding and, the offense can help you. I don't know. Maybe they could win a playoff series without Lively or Gafford, but, I think getting Anthony Davis back would be a massive step towards contending.
Yeah, it's just going to be so hard to really have any confidence that it's going to last more than how many single-digit games before he re-aggravates it or something else pops up.
I think that's what they're really trying to work on, that maybe that they, because of the trade, because of the pressure to be out on the court, that maybe they win a little early on that.
Oh, with his initial debut.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they rushed him then.
Exactly.
And maybe now you're trying to not do that, but it's still the nature of this injury, the re-aggravation, I think, is
always a possibility.
Pretty high.
Always a possibility.
I mean, he'd been on a pretty good run, hadn't he? Anthony Davis, for the last couple of years, what do you got? 56 games, 76 games, and then he'd played in 42 this year.
Yeah.
I mean, there were a couple of years back-to-back where it was 36 and 40, half the games. Hopefully, that we're not subjected to that. But I think that was the biggest mistake of the trade of Luka, is if you're worried about a guy being fit, what are we doing taking a guy who misses on average probably more games than just about anybody, not named Greg Oden, over the last 20 years when it comes to superstar talent? That's going to be a tough one if he continues to get hurt.
They wanted the player, and they were willing to look past that. And it's part of. I think the thing with Luka is not the out of shape thing. I think it's they got tired of dealing with the people around him.
Yeah,
I think that's the bigger thing. The out of shape stuff. You knew what you were going to get with Luka. It was going to be difficult. He wasn't going to come in shape initially. He was going to try and play his way in shape. Probably going to deal with a little bit of injury along the way, but I just really do believe this. It came down to there was just so much disagreement about people that were kind of coddling Luka in the organization that Nico got rid of, and that really upset Luka. And now it's like, okay, fine. If I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. Try and play without me kind of thing. And I think that's why the Mavericks moved on. I don't think this was about Luka being out of shape. I think it was there's things that there's some real disagreements between people that Luka had worked with in the past and what Nico's what he wanted, that he did not want those people around anymore. I think that's the bigger picture right now.
Yeah, I mean, if you're trying to build a culture, I was just listening to a podcast about this for sports, and it said culture is the words you use and how people react to them, right? Yeah. So if you're trying to create a culture with your words and the reaction is whatever, and you feel strongly about that, I do feel like in sports, you can say all those things, but if you have a talent like Luka, you figure out a way to create the culture around it, and you have to acknowledge sometimes great teams win without culture because they're just that amazing. So I still wouldn't have done it. The big breaking other news, though, is Wemby's out for the season. Deep vein thrombosis in his shoulder, which is a blood clot. Mm-hmm. So he's got to take blood thinners, and he can't play well on blood thinners. I guess you'd pass out or something like that. So,
well, you could have
you could get
internal bleeding.
Yeah.
Oh. You could, you're more susceptible to that kind of stuff. You take an elbow to the stomach or whatever, or something.
Bruise,
all of a sudden now you have huge problems. So even if you are just a run-of-the-mill human being, if you have a blood clot, now you're on blood thinners, you have to be very careful about everything you're doing from an activity standpoint. So it's like 6 months minimum guaranteed you're going to be on that medicine, and so you're not going to be able to really do much physically.
This is a big L for people that have bet on him to be an NBA Defensive Player of the Year because he's not going to hit the 65-game minimum to be eligible. Yeah. So that one really hurts. How are you looking at Wemby here as we're now through his 2 seasons that he's going to play? I think at some points in this, I've been thinking Wemby's going to be the GOAT. He's got the skill, he's got the size. I didn't think he took a big step this year, though. I don't think the strength or quickness is there. And maybe his size and skill over time, over developing, and big men can develop late. Maybe by the time he's 27 or 28 years old, it'll be clear that nobody is in his stratosphere because of his ability to get off his shot anywhere, pass over the top, block all the shots. But I don't know. I'm thinking, sure, perennial all-star, couple of MVPs, maybe a couple of championships, but I don't know. Like, this was a big year for Wemby, and in the end, he was about the guy that he was as a rookie. He hasn't shown like an ability to get with NBA trainers and create more quickness. His change of direction, obviously at 7'3", is going to be slower. So I guess that's where my expectations are, and I'm delighted by that. It's nothing personal against him, but the Spurs have created nightmares for this conference for 2.5 decades now, Chief, and I don't know if I could take another round of that.
Yeah, no, I'm with you for sure. Now, he is a joy to watch, and it does suck that he's on the Spurs. Hopefully everything ends up being fine with him, and he can come back. I do think he did improve. His volume of three-pointers per game went up, and his percentages went up. His blocks went up a tick. He's basically at 4 blocks per game now. So his free throw percentage went up a fair amount. So, like, he got a little bit better, but it wasn't some huge leap.
Oh crap,
But I mean,
coming
even
out of the rafters
in year one, what was he averaging in year one? He was averaging, 21.5 points per game.
Yeah.
So now it's 24.5. But he came out of the gates pretty dang awesome. Rookie of the year. And all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, great player. Top 10 player already.
Yes.
At this stage.
But how much better is he
where's
going
it going?
To get?
And shoot, maybe he gets with Hakeem Olajuwon and puts together a post game and he starts dream faking people and doing all that. But I don't know. I think that's something to take a little bit of solace in as a Mavs fan or a fan of another team. Biggest hockey game we've had in a long time is tonight. USA and Canada 4 Nations final, a rematch of last weekend's 3-1 USA win. We will have it on the Fan at 7 o'clock for you, the play-by-play. The average price jumped again to $23.50. Mm-hmm. It doubled from a couple of days ago, and we thought it was massive. So, I think the best thing we have going for us right now is Canada sticking with their goaltender, Jordan Binnington, who has not been excellent this tournament.
Yeah.
The coach is sticking with him, though, and ours is amazing. Our goaltender is amazing. The money line is even though USA is without Charlie McAvoy and Canada got is it Cale Makar?
Makar back.
Yeah, they got him back, and so I don't know. I do think the sports books are scamming American gamblers right here on this one, Brian. The money line is even. I can't bet on the red, white, and blue. I can't bet against them. You know, what's the over-under? You got to look at other gambling opportunities if you got to get down on this game.
Having Makar back is going to be huge for Canada tonight. And you're right about Bennington. He is, even before this tournament, I was watching the St. Louis Blues play, and there was a couple of times where he had let goals in. I'm like, man, that's kind of not like him. But I've also seen him play against the Stars where he was the only thing that the Blues had that night. So he's always very capable of playing. You just don't know how these netminders are going to react in these huge situations. I do think that I think that the U.S. is in Canada's head with the physicality. I said it in the crosstalk. I wouldn't be surprised if you see Canada maybe turn the puck over a little bit more tonight, thinking that the U.S. is going to try and plaster them every opportunity. They're going to get that puck, get rid of it as fast as they can. Might lead to some turnovers, might lead to some poor play back in their end. Maybe the United States can take advantage of that. I think Canada's a better team. And so we'll see how that all plays out tonight. You absolutely know that United States is going to get Canada's best effort tonight in this particular game. It's just a matter of, though, can the United States continue to play well in areas, defensively like they need to.
And the goalie advantage, I think, is, from what I understand,
Absolutely.
This is the best goalie on the planet.
Yep.
Wearing USA.
Yeah, about to become the first American to win 3 Vezina trophies,
right?
Which goes to the best goaltender. Okay, another sign of college football transforming. Sark today on Up and Adams said we're not going to have a spring game. College football is changing right now, and we need to do a great job as coaches of adapting. He's dead balls on right with that one. USC is done with the spring game as well, Brian.
Yeah, no, I do not have a problem with this, but you've seen in the past spring games being a kind of an idea of or a showcase of talent that you have going forward. These coaches are like, listen, I'm having to recruit my own guys still. I recruited them to get them here. I'm having to continue to recruit them. You let somebody come and watch your spring game, they're going to sit down and they're going to evaluate your spring game. They're going to sit down and look at your two deep. They're going to look at the players that aren't starters that, hey, maybe I could go poach this guy on an NIL deal. Maybe I could recruit him a little bit. You just do not want to give anybody an extra opportunity to see your team as a whole and then be able to evaluate. Like guys like Mike Lombardi, my friend, they're treating their team at North Carolina like an NFL team. They are evaluating not only everybody in their conference as an NFL team, but they're also evaluating teams around the country. And if they need to go get a left tackle, they have no problem pick up the phone and going to talk to a left tackle at Oregon State to see if they could get him to Chapel Hill.
Yeah, and I heard Sark talking about something similar. I think all those things are true. And then the NFL factor of it, he said, that's how we're going to treat our springtime now. It's more of like an OTA thing that starts to ramp up a little bit more. And he says, for his team, they've played 30 games in the last 2 years. Yeah. So the wear and tear, they played 14 last year and then 16 this previous season. So he's like the wear and tear from that standpoint. And then apparently they have an influx of guys that are still high school, but they graduated early. So it's true freshmen now in the building for them. And he's like, we just have more teaching that we need to do. And the wear and tear factor, I just don't think it's worth it. Plus all the ideas that you're talking about where it's just free game for scouting other teams poaching my guys.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you're probably exhausted right now. You need more time off. You're dang near playing an NFL schedule at this point once you're at 15 games. So hopefully it works out for the players. I know it's going to be a bummer for fans who have always loved going to that spring game. Rangers GM Chris Young's very busy. Game 1 of spring training is tomorrow. I think it starts at 2 or 3 o'clock, so we'll have updates for you as the day goes on. His daughter is playing for the Lady Scots of Highland Park. They're in the 5A basketball tournament. She's taken her team as far as any Highland Park basketball team has been in 35 years when Daddy was a star for the boys team, back in the I guess early 90s.
Yeah, it's it's
mid-90s.
Yeah, it's interesting to always deal with with when you have your own sports and then you're trying to deal with your own kid's sport.
Yeah, and he said it right there. You won't get these back. You got to go to them.
You got to go. And if it means being super tired to do it all, then you have to be super tired. And so that's. But hey, tip of the cap to him, and tip of the cap to his daughter for how well she's played at Highland Park this year.
Yeah. Might want to get that clear of that TSA pre-check, though, at that Phoenix airport. That line can be a B word.
Yeah.
Maybe, I don't know, maybe Ray will let him.
Well, I did upgrade our, for the same price, I did upgrade our Avis. I am preferred, so we don't have to stand in line. We just we'll get it and go.
Yeah.
That's what we'll do.
You want Brian in your travel party. This man is like a one-man concierge show.
I try.
He's going to get you dialed in. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30. We're going to puck around and find out more about this Four Nations final coming up next right here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our...
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have.
the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Yeah, buddy, welcome back here on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. It is baseball time, but it's hockey time tonight, baby. Segment here is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel and Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Principal office, Dallas, Texas. Okay. Got this story here for you. Four Nations gambling news is what this comes down to. And I know, maybe you're thinking, I want to bet on the red, white, and blue to win. I gamble on sports. This is what I do. I think it is a big betting opportunity. Like if you're an objective or maybe international wagerer, you're from out of town, you're a European dude and you're a big hockey fan in Finland. You're looking at this. You're like, holy crap, I'm getting even money on the money line to bet Canada in this. Isn't that, everywhere I go, people are saying, oh, Canada's the better team. We're going to have to get lucky to win. Yeah. And so you pull up the gambling odds. It's flipping even. Chief, you don't need to be a BetQL podcast hoster to know this is a golden opportunity.
No, you don't even have to be a BetMGM podcast host like we are now. I think that you're 100% right. It would make sense to given the way the odds are to go ahead and lean Canada.
Yeah, you could never do that. I would never do that. Right?
Not who you're rooting for or who you want to win. But if you're actually trying to make a business decision here, I certainly would understand that.
Yeah, and maybe I would end up devastated at the end of the night. I lost the bet, but then I could be happy the USA won.
Yeah, you kind of hedge a little bit for yourself.
I think the odds are even because of Connor Hellebuyck, the goalie for the United States.
Okay.
He's one of the most decorated goalies and you talk about one of the fastest to 300 wins in the NHL, American goalies. Like Tim Thomas was a guy that back in the day that was a very, but this guy has played in many tournaments. He's been in a lot of these played in a lot of junior tournaments and stuff with the United States against Canada and stuff. So I kind of feel like that's probably why the odds are the way they are. If you go player for player, the Canadians are a better team. But the one most important position is between the pipes. And the United States, as you pointed out, Chief, they have a huge advantage there. And you have a goalie that has a lot of experience. We talk about the Vezina winner. That's given to the best goalie in the league. He's won this multiple times. So, and you look at Winnipeg, and they're off to a great start this year. A lot of it because of the way that he's played all year. So, these odds, if you're betting the United States, you're betting your heart, but you're also betting that your netminder is much better than what's across the ice from you.
Yeah. And, that could be a difference maker.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be interesting. I feel like it's an American tax. They're like, well, people are going to bet USA anyway. Why are we going to give them big odds? There's way more gamblers in America than Canada. So, let's really tax their ass. And this can be a huge day. I know if Canada does win, it's going to be a huge win for sports books across the country. Saw that. DraftKings says it's the four most bet hockey games of the season so far have been at this tournament.
That's great.
FanDuel says Four Nations contests are averaging over 6 times as many bets as an average NHL game this regular season. Saturday's first USA-Canada matchup the 3-1 win for America, bar none the most bet hockey game of the season. FanDuel says the contest saw 13 times more bet than all of the 3-on-3 games that made up last year's NHL All-Star event combined. So it's a big week here for the sports books, and it's given them another thing. And obviously, it's been a big week for the networks and their sponsors as well.
This has been better than an exhibition.
Yeah.
You know, I mean,
this feels like high stakes.
This feels like, when we talk about why these guys do it, and they say it's for the flag on your chest.
Yeah,
you know, that's what it means. So. Yeah, sometimes in these all-star games or exhibitions, it's hard to bet because what's the level of intensity?
Right.
We saw the level of intensity last Saturday when they dropped the puck and immediately the gloves are off and they're sizing each other up. You know, we saw, I mean, it's like, whoa, this is not an exhibition. This is United States trying to kick Canada's ass is what this is. So it's a little bit easier in good conscience. You could bet that because you're thinking like, hey, I'm not having to worry about the intensity. The only thing I'd ever vote on it or bet on in an all-star game would be over 300 for the combined score. You know, that's the only thing I'd ever bet on. You know?
Yeah. I totally hear you, man. So this is a huge opportunity to bet with great intensity in the game. You're going to get the best.
You're betting on basically a playoff game is what you're betting on, and you're going to get the best from both sides.
And on that note, the first game was equivalent to a Stanley Cup final game, and they're thinking tonight's will be the equivalent of a Game 7 as far as the handle.
There you go.
Which is how they refer to the volume of dollars.
It feels like a Game 7. This isn't all the marbles. This is do or die. This is it.
Mm-hmm.
This is the one.
Okay, speaking of maybe for all the marbles.
I thought you were going to go more. What other ones you got? It's not a litmus test game. Because
it's just quite simply do or die all the marbles. Let's go.
Yeah, can't wait. Speaking of do or die, NASA's increased the chance of a major asteroid smashing into the Earth in 2032.
They've been bumping that thing up like every other week. Come on with it, baby. Hey, let's go.
We're at 3.1% now.
What's the year?
This is 2032.
Okay, how old will Brian be? I might be dust.
I mean, 2 weeks ago, they said that we were like 1 something.
They keep increasing it?
Yeah, and then a week follows like it's 2 something. And then now it's saying 3. Come on with it, baby.
Well, this
Drop
is
that
big.
10.
This is big enough to wipe out an entire city.
Let's go.
The large cities with the highest risk: Bogota, Abidjan, Lagos, Khartoum, Mumbai.
You made up that second one.
I might have. I definitely didn't know how to pronounce it.
Azerbaijan is they run a race there, Formula One race.
There's no R in this word though. Kolkata, Dhaka. Okay. According to experts, 177-foot diameter asteroid would release 8 megatons of energy on impact, 500 times the energy released by the atomic bomb in Hiroshima. NASA has successfully tested asteroid deflection technologies. China is also testing its own on a small asteroid coming up in 2027. They say it's not a crisis at this time. This is not a dinosaur killer.
Okay.
This is not a planet killer.
You said they're already claiming that they're going to knock one out of there?
They're going to test it in 2027.
Say, we got this one. That's on us.
Yeah.
Are they going to send Bruce Willis and them up there to do this?
We're going to see how good our rockets
Y'all
are.
sit back, fellas. We got this one. We claiming this one. We're claiming that one.
Yeah, we got that one.
That's wild.
We'll see how good we
They
do.
get the first crack at it. We'll still have like 5 years to figure it out if they drop the ball.
Guess what, guys? They can get it.
So they're thinking that if it does hit a city, it could wipe out an entire city, but it wouldn't like create the debris in the air that would block out the sun and set off an ice age or anything like that. But this would definitely be horrible if it was coming and everybody had to evacuate and your city was going to be toast.
Yeah, totally.
It's time now for the G-Bag of the day. Into the Pimp Cup. Here's Lucius.
Boy, you something else.
Hey, Lucius, how much warning are we going to get on this thing? Are we going to have
waiting in your cities now, nothing and dust, and now it's time for the G-Bag of the day.
You are something else.
I mean, we already know it might be on course, and it's 8 years from now, right? So we'll have plenty of time to get.
We'll have time?
Oh, yeah.
Like a month to get out of here kind of a thing?
No, I don't think that's how. Well, I guess if you're like near the areas that they think may be it, then they'll probably tell you something.
Dawson,
yeah. I think I'd be more worried if they were like, oh, no, we're fine.
You remember Skylab? You remember Skylab?
No.
No, you don't?
No.
Lucius, you know what I'm talking about? Skylab? It was our first space station thing that went around, and it came down. They were like...
It fell?
It fell, yeah. Skylab ran
Was that the
out
one where they had like the dogs and the monkeys in it?
No, that was like Sputnik.
Guys are awful.
They're like sending those dogs up.
Oh my gosh, when you see the black and white film, the dogs just looking all happy and everything. Like, my God, look at all these people that just love me.
It's like, yeah. All right, let's strap him to a rocket and see if he can go.
Well, Skylab was up there for 6 years.
That's what I'm saying, man. And it finally, it landed, I think it hit in the ocean, but they were worried during my time when I was a kid, Skylab was going to hit into a city. They were it's going to fall into a city.
Jeez.
Yeah. It's a space station.
Been fun conversations in elementary.
Oh yeah. That and Sputnik.
So if the asteroid was like a wipe you out type of thing, I don't think they'll give us a type of warning. We'll go too crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah. Not that type of warning. Like a week? No, we'll tear up stuff.
You think?
Yeah, it's just going to be like The
Purge.
It's 2 hours from now. Yeah.
Better find those underground tunnels real quick.
They're gone.
They'll give you a 2 minute
Lucy, you think you get one last cast in? You I want to be on the lake when it hits. I want to be casting when that
It's
thing
going to be
hits.
hell getting that bait on there with all his nerves.
I can see. Oh, it's getting a little dark out here. Better make one more cast. You reach into that cooler and pull out a Stella. Just kind of have at it.
I'll definitely be drinking that week. That's for sure.
All right, our winner and champ of G-Bag of the day so far. What is this, day number 4 for this guy?
I think so.
The fan after dark, Blake.
Yeah, I think so.
Blake was dealing with a fan texter that was no longer feeling him, and it got crazy after that.
682 is not dating me. Blake, I'm starting to not like you. I'll finish.
What a thing to say
On Valentine's Day.
What a thing, man. Why? What did he say?
I loved you when you started.
Okay.
But you got to stop being a hater. You smash on Fred, and he's pretty non-objective despite being a KC native.
Oh, we got a Fred truther on there.
Okay, now we got Fred's burner on here.
First of all, hey, look, hey, thanks, but that's what. But I mean, we both bust on each other. No,
I gotta leave the show. No way you just said that.
No way you just said that. It's got to be a drop.
Yeah, hilarious stuff.
There's some characters, dude.
Oh yeah, they're
unbelievable.
Yep.
It's really unbelievable.
It is.
It's really unbelievable. I'm still trying to wrap my mind around it.
It's the closest thing to Arnie because when I tune in, I don't think they have a plan. It's just wheels off, but I can't turn away.
It's chaos.
I can't tune away.
It's real life chaos, bro. And they're trying to act like it's not chaos.
Professional broadcasting over here.
You ever notice when you ask him, what do you have planned on the show today? Fred acts like he's reading something.
Yeah.
He's like, and they make up guests. I think they just make it.
Create people.
Bozo the Clown at 8:20 today.
Yeah, he's a draft expert.
Oh, my gosh. All right, let's go to CBS Sports Golazo. They're still making a breast FC jokes.
They came back to it.
They're still doing it. Yeah. Hey, man, you got to play the hits, you know?
Oh, yeah. They become both best in pairs. Sorry.
Sad though, Micah. No more breasts this year.
Speak for yourself, Kate.
I will speak. I can definitely assure you. No more breasts
wow.
in me. Yeah. That's a lifetime choice.
Speak for yourself, Kate.
Shout out to Pedro, bro. What else we got right here? Oh, Tolo said I should do this. The Mike Bassick as Tom Landry.
Oh, that was yesterday. That was
okay.
Kevin.
Hey, Coach.
How's it going?
It's kind of weird at the moment, but good otherwise. How are you?
I died 25 years ago, and I can't believe what I'm watching here from heaven. Me and Tex Schramm are rolling over in heaven, left and right, watching this stuff. We can't cuss here in heaven, Kevin.
You can't?
We don't want to. We are in the presence of God. Mm-hmm. And I'd like to tell you, if you're going to be a leader at this station, Kevin, You need to get a fedora and a suit and tie.
Okay.
You're sloppy dressing. How are you going to lead? I had to lead people like Hollywood Henderson, and you had to lead Mike Bassick, and you didn't do the best job.
Goes to Tom Landry, calling Hagee out. Wow, didn't have that on my bingo card yesterday.
Not at all.
I had no idea that was one of the skills that Bassick had all these years.
Sheesh.
Who would have known?
That was so on point. That was perfect. I wouldn't have known that was Bassick if I just wasn't here for it.
I wouldn't have known, man.
Genius.
Spot on. Sounds just like Tom Landry.
Really does,
Exactly like Tom Landry.
It's crazy. Yesterday was a church day. There's a blessing out there for you. I pray that you get it. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor Freddie D. Haynes. It's Frederick Douglass Haynes. Yeah.
Douglas. Oh,
Frederick Douglas Haynes. Boy, I tell you
famous
what.
Frederick Douglass.
This man was made for this.
Yeah.
Made for this. We have a bishop right here that was hitting that spot during his sermon. Just hitting that spot. Yeah, he was. And he had to let it cook.
And not by sight.
Not by sight.
Some of the things the Lord is going to bless you with, beloved, is going to be because you've been an obedient servant.
Testify.
Yeah.
I know you're right, bitch.
It may not make any sense.
I appreciate the bishop allowing her to do that.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
I didn't give him many options there. Just step aside for a second.
He just walked away from the mic.
Yep. Step back, take a drink of water.
Yeah.
I know you're right, bitch.
Oh, I know you right.
In mysterious ways. Yeah. That'd be quite a scene there.
12 seconds of hang time, I believe, by my count.
That's impressive. Get that gal in the choir. You know?
Seriously, man.
Probably was.
Is it the Fan After Dark, our 3-time G-Bag of the Day champion, looking for 4 right here with Blake and Fred? Is it CBS Sports Golasso?
Golasso!
Bidding adieu to Brest FC, which just got stomped. The ghost of Tom Landry, or Preacher, hitting all the right notes. I'm going to go with the soccer. Chief, how about you?
I am going to go with the champ.
I'm going with the preacher and the lady.
Brian.
Champ.
By a score of 2-1. And still, your G-Bag of the Day champion is Fred and Blake. Tune in tomorrow at 2:30 as they look to go 5-time status, become immortalized and eligible for the G-Bag of the Year. LA Live with Lucius every night at 5:40 replays the G-Bag of the Day for you, the champ, if you miss it. So you might want to tune in there if you're ever wondering who won the G-Bag of the Day today. NFL News of the Day coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking
The
us?
hazards of getting your tush pushed and my Eagles envy continues to skyrocket. That's next right here in the nation. But first, Tolos, it is time to take control of your financial future. And good news for all of us, we can look no further than Trajan Wealth. That's our trusted partner for all of our financial needs.
105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you, Lucius. Special draft treat coming up in 15 minutes. Dane Brugler's going to join us from The Athletic. And I mean, just been an absolute monster over the years covering this thing, and he'll break everything down to the Cowboys options coming up at 3 o'clock here. NFL News of the Daytime, though. Here's the Eric Chiafalo.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, so how about the hazards of getting your tush pushed for an entire season? Eagles Pro Bowl center Cam Jurgens underwent a back procedure on Tuesday, dealing with the nerve pain.
Yeah, this is what Schlereth was talking about, where there's just extra torque on the body when you're getting pushed, and player safety is the reason they won't let the defense do it. So maybe this is the best exhibit in your case, for why the tush push should be gone. Look at poor Cam Jurgens,
Yeah, and I wonder if it makes the Eagles reconsider wanting to even do it. Like, look what it's doing to our starting center, who now is, I guess, expected to be ready in time for training camp, but obviously dealing with a back issue and a surgery and nerve pain. That's always a bit of a scary deal. So
yeah, you've opened up that can of worms of the back operation and the back pain, and I don't know if the tush push is directly attributed to it, but it damn sure didn't help.
No, it did not. I mean, he said that he calls the play just simply pain.
Wow.
Like, that's the play that he calls it. Now, we call it the tush push or the brotherly shove. Apparently, the Eagles players don't do that, but he calls it just pain because for him it just hurts so bad. And then I saw this, and it really just highlights how impressive Howie Roseman has been. The Carson Wentz trade, when they were able to,
what all they got for it?
Yeah, what they got for him. Did you see that?
Yeah, they. I mean, if you're saying, okay, we're gonna eat all that money, but we're gonna get all these guys, I think you would do that every single time.
Yeah, so
Cowboys wouldn't.
You're right.
For sure. I mean, the forward thinking that it takes to make a decision like this, and it started with them having Carson Wentz and still drafting in the second round Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
And then after paying Carson Wentz, still being willing to move off of him, they trade him to Indianapolis for picks, and they end up getting out of the deal Devontae Smith, A.J. Brown, Jalen Carter, and then this year's rookie super beast, Cooper DeJean.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what they turned Carson Wentz into. And when you put it in that perspective, it's just crazy.
Did they move those Indy picks around? I'm sorry, I'm asking a question that you probably don't have.
Yeah, I think like one of them they used to trade for A.J. Brown, maybe.
Yeah, they were able to kind of navigate that thing pretty well by moving. They had a couple years where they had multiple first round picks, and they kind of were able to move around off that. So it's give them a lot of credit for having those multiple picks.
It's expert team building. It's thinking outside the box, and I just wonder if this is going to become the norm. I saw the 49ers are now interested in selling 10% of their team.
Yes. Yeah, they add them to the list of organizations that are trying to just get an influx of cash, and you're talking about $600 to $900 million, just boom, right there. Now,
not
at your
to
disposal.
pocket it, but to buy players.
Yeah, buy players.
To invest in the chance of a championship.
Yeah.
I love that kind of commitment from an owner. I mean, he's kind of saying goodbye to that money, because unless you sell the team after it explodes in value post-championship, you're costing yourself in the long term, but that's how bad these guys want to win. If this becomes the norm, the Cowboys have no chance already. The gap will become even wider from where they are slowly managing year to year conservatively to the absolute top of the league.
Yes. Then you will be talking about if they ever get over the hump. It is truly just a fortuitous, super lucky situation because right now you already have it in your division, really with two teams, but you just saw it with the Pinnacle, with the Eagles, and now every team in the league is going to try, and that's always the thing. Copycat league. You see what the champions did to get there. How can we take something from that? And from the Eagles, what are you taking? It's about being extremely aggressive and having a cap management person who knows what the heck he's doing. And so if you're going to have 10%, 20% more of the league now, taking a page out of the Eagles' book and going even more aggressive than usual. Yes, if the Cowboys aren't going to fall in line with that, then they're just going to fall back even more.
So what do you think? Every 8 years you sell 10%. The valuation is going to continue to go up. You get another $1 billion to cover signing bonuses, and you can do this for a half century and still own more than half the team.
Okay, yeah. See, now that's the thing. At some point, you've given up too much of the team,
right? Yes, but that just shows their commitment to winning. They're giving up their team, to try to win a Super Bowl for the city, and to fund their credit card expenditures.
Yeah, you're right about giving back to the city, because a lot of these owners, I know. I first started working with Jeffrey Lurie, in 1998, and he had just bought the team 4 years earlier, and they were like, "Can you believe the amount he paid for this team?" I mean, there was a lot of questions, but then you get to a point in time that you've made so much money, billions of dollars off the team.
Yeah,
you're like, okay, I'm willing to. They built me a stadium. I mean, the Vet, they tore that down. They built me a football stadium. They're all these things that are like he's made billions of dollars off his investment, but the city gave him the new stadium and the opportunity to do things. So you feel like you have to get back. Me personally, I would be in a situation where I would sell 51% share of my team to a corporation and own the other 49 and let them just be the ones that pay all the bills.
Yeah.
Sure. You can pick whoever general manager you want. You can pick, you can do whatever you want. I'm just gonna own the 49% and just stay in it, but not have to outlay any more of my cash. Is what I'm thinking. I would just say, listen, if you want ownership, you want control of my team, and you want to pay all the bills, but I maintain some ownership in this team without not having to make any outlay. Man, that to me, I think, is the ideal thing, because the money that you're now putting out as an owner, that's just coming out of your pocket is what that's coming. I'm going to say, okay, let Red Bull, pay for all the bills, however, and they'll grow this thing, and I'll just continue to have, I'll just continue
collect the checks.
I'll collect the checks, but I won't have to come out of my pocket to pay for anything.
Yeah,
I don't want to bog this down, but the 903 asks, with there being a cap, how would selling a portion of the team and receiving a chunk of cash help?
Because you can
pay signing bonuses.
Yeah, you can stagger the contract. The salary cap is malleable, so you can borrow from future years, and you can commit $60 million a year to your quarterback, but the cap hit is only $10 million, let's say.
Yeah,
in a year.
You pay a huge bonus. You give them a huge signing bonus. From what I understand, you give them a huge signing bonus, you take that cap number way down.
You spread it out over 5 years.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So now, and listen to the way A.J. Brown talks about it. He's talking about who would you most want in a fantasy world? Who do you want the Eagles to land? And listen to what he says about the cap and the way it feels when you're a filthy player.
Money don't matter. You could bring anybody on your team.
Unlimited salary cap is off.
Honestly, that's what it be feeling like over here. I'll say Myles Garrett.
Oh my God!
Adding him with Jalen Carter, Nolan Smith.
Oh yeah,
I don't know what's going to happen with Josh Sweat or Milton.
Okay, so he says it feels like the salary cap is turned off over here, and he has the gall to, with all the studs on his roster already, think that it's actually plausible for his guy Howie to go get Myles bleeping Garrett, dude.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can have the 32nd pick in our first next year for Myles Garrett at a $20 million cap hit. That would be incredible. I guess they look at it like Jalen Hurts is kind of locked into his contract for at least 2 more seasons or 3 more seasons, and until then, we're going to keep on going for it.
Never going to make more than $50 million.
Last time they won the Super Bowl, they went through a 4-year rebuild where they're like, okay, that was crazy. We spent a lot of money, guys, but it's time. And I don't know if that starts now. If that starts now, there's no way they get Myles Garrett. I think they'll let a bunch of players walk.
I think they love the taste of championships. They love the taste of victory. And
unlike last time, they know they have a franchise quarterback that can manage it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah, absolutely.
You ride it until Hurts is done, and then you tear it all down and pay the price for your spending. But right now is probably the time to try to build a dynasty type of resume.
Yeah, that's and I think that's what their plan's going to be. Thank you, Chief. NFL news of the day here in the G-Bag Nation. Dane Brugler, draft expert from The Athletic, joins us next here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Fellowship at its finest. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, forgive me.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Savings. Call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com today.
Best Buy Windows and Siding.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Our draft coverage continues. One of the most exciting drafts we've had in a while, with the Cowboys picking 12th, and joining us now is a friend of the show from several years ago. This might go back a decade now. Dane Brugler from The Athletic, at DP Brugler on Twitter, if you want to follow him and get access to his content. Dane, how the hell are you? Thanks for joining us.
It is. It's very good to hear your voice. I think you're all right. It's been about a decade where I've been coming on talking about draft, and so it's been fun, and happy to be on with you guys again.
It's great to have you, and let's start with the player at the top of a lot of fans' minds there in Ashton Jeanty. Do you think that would be the right use of that pick at 12?
It's certainly debatable. I don't think that's the answer to that question. Is not a right or wrong answer. There's plenty of reasons why you can make the case that Ashton Jeanty should be the pick. And there's some, ways that you can look at it from a different perspective and say, we're better suited building up the roster at some of these other spots. And because this is a deep running back class, let's wait to the second round, third round, fourth round. And we still feel comfortable with the guy we're going to get at that point at the running back position. But, you're not going to feel regret drafting a talent like Ashton Jeanty at number 12. He's so talented running the ball, catching the ball, blocking. He can do everything. It'll be interesting to see how he tests next week at the Combine. I don't think he's going to be some superstar Saquon Barkley necessarily, but he should test well. He should be, what you would expect from a guy you're considering drafting in the first round. But above all, the character's off the charts. This is a guy that you talk to the high school coaches, you talk to his college coaches, and he had all types of offers this past off season to go play for a team in the SEC, a team in the Big Ten. Upwards of we're talking hundreds of thousands of dollars that he turned down in order to go back to Boise State, because that's the program that believed in him coming out of Lone Star High School. So there's a lot of reasons why you can look at Ashton Jeanty and say, man, this is a guy we want in our building, want on our roster, the way he can impact everybody around us. So I certainly think it's something that the Cowboys will be talking about extensively as they build that board.
My concern at 12, after listening to Brian break it down for months now already, is the potential of a high-risk, high-reward player at 12 and missing on the third round basically for 3 years in a row would be tough to overcome. Are there other players beyond Jeanty who you feel like are likely to be there and are almost as close to a sure thing as you can get?
Just talking about at any position?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is a weird draft because at the top you have your Travis Hunters, your Abdul Carters. I think those are the top two guys in this draft. And then between, I would say, 3 and 12, I think is the next tier. And so, ironically, the Cowboys picking at 12, I think that they're in a spot where they should feel comfortable getting somebody from that second tier of players in this class, whether that ends up being Mason Graham from Michigan, the defensive tackle. Could he make it to 12? I know a lot of people don't think that he will, but, he might get beat up next week at the Combine because his arms aren't going to be super long. He's not going to be the best tester out there. The tape is phenomenal, but Mason Graham might not be one of those guys that is super traitsy, even though I think he belongs in the top 5 of this draft. You could look at a few of these defensive linemen, whether that's Shamar Stewart from Texas A&M. Now, you talk about bust potential. He certainly has that, but Shamar Stewart is going to put on a show next week in Indianapolis. The guy's 280 pounds, and he might run in the 4.5s. That's how different this guy is. So, offensive lineman, Will Campbell from LSU, Armand Membu from Missouri. It's an interesting draft because of the way things play out. One of the guys that I think will be on the Cowboys' radar who has a lot at stake at the Combine is Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan, who I think could be in play there at number 12. The tape was really good in 2023. this past year, he was banged up quite a bit, got beat a few times. The question will be just the pure speed. And I think the jumps will look good at the combine. I think the agility will look good at the combine. But what's the 40-yard dash? We know the combine or the cornerback position is a stopwatch position. And so will he be able to run a sub 4.45 in the 40-yard dash? And that's even if he chooses to run. We might not see Will Johnson run a 40-yard dash ever again, which I think would be a tell that, hey, those numbers aren't where he wants them to be to put a definitive number on paper for scouts.
I love the idea of the Cowboys taking a corner at 12. You mentioned Will Johnson, corner out of Michigan. How much better do you think he is than, say, Texas's Jahdae Barron?
Well, I think they're two different, just like with receivers, you've got inside receivers, outside receivers, right? And with Barron, he played a little bit of everything in that Texas secondary, inside, outside, played some safety, played some of the box. But I think that his profile, the way that he's built, the way that he plays, teams are going to look at him as an inside player. He's like some teams have strict size thresholds in terms of length. He might be under 30-inch arms. And for a lot of teams, that's automatic X for an outside cornerback spot. So now on the inside, that might be a little bit different. So I like Jahdae Barron. I'm just not as nearly as high as some other people and talking about him as high as the top 15. I like Jahdae Barron into the first round, into the second round. I think, he might get beat up a little bit just because the physical traits, even though the tape is good, the versatility is good, the physical traits aren't exactly what a lot of teams look for at the position.
Dane, it's good to hear your voice again. The wide receiver room, and I was watching Daniel Jeremiah's mock draft with some interest because of his, him being a former NFL scout and the connections he has. He had Ted McMillan getting all the way down to 19 to Tampa Bay. Is he telling us something that we don't know talking to teams? Because it always seems like that McMillan would be a guy that everybody's talking about potentially in the top 8 as far as the first wide receiver off the board, but he gets him all the way to 19. Is there something we're missing there?
No, I don't think so. I think that's just the nature of this draft. Last year was pretty easy with Marvin Harrison Jr., Malik Neighbors, but even a talent like Brian Thomas Jr. fell all the way to the 20s,
sure.
Which was a little surprising on draft day. So with a guy with Ted McMillan, it'll be interesting to see what he runs next week at the combine, what his 40 is, because that vertical speed is kind of the question mark, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's a guy that is super loose. He's limber. He's a ball winner. He's almost like a Gumby-ish version of a T. Higgins,
sure.
Where speed's not exactly the reason you're drafting him, but you want to at least see a 4.52 number or something better than that, just to kind of check that box and say, okay, well, he's not a burner, but he's not slow either. So I think there are going to be a lot of teams in the top 15 that I think are going to look at the trenches and say, let's get our offensive linemen, let's get our defensive linemen, and maybe, pass on a few of these receivers. But McMillan's got a wide range. He could go as early as 5.
Right.
He could fall, into the early 20s. I don't think it's a huge shock just because of the nature of this draft. It's just a really unique class this year.
Dane, I know on my board there's 3 guys that have injuries that I really, the tape is good. When you talk about Josh Simmons from Ohio State, the tackle, Ravel, the East Carolina cornerback, and then also too Benjamin Morrison, the cornerback from Notre Dame. How do you navigate those guys?
Yeah, and that's why the combine exists, right? So we can get these guys, get the exact medical info, and it's a big step in their evaluation, especially a guy like Josh Simmons, who, based on tape, he's a top 10 pick, right? I mean,
absolutely.
In October, he looked like he was going to be OT1, and then he had the non-contact knee injury, the patella. What does it look like at the combine in terms of his rehab, recovery? What's the prognosis long-term? Any long-term effects that teams should be worried about? Brian, I know you know this, but just, for the listeners, with the medicals, a lot of teams, they do it differently, but some teams, they do it with the numbering system. So if the team doctor gives you a 1 or a 2, you're in good shape. 3, okay, borderline, but you're probably okay. If you're a 4 or 5, you're probably off the board.
Yeah.
And so, teams are going to look at these injuries and kind of gauge their interest. Every team's different with the risk. And, just like scouts, medical professionals give different opinions about how they view certain things, especially a serious knee injury like a patella. But I'm told that he's ahead of course, he's ahead of where was supposed to be.
Mm-hmm.
And the plan is for him to have a personal pro day in April so he can work out for NFL teams before the draft. That's the plan right now. So that'll be interesting. And then, you mentioned the 2 corners, Siobhan Ravel. I've got a phone call with him tonight just to kind of check in with them, see where he's at. But he's a super freaky guy. It's a bummer we don't get a chance to see him work out at the combine because of the ACL. But he's a guy that's overcome a lot. I think that he's still going to be in that top 35, top 40 mix as long as the ACL checks out okay. And then Benjamin Morrison's a little more complicated. This is actually his second hip surgery, lateral tear. Mm-hmm. So you're talking about a corner that's not even 22 years old yet and is already on a second hip surgery. It's a little unique, not something you hear about very often. So what the medical feedback is on Morrison will be huge to ultimately where he ends up being drafted.
Yeah, and I'll follow up with that. And I'm kind of thinking about 44, where the Cowboys are, is a possibility that one of or these 3 guys could all be, because of medical issues, be there where Dallas picks in the second round.
Yeah, back to the Dallas special, right? That second round where you kind of take that rid, that Jalen Smith. And it's always worrisome because if a guy like Josh Simmons makes it to you at 44, man, that's teams they must be scared off because the talent, again, it's top 10. So, but that's why you pay your medical team, the trainers, all that money, because that's you trust their opinion and you don't deviate from that. It's not like, you don't go get another second opinion. You trust your team doctor, your team physician, and all the trainers to come up with a grade on the player. And if they say, there might be a little bit of risk, but we feel okay drafting the player, then okay, that's what you go with. That's how you build your board. And so it'll be interesting. I would be surprised if Simmons made it that far. I really would, just because there's too much talent and teams need offensive line help.
Mm-hmm.
Knowing the rest of the league and their luck, the Chiefs will fall into them at 31 and, they'll be set at left tackle for the next 10 years. But Benjamin Morrison and Ravel, I think those 2 guys would be possibilities there. I think it is a possibility that both those players could be available at 44.
How do you handicap the defensive tackle group? And I'm kind of talking about the 1 techniques here. You mentioned, Graham could probably play the 1 or the 3, but how about Grant and Williams from Ohio State, Harmon from Oregon? How do you look at those guys as far as where do you think they might go? That's something that Dallas is clearly going to look at, probably even a 3 technique if Oso Digizua doesn't resign.
Right. And so if no Digizua, then you look at, okay, who's the best penetrator as a 3? And Walter Nolan's probably the answer. He has really disruptive qualities. He can win at the snap. The tape is a little bit up and down.
Sure.
I don't know. Do you think that's early at 12 for him?
I think
it's a little early.
Yeah, I think it's way early. And the way you described it, I was really kind of nervous about that, but I believe in that room, they really don't care what you and I think. We're going to do our work, but I feel like that they like Walter Nolan a lot better. The fact that Daniel Jeremiah had him at 12 made me think, all the players he could have taken for Dallas, he put Walter Nolan there at 12. And I think a lot of people think that's rich, but he's probably got that from somebody that hey, we really do like this guy.
Well, and I think that, he the exact way that you set it up, Digizua, if he moves on, all of a sudden, they really need to find an answer there. And so I do think that theoretically it matches up. Nolan's also a guy that, teams have to be comfortable with. We mentioned the medicals at the combine, the character and the interview stuff. That's a big part of it. And Nolan's a guy that, not everybody at Texas A&M talks glowingly about his time there. Now, the feedback from Ole Miss, a little bit better, but, still something that teams are doing extra homework on. Kenneth Grant could be in that mix. He's a guy that is 350 pounds, but he can move. The combine should be fun watching him work out. He could be in that mix. I like Tyreek Williams a lot as a borderline first-round guy. He against a run, he is just outstanding. But the strength of this defensive line class is just the depth. You talk about Alfred Collins from Texas in round 2, Shamar Turner from A&M, Darius Alexander Toledo, and we can go on with the amount of defensive line talent that I think the Cowboys would be able to find at 44 as well.
It's Dane Brugler here of The Athletic with you in the G-Bag Nation. Do you think Tyler Guyton's good enough at left tackle? Are you wanting to continue to develop him, or how urgent would your process be right now when it comes to how important that spot is on your line?
Yeah, and I think it's a question mark right now. But for those of us on the outside looking in, but then also just trying to get a feel for how the coaching staff feels. Obviously some new coaches, but some carryover. And so how do they look at the nature of the line, and do they feel like an upgrade is needed after just 1 year? Obviously, the Cowboys are a team that it's not like they drafted Tyler Guyton in the top 10. I mean, they traded back and still were able to get him where they did. So it wasn't like this was a perfect, ready-made player out of the box. It was going to take some time, and there were certainly ups and downs on his rookie tape. So what's the feeling in the room about how much of a leash we're going to give him at left tackle before we say, all right, we need to go find some more competition? But offensive line depth is never a bad thing. So if you have a chance to go draft another tackle, it's not something that should be completely ignored, I don't think. And especially in a draft like this where I think the tackle talent falls off pretty quickly. So if you want one, you almost have to take one at 12. And, but there'll be some good candidates there. I mean, Will Campbell from LSU, we'll see if he gets out of the top 10. I love Membu from Missouri. To me, he's a guy that at 20 years old, you feel great about him at guard or tackle. And it's kind of like Guyton, where there's going to be some bumps along the way, but you feel great about him for the long term, really helping your offensive line, and he can do it in multiple spots. So, yeah, there's a lot of different ways the Cowboys could go at 12, and I certainly think that offensive line is in that conversation.
Dane, in the last couple minutes we have you here, okay, I don't take Genty at 12. I'm going to assume that Johnson, Hampton, potentially Henderson could be gone by 44. Could you give me a back that you like, or backs that you like, if, say, Genty, Johnson, and Hampton and Henderson are all off the board, and you're probably looking at maybe a third-round situation?
So I feel like I'm higher on him than most, but I think Jordan James from Oregon is just one of the best running backs in this class. Like, he deserves to be talked about as he made my top 50.
Yeah.
So I think that he could still be available in the third round, and if he is, I really like how he would fit what the Cowboys want to be. He's not a home run hitter, but man, he might lead the league in doubles. I mean, he is the type of guy that finds success on every run. Success might not look like an 80-yard run, but it might look like an 8-yard run.
Sure.
And that's the type of guys you want, they consistently get more than what is blocked for him. So, and Jordan James does that consistently. He can catch a ball out of the backfield. I'm a big fan of his, and I think that when it's all said and done, when we look back at this draft class, we're going to say, man, Jordan James should have been drafted earlier.
What kind of a cooker are you throwing down your Texas barbecue on these days, Dane?
Man, I stick to my Texas roots, even though I'm not in Texas anymore. So it's a lot of beef, a lot of the black pepper and salt go heavy. And so I'm looking out my window right now at nothing but snow, about 6 inches of snow. So it's a little bit different in terms of what I can do and what I can get away with up here at this time of the year. But man, I'm looking forward to April and May when things really warm up and I can get back out there, get the brisket going. And so it's definitely a staple of my pre-draft prep once we get to April.
I become a beef short rib guy myself. The brisket's too much for the family. I know you know how that is.
Yeah. Oh no, that's. Do you do the rack or just the separate ribs?
No, those dino bone. Yeah, the separate ones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. No, those are little morsels of heaven, right?
Oh,
I mean, you could get them cooked right.
Yeah. I think
do you sauce them or just do seasoning?
Yeah, just season and wrap them after about 4 hours, and I find the morsels to be more consistently delicious as well, and it's for whatever reason they're harder to screw up than a brisket.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Absolutely. And I don't know, I know my grocer doesn't always carry them, but when I find them, I always grab them because they go quickly because I think the secret might be out on those things.
No doubt, dude. Yes, it is. Thank you so much, Dane. We'll be following your content at DP Brugler on Twitter. Dane Brugler, draft guru. Salute to you, sir, man. Have a great draft season.
You too. Take care, guys.
Cheers. We have notable cut candidates in the NFL. You want to go a little pre-shopping here for free agency?
Let's go.
Guys that might be hitting the street coming up next here. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comer.
Welcome back, Nation. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel and Frankel first. 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Franklin Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Segment's also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today, carsforkids.org. Micah Parsons, very active on social this afternoon. He was asking for feedback on why his podcast gets so much hate. And then Mina Kimes, ESPN, tweeted over the last 2 seasons, Micah ranks first in pressure rate, first in pass rush win rate, first in double teams. You don't build a roster for short or long term by moving on from players like that. Apparently, Chris Canty today on First Take was going back after that trade Micah Parsons type of deal, and Micah replied to that, you make too much sense. Yeah, I think you saw last year, or well, this year clearly, how Micah Parsons can impact a defense. I couldn't imagine wanting to move on from him. I'm willing to listen to anything. Are you one of the worst teams in the NFL and offering me 3 number ones that could possibly be in the top 10? I'll listen to that, but you would have to come after me with something crazy. I remember what it was like in 2014 and 2016 when you had a team good enough, but you couldn't rush the passer. You couldn't force turnovers as a result. You couldn't get a big fourth quarter stop as a result, and that's why you end up losing those games to the Packers. Let's do this. Notable cut candidates in the NFL. All right, we're going to start here with the NFC. Some players that we're pretty familiar with, including one, Deebo Samuel. Does he still have anything in the tank? Should we be going after Deebo Samuel?
That would not be somebody, maybe as a 1 year kind of deal. Maybe you could get a little bit more out of him, but I think big picture, Deebo Samuel's best days are behind him for sure. Just too physical of a player. He's been beat up like crazy.
Yeah, and he was right to demand maximum value extraction because of the way that they had him running the football for those couple of years. It really made him fall off like he was on a running back timeline. And this past year, just 3.2 yards per carry, Brian. If you look at reasons for Niner fall off, he might be the biggest one.
Yeah, I think what happened is the wear and tear just became too much.
Yeah.
The way that they, I don't think it was always just kind of running the football, but all of a sudden it was like he's catching the ball, he's getting hit, run after catch, he's getting hit in the shoulder.
Seeking contact at every turn.
I mean,
violent player.
Yeah, he was that type of guy, and Chief's right. The violence, I think, caught up with him, and so now you've got a player that can't protect himself like he once did. And you're probably going to see further injury that way, trying to get him involved the way that he absolutely plays the best when they put the ball in his hands, whether it's in the backfield, in the slot, or on the outside.
Injuries are a common theme amongst these players on this list. Marshawn Lattimore in Washington is one of them, a corner. I do feel like the Cowboys need depth at corner. They need help at starting corner, whether that's bringing back Lewis, signing a guy like Jordan Lewis back, or going after and getting a player like Lattimore. I don't want injury-prone guys.
That's this guy. I mean, he's literally they trade for him and he doesn't play for like the first month that he was there with the Commanders. We kind of laughed at the deal when they did it. They were trying to go all in. It felt like they needed a corner for sure, but that is a guy who is like the poster boy for missing games year in, year out. And then even when he did play, it was like A.J. Brown besting him in a huge way. I wouldn't have nothing to do with him.
Okay, now how about an older pass rusher and one of our favorites? We've had him on at Radio Row before. Cam Jordan has played 15 NFL seasons. He's likely to get let go as a salary cap casualty with the Saints. He's 35 years old, logged 6 total sacks over the past 2 seasons. Is he Dunsky?
I don't think he's Dunsky. No, I think he is. I think he's a solid player. He's not going to rip open a bunch of sacks for you necessarily, but I think he is still a really good player. And I don't know that he would want to remain in New Orleans anyways with the rebuild that they're about to go through, having a super young babyface coach. I think he wants to go to a real ready-made adult type organization. So I think he will be happy to get up out of there. And I would be interested in his services. I'm sure contending teams will as well.
Okay, how about we go to a wide receiver? This might be the way to get it done because you have so many needs. I do believe the Cowboys want to compete. Tyler Lockett's been one of the most underrated wide receivers in the NFL for a long time. He is 32 years old, declining for sure. The Seahawks just can't afford his cap hit, which is a monster this year. Would that be a nice compliment to CeeDee Lamb still at this point in his career, Brian?
I think every time you ever watch Tyler Lockett play, he finds a way to make plays. And so, yeah, as a compliment, I think that they need a little bit bigger, to play opposite. So I would probably pass on him, but I just, like I say, he is going to get an opportunity with somebody because of his ability to go make plays. But I just feel like that Dallas needs a bigger bodied guy, maybe a bigger X to play opposite and allows CD to move around a little more. So I would probably pass on that one.
Okay, we go to the next players here on the list. CBSSports.com cut candidates. We're inside the NFC right now. We go to Atlanta, where you got two defensive tackles. Grady Jarrett, everybody knows his name.
Yeah.
David Onyemata is a high-paid defensive tackle as well, and he is looking at $8 million of savings if he is let go from Atlanta. So there's a couple of players down there that might be able to give you some help there in the middle of your defense. And I feel like if you're serious about stopping the run, you need to improve both defensive tackle spots and get a veteran linebacker.
Yeah, this is one of those things, though, when, and Dane even talked about it a little bit, and Zach, myself, this defensive tackle draft is just so deep. And I know every time you hear me say draft, but, that's a little bit of a younger, that's a little bit of a cheaper, that's a little bit of a, the depth of these, and it's not just guys you're just kind of like, okay, you're hoping. They've got some legitimate defensive tackles, some one techniques, some three techniques that you could, throughout. I know that I've looked at it, it appears like that more one techniques than any other time of any other draft that I've had. So I'm excited about the opportunity. If you're going to address the interior of the defensive line, do it through the draft more so than try and re-sign somebody.
Guard Jonah Jackson signed for 3 years and $50 million with the Rams last offseason. Then he got hurt early. He played poorly after returning in Week 10. That might be an option as a Zach Martin replacement. But how about we go up to Chicago, where a couple of veteran linebackers, Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards, are currently on the chopping block due to their $17 and $13 million cap hits that are scheduled. The Bears might make them cap casualties.
Yeah,
these are guys I used to like. I mean, Tremaine Edmonds was a monster.
Yeah,
when it was warranted the big free agent deal he got from the Bears a few years ago when they gave it to him. But these are guys that have now started to slip quite a bit. But that's where the Cowboys oftentimes like to, hey, there's continuity with Eberflus, and he's been good before. He'll probably come super cheap. He's already had the Fatty Boombach contract. Bring him in.
Yeah, and I like the strategy of former big-time player, super smart, great instincts, incredible, may have lost a step.
Yeah.
And the market seems to fall out on these guys where all of a sudden you're looking at an Eric Kendricks for an absolute steal.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to do that, it's going to be like what Mike Zimmer did, the familiarity with the players that maybe you can get them to come on board. I am all about evaluating every linebacker in free agency because I just don't see the depth at the position in the draft. I think you're going to have to address it and go about it that way.
James Bradbury, Darius Slay are on the chopping block in Philadelphia, two different corners. As obviously they had some young guys step up, and it might be time to transition out of, especially Bradbury. I think that's a no-brainer right there if it's an either or. Miles Sanders, the running back, been around a long time. He's been the last couple of years in Carolina. He's pretty much toast, isn't he?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Older gentleman. Taysom Hill, Saints tight end. I don't know. That seemed to be a Sean Payton special and maybe a contract that the next coach did not appreciate being
maybe
left on his doorstep.
Maybe that's exactly where he ends up. Sean Payton.
Yeah.
Swiss Army knife in Denver.
That's funny. Noah Fant is likely a $9 million saving, 27-year-old tight end. He was a monster name as a first-round pick by the Broncos in 2019, but could never fulfill the potential. Would you like to take another shot on him? Was he a decent blocker, Brian?
He was. And when you watched him and play, I mean, he was one of those guys that when coming out of College of Iowa, man, when he'd get into somebody and you'd see him get driven, he'd drive guys off the screen. So, yeah, Noah Fant would be a guy that I would surely look at. If you're like I say, I think they really do like span forward. Your tight ends coach remains the same, so that hasn't changed. So I don't know if you'll see much in that. I think it's like the old, hey, that we like our guys bit, But if Dallas were to address that, I think maybe you would see it in maybe the 5th round of this draft this year.
Okay, that's a free agent primer. It is going to be coming fast and furious next week. There will be days where there's going to be so many massive signings. Our heads will be spinning. We won't even have time to talk about all of them, but we will prioritize and talk about the biggest stories of the day breaking every day here in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys. All righty. Coming up next, it's time for Krusty's Corner. Brian, where are you taking it?
Yeah, I got some questions for my guys. We'll do that next.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's the hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Your vehicle gets a classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They got more new Chevys than anyone. All prices sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's hockey time tonight, 7 o'clock, Four Nations final, USA and Canada right here on The Fan. We'll talk about that matchup and what you need to know going into this epic showdown coming up at 4 o'clock. Time now for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning, gimmick-free AC repair and replacement. Here's the king.
Thank you very much, Joe, and thank you very much to Reliant for being a part of this. Lucius, I'm watching you do those reads, and it's kind of like I'm watching you conduct a symphony. Like, Lucius is an arms moving while he's reading guy.
Yeah. I'd rather be standing up, but my ass done got too fat lately.
What are you snacking on in there, dude?
Pears.
Oh, trying to get regular?
Yeah. Well, I'm already trying to keep it regular.
Stay regular.
Is that the fiber? Is that the way you get fiber?
Sure is.
The pears?
Yeah, 2 of them a day.
Pears are magical.
Are they? But better than your fiber thins?
Well, I mean,
Boo-boo
no.
biscuits.
Yeah.
Those are the GOAT. Daddy cookies, if you will.
Daddy cookies.
You go with
Clean it up. Clean it up.
Do you go with the family when you go like grocery shopping? Do you throw those into the basket and like?
No, actually, I have
Or do you
them
have to
on.
go by yourself and get those?
I have them on an Amazon subscription, so
Oh.
they just show up once a month.
Oh, okay.
Along with my coffee.
I should have known better.
Have your kids ever thought they were delicious and hammered them home and you just watched them and laughed maniacally?
No, but if they are a little plugged up, which can happen with all the chicken tendies and, Lunchables and cheese. One fiber thin. Yeah.
Have you ever found yourself, by the way, like going in the fridge and seeing the Lunchables and just having one because you're kind of hungry?
No, that meat that they put in those is worse than bologna to me.
That circle,
Yeah.
I
of
used to
whatever
love
that
the
is.
turkey ones. I used to love those turkey ones. But, I mean, they're pulling those off cafeteria shelves and stuff. They're saying, like, these shouldn't be allowed, dude.
Would you ever get that hungry? Would you ever get that hungry?
Not even the crackers are real.
I've sat there and watched them before. I'm like, how hungry am I?
I think they say you're better off eating the container that it comes in.
the plastic wrap. What were we thinking back in the day?
Oh,
seriously, what were we thinking?
Just doing science experiments and feeding them to the kids.
Let's just like cut a bunch of square cheese up, and
they figured out a way to just like create crap that's not actually edible but make it taste so good.
Yeah.
And then it's like so addictive. Boom, there you go.
That's why I'm curious about RFK taking over the health, because they're like, how could he possibly be in charge? I'm like, well, look what the people in charge have given us.
Right.
It is a cesspool of barely edible items.
But they taste so good.
I just wonder how desperate you have to be to eat one of those Lunchable things.
Well,
I mean, if you're hungry,
When's the last time you bought one? You walked in the store and bought one, like a 7-Eleven.
I walk by them.
You're usually crashing out at that moment.
Yeah.
Like, I gotta
that's
get
what I'm
something.
saying.
Please tell me
That's
it
what I'm
hasn't
saying.
25 years.
Elementary school.
Let me ask you, Lucius, you tell me that the pickle in the jar next to the cash register is an edible thing?
Those things are fermented, man.
Yeah.
I
They'll live longer than us.
I walk by those. I'm like, no way am I doing that. I am not. But I mean, how about those sandwiches though? The sandwiches like at the 7-Eleven. You ever eat one of those?
Oh yeah. Yeah,
I think they've upgraded.
Been a long time.
I think they've upgraded them. Like the
bread can become a little stale, but if you catch one fresh, you're in good shape.
You have to kind of look at the date. You look at the date.
You do.
Those taquitos, though, I'll jump on them taquitos. It's on a little spinning thing. Oh my God!
Have you ever stood in a gas station and took open one of the like bean burritos and heated it up in their microwave? That's a low point.
I tell you what, I've been to the point.
And then you use the chili and cheese that they have in there. You put a little extra on there.
Smothering it in their fake
I
chili.
promise I'm going to get to some football content here, but I've sat there. Have you ever just sat there and watched those things spin? You know, you're just so hammered that you're just like watching
them sweat.
You're watching them spin, and you're thinking like, how many of those could I eat? You know,
Yeah, too busy eating the ice cream sandwiches myself.
Oh, while you're standing there?
Yeah. No, I've never microwaved anything in there. I figure that
but they got the hot rollers.
You ain't got hungry enough.
You go in there, get a taquito.
I do.
Or like the buffalo chicken with the cheese stuffed in there. That'll tear you up.
You guys taught me that you go get the chili and the nacho cheese and put it on that thing.
It's free if you buy something.
Yeah, you get the hot dog or whatever, and then you just
Do they
turn it
give you a
into nacho
container to
dog.
put it all together?
Yeah, you got a nice little container there.
That's cheese.
That was cheese.
I knew exactly what it was. I was just thinking, he's not wrong, but I've never gone that route. Okay. Anyway, well, thank you guys for your thoughts on those. Lunchables. Why? Okay, Chief, you asked me this question yesterday on Love of the Star. Should we be nervous about the cornerbacks on this club?
Yes. I don't think it's being talked about enough. I think that the need for legit secondary pieces.
We aren't talking about it enough. You're right about that.
With the stat, I mean, and you can even take it all the way into the safety group.
Yeah.
And maybe you just run it back with Hooker and Wilson because what else are you going to do? You have so many needs. Yeah. You have bodies there. Technically, you see what happens with some young guys, but for the most part, at the corner spot, you have the Diggs situation. Bland's going to be in a contract year. Looks like you might be losing Jordan Lewis potentially. Kalen Carson gave you nothing in the way of confidence stepping into year 2. Not to say that you're giving up on the kid, but expecting him to take a huge leap is probably a little bit unfair at this point. So, and those are premium positions, dude. Yeah. If you want Eberflus to have any chance defensively, I think the need for a pass rusher, defensive tackle, linebacker, and corner, you have it huge. But corner's a premium position.
Yeah, that's why I just think as much as they talk about winning now, the smart thing would be to let it breathe one more year and try not to force it back into contention because there are so many holes that I think you would just end up throwing money at a problem and it wouldn't get much better. So, yeah, at least re-signing Jordan Lewis or signing a veteran and then drafting a guy in the first 2 days if you want to contend is what you got to do.
Yeah, I'm kind of hopeful that maybe all this – but I think pro personnel, I need to talk to my gang of 7 about this before we get going in free agency. I don't see Jordan Lewis on many lists of, top 50, top 75
I noticed
guys.
That today. Yeah.
And I'm kind of thinking like, all right, please don't. I guarantee there's guys around the league that are watching Cowboys tape and they're seeing Jordan Lewis and they're going, man, he's playing a lot better. He was a really good player in a bad defense through the first 8 weeks of the season. And maybe he's a guy that maybe it's not. I wonder if Jordan Lewis is going to take like the same amount of money and go somewhere else as opposed to sign here, to re-sign. If maybe he's going to take maybe a lesser deal and just say, I just need to get out of here.
Doesn't want to be here anymore. Dan Quinn knows him well, so that's an obvious connection. I think
that's an obvious connection.
Just the aspect of the nature of the position of the nickelback spot. Such a difficult position to find a legit player, and he's off his best year. So I think it's very real that teams will be coming after him.
I will say this, though, too. I think keep an eye on Diggs' rehab because that did not go very well last year.
Yeah, and you can't depend on Carson and Oriwariye. If you're there, I think you're waving the white flag already.
Dawson, Micah Parsons, Sam Williams, Marshawn Nealon. Do they have enough at defensive end?
I think they do, where you could get by with that as long as you stay healthy.
Yeah.
Maybe bring in a cheap veteran. What else do they have that are on the depth
Carl
chart?
Lawson. I mean, do you try and go get Carl Lawson back?
Yeah, I'd love to get Carl Lawson back at that price.
So if you threw Carl Lawson in there, you'd probably feel better about it. I will say this. I've looked at 25 edge rushers in this draft. I've looked at 125 players. 25 of them are edge rushers.
That's a good thing
in this draft. So
it's plentiful.
Yeah, it is, and it stretches pretty deep. So, but if you feel like that Parsons, Sam Williams, and Marshawn Nealon are enough, I mean, you could probably try and add, like I say, Carl Lawson, but also look at the draft and probably do some good there if you wanted to.
Yeah, because I mean, of those guys, the only surefire rusher you have there is Micah Parsons. Sam Williams off an ACL. He wasn't overly dependable before he was off an injury, and Marshawn Nealon is not quite the pass rushing edge that you dream up when you're looking at 2 bookends there. And Matt Eberflus is not Mr. Aggressive. It's okay, I'll manufacture pressure with my schemes. Yeah. He wants to rush 4. So Micah Parsons, welcome to the land of triple teams. He's familiar with it, but better get comfortable with it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like, though, I don't feel like it's enough, but I do have confidence that they will find edge help throughout this draft.
I'd love to have more. I just think you have so many other needs.
You're not wrong. You're not wrong.
Yeah, that's why if they only just wouldn't have
done the Dak deal, and I don't want to hammer that home, but
No,
my gosh, what a different perspective this could all be. A little bit more big picture thinking. You're in this weird gray area of you should be win now based on the quarterback receiver combo that you just paid, but you have needs in so many places that it's just far fetched.
Yeah, you were on top of that one. You guys clearly were thinking the right way there. All right, Chief.
Mm-hmm.
Can you really trust any of these wide receivers behind CeeDee Lamb?
You're looking at Mingo and Tolbert and maybe Turpin.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, no, it's another case of like the edge rushers, like you have some bodies there, but it's only Micah Parsons you really trust. Same thing with the receivers. You have some bodies. You're hopeful that maybe they can get a little bit more out of Mingo. I think in the run game, Mingo will actually be really helpful as a blocker.
Sure.
But we're talking about having legit pass catchers here, and outside of Lamb, no, there's no reason to really trust any of those guys.
Dawson.
Yeah, you get a couple of plays a year out of those guys, and you rejoice to the heavens when they do, because you don't know when that's going to happen again. Either free agency or draft, it's a must upgrade.
Yeah, I just don't like. I think to me, we did this exercise yesterday. I did it with Chief on Love of the Star, where I picked a wide receiver, Royals from Utah State, in the third round, and it's a bigger body guy. They could play the exit, kind of free up some stuff, allow you to. I'm not going to go into the season, and depending on what happens with maybe some free agency, maybe they get a guy that they like, that they sign inexpensive, and then draft a guy. But I'm not going to go in there and say, oh well, hey, Jalen Tolbert, he's due for a great year and stuff. I've kind of given up on that. I've given up on Tolbert. I've given up on Brooks. I mean, Flournoy, they've got to get better. They've got to get better. Turpin, we'll see what happens with Mingo, but they're going to have to address this thing in free agency, or they're going to have to address it in the draft. And I think there's some players in the draft that can absolutely help them with that address.
But when you compare the two of, like, say, corners and wide receivers, you have more just healthy bodies
at wide
receiver right
than you
now
do at corner.
Than you do at corner.
No, you're absolutely right.
We're talking more, but I hear fans and people talking more about the need for the receiver, which is certainly there.
Nope.
But goodness gracious, man,
you brought it up.
You have nothing at corner.
No, you brought it up, and you're absolutely right. Corner needs something that needs to be addressed here for sure.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Krusty's Corner every day, 340, brought to you by Reliant Air Conditioning. Hockey time in North America. What you need to know about this epic showdown we have tonight for you here. The play-by-play at 7 o'clock this evening, immediately following the show. And we're back to talk about the matchup here in the G-Bag Nation. But
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation, and we are now 3 hours from USA and Canada, the Four Nations final coming at you. We're going to have the play-by-play here for you right here on 105.3 The Fan. Had to do a lot of hard work behind the scenes, so salute to the hockey hawk Gavin Spittle for getting that done. And we're excited to have the presentation of that game. Now, how close is USA hockey to Canada hockey? I think for my entire lifetime, people have just considered it a non-starter. You know, not quite as big as the gap in soccer from the USA to Europe and South America, but substantial. Here's Eric Chiafalo with the latest on that development.
Yeah, this is like another country taking our football away from us. And all of a sudden now it's like, oh, whoa, the NFL might not be the best football league going in the world? Are you kidding me? That would be a bad day for our country. So I saw this this blog from my favorite hockey blogger, Mr. Jordy, and he laid some context out that I think is pretty nice because we keep referring back to the 1980 stuff and the miracle and how, you know, people are tying this back to that. Yes. And I thought he brought some really good context to what tonight actually means and what it is sort of the culmination of for Team USA brought us.
Yeah, but the United States has covered a lot of ground in the junior hockey stuff.
Exactly.
That's okay. Is that where you're going with this?
Yeah, that's certainly a part of it.
Yeah, I was just kind of thinking that, like, you know, the more you kind of read into it, you're thinking like, wait a minute, the U.S., when it comes to these junior tournaments, have done a really fine work the last several times out.
Yeah, he says in 1980, the U.S. team had absolutely no business going up against the Soviets and knocking off the greatest hockey powerhouse in the world. But 45 years later, here in 2025, this USA team is not an underdog. This isn't going to be some miraculous story about a ragtag bunch of kids shocking the world and winning one of the most shocking games ever. You have Stanley Cup champions on Team USA, first overall picks. You have 60-plus goal scorers. You have Vezina winners. And, of course, you have the two biggest lunatics in the sport right now in the Kachuk Bros. So they're going to bring the extra violence and emotion to this game. But it's been a decade since we've actually gotten to see some true best-on-best matchups between the United States and Canada. And over the past 10 years, like you mentioned, Broadus, we've seen USA start to dominate at the junior level. They've won back-to-back World Juniors golds and have won 3 out of the last 5. You have a couple gold medals at the U18 World Championships. Everyone could see the United States quickly now closing the gap on Canada in terms of dominance, and the Four Nations face-off is really, it's the first event we actually get to see it all happen and come to fruition. So many of these guys on Team USA grew up playing through the National Development Program. These guys have all seen and felt how quickly that they have been closing the gap on Canada, and just in terms of development and stuff like that. And, guys aren't leaving to go play junior in Canada anymore. And so just as all these guys were getting to the age where they would be able to represent the U.S. at the Olympics, the NHL stopped allowing their players to go over and compete. So these guys have been waiting their whole lives to represent the USA at the highest level, and now they finally have their chance. So I think it's even you, and then you add the layer of the anthem stuff and the political stuff. But I think even despite that, this Team USA has been hungry to prove, hey, we have closed the gap. And because they haven't gotten to showcase that at the Olympics, they haven't really gotten to prove it. Yeah. So you've had to just kind of mind your business about it and have deference to Canada, who has reigned hockey forever. But now this tournament, and especially tonight, is the chance to really prove, no, we've been now for the last decade plus, we've been inching closer and closer. And now the time is ours to take that hockey baton forever.
Yeah, you feel like it's a team of destiny, and that can be very powerful at that point. Where has that narrative formed then that Canada is just better? Like even going into the first game.
Yeah, I think that's
history. Maybe they have the better 2 or 3 overall players.
Yes, I think when you look at the rosters, you kind of end up leaning Canada. Of course, the goaltender for Team USA is the best on the planet, so that's a huge advantage for Team USA. But yeah, I think it's just general deference to Canada because that's what it's always been. And now as we get closer to it and it's becoming the spectacle that it is, and it's like the number one sports story right now, and that's the perfect thing. Like you have this at a time where what is it really competing against? Nothing. Everybody's going all in. You have people that aren't hockey people going, dude, this is a moment. You mix in a little patriotism, high stakes, and nothing else to compete with it. Boom, let's go all in and treat this like a Thursday night sports night for the ages.
Yeah, I could see, that sort of emotion having such an impact on this game. Either it carries you to victory or you get excited and overconfident and start to think like it's already happened and you go out there and fall on your face. I can't wait for 7 o'clock.
Yeah, same here. And he gives 3 reasons to be confident in Team USA. We mentioned having the best goalie on the planet. And then he says that they're due to get some contributions from at least a few of their top weapons in Austin Matthews, Jack Hughes, and Kyle Connor. If just 1 or 2 of those guys can find a way to get themselves going tonight in a way that they weren't able to on Saturday, then that could really be the difference in this game.
So the U.S. hasn't beat Canada in a best-on-best tournament final series since the 1996 World Cup of Hockey.
Yeah, they've won. Canada's won 4 of the last 5 tournaments they've had. If you go back, you look at the Salt Lake Games, Vancouver Olympics, the Sochi Olympics, the World Cup of Hockey in 2016. I mean, they've won 9 of the last 13 involving NHL players going back to 1976, the Canadian Cup. So yeah, you wonder why Canada walks around with their chest out and, as this hockey power when it comes to these things. The numbers will tell you that. The tournament wins will tell you that. They just haven't had a lot of success here lately in Stanley Cups. A lot of those have been, won by teams over in North America here.
And then you could talk about what might happen as a result of the excitement around this. And even though it's not an Olympics, it's starting to take on an Olympic type of feel. Players and coaches are saying they want the game to have an impact on fans and players in the U.S. like the Miracle on Ice did in 1980. That probably started the chain of events that allowed us to reach the point that we have now. It's staggering how long that has been. 45 years, almost a half century, and maybe it'll take that long or even longer to bridge the gap in the U.S. But U.S. coach Mike Sullivan says that event in U.S. hockey inspired a generation of players, my generation. I think this group that we have in our dressing room have an opportunity to do that and inspire the next generation, and I think they recognize that. I mean, at that point, 1980, hockey was a distant fantasy here in the great state of Texas, and now you have hockey rinks popping up all over the place, and everybody has somebody in your social circle whose kid is fanatical about, playing junior hockey or, continuing along that amateur development path. Mike Modano has a great point on why this game has this interest and level of feel to it. The first one happened in Montreal. Tonight's game happens in Boston. A lot of these showdowns are on a completely other part of the world. It says the people in Boston are brutal. They're going to be loud and rude and crude. It's going to be a crazy scene. It's hard to duplicate that when you're overseas. There's a time change. You don't really have a home crowd, so this does certainly make for good television. I can't imagine the energy that's going to be in that barn tonight.
Yeah, it will be the thing that, we talk about the goaltending and stuff like that, but these turn into winner-take-all games. If you do go back, and I was doing some research on this stuff, if Jordan Bennington, the Canadian goalie, he has won a Game 7 in Boston to take the cup. So he has that winner-take-all experience where your goalie doesn't have that. So even in that building, if you want to look for things as Canada, go back to the 2019 Stanley Cup final, and you get a situation where he was the netminder that night for the Blues, who beat the Bruins in that building in a Game 7. So at least he has those kinds of thoughts going into this match.
And Canada's Bennington, he gave up 2 goals third period Monday night.
Yeah,
and for whatever reason, their coach is staying with them. I guess they don't have a better option. Obviously, super talented guy, but and. I feel like in moments like this, if it was an NHL game, they'd say you always bet on the hot goaltender.
Yes, especially when he's the best on the planet.
Well, that's John Cooper is the Canadian coach. He's the Tampa Bay Lightning's coach, and my man he's got some Stanley Cup rings to his credit as well. This has got to be completely a gut feeling here that, hey, we're going to ride this thing through. Their plan was we're going to ride it through, and Jordan Bennington is going to be our guy. But you're right though. If you start to be a little bit of, like we say, leaky in goal, that could play the U.S. advantage. But U.S. did a great job with last time out with their like I say, the number of hits that they were able to get, the dumping and then hitting. That's
setting the tone, man.
Yeah, that's why I brought that up about the potential of the Canadians giving up the puck because of all the forechecking, all the pressure that they were feeling, that the Canadians were feeling. So it should be a hell of a game tonight. It really should be.
Yeah, and the patriotism is on the line here.
Yeah.
And so I know we're fired up about that notion, especially when you're kind of playing with house money, with like all the pressure on Canada here to remain at the top. And here was Paul Bissonnette on Pardon My Take talking about what type of crisis Canada is going to go into if they lose to USA tonight.
I would say for a week straight, everybody's going to argue about the lineup decisions. There will be conversations of blowing up Hockey Canada and restructuring the whole thing. There'll be dialogue about how hockey, youth hockey specifically, is far too expensive, how much it is to rent ice, how much it is to buy equipment, how the common man has been weeded out. So it would be safe to say, yes, it would be a national emergency if we lose that game on Thursday.
I'm here for it, man. I want to see angry Canadians running around realizing that their number one thing, the thing that they care about most in life, is now USA's.
Just a matter of time, right? As we have grown this sport tremendously well, it's become a Southern sport. Like you're getting access to all of our best athletes, not just the hockey families that happen to live in a northern state. Everybody's committed to this, and with our population advantage, with our resources advantage, where America throws money at youth sports like nobody else. It was an eventuality.
We're doing a much better job of now building arenas or giving ice in these southern states, is like you talked about. The growth. I mean, you think about winning Stanley Cups in Carolina, Florida, with the Lightning, and now with the Panthers, that you're now having a bigger commitment it's kind of the commitment that we were hoping for like U.S. soccer, the willingness to they keep building fields, but and you're trying to develop talent, but we're starting to develop more of these hockey players because we're building more arenas or more areas to have ice time so these kids can all play.
All righty. It is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Play-by-play of this bad boy coming up at 7 o'clock tonight. It is a time now for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Wolchuk doing the KMC masterpiece with Hagee today.
Crushed it.
Majors is sick and Baskey was out, but we'll catch back up with Wolchuk. We have breaking news. Lucius, what's going down?
I want you guys to probably look at the interwebs real quick here.
Oh my goodness, I love this. This is a fun moment.
Is it Zach
Cowboy
Martin?
news, yeah.
Zach Martin?
Just refreshing our balls
that's hitting.
off.
Yeah.
Zach
Okay.
Martin, what's hitting with Zach Martin right now? Is he
That's the
making
text Brian showed me about 5 minutes ago. He's going to retire.
He's going to retire, yeah.
That's
official.
surprising. I thought Baltimore would be interested. I was reading today Baltimore Ravens have interest. Kansas City Chiefs have interest.
Yeah.
And if your projected value was in 7 digits, it's not like they're asking him to take a massive pay cut. He could have got $10+ million a year. He's like, nope, I'm good. We've kind of been getting that vibe from him for like the last 3 years that maybe when his contract was over, he'd be done. I never believed it. He was still really good in pass protection last year. Even though he was playing compromised, he'd still be one of the best 15 or maybe even top 10 guards in the league.
Yeah, one of his best friends is Travis Frederick. And I think after he got injured, that he and Travis Frederick sat down and had a conversation. And I think it got emotional. I think it really got emotional for Zach that this could very well be the end. And, he was kind of talking away. Well, I don't know. I'm a free agent. We'll see. But I think that after that conversation with Travis, that he made a decision that he's likely was going to hang it up. And his best friend kind of talked him through it, and he made the decision. So, yeah, it's a hell of a football player right there. If you look at overall Hall of Fame guy one day for
Guarantee.
sure, with the way that he played.
34 years old, would be 35 in the middle of next season. He's played 10 years. The injuries have stacked up on him, and he's made, according to Spotrac, $112 million in career earnings. So,
Okay.
The need to play, unless you're just so still in love with the grind of football.
Yeah.
There's really no reason to.
There's a lot of pain involved, and not just from the injuries that he sustained in recent years. And he was always great at playing through injuries.
Right. I love this, though, because I don't want – would it have been cool if he was able to remain healthy for another season and be able to go win a title somewhere, not named Philadelphia or Washington? Sure. But also there was the opportunity to go out there, be injured, try to play, and be a shell of yourself. And you got glimpses of that for a good chunk of this past season. You want to go out being not the version that you remember yourself.
And you avoided like the catastrophic injuries that might impact the way that you walk for the rest of your life. And that can have impacts down the line, as I'm finding out, with your hip and your back. Like he can still likely play with his grandkids in 15 or 20 years or, whenever that comes. So hell of a career. And I love the fact he starts and ends with the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Yes.
You always get an extra gold star on your resume when the career ends like that. Top 10 at 420 time, Chief. Where are you taking us?
Let's honor Luka with the greatest out-of-shape athletes in sports history.
Rolling home with some laughs, fellowship, and
Well, welcome back, nation. 7-time first-team All-Pro Zach Martin, NFL 2010's All-Decade team, announcing his retirement from the National Football League. He's done. We just had that breaking news about 7 minutes ago. All right, so best of luck to Zach Martin and whatever he chooses to do. I was just getting ready for a story about, again, the Ravens having interest in him and, the ability to maybe replace Trey Smith with Kansas City, but ultimately he decided he'd had enough. Pro Bowler in 9 of 10 seasons. Holy cow, what a legend. That's got to be first ballot, right? First ballot Hall of Famer?
I'd say yeah.
I would say yes, for sure. Now we had a first ballot Jason Witten conversation the other day live from Hurtado doing some Love of the Star action. Me and Wolchuk felt like Jason Witten, Hall of Famer, yes. First ballot, probably not. But Broadus was crotch first confident. Jason Witten, 82. He will be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
I believe so. If you look at NFL history and the number of receptions, and you start to look at the guys that are ahead of him, around him, every one of those players are Hall of Fame players. So I have a feeling that if you look at the position that he played, the Tony Gonzalez's, there's guys like, there's some great tight ends, but I think that Jason Witten is in that group. If you look at longevity, the number of receptions, the touchdowns, all those things, I think he's going to be a first ballot Hall of Famer.
Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel and Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. It's time for Zach Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Okay, 877-881-1053. In honor of Luka, we have the top 10 greatest out-of-shape athletes in sports history. This is pretty good. The text is already on fire with some really good candidates. I do want to note Zach Martin named first-team All-Pro 7 times in his career, tied with Hall of Famers Randall McDaniel and John Hanna for the most by any guards in NFL history.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
So an absolute super beast, and we'll have a bigger Zach Martin conversation coming up in the finest here at the top of the hour. But let's go ahead and dive into the list today. And, we're getting some good texts in already. John Daly making an appearance here on the text, and Babe Ruth as well. Shout out to Pappy. Shout out to the 469. You have Charles Barkley getting a nomination. You have Big Papi. I mean, all these are hitting the nail right on the head, according to the list that I have here in front of me. Who comes to mind when you think of out-of-shape athlete? Still a beast, though. Still awesome. Not just out of shape and sucks, because we're honoring Luka with this. He's still a beast, but out of shape.
I mean, the most I'd ever seen was Arvydas Sabonis, the great Soviet center, played with the Trailblazers. Got hurt before that epic Game 7 Mavericks Trailblazers in like 2003, 2004. So this guy was smoking cigarettes. He was probably 50 pounds overweight. He would just kind of shuffle down the floor. He'd play 22 minutes, and he looked like he'd been on a Stairmaster for 3 hours. So
I love that.
But that he was so skilled and massive. He could just kind of like lean on people and throw behind the back passes, and pretty impressive.
I thought of Bartolo Colon,
big sexy,
the big pitcher, and then but would you consider Donovan McNabb kind of a
I like that. I like that.
Yeah, pear-shaped for sure.
Yeah. I mean, like a guy that when he the ball handling stuff and the way he was throwing the ball, the way he moves around for being a big guy.
Midsection was certainly prominent.
You would kind of think that. I always kind of thought of him like looking, but I'm like, man, it's incredible how he moves around. He
was a good athlete.
The way he is. Yeah.
Who comes to mind for you, Lucius?
It'd have to be Mike Tyson. He was at one point in time, he's just washed up on liquor and alleged cocaine, hanging out all night, partying and everything, and he'll still go out there and knock you out in the fight. And after the fight, he'll just say, I didn't even train for that fight.
Yeah. I pray that he's okay.
Yeah, I didn't train.
David Wells, I think, was legendarily. I mean, Babe Ruth, who I believe David Wells once wore his hat on the mound in an official game.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Babe Ruth might be the original.
Yeah, we got some numbers on Babe Ruth here. The alleged daily consumption.
Oh, no.
Big hot dog guy.
For Babe Ruth.
He was standing there looking at the rotisserie hot dog thing.
Yeah, while he was double fisting hot dogs already, waiting for that third one to pop
waiting for
off.
a beer to be poured.
So, we'll get to Babe Ruth for sure here in just a second. We do have honorable mentions like Miguel Cabrera.
Oh, yeah.
It's a pretty good one.
Prince Fielder?
Yeah, Prince Fielder, absolutely.
I mean, there's a lot of baseball guys because if you could hit, they'd let you trot slowly around the bases.
No, definitely, dude.
Should have been a triple, but we'll take it.
Tony Gwynn, Jerome Bettis, all honorable mentions.
I tell you, I mean, if you want to go baseball player who was badly out of shape but somehow could still just fly with the best athletes, was Kirby Puckett. You know, dude's going up on the wall in the World Series at maybe 5'9", 230 pounds.
Yeah.
Well, he was definitely on the he came in the 20s on this list, but definitely makes an appearance here. Pablo Sandoval as well as another.
See the Panda?
Honorable mention.
Is his nickname the Panda?
I think you're right. I'm going to just rock with that.
Okay, 5'8". He was 165 pounds as a freshman in college. Retired just south of 300 pounds, and it was glaucoma that made him retire too. It wasn't his weight.
Yeah.
Warren Sapp, honorable mention. Ben Roethlisberger, another one. Ben Roethlisberger was very, very bloated and homeless looking by the end.
Dawson's probably seen. I don't know if you know this guy, Eric. Sebastian Janikowski.
Oh yeah, he's on the list here. I definitely know him. Absolutely, I know him. He comes in at number 11, actually, just on the outside looking in.
I remember like fat kicker dudes.
Definitely the fattest kicker in NFL history, right?
Yeah.
Cecil Fielder as well. Outside
Cecil,
looking in.
right?
Cecil, excuse me. John Crook, CC Sabathia, and David Wells also almost breaching the top 10. But number 10, and this one, I'm not much of a boxing savant.
Your buddy Tony Gwynn?
Yeah. He was an honorable mention.
I'm sorry about that.
George Foreman.
Yeah,
people are texting that in quite a bit as well.
He's big and sloppy. That's why he's like hawking things to make sandwiches now. You know what I mean?
Yeah, dude. He's definitely
cook your burgers on this.
He's leaned into that big time. He's being texted in quite a bit here.
Sure did.
Yeah.
I mean, all his kids George too, by the way. Even the girls, Georgina and everything.
Yeah, and
poor babies.
He made his comeback after going to be a preacher for like a decade. And he was in his 40s, and people didn't know that he was going to be good, and he was still one of the best. He kind of leaned back and put that belly out there. It was kind of like trying to rebound against a really heavy guy. Like the equator around him was just so big, he could just stand back there and not get hit.
That's amazing.
And he was very skilled with his hands, even though he barely moved, and he made his way all the way back to the top.
George Foreman, number 10 on the greatest out-of-shape athletes in sports history. Big Papi, David Ortiz coming in at number 9. Vince Wilfork at number 8.
Yeah, he can dunk.
Yeah.
You get all that big old belly up there, you strong. Them legs are strong as hell.
Giant human being. And that's something to consider, especially with some of the football players. It's like, he looks like an out-of-shape dude, but he's strong as an absolute ox. Prince Fielder comes in at number 7.
Yeah.
Big Prince.
Yeah. He be jiggling when he come around there. Come rounding around second. Yeah. Jiggle.
There's not any golfers on this list, are there?
Yeah, there's one legendary golfer.
Oh, John Daly.
Oh, you got Daly on this list?
Daly's going to be on this list.
I thought to say Jack Nicklaus was.
Nicklaus was actually an honorable mention.
Was he?
Yeah, he was down on the list, but he was there. No, I did not.
Okay, I thought. Okay, sorry.
Shaquille O'Neal. Don't tell Patrick Dumont. Shaq comes in at number 6.
Yeah, I mean, early Shaq in Orlando was incredibly fit.
Yes.
Shaq at LSU was really fit.
But he had to gain like 7 pounds a year or so. I mean, by the time he was in Miami, he was like 100 pounds overweight.
Oh, yeah. I think he was playing at like 415 pounds at times. Wow. Really ballooned after some of those championships. And that's why Kobe was so frustrated. The refrigerator, William Perry, number 5. Great call.
They had a sit-down conversation with Shaq on one of these ESPN interview shows a couple weeks ago. And he was sitting down like in a silhouette was cast around him like it was just his shadow. And I thought, that's weird. Why do they have one of those big green egg smokers sitting out in the middle of a studio? Like the way he was sitting, it was just like a giant egg.
Looking at him next to Kevin Hart during the All-Star festivities was just truly incredible. Bartolo Colon, Big Sexy, comes in at number 4.
There you go.
Charles Barkley.
The round mound of rebound.
That's right. Number 3, you have John Daly at 2. That's warranted.
Yeah.
And number 1.
Oh, man. Hold on. We don't have the big O on this list?
Oliver
Big
Miller.
Oliver Miller, bro.
The really big O.
That's a great question, man. I'm scrolling and I am not seeing him
Haters.
pop up here.
Big
Legendary.
baby Glenn Davis.
He got big. Like he had an eating disorder of some sort.
Big Baby has been texted in quite a bit.
Felton, what's that? What's
Raymond Felton.
Raymond Felton.
Raymond Felton. Oh my goodness.
Biggest point guard in the league.
Holy smokes. I saw him at the AAC a couple years ago, just at a Mavs game, and I had a double take. I couldn't believe what was happening. I really couldn't believe what I was witnessing.
I mean, Darian Williams ate himself out of the league too.
He sure did. Yeah, he sure did.
He got back into fighting though. He was
That's
like, I
right.
got to do something, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, the golf wasn't
I got to do something.
quite making it happen for him.
Babe Ruth comes in at number 1, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
And when I went to go look what his diet is alleged to be, it's a breakfast that consumes it's steak and potatoes, fried potatoes, with a half dozen eggs. He washed it down with 4 cups of bourbon and ginger ale. That's just what he called
In the
breakfast.
morning?
Yeah, this was breakfast.
We might have to try that bourbon
Breakfast
and
to
ginger ale.
breakfast,
We're at the baseball
Yeah.
game.
That ginger ale is for his belly. I'm telling you that right now.
Yeah, that was like
That was him trying to be smart.
This is like an Alka-Seltzer for him.
Burping a lot.
So he leaves the house like legally intoxicated a lot of days.
Correct, yes.
Or he's coming in.
And he's going to play baseball.
Going to play baseball, but not before he has lunch.
Ah,
of
Ruth,
course-
you're drunk again.
2 more steaks.
Shut up, General. I'm going to drink as much as I want. I'm a Yankee.
That's why he told the kid at the hospital he's going to hit 2 home runs for him.
Ah, kid, you're asking too much, but I'll do it.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Yeah. Only a drunk will make a promise like that. I answer, buddy. Don't worry about it, kid.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it, kid. I'll drink about 7 bottles of booze before I get up to the plate. We'll be good.
Yeah, 2 steaks for lunch, 2 steaks for dinner, and sometimes for a treat, he would throw lamb chops on top of his steaks because why not?
Lollipops.
And then he would snack on up to a dozen hot dogs each and every day. Like, this is ridiculous. A dozen hot dogs after the amount of food that he's already ingested. And then as an after dinner dessert looked like chocolate ice cream and something I've never heard of before. Perhaps a bet payoff. Dawson still owes like $500. Pickled eels.
Oh my God.
That's disgusting.
As a dessert.
Yeah.
I've never brought us. I mean, you're a culinary guy.
Yeah.
Never heard of that in my life.
I've never eaten eel before.
Just eel out of a jar.
Yeah. Pickled eels. Yeah.
That is an interesting dessert.
That's the great Bambino.
Ah, Ruth, you're eating the eels again. I could tell.
Yeah, a traditional English dish originated in the 18th century in East London. Chopped
they're so
eels.
bad at it. I say that respectfully. They're so bad at it over there.
This guy's a Baltimore guy, man. Baltimore.
Chopped eel in a spice stock that's allowed to cool and set, forming a jelly.
A jelly. There you go.
Oh my goodness. I feel like I'd have to throw up after reading that line.
This was in honor of Luca, and I think, given those names, I think Luca, when it's all said and done, he will be in the top 10.
Okay, speaking of basketball, we're going to go around the rim. Derek Lively news, as well as Anthony Davis update from earlier today. And, we're getting ready for the Mavs to be back in action tomorrow, so we'll go give you a little bit of a rim sesh. What else do we have to tease, Chief?
Well, we also have the Wemby fallout with the blood clot stuff, what history says about the timeline for him, and why this could actually be good news for the Spurs. Hold on to your rear ends, ladies and gentlemen.
Say it ain't so, but I tell you what, I have great news.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. So Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership in the world. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, and they're all priced to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 and 2024.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Lucius. G-Bag Nation 105.3 The Fan. Football's finest is coming up at 5 o'clock. We've gotten some somewhat encouraging news on a couple of different Mav stories here today. Derek Lively out of the boot. He'll be reevaluated March 6th. Same day they're going to give updates on Gafford and Davis. So Mavs fans, mark that date, March 6th, for updates on 3 of your bigs. And if we get them back before the end of the season, I think the chances of a championship are legitimate. Okay, so I'm super hopeful on that. Maybe there can be at least a good short-term end to this story. That'd be something. But here's the Chief with that afternoon rim session you've been waiting for.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and put the kids to bed. It's we cut the lights out first, then we put the kids to bed, and then the G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
I gotta join here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
Always a special occasion when Luka and the Lakers are the only ones in the association playing. And, man, did you see what LaMelo Ball did late in that game? That
was slick.
It was hunting Luka defensively and trying to take advantage of him in a big way. And then it all culminates in LeBron James, who had a great fourth quarter, missing not 1 but 2 go-ahead threes at the buzzer. And the Lakers end up losing that game. So off to a rocky start there for Luka and the Lakers, and it looks like he is going to be now put on ice a little bit. Luka is, as he still recovers from the calf issue. I believe that they are confident that the recovery process is all well and dandy, but they will be holding out Luka tonight in Portland as part of the recovery for long-term calf injury. So that's where things stand with Luka and the Lakers right now.
Wow. I'm willing to overlook like his early scoring outputs and the poor defense that we're aware of, even though some Mavs fans are in denial about how bad of a defender that he is.
Got tore up last night.
Yeah, but if this injury thing plays out and is a long-term concern for him, I feel like Nico's got to be like, hey, what's that I hear? How are those Fire Nico chants going right now? Wow, that would be something else if it's proven long-term. And we see in sports all the time, the longer you wait something out, things start to make a little bit more sense. What if they felt like with their medical staff, like this isn't going to be, a good situation here with this calf. This is more of a long-term type of deal that we got to get over.
Well, then it certainly justifies wanting to move on from him more so than maybe we had originally thought, but it doesn't necessarily excuse bringing in an older, more often injured player than Anthony Davis. That's the part that you'll never really be able to justify.
Yeah.
But otherwise, yes, if they are correct on their assessment of Luka's health, that it's deteriorating and he's going to be breaking down Kawhi and Joel Embiid style, then it wasn't the wrong choice to try and move on from him. But the way you went about it and how you got him and the PR disaster that you've created since just will never really be able to be remedied. Yeah. And that's unfortunate.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, you do have Jason Kidd saying that P.J. Washington practiced fully today and is questionable for tomorrow's game against the Pelicans. You mentioned the big men. Anthony Davis going to be reevaluated. Derek Lively reevaluated on March 6th. And that'll be a big update when it comes to really just the status of the rest of the season, because so much hinges on Anthony Davis and Derek Lively's health. So at that point, early March, we might have a better idea of where this thing's actually headed. Do we have a shot in hell at advancing in the postseason at all, or just getting there?
Yeah, I think they'll get there. What do they have to win? 16 more games, maybe 17 more games to be above 500. I think 17 would put them at 42-40, or maybe even 43-39. And I think the quality that they have here with Kyrie Irving, especially when you get P.J. Washington back from the sprained ankle, that's going to be enough to snipe off some wins here and there. There might be some low spots, and I bet we might have to sweat it out a little bit.
Yeah.
But the fact that Anthony Davis is going to avoid, it appears, a bigger injury that they might have been holding off on telling us about, and that it's possible Lively and Gafford could be returning at the end of the year, I don't think anybody can match up. Like, we talk about OKC's defense, and it's historically good. It really is. With their speed and length and awareness and defensive skill at all their different positions. The Mavs do that, but they're taller. They're going to be able to put, so many great rebounders and shot blockers out there. I feel like that Saturday game where we saw the 3 quarters of Anthony Davis was just a teaser of what's to come. And one of the most, skilled, size, athletic, defensive performances that you're going to see at any era in the NBA, I think is what the potential of this group is.
Yeah, that's all very real, but so is just the general fragility of all these guys. And
especially Lively and Davis.
Yeah. And then the wear and tear on Kyrie that they're going to put on him to be a one-man wrecking crew offensively over the course of the next month or so. So it's going to be tough sled no matter what. Even if they get all these guys back and you're technically healthy going into the postseason, you're one play away from it all crumbling down on you. Now, the big news in the NBA today is the report out of San Antonio having to shut down Wemby because they discovered a post-All-Star break blood clot in his shoulder. Very, very random. And apparently he had been feeling extra fatigued over the last week or so. And they never really got it never really got better. The Athletic says that he had low energy All-Star weekend and through his 2-day vacation after that. So they were like, wow, all right, well, let's do some tests here. And that's when they uncovered the deep vein thrombosis that he has, which is a blood clot. And he's going to be on blood thinners for the next 6 months. So what does that mean? Well, here's Brian Windhorst of ESPN telling you about the history of players in the NBA that have dealt with this and what is the likely outcome.
There is a bit of a history in the NBA of players having blood clots. It happened just a year ago to Asar Thompson, who was a rookie with the Detroit Pistons at the time. It does basically shut you down for 6 months. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter if you're a civilian, you're an NBA player. The medication you have to go on shuts you down for 6 months. I had a blood clot 15 years ago. 6 months, you can't play contact sports. In the case of Asar Thompson, he was cleared to play by early November, returned at the end of November, and has been having a great recovery for the Pistons. Wemby's blood clot was in his right shoulder. You sometimes do see blood clots in the upper arms of athletes. This happened to Brandon Ingram about 6 years ago when he was with the New Orleans Pelicans. He had to go down for, to get to treatment and make sure he was safe for about 6-7 months, returned the following season, and has not had that issue recur. So if indeed, the big thing about blood clots is you have to treat it right away. You are going to be out for a period of time. That's why they know he's out for the season. But then you have to determine what causes it. If it's something that's recurring, like what happened with Chris Bosh, it's a career-threatening condition. If it's something that was as a result of an injury or a blow or some coming off a surgery or something, and it's a one-off condition, which is what the Spurs believe, you can get it treated and move on with your career and never look back. And that's what everybody is hoping will be the case with Victor Wembanyama.
And people are remembering when David Robinson got hurt, so the Spurs were able to get Tim Duncan. And now everybody's looking at the Spurs with the opportunity. They have their own draft pick. They're well under 500 right now. And then they also have the Hawks unprotected first-round pick as well. This is a pretty good draft class. So even if they don't get the number 1 overall pick, a lot of people are like, wow, they're going to go get Cooper Flagg, number 1 overall from Duke. That would be just an absolute nightmare for the rest of the league. But they have a couple of picks that are going to be lottery picks, theirs and Atlanta's. They're going to be able to get a couple of good young pieces, and as long as Wemby's able to come back and everything's fine, then the future somehow gets even brighter for those bleep holes.
That would be something. I think, first of all, you think about Wembanyama and the long-term potential implications of this. That's got to be terrifying, so you hope the best for the guy. But it doesn't sound like it's a lock that this is not going to be career-threatening.
I don't think it is a lock. Like Wendy was talking about what's the root cause of this, and maybe they know that already, and so they feel good about the prospects of him getting back to 100%. or maybe they're just extremely hopeful right now, and I don't know how long it takes to discover what the actual root of the problem is.
Yeah.
So everything sort of hinges on that. We remember what happened to Chris Bosh, of course.
I mean, but San Antonio has some nice, young, athletic, skilled scorers already.
Oh, yeah.
So you add 2 more in the top 10 to it, and this could be the springboard that they need to get back in the playoffs next year. I think it's been pretty disappointing this year from a team perspective. Obviously,
it
pop
has.
out.
Yes, yeah, but they make the move for De'Aaron Fox. You have Stephon Castle's been really good. You go get a Cooper Flagg or one of these top 10 or 2 of these top 10 picks. It's gonna be a nice little future there as long as Wemby ends up being okay.
Okay, we're gonna jump into the Zach Martin story coming up next, right?
Yes, yeah. Football's finest. We got the breaking news this hour that Zach Martin is officially retiring on his own accord. So we'll get into some of that. Would he have run it back one more year if he felt like the Cowboys were a true contender? 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
Commercial-free G-Bag. Salute. It's our commercial-free express.
products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Here we go. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a fantastic afternoon. Expressway's coming up in 20 minutes. LA Live's at 5:40. It's time now for an edition of football's finest, and let's learn all about this Zach Martin retirement here with the Chief.
Yes, sir. Yeah, we got the news in the last hour. Zach Martin hanging him up. He's all done. 10 years, 34 years old, made well over $100 million in his career, been banged up as of late, said thanks but no thanks. 7-time first-team All-Pro, 2-time second-team All-Pro, member of the 2010s NFL All-Decade team. A surefire lock for Canton. I saw this as a stat. Warren Sharp pointing this out. Zach Martin, almost 7,000 pass pro snaps in his career. He had 0 accepted holding penalties in pass pro.
That's ridiculous.
I think he had 7 holding calls his entire career. He had more All-Pros than holding penalties. But in pass pro, he never had a holding call that got accepted. And that was almost 7,000 pass pro snaps. That's kind of absolutely ridiculous. But he's absolutely an all-timer, one of the greatest Cowboys of all time, and he's been the best guard in football for pretty much his entire career, as respected as anyone that's ever stepped foot in that building or on an NFL field. And I just wonder, I know the injuries have piled up. He's made plenty of money. He's played plenty long, but do you think he would give it one more year if he felt like the Cowboys were actually close to contending?
I do. I think that's a big part of it, and I think that's a realization that a lot of guys come to, usually later in their careers, but it seems like Micah Parsons is hip to it right now. Like, hey, we're not team building like the best teams are. So I think if you're Zach Martin, you look around and you understand that, hey, we were really good in 14 and 16 and maybe 21, 22, 23 were pretty good, but this thing is heading in the wrong direction. My guys are gone. It's tough when, you're sort of developing now. You're trying to rebuild. And at that age, what are your options? To go somewhere else? You're going to move your family across the country, or are you going to go there by yourself and just not see your young ones for the majority of 6 months?
Exactly.
That's a major life sacrifice.
Yeah, I can imagine if he still wanted to play and it's like, okay, but the Cowboys aren't contending. I want to play for a contender, but do I really want to move somewhere else, uproot the family or whatever? Probably not.
Well, the Midwest would make sense. Being he's from Indianapolis, the family and all that's still kind of up there. If he wanted to go back that direction. I thought that when Dawson was talking about Kansas City and places like that, that might be something. I will say this. I think his body told him he's played at such a high level.
Yeah.
Even at the Cowboys, I don't think this was a decision about how good or bad the Cowboys is. I think this is about legacies. I think this is about like going out there and not putting bad tape out. That the fact that this year was so rough. This is the first time that he missed Pro Bowls and All Pros in all his career. And I think it's about when people talk about you, what are they talking about? Are they talking about the guy that, played all those years? Or are they talking about the guy that looked not too good the last couple of years? So I think this was more about his body telling him he can't play at the level that he's accustomed to. I don't think the Cowboys had anything to do with this. Just my opinion.
Yeah,
that he said, no, I've played at such a high level. I don't want to go out there and just not be that guy. And
that makes plenty of sense.
Yeah. And I think that's what he went through last year. I think that made him realize that, man, it's getting to be the end. It's getting to be, and he even thought about it before the season even started. Remember, he was hinting
That's true. He
was hinting that
we went into the season knowing this is likely the end.
Yeah, I think his body surely told him that.
Well, it's certainly understandable that he is going to take it this way, and best of luck to him in the post playing day career. I mean, we know like he wanted to jump on with us for the Players Show a couple of years ago. It seemed like he started to broaden his horizons when it comes to. I mean, he was just at the Super Bowl Radio Row doing the bounty stuff, putting himself out there. So I do wonder which direction he's about to take this now in the post career.
Man, I don't think Zach Martin is media desiring. I mean, he was good when he jumped in with us, but like in every other situation now, sometimes there's a Randy Moss where the guy seems like he doesn't want anything to do with the media, or Rasheed Wallace doesn't want anything to do with the media, and then he retires and he dives in and he's great. I think Zach Martin could be great, but he's never struck me as a guy that, wanted to talk a lot about football.
I would say he probably takes the same path that we've seen from Travis Frederick. Kind of continue.
Disappear a little bit.
Spend time with the family, and then, but also be a guy that does his charitable work, keeps his organizations going that way, supports his other teammates, shows up for an occasional, hey, we're going to put you in the Ring of Honor thing. He'll show up for that, kind of a thing. But I think he's probably heading back up to the Midwest and going to just find him a place and just settle down and do what he wants to do. I don't think we're going to see very much of him.
Well, good for him. He deserves exactly that if that's what he wants, man. What a stud, what a great dude, great player, just everything that you want your great players to be. He was that. He is that.
I think some players don't want to play anymore when they can't totally crush.
Yes.
Some players, like, they retire from basketball and they want to go play at the YMCA still. They're like, hey, this is nowhere close, but I just like having a ball in my hands and shooting and stuff. But I think there's other guys that when they can't, like A.J. Brown said after the Super Bowl, I love totally dominating the opposition, right? That's what I'm in this thing for, is that human on human, I have humiliated you on TV. And I think for a lot of guys, as soon as they realize, wait, I'm just like one of those other guys, I'm not special anymore, the relationship with the game changes in a very big way.
Yeah, especially these days when you make the amount of money that these guys make, like there's no reason to hang on. You don't have to go out there and embarrass yourself for a couple extra years just because you need the life-changing money. That is already there. So I totally understand, and as a fan of his, I honestly prefer that. I mean, I would love to see him have a turn back the clock year for the Cowboys and go bulldoze people for 16, 17 games, but I think it was more likely that you're just seeing the breakdown, and now you're seeing Zach Martin turn more into just an average NFL player, which is still dang good, but you're used to seeing him be the best in the business. He's used to that. Yeah. And so I totally get being like, nah, I'm not going to let y'all see me at my worst just because I want to satisfy more competitive. I've been compete my balls off for forever. Go ahead and throw in the towel. I totally respect this out of him.
Yeah, and I think that's a testament to, being very, very front-ended, like with your finances. Like from the very beginning, thinking there is a scarcity to these resources. I think of Marshawn Lynch and Rob Gronkowski, two guys that never spend a single game check, and the flexibility that gave them at the end of their careers, right? They're like, oh, I'm retiring. Oh, I've actually always wanted to play with the Raiders. Oh, Tom Brady wants me. Maybe I'll do that. Maybe I won't. Maybe I'll go do media. Maybe I'll do reality TV. But the options that it gives you there at the end, instead of having to cling to something for long-term security, is huge.
Well, on the other side of the retirement coin, you have the report from Diana Rossini that Chiefs tight end Travis Kelce is leaning towards continuing to play in 2025.
There he goes.
Which is surprising if you watched him play in the Super Bowl. And he looked like he was a total shell of himself and was just not anywhere close to the type of dude that we've grown accustomed to seeing. Thought he was going to be at his best, but maybe that bad taste in his mouth fuels him and Pat Mahomes for a one last ride type situation. But if I was the Chiefs, I'd be like, I don't know. Are you sure? Travis. Right? Think about this.
Yes.
Hey, we're giving you until March 14th, okay? Let's take it up until the midnight hour.
If you're, how do you think Andy Reid's looking at this, Brian?
I think Andy Reid is okay with either way this goes. I don't think I think that
he's not push you out the door when you're getting long in the tooth guy.
No, he's not. Matter of fact, remember,
might be his only weakness.
Yeah, remember when you know, he's very loyal to his players. Say about how he traded, Hill, but he kind of saw that, what was potentially going to happen. There's probably a big mistake that they made, but I kind of feel like that he is going to respect any way that Kelsey decides this. And there's a reason why they gave him the date that they did. He's due that $12 million roster bonus.
Yeah.
And so, but whatever happens, I think Andy will adjust. I think he will figure out a way like, okay, we're going to need to go get a tight end now, and they'll navigate it that way. I don't think it's one of these, oh, damn, what are we doing kind of things. And I'm going to try and talk you into it. I think Andy's going to allow him to make his decision on his own and not force him to do it one way or another.
Well, speaking of the Chiefs, it looks like Mahomes Sr., remember when he got into that little scuffle with John Rocker in New Orleans? And then they set up the rough and rowdy fight with Barstool. These guys are going to duke it out in the boxing ring. Well, it turns out he's supposed to be making his baseline money for this. Mahomes Sr. he's gonna make $85,000, and then depending on the pay-per-view numbers and if he wins, I guess he can make plenty more. But he's gonna get in the ring with John Rocker for $85K. And apparently Pat Mahomes' son, he is unhappy about the match rumors, and he's doing everything he can to pull his dad out of the fight. Which, of course, he is. You're like, Dad, I will just give you $85K right now. I'll double it, and then don't go embarrass yourself and our family more than you already have.
Well, maybe he's really nice with his hands, He's probably a better natural athlete than John Rocker, but John Rocker looks like dude lives in the gym.
Yeah.
Dude, he is an absolute rock.
You're going to have to be a really good fighter to overcome that strength disadvantage.
You better be a technician.
I mean, sometimes somebody says something to you outside a bar, though, and you just want a piece of them. And maybe to Senior, like the $85,000 is icing on the cake. He just wants to knock him out for whatever was said out there on that New Orleans corner that night.
I'll be looking forward to watching this, though. I will say, like, what are we going to get out of this fight? It's going to be more sad than anything I imagine.
Is this like a summertime event? Is this a
Barstool does a rough and rowdy boxing match?
They should do it out of West Virginia, I thought.
I had no idea the whereabouts or the timing. I think it's coming up maybe later this spring or something like that. But yeah,
I mean, even the greatest fighter of all, at least of my lifetime, Mike Tyson, was 54. Senior's 53, right?
So, and washed, by the way.
Yeah.
Washed.
Yeah. Yeah.
A real life lush.
He's having a great time. He's enjoying life as Patrick Mahomes' dad, former professional athlete. Life is good, right?
Reaction time's a little bit slower, they say.
I mean, maybe John Rocker is at an advanced age and maybe a little top heavy with all the bench press and shoulder work that he's doing, that maybe he's going to be super off balance too.
I'm sure both of them are going to look awful in the ring.
Yes.
But Rocker has the ability to land a KO punch with just the strength that he's bringing to the table here.
He's 50.
Yeah, he's 50 So
yeah.
I wonder what the
want
weight
some
difference
big gloves,
is.
right? I'm just going to try to use my quickness.
It's insane. I'm sure if I was Pat Mahomes right now, I would be begging my dad.
He's the GOAT, bro.
Do
Through
this.
all of this, he's still the greatest quarterback ever, bro.
Yeah.
His brother's a mess. His daddy's a mess. His girl's a mess. And I say this respectfully because my life's a mess too. I can spot it.
You're right. Yeah. Thanks for wanting to know one.
Yeah.
I feel you on that, man. But the worst thing about this at this age, and I'm now less than 1 year from turning 50. Brian knows already about this, and we saw it with Mike Tyson. That's why people thought he was throwing the fight. But once you throw yourself forward, you can't stop and spring back.
You can't.
You stumble, and you got to take a couple of steps to get your balance back. So it's going to be sad.
Maybe the saddest fight in the history of
You saw me fall in the parking lot of Avis.
I mean, you start going, and it's like, crap, I can't stop this.
Momentum.
Seriously, he's not wrong.
We're going to have to make this like 30-second rounds
He's
for these
not
guys,
wrong.
huffing and puffing.
God.
Yeah, thank you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
Football's finest on a Zach Martin retirement Thursday. Here it's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Expressway's next, LA Live 540. You will not believe who Brian thinks is better than Zeke was coming out of college. That's next. Here it's the G-Back Nation on 105.3 The Fan. All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts, and LA Live's coming up here in about 18 minutes. Home of the Cowboys, home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. We'll get Around the Bases every night at 6 o'clock. That's coming up at 6. But at 7 o'clock tonight, the Four Nations final play-by-play. There will be no Fan After Dark this evening, but you'll be getting one of the most, I don't know, anticipated hockey games of our time. It really feels like. I mean, I know it's not an Olympics, but man, this story is just taking on a life of its own. Yeah,
pretty damn close.
So we're talking baseball with you here coming up at 6 o'clock. Brian, this has been really interesting with you. I guess some of the folks out there feel like this is a hot take, but I know the way you've talked about Ashton Genty since the day you scouted him and said at the time you thought he was a better prospect than Bijan Robinson.
I did, and I do believe that. And Bijan Robinson was one of my favorites. If you go back, there's a couple of backs I absolutely loved in previous drafts. I loved Bijan Robinson in my stack. You can go back and look at it on 105.3 The Fan. I mean, every year I put out my top, 200 players. You can see where Bijan Robinson was. You can even go back to 2016 when Ezekiel Elliott was drafted. I told you that Ezekiel Elliott, that I liked him better than Ramsey. That it came down to two guys potentially as first round picks. I said, hell, I would take Zeke at 4, and the Cowboys did. So yeah, it's not that I don't love Zeke. I just think that Ashton Genty is that type of player. And I think that if you look at the intangibles, the leadership, the things he does on the field, the off the field stuff, how hard he works, his willingness to how loyal he was. Dane Brugler said it perfectly. He could have taken money and went to an Alabama or a Florida or Ohio State or one of those places. And he didn't. He stayed. He was loyal to his guys, at Boise who believed in him. And that's just the type of guy that I want on my football team. And that's what I love about it. Again, it's nothing against Zeke. I think Zeke was a hell of a football player. I told you what I thought about him in 2016. But I just think this kid is special, and I think he's special in the way he plays.
I mean, Zeke was damn special, too, coming out of college. He just didn't have the staying power.
And people in his choice of lifestyle is different than what probably you're getting from Ashton Genty.
I mean, Joey Bosa's mom made him move out of the Zeke house going into his junior year.
Yeah.
So he could actually get ready to play pro football.
There was an edge rusher. I'm trying to remember the edge rusher. I'll think of it here in a minute.
That's hilarious.
But there's a kid that got kicked out of Ohio State that was living with them that ended up going to Western Kentucky.
Oh yeah, the edge
rusher, and they told the kid, "You've got to go," and they blamed him for all the things, all the shenanigans that was going on in that house. And they sent him away. They kicked him out of Columbus, and I think he went to Western Kentucky is where he went there.
Yeah, there's a pre-draft rookie supermodel thing that spits out the overall grade for each player, and they have it for the running back position from over the years, and the highest graded guy over the last 20 years was Saquon Barkley.
Mm-hmm.
He basically checked every single box on this thing. Second was Christian McCaffrey, but now Ashton Genty is tied with the same 93 out of 100 basically in this rookie supermodel deal, tied with McCaffrey for number 2, ahead of Joe Mixon, who was 4th, Jahmyr Gibbs at 5, and then Bijan Robinson at 6. So it's some random rookie supermodel deal, but it's done a pretty nice job. All those guys have been really good, but Zeke didn't crack the top 6 of those guys.
Chief, I've been passionate with you. It was Noah Spence, says the 214. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you very much.
Name.
Yeah, I don't look at the text. I appreciate you doing it. Noah Spence, you're absolutely right.
I've been with you on running back value, but I think the way that this game is shifting, you look at the team, you can't improve the offensive line, but we know we have to improve the running game. And then unless a player falls to you at 12, there's not a lot of other surefire players that can be better. I'm getting super comfortable with the idea of taking Genty at 12 at this point in the evaluation. Overall, any other year, I would not want anything to do with the running back at 12. But everything that's been said, if he's better than Zeke, you're getting him at 12. There's not a way to improve your offensive line. The defensive tackle they might take is a boom or bust type of player. the tackle you might take, patella, the corner that you might take might not run his 40s. It's like it's just a minefield there. If you know you can get a player better than Ezekiel Elliott at 12.
Yeah, I know there's a lot of holes. I'm just trying my best not to pick the guy that could potentially bust on me. And Dane's right about Will
That's what
Johnson.
Blake said.
And yeah, you're absolutely right about that. And so to me, that's where, like, guys like Will Johnson terrify me, because I know Dane's right. I know he can't run, and I know there's a possibility that he's not going to run, because that's something that he knows that he's not good at. He doesn't have deep speed. He's a tall, long guy, but he doesn't have speed to carry guys and run with guys. And I just am trying my best not to make a mistake at 12. And to me, like I say, Ginty, is it a positional value thing? It is the Cowboys because they don't have a running back. They don't. But is it a positional value thing to the rest of the league? Sure, it is. You're probably going to have the guy 4 or 5 years, and then you have to determine, like, okay, is he going up? Do we need to pay him? Do you need to franchise him? There's various things you can do to try and keep him around for a couple more years. Like I say, the Cowboys have not done a very good job the last 2 years with their first round pick. I'm trying to get that thing back on track now, and I think this kid can do that.
Are you sold at all, Eric?
I wouldn't necessarily say that I am sold. I certainly understand, and I don't think it would be the worst thing ever to go ahead and make that move. I do think you've done things already to try and improve what your rushing attack is going to be. Early down rushing yards before contact and overall efficiency, there were only 4 teams better than the Cardinals this past year.
Yeah.
At rushing yards before contact. You just took their offensive line coach and the guy who's now going to be your lead strategist for putting your rushing attack together. And that was with a pretty below average offensive line when you just look at the guys there. So that's really encouraging.
Really get back to James Conner's a good back.
No doubt. But this is just
and their ability to run with the quarterback. I think that helps. I mean, I'm saying it in a positive way.
But this is rushing yards before contact. So this is like really looking at what blocking is doing for your running back. When you go after contact, now you're saying, hey, running back, what can you do for me now? So I think you've started in the right place there. Ginty is not the most explosive running back in this draft. There's like 10 guys ahead of him in terms of career explosive run percentage, 10 or more yards. There are more explosive guys in this draft. You have guys like a Cam Scadaboo, everybody says 3rd round pick. Yep. He breaks tackles at basically the exact same rate on a per carry basis, and I can get him in the 3rd round. I would rather take a chance at swing for the fences on a premium pick. You can't sit there at 12 and say there's just nobody good. I'm sorry, guys. The only thing that's good here is the running back. You're going to look back on this draft and you're going to see guys picked 13 through 25, and you're going to go, dang, that ended up being a damn good player at a premium position. And you're going to draft Ashton Ginty, and he's immediately, just by being the 12th overall pick, is going to be one of the highest paid running backs in the league.
Can you give
for a team that is not even close to a running back away from winning anything?
Can you give me a position at 12 you would like other than a running back? Can you just give me a position? And I'll try and find you a player. Give me a position that at 12, and I will, if you say, hey, listen, I need this, I will try and find that for you if you can tell me what position you would like at 12.
And I think that's the beauty of where the Cowboys are at right now. They have so many needs. So it's like edge rusher, defensive tackle, linebacker, wide receiver, any of the offensive line positions.
Sure. Absolutely. If you told me
safety.
If you told me, I don't have a first round safety on my board. I have corners I can help you with. I have a potentially a edge rusher with Mike Green from Marshall. I have an offensive tackle. My best offensive tackle is the patella tendon with Simmons. You can talk about Campbell as well from LSU. Kind of think like he projects more towards a guard. McMillan might be there for me. He's my best wide receiver. So, and Dane was talking about some questions he had about McMillan. I don't necessarily agree with what he's saying about that. I think McMillan plays faster than he is. But that's where I'm at right now. If you could tell me, like you say, listen, I would love to have Green from Marshall, the edge. I'm with you. I'm good with that. Graham, defensive tackle from Michigan. I'm all about that. Say Johnny Barron from Texas. that one's a little bit more of a question, but I have a first-round grade on him.
Okay.
So, sure.
Maybe Jalen Walker falls. Well, Georgia edge.
See, that's Jalen Walker. There's people that are not sure that he's an edge or a linebacker. I have him at linebacker. There's people that will argue with you about that. No, he is an edge. You ask Zach. Zach thinks he's an edge. Voch Lombardi, who I do podcasts with, who studies the draft extensively, he thinks he's an edge. I think he's an off-ball linebacker. I talked to friends of mine who scout in the league, and they're saying, hey, he's going to get swallowed if you play him at edge. He probably needs to be an inside linebacker and a situational player as a rusher. So, yeah, I absolutely. I mean, if you tell me I could pick any one of those first-round guys, sure. But I can't with any certainty tell you I feel better about the pick of Genty as opposed to I have questions about everybody else.
Eric opens up a really interesting angle, though. What if in the third round you do end up getting a player that's more explosive, right? And I think the house call ability is what this team needs, the touchdown ability. 8 to 12 yards, that's great. But the thing that makes Saquon Barkley that special is the ability to score from anywhere on the football field. And I don't know if the Eagles have the kind of season or the kind of playoff run they do without that threat. So if I can get that in round 3, we'll see. But the willingness to take a chance on a boomer bust player there at 12 might be, more tantalizing. And maybe that's where the Cowboys are headed.
Hey, where do you have this Giddens fella, the running back from K-State, who you obviously have
fourth round?
You'll have familiarity with him with Connor Riley, the offensive line coach coming from K-State.
Yeah,
but this dude I keep seeing just explosive as hell.
Yeah, the thing about it is that the tape is not explosive as hell. That's the thing about it is this. Let me read you what I got. He's an upright runner. I wonder with his vision and patience come from his lack of quickness or a burst. I don't really see a fast guy here. My guess is he's likely a mid 4.5 guy time speed wise. He had trouble running away from defenders. I just don't see the elite top end speed, but does show the ability to create yards after contact. Plays with some pretty good balance, is able to stand his feet. He had 54 missed tackles, has a nose for the end zone. He had 25 carries of 15 plus yards for the season. That was 7th best in the country. But you don't see a guy that is this just run away from people. But you see a guy that can get the runs. Maybe he gets 15 yards or more, and then he's tackled right there. But I could say I think the problem with this guy is too, he's really just a runner. He doesn't catch the ball particularly well, and he doesn't block worth a damn.
Yeah.
So to me,
gotcha.
I'm trying to find if you I understand what the guy is. I was going through guys that if you talk about missed tackles and long runs, that's what I was trying to go through and just kind of see. For example, a guy named R.J. Harvey from Central Florida.
He's the most explosive in terms of percentage of runs that go 10 or more yards.
He had 32 of them this year. He's 5'9", he's 208 is what he is. He's reliable catching the football. He's one of those guys. He's kind of a chunky built guy, kind of a thick built guy. So he kind of protects himself that way. I like the physicality that he plays for. He averaged almost 7 yards a carry. He was a transfer from Virginia. So the last couple of seasons there with the Golden Knights, he does make plays with the ball in his hands. He does have a unique running style the way he plays.
What round?
He's a third-round guy. He's really slow develop. They play with a really slow developing style. That was that option. They read it, give it to him, or they read it, pull it from him. So you see it's like he almost plays like he's at a stop, and then you see him then he sees where he needs to go. But I think you're right. There's times where he looks like he's going to get trapped, and then he's got a little sudden burst through the hole. And you're right about the number of carries that he's had where he's gained 15 or more yards.
Fantastic conversation, guys. I would just add to it, I don't think you can come out of this without a difference-making running back, because you could add a receiver and they'll still sit in that coverage, and Dak doesn't have the answers to that test. You could have the best wide receivers, and they'd be out there. We're dropping 7 guys. We're dropping 8 guys sometimes, and it's just we're done. until you can run them into getting 7-8 guys in the box consistently and giving one-on-one coverage on the outside, I think your passing game is done for. So I wouldn't, part of me doesn't want to risk a boomer bust pick at 12. The other part of me doesn't want to risk a running back in the third round that can't be a difference maker for us. We have a couple of years left in Dak Prescott's prime, and if it's going to come together, it has to be the coaching staff designing a scheme where you can create advantages and a runner that can exploit those advantages to give Dak the looks that he needs on the outside. And I'll address every other need after that is done, but I can't come out of this offseason without securing that.
And Genty wants to be here. I mean,
yes.
we do know that. And I don't know how much that plays, Broadus, like for Jerry and company when he says that. Here he is with John Gruden. John Gruden asked him, like, where do you most want to play?
Hypothetically, what city would you like to live in and play football?
Yeah, I mean, I was, just there a few years ago playing high school football, so in the Ford Center, up there in Frisco, Texas. So, to be back in Dallas, practicing in that facility, playing in that facility again, I think that would be amazing.
And John Machota in the Athletics beat writer mock, each writer for each team made the selection for their respective teams. And John Machota of the Athletic covers the Cowboys, took Genty at 12. He was still there.
That's the very simple one. You're not wrong about the problem that you run into with these running backs, I think, is that if you don't take Genty and you're looking like you're looking for second round guys, the way that we did that Daniel Jeremiah mock draft the other day,
they're flying off the board. So now I'm thinking, okay,
I like Jaden Blue from Texas. I like the kid from Central Florida that I just mentioned. Those are guys, Harvey, guys like that. I like them, and but I might have to take them around early. I mean, I might have to take a third round back who maybe doesn't block as well, doesn't catch the ball as well, doesn't have the burst as well. But like I say, that's what I might be forced to do. But I'm okay with that because those guys are good players. I'm not saying they're not good players. I have them in that round for a reason, but they have some trait that they're deficient at that's keeping them in that round.
All right, the big story of the day, it's the top story right now on ESPN.com, is All-Pro guard Zach Martin retiring 7 of his 10 NFL seasons as a first-team All-Pro, 9 Pro Bowls, a member of the 2010 All-Decade team. We've talked about that a couple of times already in the show since it broke just under an hour ago, and I think that officially creates the end of that great line era that Tyron Smith, Travis Frederick, and Zach Martin brought in, along with Ron Leary and Doug Free in 2014, and then they managed to keep cruising there for a while. But now it's all about building the next great offensive line. And when you talk about where the gap is from where you are to where you need to be, it's probably a significant number of years before you could even hope to have a line as good as what you had the majority of Zach Martin's career. Spurs shutting down Victor Wembanyama with blood clots. That's terrifying. It might possibly be career-threatening, but the Spurs do believe this is going to be a one-and-done type of blood clot, and he'll be good to go in 6 months after having to be on blood thinners. But it has been career-threatening for athletes in the past. Texas and USC nixing the spring game. They think their players need rest, and these coaches are tired of other programs coming around to scout in their spring game, trying to get guys in the transfer portal.
Yeah, absolutely, man. There's a lot of poaching going on, and there's a lot of big bucks that are being thrown around, and nobody wants to give you an extra look at their players if they can avoid it.
Okay, we are your home of the Rangers as well, and spring training games are underway tomorrow afternoon. We have a proper round tripper coming up at 6 o'clock. We'll give you all the baseball stuff. Here's Lucius Alexander with LA Live.
I said big bucks. You said big bucks being thrown around. That's what I like to hear. Big bucks being thrown around. Bucks. Big bucks, no whammies, baby. All right, it is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition of LA Live. Right after the great Rick James.
Shaking like a twerker like a squares. It's time to smoke. Fire up this funk and I have a toe. It'll make you dance with some of everything.
Hold up.
Everybody get high.
Bow-legged piggy got a booty kind of heavy. Bow-legged bow-legged Peggy, booty kind of heavy.
Let's go, Peggy. Miss Peggy Bother, Peggy Bother, Peggy Bother. Make that ass drop, make that ass rock. Ooh, make that ass drop, make that ass rock. Ooh, do it for a whopper, make it wobble for a whopper. Wobble for a wobble, make it wobble for a whopper. Ooh, Peggy Sue, ooh, Peggy, ooh, Peggy, Peggy, ooh. Peggy about to say she about to work it like a black girl. Make that ass jump, make it rock like a black girl. Rock. You fine, Peggy. Yeah. You fine, Peggy. Ooh, you fine, Peggy. Ooh, bow-legged Peggy and a booty kind of heavy. Bend it on those girl, toot it like a levy. Bow-legged Peggy, booty kind of heavy. Bend that ass over, toot it like a levy. Lift that ass, lift that ass, lift that ass. Ooh, Peggy about to work, she about to rock, she about to move, she about to make it.
I thought he said Peggy was fired. I thought he said fired, but he said fine, right?
No, yeah, it's fine. Bow-legged Peggy got a booty kind of heavy. Yeah, this is this lady that works at a Burger King down there in New Orleans.
Yeah.
And she just so happened to have a little heavy thing back there. So they, my guy felt motivated to make a whole song for her.
Got a fan club.
I'm telling you, dude, what the heck was going on? All right, this is LA Live for Thursday, February 20th, 2025. It is a Thirsty Thursday Ladies Night edition. Tonight is for the ladies. Hell, let's be honest, every night is for the ladies, yes. And shout out to all the lady Tolos that listen to the fan. You are appreciated. And remember, LA cares if nobody else cares. I tell you what. Hey, speaking of, have you guys ever did radio for a fan base that was majority women?
No, sir.
I don't think so.
It's a different vibe, I'll tell you that.
Yeah. Yes. Listening to some of those guys, that takes a special set of skills.
It's a different vibe, I'll tell you that.
I think it's mostly guys that spent high school in the friend zone. They have that special set of skills.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
I didn't spend most of my time in the friend zone in high school, but I definitely...
Are you an expert at doing radio for the ladies?
No, this is just the first time I've ever done radio, and it's like a whole lot of dudes, like DMs and everything. You're like, okay, what's happening? Oh my God.
Well, I was just saying, like, the guys that are in the friend zone, they're really good and sensitive at talking to the lady, right? So it would make sense that they would have a natural appeal to them. Oh, this is a friendly guy. He's cool.
Little light FM guys is what you're talking about. Yeah, I see what you're doing there.
Yeah.
I see what you're doing there. All right. I just thought I asked.
No offense. No offense.
Sometimes
I misfire on that. Intention to execution. Rarely.
It's all gravy, baby. All right, G, back in the day, we do it every weekday on the fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media, Lucius Alexander on Facebook, or you can follow us all if you find G-Bag Nation on Twitter. A winner right here for day number 4 is the Fan After Dark, Blake. Fan phenom Blake, let me say that, was dealing with a fan texter that is no longer feeling him, and then they just got crazy after that.
682 is not dating me. Blake, I'm starting to not like you. I'll finish.
What a thing to say
on Valentine's Day.
What a thing, man. Why? What did he say?
I loved you when you started.
Okay.
But you got to stop being a hater. You smash on Fred, and he's pretty non-objective despite being a KC native.
Oh, we got a Fred truther on there.
Okay, yeah, we got Fred's burner on here.
First of all, hey, look, hey, thanks, but that's what. But I mean, we both bust on each other.
No, I gotta leave the show. No way, you just said that.
What mic does he sit at?
That one when we're doing cross.
That one, the Wooly Bully one.
My man said, God, dog, bro. All right, LA Live 105.3 The Fan on a ladies' night. The Queen of Pakistan. You guys remember the Queen of Pakistan?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yeah.
She went crazy viral not too long ago because she was like catfishing a guy.
Oh, okay.
A young dude in Pakistan.
Yeah.
Was she the one that said she could fix everything for $100,000?
Yeah, she was airline tickets.
Yes. She needed airline tickets and all that good stuff, right? Well, I went to allhiphop.com, which I used to go there all the time and read the ill seed. Yes, I did. Oh, I was on the ill seed. Well, she has been detained in Dubai.
Uh-oh.
Apparently. No one's heard from her since February 7th.
Uh-oh.
If you're not familiar, I'll just give you a little highlights of her press conferences when she was in Pakistan.
Yes, I'm saying. ये भी देखें, यही मेरी बात की तारीफ कर रही है.
Listen, you talk too much. My plan is to reconstruct this whole country, okay?
Yeah.
I'm asking for 100K or more. I need 20K by this week, okay? In my pockets, in cash, okay? That's a demand to the government. I'm not talking unless y'all giving me land and 2,000 or more every week. You hear me?
My man said yeah at the end.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
What's that accent? Is she from like Rhode Island or Long Island or something?
I think that's the Bronx.
Okay, Bronx.
I think that's the Bronx oozing out of her. Yeah, she arrived in Dubai intending to board Emirates flight to New York to come back on home.
Okay.
However, she was escorted off that flight. And people don't know why. The authorities say she was taken into protective custody.
Ooh, that does not sound good.
Because her family back in New York saying, hey, be gentle with her. She does have some mental issues. So watch how you talk to her and everything. The authorities are saying that, well, we didn't want to put her on the plane for 15 hours. We didn't know how she was going to act.
Okay.
Yeah, the internet is saying that she got arrested for smoking in public and cussing at men.
Okay.
Because, you know, it's the...
Yeah, they frown on that.
Yeah. I don't know, man. I just want to let you know that Queen of Pakistan is out here. Nobody's heard from her since February 7th. At least that's what allhiphop.com is saying.
Yeah, you know, you got to have your stuff together if you're going to take some of these international vacations to North Korea, Russia, a lot of places around Middle East.
Hey, she should have stayed in Pakistan. They were loving her out there.
Were they?
Yeah, man. She was demanding all this money, and I seen videos of her like counting money, just big money. You know what I mean? And they were so patient with her. How long do you plan on being here? Well, I'm from Pakistan now. They're like, oh, okay. Had guys wanting to marry her because the family that she was catfishing, she was using a picture of a white woman with blonde hair, and she showed up, and it was this big old black chick from the Bronx. The family's like, no, this ain't it. This ain't what we're talking about. So good luck with that, man. I'm going to keep up with her. For one crazy queen to another, and I use that word crazy respectfully, because I got a couple of crazy queens in my life. A couple. That means two. That means two. And you know who you are. Let's go to this story right here. Lady in good spirits after someone crashed into her home. Let's take a trip down under. News 9 Sydney with the report right here, fellas.
A speeding car in a suburban street and hear the moment of impact crashing into a home. The results, skid marks up an embankment at Greenfield Park, along with the car that made them. The owners were inside at the time watching TV when the out-of-control vehicle crashed into their house.
I heard a big bang. I opened up the front door and I said, oh my God, look at this crap. This car has gone through me house.
This car has gone through me house. It's a real person, man. Hold on, let me run it back.
I opened up the front door and I said, oh my God, look at this crap. This car has gone through me house like a big